Qingchuan City, Qingchuan University. 2 o'clock in the morning. Lin Tao was roused from his slumber by the urgent ringing of his mobile phone. Groggily, he grasped the device and saw that the caller was Li Dong. "Hello, Li Dong." Lin Tao's voice was thick with sleep. On the other end, Li Dong's voice was hoarse. "Lin Tao, you, come to the rooftop. Keep me company. Drink." Lin Tao instantly became alert, sensing something amiss in Li Dong's tone. "Li Dong, what's wrong? What happened?" I've been heartbroken." Li Dong's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. A heaviness settled in Lin Tao's chest. He hurriedly dressed, speaking into the phone. "Wait for me. He'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Lin Tao sprinted towards the rooftop, anxiety coursing through him, the wind whipping around him. He quickly spotted Li Dong. Li Dong sat forlornly on the edge of the rooftop, cradling a case of beer, his silhouette exuding profound loneliness. Lin Tao approached and sat beside him. "What happened? Take your time." Lin Tao gently patted Li Dong's shoulder. Li Dong lifted his head, his eyes swollen and streaked with tears. He grasped a can of beer, gulping it down before beginning to speak in a fragmented manner. She said, I don't have money. She said, she prefers more interesting men. But then, she got into a BMW with a 60-year-old man. As Li Dong spoke, his emotions escalated, tears cascading down his cheeks. Lin Tao listened intently, allowing him to express his feelings without interruption. Lin Tao took a can of beer from Li Dong, opened it, and joined him in drinking. "She's nothing but a fool. Do not waste your sorrow on such a person," Lin Tao remarked with a hint of indifference. "But Lin Tao raised his voice slightly, saying, "Look at yourself now. What do you resemble? A lovesick puppy. She doesn't care for you at all. She has never loved you." Li Dong opened his mouth, but could not find the words. "Pull yourself together." Lin Tao suddenly slapped Li Dong on the back. Li Dong fell silent. His gaze appeared somewhat lost. "Enough of that. Drink." Lin Tao thrust a can of beer into Li Dong's hands. Li Dong accepted the beer and began to drink in silence. Lin Tao said nothing further, merely accompanying him in quietude. The wind on the rooftop intensified. At that moment, streaks of red meteors appeared in the sky. A meteor shower? Lin Tao tilted his head to gaze at the heavens, where hundreds and thousands of meteors trailed long tails, resembling fireworks blooming in the night sky. "Li Dong, look quickly, a meteor shower." Lin Tao excitedly nudged Li Dong beside him. Li Dong lifted his head, following the direction of Lin Tao's finger, his eyes gradually focusing. "Wow, it truly is. This is magnificent. How many meteors are there?" Li Dong's voice was laced with awe and delight. "Hey, Li Dong, I heard that making a wish upon a meteor is quite effective. Should we give it a try?" Lin Tao suggested, his tone tinged with playful sarcasm. He was somewhat skeptical of such notions, yet upon witnessing Li Dong's despondent demeanor, he felt compelled to engage him in a distraction. Li Dong paused momentarily, then let out a wry smile. "Make a wish? What should I wish for?" "To be reborn as a wealthy and handsome man in my next life, free from the heartache of being jilted by women." "Oh, my dear Dong, must we be so morose? Let's broaden our horizons. Perhaps world peace?" Lin Tao gently patted Li Dong's shoulder. "Why not wish for the universe to explode instead?" Li Dong rolled his eyes, yet still brought his palms together in prayer and closed his eyes. Lin Tao mimicked his actions, shutting his eyes as well. Truth be told, he was at a loss for what to wish. World peace, too grandiose and insubstantial. Sudden wealth, too commonplace. Finding love? Perhaps not, as he had no desire to play the fool. O celestial being of the shooting star, if you truly exist, grant me the strength to protect all that I wish to safeguard." Lin Tao fervently whispered in his heart. He could not fathom why this was his wish. Perhaps deep down, he had always yearned for immense power. An orphan raised in an orphanage, he endured relentless bullying, powerless to retaliate. He vividly recalled the gentle smile of the headmaster and the final words he imparted. "Little Tao, you must be strong, protect yourself, and also safeguard those around you." Beside him, Li Dong's lips trembled slightly, as if he too were silently reciting something, his expression marked by an unprecedented seriousness. Moments later, the two opened their eyes in unison. "What wish did you make?" Lin Tao inquired with curiosity. "I won't tell you. If I do, it won't come true," Li Dong replied with a mysterious smile. "Come on, you actually believe that?" Lin Tao scoffed, I just wish for world peace. Do you believe it? Believe you? Not a chance, Li Dong chuckled, playfully chastising him. You're just full of hot air. Ha ha, you caught me. Lin Tao laughed heartily. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Tao noticed that Li Dong's mood had considerably improved and suggested they head back. Let's go, it's late, and we have classes tomorrow. Lin Tao supported Li Dong as they slowly descended from the rooftop. Upon returning to the dormitory, they found one of their companions sound asleep, snoring like a log. Zhang Xiao is sleeping like a dead pig, Lin Tao remarked. The night was eerily quiet. Yet Lin Tao found himself unable to sleep. His mind incessantly replayed the sudden spectacle of the crimson meteor shower. He couldn't shake the feeling that something extraordinary had transpired that night. In the dead of night, Lin Tao felt an intense heat coursing through his body, as if he were running a fever. In a daze, caught between dreams and wakefulness, he began to hear a cacophony of strange sounds, vibrations, cries. Within this dreamscape, he glimpsed a hazy figure, towering like a mountain, engaged in a form of ancient and enigmatic movement with an indescribable rhythm. This movement, though seemingly simple, was imbued with boundless power. Each rise and fall appeared to resonate with the very pulse of space itself, stirring chaos and igniting energy. Lin Tao's consciousness was profoundly captivated by this movement. He felt an irresistible urge to imitate it, yet he discovered that he was utterly unable to comprehend its mysteries. All he could do was watch in helpless awe, feeling that overwhelming force surging within him, as if it aimed to tear him apart. A tremendous power erupted from his being, cascading forth. In the unfathomable depths of the cosmos, an indescribable entity whispered softly. The sound reverberated through the void, as if heralding an impending tempest that would sweep across the galactic expanse. Chapter 2. The beginning at 11 o'clock the next morning, a frantic voice pierced through the stillness. Wake up, Tao. Dong. Something terrible has happened. Zhang Zhao's tone was notably subdued, laden with urgency. With fervor, he shook Lin Tao, rousing him from slumber. Lin Tao felt as though two heavy stones rested upon his eyelids. His body felt sticky, and a peculiar greenish substance clung to his skin. The remnants of last night's revelry, coupled with bizarre dreams, left him with a throbbing headache. Ugh, he muttered, attempting to turn over and drift back into sleep. Stop sleeping, Zhang Xiao insisted, shaking Lin Tao vigorously once more. Rubbing his temples, Lin Tao struggled to sit upright. Li Dong, also awakened by the commotion, stared blankly at Zhang Xiao, bewildered. What on earth is going on so early in the morning? Is the sky falling? It's far worse than that, Zhang Xiao exclaimed, pointing toward the window, his voice trembling. Just look for yourselves. Lin Tao and Li Dong exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared confusion. They approached the window and peered outside. In an instant, they were frozen in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Li Dong stammered, pinching his thigh with force. Ouch. This isn't a dream. Lin Tao felt his worldview shatter under the weight of what he beheld. The once familiar campus below had transformed into a nightmarish scene. Groups of tattered, grotesque figures wandered aimlessly, their movements sluggish yet imbued with unimaginable strength as they overturned trash bins and tore apart bulletin boards as if they were mere toys. More horrifying still, they appeared to be feasting on something. Scarlet blood and dismembered limbs lay scattered upon the ground, a sight both harrowing and grotesque. This a zombie? Lin Tao's voice trembled slightly. As a seasoned aficionado of countless films, he was all too familiar with the concept. Yet, this was the real world. Not a movie, not a game, and certainly not a novel. How could such a thing exist? Zombies? Good heavens. Is this for real? Has the apocalypse arrived? Li Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter incredulity. This was far more thrilling than the end of the world itself. Zhang Xiao, that fellow, truly had an uncommonly carefree disposition. Lin Tao, however, had no time to entertain Zhang Zhao's optimism. He swiftly regained his composure and began to assess the situation at hand. The foremost priority was to ascertain the authenticity of this bizarre occurrence. As he spoke, Lin Tao picked up his phone and began to search for related information, with Li Dong and Zhang Xiao leaning in closer. On the phone screen, a deluge of news articles, posts, and videos flooded in. Shocking. Reports of unidentified creatures attacking humans emerged from multiple locations. Urgent notice. Citizens are advised to remain indoors and refrain from venturing out. Is the apocalypse upon us? Is a zombie virus outbreak imminent? Expert analysis. Should you encounter a zombie, aim for its head? Has a biohazard scenario morphed into reality? Please be aware that being bitten or scratched by a zombie will result in viral infection, transforming you into a new zombie. Safeguard yourself. Help! I am trapped in the school. Who will come to my rescue? The military has been deployed. Citizens are urged to stay indoors and await assistance. Amidst a cacophony of information, the truth remains elusive, yet it undeniably points to a chilling reality: the world has irrevocably changed. It's over, truly over. And Zhang Xiao sank into a chair, his complexion ashen. Do not panic, Lin Tao exclaimed with a deep, resonant voice. We are far from despair. We must devise a means to survive. But how can we live? Li Dong's voice quivered with despair. The streets are teeming with zombies. If we venture outside, won't we be walking into a trap? Let us not rush to the exit, Lin Tao asserted, walking steadily to the door and peering through the peephole. The corridor was presently deserted, providing a semblance of safety. Let us pool our thoughts and see if we can procure weapons before planning our next move. Lin Tao analyzed calmly. Weapons? Where shall we find them? Zhang Xiao inquired, bewildered. Lin Tao too was at a loss. Aside from a fruit knife, their dormitory seemed devoid of anything that could serve as a weapon. Surely, they could not resort to wielding brooms or mops against zombies. The image was too grotesque to entertain. At that moment, Lin Tao became acutely aware that his clothing felt tighter and his body seemed altered. He glanced down at his hands, clenching his fists. A surge of formidable strength flowed from within him. What is happening? Lin Tao pondered. Approaching a water cooler filled to the brim, and with a mere grip of his fingers, he lifted the entire bucket effortlessly above his head. Surely not, Tao. You cannot be considering using that bucket to confront the zombies. Li Dong was taken aback, suddenly struck by a thought. Hey, Tao Gu, when did your strength increase so remarkably? Lin Tao was equally astonished. He set the bucket down, and this time, merely pinched the top of the bucket using his thumb and index finger, lifting it effortlessly. The bucket spun gracefully in the air before being firmly held upside down in his grasp. What the hell? Tao Ge, have you mutated? Li Dong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Xiao also turned to witness this astonishing scene. Could it be the meteor shower from last night? Lin Tao recalled the events of the previous evening, a faint hypothesis forming in his mind. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. With this newfound strength, their chances of survival in this apocalyptic world had significantly improved. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Lin Tao snapped back to reality. We need to quickly devise a plan, find some weapons, and then leave this place. Yes, survival comes first. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong nodded vigorously. However, where could they procure weapons? Li Dong still appeared somewhat perplexed. Let's search the dormitory first and see if there's anything useful. As Lin Tao spoke, he began rummaging through the room. The three of them joined forces, turning the dormitory upside down in their quest. Eventually, they uncovered a wrench, a screwdriver, and a paring knife. Although rudimentary, these tools were certainly preferable to being unarmed. I possess strength, so I shall wield the wrench, Lin Tao declared, seizing the tool without hesitation. I'll take the screwdriver, Li Dong said after a moment's hesitation, picking it up. And what about me? I suppose I'll just take this paring knife? Zhang Xiao remarked, looking at the knife in her hand with evident disdain. You may also choose to refrain. Lin Tao glanced at him. Yet it is better to hold on to it. Having it is preferable to lacking it. Zhang Xiao offered a sheepish smile. We must first procure some sustenance. Lin Tao's voice resonated within the dormitory, exuding an unmistakable authority. He surveyed his surroundings, quietly contemplating the forthcoming strategy. Indeed, food takes precedence. Zhang Xiao nodded, the tension on his face easing somewhat. We cannot allow ourselves to perish here. Li Dong appeared somewhat hesitant, apprehension evident in his gaze. But the outside is teeming with zombies. How can we venture out? I will forge the path and fight our way through. We must escape. Lin Tao's tone was unwavering. If we do not act, once our provisions are depleted, we shall truly be without recourse. Then how shall we procure food? Li Dong's voice trembled slightly, clearly gripped by fear of the world beyond. We shall commence with the supermarket beneath the dormitory. Lin Tao considered, there should be a stockpile of food there. We must strive to evade those zombies, swiftly gather what we need, and return. Excellent idea. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhang Xiao's eyes. I can divert those zombies. Are you out of your mind? Li Dong exclaimed. How could you possibly go alone to lure the zombies away? I will be fine. Brother Tao is strong too. We shall go together. Zhang Xiao patted Li Dong on the shoulder, attempting to ease his anxiety. We cannot take such risks. Lin Tao shook his head. We must divide our tasks to ensure our safety. Zhang Xiao, you shall observe from the rear while I lead the charge, with Li Dong closely following, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Very well, Tao Gu, I shall heed your guidance. Li Dong took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Thus, it is settled. After Lin Tao spoke, the trio began to organize their gear, ensuring each individual was equipped with the essentials. Chapter 3. Escape from the corpse's mouth, let us depart. Lin Tao whispered, tightening his grip on the wrench as he stepped out of the dormitory first. A faint scent of blood lingered in the corridor, mingled with the stench of decay, evoking a sense of nausea. Several motion sensor lights flickered ominously, casting distorted shadows upon the walls, which heightened the eerie atmosphere. Goodness, this odor is more overwhelming than canned herring, Zhang Xiao exclaimed, pinching his nose and feigning a gag. Enough of your antics, be cautious. Lin Tao shot him a glare, signaling for silence. Li Dong trailed closely behind Lin Tao, his complexion pale and beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He gripped the screwdriver tightly, his palms already damp with sweat. The three advanced cautiously along the corridor, striving to minimize any sound. With each step, it felt as though their hearts were lodged in their throats, as if at any moment a zombie might leap forth from the shadows. Creak. Suddenly, a faint noise emanated from the direction of the staircase. The trio's nerves instantly tensed, their senses heightened as they turned to the source of the sound. There, at the corner of the staircase, a figure slowly emerged. It was a zombie, its head lowered as it gnawed on something. Crimson ichor trickled from its maw, coalescing into a macabre pool upon the ground. Ugh. Zhang Xiao could no longer restrain himself, retching against the wall. Li Dong, ashen-faced with terror, found his legs faltering beneath him. Silence, Lin Tao hissed, casting a sidelong glance at the two. He gestured for them to remain stationary as he stealthily approached the zombie, which seemed oblivious to his presence. Engrossed in its gruesome feast, Lin Tao inhaled deeply and lunged forward, wielding the wrench in his grasp, bringing it down with savage force upon the zombie's occiput. With a sickening thud, the zombie's cranium exploded like an overripe melon, splattering gore and brain matter in all directions, much of it coating Lin Tao. Phew. Done. Lin Tao exhaled, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. It was his inaugural zombie kill, and despite its apparent success, the psychological impact was profound. Damn, Tao, that was epic, Li Dong exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon Lin Tao with newfound admiration. Zhang Xiao, having ceased his retching, regarded Lin Tao with burgeoning respect. However, just as they believed the peril had passed, a sudden and unforeseen transformation occurred. A zombie, concealed in the shadows, lunged at Lin Tao with terrifying speed. With preternatural reflexes, Lin Tao instinctively raised his arms in defense. A sickening snap echoed through the air as the zombie's razor-sharp teeth sank into Lin Tao's arm. Agony. Unendurable agony. The bite not only pierced his flesh, but also caused him to drop the wrench from his grasp. Lin Tao felt as though his arm were being torn asunder, the pain so intense that he nearly cried out. He clenched his teeth, suppressing a scream. He knew panic would be his undoing. Tao. Li Dong's voice cracked with fear as his screwdriver clattered to the floor. Zhang Xiao was paralyzed. Unfamiliar with violence, he was rooted to the spot. In a flash, Lin Tao's mind went blank, save for one imperative: survival. Enduring agonizing pain, he mustered all his strength and shoved the zombie. The creature flew backward, colliding heavily with the wall. However, Lin Tao's ordeal was far from over. Seizing the moment, he snatched the fallen wrench and lunged at the staggering zombie, bringing the tool down with all his might. The zombie's skull burst, splattering gore. Like a man possessed, Lin Tao continued to pummel the mangled head. Gasping for air, he felt utterly drained. He examined his arm to find a gruesome ring of teeth marks, a bloody testament to the attack. Tao, are you all right? Li Dong asked, his voice trembling and eyes brimming with tears. I'm fine, Lin Tao replied weakly, forcing a smile. At this moment, Zhang Xiao regained his senses and hurriedly rushed to Lin Tao's side, supporting his faltering body. Tao Gu, you've lost so much blood. We must bandage it immediately. I have adhesive bandages. Li Dong also reacted, frantically rummaging through his backpack. Adhesive bandages are of little use. Zhang Xiao shot Li Dong a frustrated glare. The wound is too deep. We need gauze. Gauze? Where is there any gauze? Li Dong was nearly in tears from panic. Tear the shirt, Lin Tao declared decisively. Tear the shirt? Both Zhang Xiao and Li Dong were taken aback. Hurry, don't just stand there, Lin Tao urged. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Li Dong's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he ripped off a large piece of fabric from his t-shirt with a swift motion. Tao Gu, bear with it, Li Dong said cautiously as he began to bandage Lin Tao's wound. Lin Tao winced in pain, taking a sharp breath, yet clenched his teeth in silence. All done, Li Dong exclaimed, having completed his clumsy bandaging, and let out a sigh of relief. The group then came to their senses, contemplating some unsettling thoughts. Tao Gu, will you turn into a zombie like in the movies? Li Dong's voice trembled. Zhang Xiao remained silent beside him. I don't know, but for now, all we can do is find food first, then seek out medicine. As for whether or not I will become a zombie, we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Yes, let's find medicine first. Your strength seems to have increased tremendously. Perhaps you transformed into a new breed of humanity like in novels? Yes, a new breed. Zhang Xiao recalled a novel he had once read and suddenly exclaimed, indeed. I find it quite peculiar that my strength has increased so remarkably. The commotion seemingly attracted the attention of the zombies within the dormitory building, which began to roar and rush towards them. We must hasten our departure from this place, Lin Tao said. Glancing at the lifeless body of a zombie on the ground, a shiver of fear coursing through him, Zhang Xiao and Li Dong followed closely behind. The trio sprinted with fervor, finally bursting out of the dormitory just before the zombies could catch up. Outside the dormitory stood the entrance to a supermarket. Phew, we finally arrived, Li Dong panted, leaning on his knees. Remain vigilant. There may be zombies within the supermarket, Lin Tao cautioned. The three of them treaded lightly, cautiously stepping into the store. Inside, chaos reigned supreme. Shelves lay toppled, products strewn about, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. It appears this place has also fallen victim to the zombies, Zhang Xiao remarked, furrowing his brow. Let us search for food. Once we find it, we leave. Also, let us look for high-concentration alcohol for disinfection later. Agreed, the two replied in unison. They commenced their search for sustenance and alcohol within the supermarket. Fortunately, the small establishment bore no signs of zombies. They soon discovered some bread, biscuits, bottled water, and a few bottles of liquor, hastily stuffing them into their backpacks. That is sufficient, let us go, Lin Tao declared upon seeing their haul. The trio, laden with provisions, took a detour around the supermarket and made their way back to the dormitory. Lin Tao gazed silently at the bite wound on his hand. Chapter 4, New Humanity? The three stumbled back to their dormitory, resembling stray dogs returning from a harrowing escape, their faces smeared with dirt and their appearance disheveled. The dorm offered a semblance of safety, at least for the moment. They hastily dumped the spoils acquired from the supermarket onto the table: bread, biscuits, bottled water, and several bottles of liquor. This truly constituted a lavish feast in the face of apocalypse. Oh my, this is exhilarating, Zhang Xiao exclaimed, plopping down onto a chair and patting his chest, embodying the relief of a survivor. Li Dong, however, wore a look of deep concern as he gazed at Lin Tao. His eyes reddened as if he were on the verge of tears. Tao Gu, are you really okay? Perhaps we should visit the hospital? Visit the hospital? Have you lost your mind? The hospital is likely far more terrifying than consuming 10 cockroaches alive, Zhang Xiao retorted, rolling his eyes with unreserved disdain. Lin Tao remained silent, seated quietly with a pallid expression, lost in his thoughts. He glanced down at his arms, tightly wrapped in clothing, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Being bitten by a zombie, this was no trivial matter. What if he truly transformed into one? The thought was too horrifying to contemplate. Tao Gu, maybe we should use alcohol to disinfect your wound? Li Dong cautiously suggested, holding a bottle of liquor, his eyes brimming with concern. Yes, alcohol for disinfection. This must surely work. Zhang Xiao eagerly concurred, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Lin Tao lifted his gaze to meet theirs, a warm current of gratitude swelling within him. Although these two fellows are usually rather unreliable, they prove to be quite dependable in critical moments. All right, let us proceed with the disinfection. Lin Tao nodded slightly, his voice somewhat hoarse. Li Dong twisted off the cap of the liquor bottle, and a potent scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling himself, he poured the liquor onto Lin Tao's wound. Ouch! Lin Tao grimaced in pain. This was far more excruciating than a bite from a zombie. The alcohol stung the wound, piercing through him like countless needles, causing his entire body to tremble. Brother Tao, bear with it. It will be over soon, Li Dong reassured him while continuing to pour the alcohol. Zhang Xiao anxiously observed from the side, scarcely daring to breathe. Once the disinfection was complete, Lin Tao felt as though he had traversed the gates of hell, his body drenched in sweat. "All right, now, what shall we do?" Li Dong asked, his gaze towards Lin Tao filled with uncertainty. "Indeed, we cannot simply hide in the dormitory indefinitely," Zhang Xiao chimed in. Lin Tao paused for a moment in silence before slowly speaking. "We need to find a safer place." "A safer place? Where shall we go?" Li Dong and Zhang Xiao asked in unison. "I believe we must devise a plan." Lin Tao's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. He gradually stood up and walked towards the window. Outside, the sun was slowly sinking beneath the horizon, painting the sky in a breathtaking crimson. As if someone had overturned a palette, spilling the despair of the apocalypse across the earth. Lin Tao's gaze grew intricate as memories flooded back, recalling countless moments spent here, gazing at the same sunset, dreaming of the future, planning gaming sessions with friends, and debating which girl from their majors was the most attractive. Now, however, everything had changed, leaving only a singular thought: survival, survival alongside his comrades. Plans? What plans? Brother Tao, don't frighten me. You aren't thinking of confronting those zombies head-on, are you? Upon hearing the word plan, Li Dong's demeanor shifted, his voice slightly trembling. He had no desire to relive the adrenaline-fueled terror of being chased by the undead. Zhang Xiao remained silent, merely observing Lin Tao, well aware of his steadfast determination. Once he resolved on something, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. Turning to face them, Lin Tao's lips curled into a faintly bitter smile. "Confront head-on? Do you think I am a super scion? I certainly do not wish to become a meal for those creatures." After a brief pause, he continued, "What I mean is, we need to find a safer location, ideally one that allows for long-term survival. But right now, there is no safe place." Li Dong lamented, his face a portrait of despair. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiao broke the quiet, proposing, "What do you think about the Jianghai Villa area?" "The Jianghai Villa area? Isn't that where the wealthy reside? What would we go there for?" Li Dong questioned, bewildered. "Are you foolish? That place is surrounded by walls. And there are fewer people, fewer zombies, too." Zhang Xiao retorted impatiently. "Right. How could I have overlooked that?" Li Dong smacked his thigh, suddenly enlightened. Lin Tao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Jianghai Villa area was indeed an excellent choice. "However, we must be thoroughly prepared." "Prepared? Prepared for what?" Li Dong and Zhang Xiao asked in unison once more. "First, we must ascertain the situation in the Jianghai Villa area, checking for the presence of zombies and any survivors. Secondly, we need to gather ample supplies of food and water, as well as weapons, just in case. Finally," Lin Tao paused, his gaze becoming somewhat complex, "we must brace ourselves for the worst-case scenario." "The worst-case scenario? What do you mean?" Li Dong and Zhang Xiao exchanged bewildered glances. If I were to truly become a zombie." Lin Tao's voice trembled. You must bind me." "Bind you?" Li Dong and Zhang Xiao exclaimed, as if they had heard something utterly unbelievable. "Yes, bind me." Lin Tao took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. "If I am still alive tomorrow morning, it means I am fine, and we will proceed to the Jianghai Villa area together. However, if I turn into a zombie, you must allow me to fend for myself." Lin Tao's voice was soft, yet it struck Li Dong and Zhang Xiao's hearts like a heavy hammer. "Tao Ge, please, don't scare me." Li Dong's voice quivered with a hint of tears. "Indeed, Tao Ge, you will be fine. You must be a new breed of humanity. You won't turn into a zombie." Zhang Xiao hurriedly reassured him. Lin Tao let out a bitter smile and remained silent. He was uncertain whether he would succumb to becoming a zombie, yet he had to brace himself for the worst. This was not only a responsibility to himself, but also to his friends. As night fell, an eerie stillness enveloped the dormitory. Lin Tao found himself bound tightly to the bed by Li Dong and Zhang Xiao, rendered utterly immobile. Gazing out at the pitch-black sky, a sense of unease and dread filled his heart. Tonight would be a long and torturous ordeal. He was unsure if he could endure it. But he understood that he must persevere, for himself and for his friends. Chapter 5. The New Humanity. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the dormitory curtains, casting a golden beam that fell directly upon Lin Tao's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and his first sensation was not one of liberation, but rather hunger. An insatiable hunger. It felt as though a black hole resided within his stomach, voraciously consuming everything in its path. Gurgling, his belly audibly protested. Lin Tao chuckled to himself. Was he waking up due to hunger? Almost immediately, he sensed something amiss. The ropes binding him were unexpectedly loose. It was hard to believe that Li Dong and Zhang Xiao had secured him so tightly the previous night. under the pretext of preventing him from transforming into a zombie and wreaking havoc upon them. But now, under these circumstances, with a slight exertion, the ropes snapped apart with a pop. They had come undone. Lin Tao was taken aback. Was this truly a shoddy piece of work? No. It suddenly dawned on him that the issue did not lie with the ropes, but rather his own newfound strength. He vividly recalled the struggle of being bound last night, exerting every ounce of strength to free himself from the ropes. Yet now, a mere tug felt akin to child's play. This newfound strength was rather astonishing. Could it be? A thrilling conjecture began to form in Lin Tao's mind. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his excitement and cautiously sat up in bed, fearful that any careless movement might dismantle the frail piece of furniture beneath him. Approaching the window, Lin Tao gazed at his reflection. It was still the familiar face he recognized, devoid of any peculiar growths or transformation into a monstrous visage. A sigh of relief escaped him as the weight in his heart finally lifted. Wait, was it just him, or did the reflection appear slightly more handsome? Unable to suppress a moment of vanity, Lin Tao struck a few poses. Goodness, who is this charming young man? Engulfed in self-admiration, he then remembered his two lively companions. He ought to rouse them swiftly to alleviate their worries. However, simply waking them up seemed rather mundane. An idea sparked in his mind as he stealthily approached their beds. Observing the soundly sleeping Li Dong and Zhang Xiao, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Clearing his throat, Lin Tao lowered his voice, mimicking the groans of a zombie. Ha, ha ha, hungry, need, flesh. His voice, deep and hoarse, resonated with a tremor, perfectly emulating the terrifying sound effects of a zombie. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao were sound asleep when suddenly a noise jolted them awake. Startled, Li Dong shot up from the bed, his face ashen, and scrambled beneath it in terror. Oh no, zombies, he exclaimed. Zhang Xiao was not faring much better. He pulled the blanket over his head, trembling in fear. Tao, brother Tao, please don't come any closer. I'm not appetizing. I'm all fat. Li Dong lamented from his hiding place. Haha, too late, it's already too late. Lin Tao continued his performance, his voice becoming more realistic, even laced with a hint of yearning. Brother Tao, wake up. It's me, Zhang Xiao, your best buddy. Zhang Xiao shouted, his voice muffled by the blanket. Buddy? Haha, you smell delightful. Lin Tao's voice had morphed completely into a zombie's growl. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao were utterly overwhelmed. In a fit of panic, Zhang Xiao flung off the blanket and made a dash for the dormitory door. Ha! Lin Tao could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into fits of mirth. These two are too timid. Upon hearing Lin Tao's laughter, Li Dong and Zhang Xiao finally grasped the situation. Brother Tao. Cautiously, they peeked out, only to find Lin Tao standing at the bedside, doubled over with laughter. You're all right? Li Dong and Zhang Xiao exclaimed, utterly bewildered and unable to believe their eyes. Of course, I'm perfectly fine, Lin Tao replied with a grin, flexing his biceps for effect. Oh my, brother Tao, you really are unscathed. Now reassured, Li Dong and Zhang Xiao confirmed that Lin Tao had not transformed into a zombie after all. The two individuals leaped up in excitement, embracing Lin Tao fervently. Whoa, Tao Gu, you frightened me to death, Li Dong exclaimed, bursting into tears, his snot and tears staining Lin Tao's clothes. It's a relief that you're all right. Just knowing you're fine is enough. Zhang Xiao, equally overwhelmed, spoke in a jumbled manner. The three of them held each other tightly, alternating between laughter and tears, creating a scene of delightful chaos. After a considerable time, they finally managed to calm their racing hearts. Tao Gu, did you truly not transform into a zombie last night? Li Dong inquired cautiously, still harboring some doubt. Do I appear to be a zombie? Lin Tao retorted with a roll of his eyes. No, absolutely not. With your handsomeness, how could you possibly be a zombie? Li Dong quickly shook his head. However, Tao Gu, didn't we bind you quite securely yesterday? Zhang Xiao pointed to the severed ropes, a hint of confusion in his voice. Well, Lin Tao stroked his chin, articulating his speculation. Li Dong, do you recall that meteor shower we watched together? I suspect that the origin of the apocalypse lies within certain substances from that meteor shower, and I might have been infected by one of those substances, acquiring a certain superpower. Superpower. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao stared wide-eyed, as if they had just heard an outlandish tale. Indeed, superpower. I believe such abilities cannot be exclusive to me. Do either of you feel anything unusual? The two shook their heads. I feel quite hungry. Does that count? Zhang Xiao jested. It is quite possible that Zhang Xiao is right, for I too feel an insatiable hunger, an overwhelming craving, and simultaneously, my strength, speed, and reflexes have all significantly improved. Goodness! Li Dong exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Brother Tao, you must be a new breed of humanity. Zhang Xiao echoed with fervor. Lin Tao did not refute this notion. In fact, he found himself inclined toward this hypothesis. After all, aside from the explanation of being a new human, he could scarcely conceive of a more plausible rationale. Brother Tao, just how formidable are you now? Li Dong inquired with a curious expression. Well, Lin Tao pondered before responding. As for the specifics of my prowess, I am uncertain. However, I believe that if I were to encounter those two zombies from yesterday again, I could easily dispatch them. Really? Li Dong and Zhang Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course it's true, Lin Tao replied, grinning with confidence. So what are we waiting for? Let us hastily gather our belongings and head to the Jianghai Villa District. Li Dong urged, brimming with eagerness. Indeed, to the Jianghai Villa District. With Brother Tao by our side, we are certain to survive. Zhang Xiao chimed in. Lin Tao nodded in agreement. He gazed out the window, where the sun shone brilliantly and the sky was devoid of clouds. This marked a new beginning. A beginning filled with hope. Chapter 6. The Plan Before Departure Gurgle. Lin Tao's stomach audibly protested, the sound resonating quite loudly. This noise was akin to a battle charge, abruptly pulling the three of them back from their jubilant reprieve into the realm of reality. Brother Tao, shouldn't we eat something? Li Dong patted his stomach, feeling a tad embarrassed as he spoke. After all, just moments ago he had been weeping profusely. And now hunger had overtaken him. The contrast was rather stark. Zhang Xiao, however, was unburdened by such concerns and promptly declared, needless to say, we must eat. If we don't fill our bellies, how shall we muster the strength to venture to the Jianghai Villa District? Indeed, let us eat first. Lin Tao quickly chimed in. He was not merely hungry. He felt as though he could consume an entire cow. The vitality of this new generation seemed to demand an extraordinary amount of sustenance. The trio opened their backpacks and spilled their provisions onto the table. Bread, biscuits, sausages, bottled water. Quite a diverse assortment. Wow, so many delicious treats. Zhang Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. At last, we are saved. Li Dong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lin Tao, however, remained silent, immediately seizing a loaf of bread and devouring it. He was far too famished to concern himself with etiquette. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao soon joined the feast, the three of them devouring the food with fervor, rapidly annihilating a significant portion of their bounty. Burp. Zhang Xiao let out a satisfied belch, patting his belly contentedly. What a blissful meal in this apocalyptic setting. Li Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have given these items a second glance. But now, it tastes divine. Lin Tao, having nearly finished his meal, set down his bread and began to contemplate their next course of action. Although they now had food, they could not afford to be complacent. The Jianghai Villa District should offer more abundant supplies and a safer environment. Therefore, we must hasten our journey. Brother Tao is indeed correct. Li Dong expressed his agreement. However, how shall we proceed? Zhang Xiao posed a pivotal question. The Jianghai Villa District is over 30 kilometers away from here. To traverse such a distance on foot would take an eternity, and we cannot predict the dangers that may lie ahead. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, contemplating strategies. 30 kilometers is neither excessively far nor particularly close. Under normal circumstances, driving would merely take about 30 minutes. Yet, in this apocalyptic scenario, the roads are surely teeming with zombies and abandoned vehicles, rendering driving impractical. Perhaps we could ride bicycles? Li Dong suggested. Bicycles? Are you serious? Zhang Xiao rolled his eyes. Riding a bicycle on these main roads would be akin to delivering takeout to zombies. Moreover, 3 grown men cycling would be far too sluggish. Lin Tao also deemed this idea unfeasible. Then, what shall we do? Li Dong pondered in distress. At that moment, Zhang Xiao suddenly slapped his thigh. Eureka! We can seek out a sturdy vehicle. A sturdy vehicle? Lin Tao and Li Dong turned to him in curiosity. Yes, we need to find a heavy-duty truck. Preferably one that is exceptionally durable. With a heavy-duty truck, we could simply plow through, and no zombie would be able to impede our progress. Zhang Xiao became increasingly animated, as if he could already envision himself barreling through the apocalypse in a robust truck. A heavy-duty truck? That is indeed a splendid idea. Lin Tao's eyes brightened. The heavy-duty truck, tall and sturdy, was akin to a mobile fortress in a post-apocalyptic world. However, where could they find such a vehicle? Li Dong inquired. Zhang Xiao chuckled. You seem unaware. I previously researched online. Approximately 1 kilometer from here lies a Wumama logistics park. There must be numerous heavy-duty trucks there. Zhang Xiao, can you drive? Lin Tao asked, recalling that Zhang Xiao had mentioned holding a driver's license. Zhang Xiao snapped back to reality and nodded. I can drive a sedan. I've had my license for several years. However, he hesitated, scratching his head. I've never operated a heavy-duty truck. But I believe it should be similar, right? They all have 4 wheels and a steering wheel. Worst case, I'll just floor the accelerator. Zhang Xiao squinted playfully, attempting to mask his inner apprehension with a light-hearted tone. Lin Tao nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. Having someone who could drive was certainly better than none at all. All right, then you shall be the driver. What are we waiting for? Let's set off. Li Dong exclaimed eagerly. Not so fast. Lin Tao halted him. We must first prepare ourselves. We cannot recklessly charge out like a bunch of headstrong fools. As he spoke, Lin Tao's gaze swept over Li Dong and Zhang Xiao. Li Dong, munching on a sausage, mumbled, prepare for what? Tao Ge, do you have a plan? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao appeared contemplative, stroking his chin, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for something useful. Lin Tao paused, his gaze landing in the corner of the room. There lay an assortment of sports equipment, including dumbbells, barbells, and fitness resistance bands. Li Dong, let us conduct an experiment. Lin Tao suggested as he approached, picking up a dumbbell to gauge its weight. Experiment? What experiment? Li Dong inquired, his mouth full of food, an expression of bewilderment adorning his face. I aim to test my current strength, Lin Tao declared, taking a deep breath. He proceeded to arrange the dumbbells on the ground, 1, 2, until all the weights were assembled upon the small handle. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, Lin Tao hoisted the dumbbell effortlessly above his head. As if lifting a mere feather, Li Dong's sausage fell from his mouth to the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, Brother Tao, that's incredible, he exclaimed. Zhang Xiao, equally mesmerized, forgot to bring the bread to his lips. Stay calm, Lin Tao said, setting down the dumbbell and feigning nonchalance, though internally he was elated. It appeared that this new breed of humanity possessed remarkable physical prowess. Let me see how heavy it is, Li Dong exclaimed, focusing intently. 10 kilograms. 1, 2, 3. 6, 26. Goodness, 120 kilograms. Brother Tao, you are phenomenal. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao were utterly astounded. Clearing his throat, Lin Tao scratched his head, excitement bubbling within him. It seemed that my strength surpassed even my own expectations. Brother Tao, if you were to participate in the Olympics, you would undoubtedly secure a gold medal in weightlifting. Zhang Xiao was the first to react, giving Lin Tao a thumbs up. Not merely a weightlifting champion, but with a single punch, Brother Tao could likely fell a bull. Li Dong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lin Tao waved his hand, cautioning, let us not celebrate too soon. We must act swiftly. Before night descends upon us, we need to procure some weapons. Surely, you do not intend to venture forth armed only with a screwdriver and a fruit knife? He believed that the repair shop adjacent to the school should provide us with more suitable armaments. A resolute gleam sparkled in Lin Tao's eyes, for he understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. Chapter 7, Moral Coercion? I shall not be swayed by such tactics. Lin Tao hefted a 120 kilograms dumbbell in his hand. Though somewhat unwieldy, it was serviceable enough. The trio departed from their dormitory, making their way towards the repair shop near the school. The corridor was shrouded in dim light, with only a few dilapidated windows permitting a feeble glow to seep through. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay, eliciting a gag reflex. Ugh, what is that smell? It's utterly overwhelming, Li Dong exclaimed, pinching his nose in distaste. You simply do not comprehend, do you? This is the scent of the apocalypse. Zhang Xiao feigned profundity as he inhaled deeply, then retorted, yuck. Spare me. If this is the scent of doom, it seems you are merely indulging in your own whims. Li Dong mercilessly mocked. Lin Tao chose to disregard the antics of his two companions, remaining vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. After all, caution is the mother of safety. Suddenly, a series of guttural growls echoed ahead. We have a situation, Lin Tao whispered urgently. The three immediately slowed their pace, cautiously advancing forward. Upon turning a corner, they beheld a group of zombies congregating before a door. These grotesque creatures moved sluggishly, adorned in tattered garments, their bodies riddled with decaying wounds. Goodness, how utterly revolting. Li Dong could not suppress an exclamation of disgust. Enough chatter, let us get to it, Zhang Xiao said, eager for action. Lin Tao nodded and took the lead. Charging forward, as a newly evolved human, his strength and speed far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Confronting these zombies was a mere trifle for him. In a swift motion, Lin Tao darted towards one of the zombies, bringing down a dumbbell upon its head. With a dull thud, the zombie's skull shattered, splattering red and white matter across the floor. The sight was so horrifyingly beautiful that they dared not dwell on it, fearing the implications it might conjure. Well, Brother Tao, you are absolutely ferocious. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao were left in stunned silence. Was this truly the Lin Tao they knew? He resembled a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lin Tao paid no heed to their astonishment, continuing his assault on the remaining zombies. Minutes later, the corridor fell silent once more. The zombies lay motionless on the ground. Utterly defeated, Lin Tao exhaled deeply. Although dispatching the creatures required little effort, his mind remained intensely focused. Regrettably, the dumbbell had proven too antiquated, with the knob securing the weights having broken. Brother Tao, are you all right? Li Dong inquired with concern. I'm fine, Lin Tao replied, shaking his head. You've become my idol. Zhang Xiao gazed at Lin Tao with admiration. All right, enough of the flattery. Let us move swiftly, Lin Tao urged. At that moment, with a sudden creak, the door beside them swung open, as if someone had entered. It seems someone is here, Li Dong exclaimed. A group of about a dozen individuals, both men and women, emerged from within, their faces etched with expressions of fear and anxiety. A few of the young women were quietly sobbing, yet their eyes betrayed a flicker of excitement. Classmates, teachers, we have been rescued. A bespectacled man clad in a suit stepped forward from the crowd. Li Ming? Lin Tao recognized him. Is that you, Lin Tao? Li Ming also recognized Lin Tao. Do you know each other? Inquired a middle-aged man, presumably a teacher. We are classmates, Lin Tao replied. Excellent. Since you are acquainted, this will be much easier. A smile spread across the middle-aged man's face. Lin Tao, I just heard some commotion. I saw you through the peephole, valiantly dispatching numerous zombies with ease. Li Ming approached Lin Tao eagerly. Indeed, Lin Tao nodded modestly. You, my fellow student, are truly remarkable. Li Ming praised, giving a thumbs up. Given your impressive abilities, would you be willing to assist us with a favor? What kind of favor? Lin Tao inquired. We wish to venture to the cafeteria in search of food, yet the path is fraught with zombies, and we dare not proceed. One voice from the crowd chimed in. We haven't eaten for an entire day. Thus, could we kindly ask you to protect us on our way to the cafeteria? Li Ming gazed at Lin Tao with hopeful anticipation, convinced that such a capable individual would not deny his request. After all, aiding others is a cherished virtue of the Chinese nation. Moreover, they were classmates. However, Lin Tao furrowed his brow. He understood that a larger group would inevitably attract more zombies, and he had his own plans in mind, preferring not to venture forth with such a multitude. I'm afraid I cannot acquiesce to your request, Lin Tao stated firmly. What? Li Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Tao would deny his plea. How can you do this? Li Ming exclaimed, a hint of anger in his voice. We are classmates. How can you stand idly by while others are in peril? Indeed, you are being exceptionally selfish. Someone chimed in. You possess such abilities. What harm would it be to offer us protection? Are you even human? The crowd echoed with discontent. They believed it was only natural for Lin Tao, with his remarkable prowess, to safeguard them. Lin Tao regarded the assembly with a sense of helplessness. He recognized that they had yet to grasp the gravity of their circumstances. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to succumb to their moral coercion. I am under no obligation to protect you, Lin Tao replied coolly. However, I can direct you to a safe location. The school's convenience store has ample supplies. You may find sustenance there. The convenience store? Li Ming frowned. What could possibly be there to eat? Exactly. We would prefer to go to the cafeteria. Why don't you protect us there instead? The clamor of dissent rose once more from the crowd. Lin Tao felt a pang of disappointment. He realized that their resolve to have him escort them to the cafeteria was unwavering, yet he remained resolute in his refusal. I have nothing more to add. You are responsible for your own actions. After uttering these words, Lin Tao turned and departed. Wait, please don't leave, Li Ming exclaimed, attempting to halt Lin Tao. However, Lin Tao disregarded him, departing with Li Dong and Zhang Xiao. That Lin Tao is truly detestable. Li Ming fumed, stamping his foot in anger. Had I known he was so self-centered, I never would have asked for his assistance. Indeed, he is unworthy of being our classmate. A chorus of condemnation arose from the crowd once more. Lin Tao and his companions exited the classroom, continuing towards the auto repair shop. Brother Tao, why did you refuse their request earlier? Li Dong inquired, perplexed. A large group attracts attention and invites zombies, Lin Tao elucidated. Moreover, I have my own agenda, and prefer not to be encumbered by so many individuals. I understand, Li Dong replied, with a semblance of comprehension. Brother Tao, I believe you made the correct decision, Zhang Xiao asserted. Those individuals are ungrateful and undeserving of sympathy. They cowered inside while we battled the zombies, only to emerge after the danger had passed. They are not worth helping. Lin Tao acknowledged. He understood that in the apocalypse, the most formidable threat was not the zombies, but the depravity of human nature. The trio pressed onward. Chapter 8. A renewed crisis. Having distanced themselves from the morally manipulative ingrates, Lin Tao, Li Dong, and Zhang Xiao continued their expedition toward the auto repair shop. Honestly, this apocalypse is incredibly realistic, isn't it? Even human nature is simulated with such insidious accuracy, Zhang Xiao lamented, punctuating her statement with a throat-slitting gesture. Li Dong nodded with lingering trepidation. Indeed, if it weren't for your decisive action, brother, the three of us might have been captured by that group. Lin Tao remained silent, merely quickening his pace. Soon, the trio arrived at a nearby auto repair shop. The shutter was half open, revealing a dark interior where visibility was poor. A strong odor of engine oil filled the air, mingled with a faint scent of blood. The smell was overwhelming. Li Dong pinched his nose, a look of distaste on his face. Enough chatter, let us see if we can find something useful inside, Lin Tao declared, stepping in first. Inside the dimly lit repair shop, various tools lay scattered across the floor, creating a chaotic scene. A zombie clad in work overalls stumbled out from a corner, responding to the noise. Is there a welcoming committee too? Lin Tao raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhang Xiao, who was fixated on the zombie, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. Zhang Xiao, this one's on you. Lin Tao spoke calmly, aware that if Li Dong and Zhang Xiao continued to hide behind him, they would never truly grow. In the struggle for survival in this apocalypse, relying solely on his protection was insufficient. Zhang Xiao clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them, repeating the motions several times. He understood Lin Tao's intention, recognizing that he could not remain a sheltered flower forever. Use this. Lin Tao bent down to pick up a grease-stained repair hammer, handing it to Zhang Xiao. The hammer was heavy, proving challenging even for an ordinary person to wield with one hand, let alone to smash objects with. Zhang Xiao accepted the hammer, its weight providing him with a modicum of reassurance. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, striving to quell the dread within. I'm somewhat apprehensive. Zhang Xiao's voice trembled slightly. What is there to fear? It's merely a sluggish lump of flesh, is it not? Consider your fervor when gaming. Envision it as a boss and vanquish it. Lin Tao's tone was light, attempting to alleviate Zhang Xiao's tension. Li Dong also approached, patting Zhang Xiao's shoulder. Xiao, do not fret. Tao and I shall cover you. Should you falter, I shall impale its posterior with a screwdriver. Zhang Xiao was amused by Li Dong's words, and the tense atmosphere dissipated considerably. He glared at Li Dong. Get lost. Who requires you to puncture its rear? Observe how I dispatch it. Zhang Xiao clutched the repair hammer tightly, advancing step by step toward the zombie clad in overalls. The zombie, seemingly sensing the presence of the living, quickened its previously languid movements, emitting guttural growls, and lunged toward Zhang Xiao. Damn it, let's do this, Zhang Xiao roared, bolstering his courage, and swung the hammer toward the zombie's head. Thump. The initial blow missed, striking only the zombie's shoulder. The zombie staggered but did not fall. Zhang Xiao was startled, realizing the zombie was more resilient than anticipated. He dared not tarry, retreating 2 steps to create distance. The zombie lunged once more, and Zhang Xiao, seizing the opportunity, brought the hammer down again. Thump. The zombie was struck, and Zhang Xiao capitalized on the moment with several more forceful blows. After a series of dull thuds, the zombie collapsed to the ground. Xiao, your headshot technique has improved. Li Dong gave a thumbs up. Zhang Xiao proudly lifted his chin. Of course. Do you even know who I am? Lin Tao paid no heed to the antics of these 2 clowns as he searched the repair shop. At last, he stumbled upon a gigantic pipe wrench tucked away in a corner. This wrench was taller than a man and exuded an aura of formidable weight. Lin Tao lifted it, and it felt remarkably comfortable in his grasp. This will do. Li Dong discovered a repair hammer, perfectly sized and quite handy. Once the trio was equipped, they prepared to embark towards the Wumama Logistics Park. Let us go. Destination, Wumama Logistics Park, Zhang Xiao declared with a sweeping gesture, reminiscent of a commander. Come off it, Wumama. It seems you're just daydreaming. Li Dong retorted without mercy. What do you know? This is called a strategic objective. Zhang Xiao rolled his eyes. Lin Tao shook his head in resignation. These two never missed an opportunity to bicker. The trio departed from the repair shop, heading towards the Woomama Logistics Park. However, not long into their journey, they were startled by a cacophony of desperate cries emanating from behind them. Help! Help! The trio suddenly heard someone shouting, their voice echoing through the air, imbued with a sense of despair. Lin Tao, Li Dong, and Zhang Xiao turned to see 3 or 4 individuals racing towards them, closely followed by a horde of zombies, instantly heightening the tension. Upon closer inspection, Lin Tao realized it was indeed the same group they had encountered earlier, though significantly diminished in number. Among them was also Li Ming. What the hell? Why won't these people just go away? Zhang Xiao couldn't help but curse, anxiety creeping into his heart. Tao Ge, what should we do? Should we help them? Li Dong's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with unease. Forget about them, run. Lin Tao decisively replied, glancing back at the throng of zombies behind them, estimating there were at least 40 or 50. However, that was not all. A low, guttural roar suddenly emanated from behind Li Ming, as if summoned from the depths of hell. Lin Tao's gaze was drawn to a zombie dog. Its elongated body, muscular limbs, and matted, decaying fur were terrifying, with black liquid oozing from its mouth, revealing sharp teeth as it barreled toward them. The speed of the zombie dog was astonishing, rapidly closing the distance. Run! Lin Tao shouted, his heart racing as he turned to flee with Li Dong and Zhang Xiao. Yet, at that moment, Li Ming executed a shocking maneuver. He lunged at a nearby classmate, tripping him to the ground before hastily fleeing forward. The classmate looked at Li Ming in horror, disbelief flooding his eyes, only to be tackled by the zombie dog. The sound of tearing flesh mingled with his heart-wrenching screams. Li Ming, you bastard! I will haunt you as a ghost. The classmate cried out in helpless despair. Lin Tao turned back, witnessing the depths of humanity in this apocalypse. A flicker of sorrow and rage crossing his mind. Damn it, this scoundrel, Li Ming is truly despicable, Lin Tao thought. Meanwhile, Li Ming seized the opportunity to continue his escape. The zombie dog lifted its head, its gaze fixated on Lin Tao, embodying the predatory stare of a beast, cold, ruthless, and devoid of any emotion. Amidst the decaying strands of hair, black, viscous fluid dripped, sizzling on the ground with a corrosive hiss, adding an extra layer of terror. Lin Tao was acutely aware that even if he could escape, the formidable weight of Li Dong, nearly 200 pounds, made it impossible for him to outrun the zombie hounds. He understood that, at this moment, only a confrontation remained. Fortunately, the horde of zombies behind him moved at a sluggish pace, unable to encircle him just yet. Here it comes! Lin Tao bellowed, charging toward the zombie dog. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Chapter 9. Desperate Counterattack. The crystal core emerges. Roar. The zombie dog growled, its voice akin to that of a tortured wind instrument, an unpleasant sound that made one's eardrums tremble. It propelled itself off the ground with its limbs, resembling a cannonball, hurtling towards Lin Tao with a stench that was almost overwhelming. The speed was astonishing. Dizzying to the eye, a mere ordinary person would scarcely have time to react before being torn to shreds. Lin Tao's pupils dilated sharply, yet his body responded faster than his mind. He exerted force through his legs, leaping sideways with the agility of a cheetah. Whoosh! The zombie dog barely grazed the hem of Lin Tao's clothing, the force of its rush whipping his cheek painfully. Good grief, this speed offers no chance of survival. Lin Tao cursed inwardly, but his movements remained swift and resolute. Seizing the moment, he swung the enormous pipe wrench in his hands, aiming a fierce blow at the zombie dog's flank. Die! Lin Tao roared, his muscles taut, channeling all his strength into his arms. This strike was imbued with immense power. However, the agility of the zombie dog exceeded Lin Tao's expectations. It twisted midair, narrowly evading this lethal blow. Bang! The wrench clattered to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a missed strike, Lin Tao felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This creature was far more formidable than he had anticipated. The zombie dog, upon hitting the ground, showed no signs of pause and lunged at Lin Tao once more. Its sharp claws sliced through the air, aiming directly for Lin Tao's throat. Damn it, does it truly consider me an easy target? Fury ignited within Lin Tao. He was not the kind of person to simply wait for his demise. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the claws of the zombie dog, and raised the wrench to strike at the creature once again. Bang! 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 The wrench collided repeatedly with the body of the zombie dog, producing a dull thud with each impact. Although Lin Tao possessed great strength, the speed of the zombie dog was astonishingly swift. causing many of his attacks to miss their mark. Conversely, Lin Tao bore several shallow but stinging scratches from the creature's claws. Tao Ge, be careful. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao watched in terror from the sidelines, eager to assist, yet fearful of becoming a hindrance. They could only grip their repair hammers tightly, ready to rush in at a moment's notice. This won't do. Such a strategy is unsustainable. Anxiety churned within Lin Tao. He needed to devise a swift resolution. If the horde of zombies caught up, all three of them would meet their end here. While dodging the attacks of the zombie dog, he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a discarded vehicle nearby. Inspiration struck. Lin Tao's mind raced. He continued to fight while retreating, deliberately feigning an opening to lure the zombie dog into a charge. The creature took the bait, its gaping maw aimed for Lin Tao's neck. At this critical juncture, Lin Tao suddenly darted aside. The zombie dog lunged forward, but, unable to halt its rapid momentum, crashed directly into a car. With a resounding thud, the creature was sent reeling. What an opportune moment. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Tao's eyes as he swiftly maneuvered behind the zombie dog. Gripping the wrench tightly, he summoned all his strength and struck forcefully at the creature's skull. Die. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the zombie dog's cranium shattered. Dark blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. It convulsed a few times before falling utterly still. Phew. Finally dealt with. Lin Tao exhaled deeply, feeling utterly drained of energy. Tao Ge, are you all right? Li Dong and Zhang Xiao hurried over to support him. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Lin Tao waved them off. His gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the zombie dog, and he suddenly noticed a glimmering green crystal among the fragments of its skull. What is this? Curiously, Lin Tao picked up the crystal. It was cool to the touch, crystalline and translucent, with what seemed like energy coursing within. Clutching the crystal tightly, he felt a flicker of uncertainty, but knew that now was not the time for examination. The growls of the approaching horde grew ever closer, the air thick with a putrid stench, and time was of the essence. He quickly stowed the crystal in his pocket and turned to Li Dong and Zhang Xiao, shouting, "Run! We must leave this place." The trio immediately dashed towards a narrow alleyway, Lin Tao leading the way, followed closely by Zhang Xiao and Li Dong. The narrow alley was lined with walls covered in graffiti and grime, the occasional chilling growl of a zombie echoing through the air. Lin Tao's heart raced as he replayed the recent battle in his mind, the ferocity of the zombie dogs leaving him shaken. "Brother Tao, there's an open iron gate ahead." Li Dong suddenly shouted. "Don't stop. Keep running." Without hesitation, Lin Tao thought that the iron gate might present an opportunity. They had to shake off the horde of zombies. Zhang Xiao was hot on their heels, joking, "This is quite exhilarating. Should we throw a party for the zombies? Stop the nonsense and hurry." Lin Tao shot him a glare, yet he silently appreciated Zhang Xiao's humor, as it alleviated the tension. They swiftly passed through the iron gate, and just moments after shutting it, Lin Tao heard the roar of zombies crashing against the door, producing a dull thud. Li Dong's face was pale, clearly still haunted by their recent encounter. "We are temporarily safe," Lin Tao breathed out, surveying their surroundings. They found themselves in an abandoned warehouse, cluttered with dilapidated furniture and debris, the dim light casting an ominous aura. "Brother Tao, what should we do?" Li Dong's voice trembled, revealing his unease. "Let's rest for a moment and devise a plan once the zombies have dispersed," Lin Tao replied, although his mind was already churning with thoughts of their next move. He knew they could not remain hidden here indefinitely. They needed to find an escape. Zhang Xiao leaned against a pile of old furniture, attempting to alleviate her anxiety. "I believe we can use these pieces to create a barrier, obstructing the advance of the zombies." "Excellent idea." Lin Tao nodded in agreement, secretly admiring Zhang Xiao's ingenuity. They began to work, pushing the surrounding furniture to the doorway to form a makeshift defense. "Tao Ge, what do you think that crystal core is for?" Li Dong suddenly inquired, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "I am uncertain, but it appears rather extraordinary," Lin Tao replied. Yet he sensed that this crystal core might play a significant role in the battles to come. "I hope it brings us fortune." Lin Tao gazed down at the luminous green gem in his hand. Its surface shimmered with ethereal light, the cold touch reaching deep into his soul. Its beauty seemed alien to Earth. He pondered whether this gem represented calamity or hope. Chapter 10. Rest and New Crisis Creek. Lin Tao cautiously wedged the final wooden plank into the gap of the iron door, wrapping it haphazardly with wire, and then let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. This should hold for a while. He glanced back to see Li Dong and Zhang Xiao slumped on the ground, panting heavily. "I say, you two, could you not be so lackluster?" It is merely this little task, yet you look as if you've just completed a marathon. Lin Tao teased, though a warmth blossomed in his heart. In this apocalyptic world, having a few reliable brothers is truly a blessing. Tao Gu. It's easy for you to say that while standing, you possess great strength, hence you are not fatigued, Li Dong weakly retorted. Indeed, Brother Tao, you are now akin to a human-shaped Gundam. How can we mere mortals possibly compare? Zhang Xiao chimed in. Lin Tao rolled his eyes, disinterested in their banter. He rummaged through his backpack, producing several packets of compressed biscuits and a bottle of mineral water, which he tossed to the two. Eat something to regain your strength. We still have to take turns keeping watch tonight. The trio consumed their provisions in silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat somber. Hey, when do you think this apocalypse will come to an end? Li Dong mumbled through a mouthful of biscuit, his words muffled. Who knows? We can only take it one step at a time. Let us stick to the original plan, Lin Tao sighed, uncertainty gnawing at him. Right. The military has been silent for a while. They must be struggling to ensure their own survival. Zhang Xiao expressed his thoughts. Indeed, we cannot simply wait for rescue. We must prepare for the worst, which is the very reason we are heading to the Jianhai Villa district, Lin Tao replied. You are correct, Zhang Xiao acknowledged. A brief silence enveloped the warehouse, broken only by the heavy breaths of the three and the distant, faint growls of zombies. Brother Tao Xiao, do you think our parents are all right? Li Dong suddenly spoke, his voice quivering with a barely perceptible hint of tears. The harrowing experiences of the past few days had left them little time to contemplate their parents' fates. Now, in this momentary safety, their minds finally relaxed enough to confront such thoughts. The question fell like a boulder into a still lake, sending ripples throughout the air. Lin Tao and Zhang Xiao froze. The previously calm atmosphere, now thick with tension. Zhang Xiao anxiously ran his fingers through his hair. He typically dreaded such weighty topics. Yet, at this moment, he understood he could no longer afford to jest. He approached Li Dong, firmly patting him on the shoulder, and spoke gruffly, Do not overthink. Uncle and aunt are surely safe. Once we settle down, we shall go find them. Lin Tao remained silent, pressing his lips together, his gaze flickering. It was not that he was unwilling to answer Li Dong's query, but rather that he himself harbored no answers. Memories of his origins flooded his mind. Growing up in an orphanage, Lin Tao had only a vague notion of what parents represented. In his recollections, he could only conjure the kind visage of the director and the faces of the children with whom he shared his upbringing. He did not even possess a single photograph of his parents, let alone any memory of their voices or smiles. Regrettably, after the director's passing, the orphanage could no longer sustain itself, and the children were scattered to various places. Perhaps they were gentle souls, much like the director. Lin Tao mused silently, a hint of confusion reflected in his eyes. Never had he yearned for familial bonds as intensely as he did now, longing to comprehend what his parents were like, hoping to discover whether they, too, struggled for survival in this apocalyptic world, just as he did. Yet, deep down, he recognized that in this desolate era, only by growing stronger could one hope to endure and survive. Enough of these thoughts for now, he concluded. Let us first eat something, endure this night here, and see if the zombies have departed by morning. With that, the trio ceased discussing the somber topic, instead opening their backpacks to retrieve some biscuits and bread. Consuming their meager meal in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Having finished their meal, the trio observed the gradual descent of twilight. I shall take the first watch tonight. You two should rest well, Lin Tao decreed. Brother Tao, allow me to stand guard instead, Li Dong offered, feeling somewhat indebted. Nonsense. I can manage. I am a new human. You both need to conserve your strength. We know not what tomorrow may bring. Lin Tao waved off his concern. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao ceased their insistence and sought comfortable spots to lie down and rest. Lin Tao leaned against the iron gate, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Nightfall enveloped them, casting the area into silence, save for the occasional chilling moans of zombies that sent shivers down one's spine. As time trickled by, Lin Tao fought to maintain his alertness, daring not to relax his vigilance. After what seemed like an eternity, the stillness was broken by the faint sound of footsteps. Lin Tao instantly became alert, holding his breath as he listened intently. The footsteps grew louder, seemingly emanating from upstairs. Could it be zombies? Lin Tao's heart tightened as he gripped the massive pipe wrench in his hand. He slowly rose to his feet, prepared to confront any threat. Thump, thump. The footsteps halted at the entrance to the second-floor staircase. Lin Tao's heart leaped into his throat as he stared intently at the stairwell, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the stairwell. Who's there? Lin Tao roared, brandishing the pipe wrench as he charged forward. "Ah, don't strike. It's me." A familiar voice cried out, causing Lin Tao to abruptly halt his attack. By the dim moonlight, he recognized the figure. "Zhang Xiao? Why are you out here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Lin Tao asked, his tone laced with annoyance. "Brother Tao, I needed to relieve myself," Zhang Xiao replied, his face etched with embarrassment. Lin Tao was rendered speechless. "Then, by all means, hasten. Refrain from alarming those present." Right away, Zhang Xiao hastily darted towards the lavatory. Lin Tao, relieved, resumed his seat beside the iron gate. "That lad, truly." Lin Tao shook his head, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on his face. The night passed uneventfully, and dawn soon broke. Lin Tao prepared to rouse Li Dong and Zhang Xiao for their departure, but after taking a few steps, he sensed a slight increase in his physical lightness compared to the previous day. His strength, too, seemed to have augmented. Could this be a result of yesterday's skirmish? Lin Tao mused. Is it solely through combat that one grows stronger? Or is there more to it? I must seek an opportunity to assess my current abilities. Lin Tao pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. But for now, I shall awaken them. With that, Lin Tao roused Li Dong and Zhang Xiao. The trio swiftly tidied up and prepared to depart. Where are the zombies? Lin Tao inquired, upon opening the iron gate, sensing something amiss. The zombies that had previously congregated nearby had vanished entirely. Could they have relocated? Li Dong surmised. Regardless, their absence is preferable, sparing us the inconvenience, Lin Tao remarked. As he strode out of the edifice, the trio proceeded cautiously along the thoroughfare. Before long, they discerned that the entire street had become eerily silent. This is far too quiet, is it not? It feels rather unsettling, Zhang Xiao voiced his unease. Indeed, the silence is unnerving, Li Dong concurred, sensing the anomaly. Pay it no mind. Let us continue onward, maintaining vigilance, Lin Tao intoned. The trio pressed forward, and after traversing for approximately an hour, they finally encountered something out of the ordinary. Upon the avenue ahead, the lifeless remains of over a dozen zombies were strewn haphazardly. What on earth? Zhang Xiao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that someone has purged the undead? Li Dong speculated. Let's investigate, Lin Tao urged, quickening his pace. The trio approached the corpses, scrutinizing them with meticulous attention. The zombies' demise was exceedingly gruesome. Some had their skulls shattered, others their bodies lacerated, and some were even reduced to mere skeletons, as if devoured. This is excessively brutal, isn't it? Zhang Xiao remarked, his scalp prickling with unease. Judging by these marks, it doesn't appear to be the work of humans, Lin Tao observed, pointing to a particular cadaver. The corpse bore a massive claw mark across its chest, evidently torn asunder by some sort of beast. Could it be a mutated animal? Li Dong inquired, his face paling. Quite possibly, Lin Tao affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, a deep, guttural growl echoed from afar. The three exchanged wary glances and scrambled to find cover. Quick, take cover, Lin Tao hissed. They swiftly concealed themselves behind an abandoned vehicle, holding their breaths as they peered through the chinks in the window, observing the scene unfolding outside. A colossal zombified canine lumbered into view from the far end of the street. This creature was significantly larger than the previous one they had encountered. Its muscles taut and knotted, its fur sparse and mangy, yet radiating a palpable aura of menace. Good heavens! What manner of monstrosity is this? Zhang Xiao stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Hush! Silence! Lin Tao cautioned, urging him to maintain absolute quiet. The zombified canine ambled slowly down the street, as if searching for something. He approached a lifeless zombie carcass, lowered his head to sniff, and then opened his gaping maw, beginning to feast upon it. The sound of crunching bones echoed ominously, sending chills down the spine. How utterly revolting! Li Dong covered his mouth, nearly retching. Do not utter a word. Let it depart first, Lin Tao whispered. The zombie dog, having devoured one corpse, moved on to another. Thus, it continued to consume several bodies before finally departing, sated. Phew, it has finally left. Zhang Xiao exhaled deeply, feeling as though he might suffocate. We cannot linger here. We must hasten our departure. As Lin Tao spoke, he rose to his feet. The three of them navigated the street, adhering to their original plan, and pressed onward toward the Wumama Logistics Park. Chapter 11. A New Journey, Wumama. The enormous zombie dog vanished at the end of the street, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a nauseating stench of blood. Lin Tao stood up from behind an abandoned vehicle, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and furrowed his brow. This post-apocalyptic world was far more brutal than he had anticipated. Not only were there humans transformed into zombies, but also various mutated animals. The weight of survival pressing down like a mountain. Tao Gu, what should we do now? Are we still going to Wumama Logistics Park? Zhang Zhao's voice trembled, evidently shaken by the recent encounter with a monstrous zombie dog. Li Dong clenched the repair hammer tightly, his palms slick with sweat, his chubby face pale, clearly frightened, yet managing to nod resolutely. After all, there might be a vehicle there. Having a means of transportation would enable them to escape further, enhancing their chances of survival. Yes, we must go, Lin Tao declared with unwavering certainty. He drew a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Fear? What good is fear? Can fear ensure survival? Can fear prevent one from being bitten by a zombie? Can fear provide sustenance? Absolutely not. Action is the only recourse. However, we must proceed with caution. In this cursed place, who knows what other horrors may emerge, Lin Tao added. The trio resumed their journey, this time with heightened vigilance. Each step taken with utmost care, wary of any unforeseen calamities. Lin Tao led the way, his ears attuned like radar, meticulously listening for any sounds in the vicinity. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong trailed behind, their eyes darting about like two startled rabbits. After traversing for over an hour, encountering no significant dangers, they finally caught sight of the Wumama Logistics Park. From a distance, several heavy trucks stood parked within the park, resembling colossal steel beasts, quietly resting. Incredible! WeVe struck gold with so many vehicles, Zhang Xiao exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Don't celebrate too soon. We still don't know if we can drive them. Lin Tao doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. The trio quickened their pace and arrived at the entrance of the logistics park. The main gate stood firmly shut, but this posed no challenge for them. Lin Tao assessed the situation and noticed a small door to the side, its lock rusted and decayed. Seizing both ends of the lock, he yanked forcefully, and the chain snapped apart. Meanwhile, his two companions watched in envy. Let us go in and take a look. The three pushed open the small door and stepped into the logistics park. Inside, chaos reigned. Goods lay scattered everywhere, alongside several damaged vehicles. Fortunately, the zombies were few in number. The scattered few were easily dispatched by Lin Tao and his companions. Quickly search and see if there's a vehicle we can use, Lin Tao urged. The trio dispersed, embarking on their quest for a suitable target. Lin Tao approached a seemingly intact heavy-duty truck, flung open the door, and leapt inside. He attempted to start the engine, but sputter, sputter. The truck emitted a few muffled sounds, resembling a dying elder struggling against the inevitable, before ultimately succumbing to silence. Damn it! Out of fuel, Lin Tao exclaimed, striking the steering wheel with his fist, producing a dull thud that sent pain reverberating through his hand. He descended from the vehicle and tried several others in succession, only to be met with the same disheartening fate. Either they were devoid of fuel, lacked power, or had damaged components. None would ignite. Is this all for naught? Lin Tao grumbled, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. After the weight of his immense expectations crumbled, a hollow sensation enveloped him. Just as he was about to resign to despair, a jubilant shout from Zhang Xiao echoed from a distance. Tao Gu, come quickly. This vehicle can start. A jolt of excitement surged through Lin Tao, akin to a drowning man grasping a lifeline, as he hurriedly made his way over. There sat Zhang Xiao, beaming with triumph from the driver's seat of a crimson heavy-duty truck, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, gently maneuvering it. The engine roared with a deep, powerful growl, akin to a ferocious beast. Incredible shower. Lin Tao couldn't help but give a thumbs up, lavishly bestowing his praise. Hope for their escape surged once more. Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Xiao grinned widely, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, proudly patting the steering wheel. Tao Gu, Dong Gu, hop in. Zhang Xiao leaned out of the window, excitedly waving at the two individuals, his voice resonating in the vast expanse of the logistics park. Li Dong, initially dejected as he walked away from a truck after several unsuccessful attempts, felt a surge of energy upon hearing Zhang Xiao's call. His eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he hastened over. Lin Tao followed suit, though he did not share the exuberance of his companions. His long-standing habit of caution made him more circumspect. After all, if the vehicle were to run out of fuel midway, it would truly become a metal coffin, leaving them with no place to lament their misfortune. Wait, does this vehicle have enough fuel? Lin Tao inquired, standing beside the door and peering into the driver's cabin. Zhang Xiao paused, suddenly recalling this detail. Rubbing the back of his head, he sheepishly replied, "All right, let me check." He bent down to scrutinize the fuel gauge. Zhang Zhao's voice grew hesitant. A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Tao and Li Dong as they exchanged anxious glances. How much is left? Li Dong's voice trembled. Desperate to avoid the agony of shattered hopes once more, Zhang Zhao raised his head. A grimace more sorrowful than a frown spreading across his face. It's less than a quarter. Damn it. Li Dong could not help but curse. Collapsing onto the ground as if all his strength had been drained away, Lin Tao furrowed his brow. A mere quarter tank of fuel. How far could they possibly go? In this desolate wilderness, where could they refuel? Were they truly destined to be stranded here? Zhang Zhao observed the despondent expressions of the two. Feeling a twinge of guilt within, he scratched his head, attempting to offer solace. Well, perhaps we could search a bit more. There might still be other vehicles with fuel. Search for what? Li Dong retorted irritably. We've already scoured so many. Either they're out of fuel or broken down. I reckon we're stuck here for the day. Don't lose heart, Donggu. Zhang Zhao endeavored to lighten the mood. There are still several vehicles we haven't checked. We ought to look for something like a fuel pump. Lin Tao suddenly interjected. Li Dong perked up at this suggestion, though he found it somewhat implausible. It was certainly preferable to waiting idly. I'm in, he declared, rising from the ground to join Zhang Zhao in the search for a pipe. Lin Tao watched their industrious figures, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Perhaps they could truly reach the Jianghai Villa area. Chapter 12. Wumama Warehouse. Charge. Fuel pump. Fuel pump. Oh heavens. Oh earth. Could any benevolent angel send me a fuel pump? Zhang Zhao rummaged through the disarray, muttering incantations as if performing a ritual. Li Dong was equally engaged, wielding a crowbar, prying here and striking there, resembling a demolition crew. However, within this logistics park, amidst the heaps of dilapidated vehicles and worn-out tires, there was no sign of a fuel pump. Can you two be a bit more realistic? Lin Tao said, exasperated as he massaged his temples. What time is it? And you're still playing a treasure hunt? Tao Ge, it's not like we have any other choice. Zhang Zhao plopped down onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Surely, they couldn't just wait for the fuel tank to fill itself? Indeed, Li Dong chimed in, adding, what if they actually found it? Then they would strike it rich. Lin Tao rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that the optimism of these two was truly unmatched, almost rivaling that of AQ. Just then, Zhang Zhao suddenly let out a loud shout, startling Lin Tao and Li Dong as if he had risen from the dead. What on earth has gotten into you? Li Dong asked, exasperated. Found it, Zhang Zhao exclaimed, holding up a dark object with excitement. Look, what is this? An oil pump? No way. Did we really find it? Li Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Tao leaned in for a closer look, and indeed, it was an oil pump. Though it appeared somewhat aged and was covered in grease and dust, it was still functional. Xiao, your luck is simply astounding. Lin Tao was at a loss for words. It was as if a halo of fortune had descended upon him. Haha, indeed. Zhang Zhao proudly raised his eyebrows, declaring himself the lucky one. With the oil pump in hand, the subsequent tasks became considerably easier. The trio worked together, borrowing fuel from several nearby trucks. One hose was inserted into the fuel tank while another was placed into the barrel, and Zhang Zhao diligently pumped the oil, watching as diesel flowed steadily into the container. The scene was reminiscent of their childhood escapades of sneaking sips of soda, except this time, they were pilfering not soda, but life-saving fuel. Why is this oil so difficult to siphon? Zhang Zhao exclaimed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his arms nearly cramping from exertion. No surprise. The tank is almost empty. It's only natural that it would be a struggle. Li Dong interjected with a smirk. Hold on, Xiao. For our future, for the Jianghai Villa district, we must persevere. Lin Tao encouraged from the sidelines. After an arduous effort, the trio finally managed to drain the remaining oil from several nearby trucks. As they gazed at the brimming barrels, a wave of satisfaction washed over them. At last, they could set off without the dread of breaking down mid-journey. Come on, lend a hand. Lin Tao called out to the others, urging them to load the barrels onto the red truck. I must say, these barrels are exceedingly heavy. Li Dong grumbled as he heaved, grimacing. Well, of course, it's diesel. After all, and we have a whole barrel of it. Zhang Zhao retorted. After an arduous struggle, they finally succeeded in hoisting the barrels onto the vehicle. Zhang Zhao took charge of refueling the truck while Lin Tao and Li Dong inspected its condition. Once Zhang Zhao filled the tank and ensured everything was in order, they were ready to set off. Wait a moment, it seems we're missing something. Lin Tao suddenly frowned. What are we missing? Zhang Zhao and Li Dong asked in unison. Food. Lin Tao slapped his forehead. We can't embark on this journey on empty stomachs, can we? Oh right. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong finally realized, having been so focused on refueling that they completely overlooked the need for sustenance. In this desolate wilderness, where shall we find food? Li Dong pondered with concern. I've got it. Zhang Xiao's eyes lit up. I seem to recall there being a Walmart warehouse nearby. A Walmart warehouse. Is that for real? Lin Tao and Li Dong were somewhat skeptical. Really? I saw it when I delivered goods here before. Zhang Xiao declared emphatically. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Upon hearing there was food involved, Li Dong instantly perked up. Come on, let us head to the Wumama warehouse. Zhang Xiao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. His voice resonated throughout the vast logistics park, as if rallying for the impending adventure. Are you certain you can drive this large truck? Lin Tao asked. His tone tinged with doubt, his gaze flickering towards Zhang Xiao. He was aware that Zhang Xiao's driving experience was primarily with small cars, and the sight of this behemoth naturally caused him some concern. No worries, I'll give it a try. Zhang Xiao confidently patted his chest and approached the driver's seat. Li Dong, standing nearby, watched anxiously, silently praying that Zhang Xiao would manage to drive successfully. Seated at the helm, Zhang Xiao grasped the steering wheel, feeling somewhat disoriented by the array of gauges before him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. Though a sense of panic lurked within, he was determined not to appear weak in front of his friends. First, insert the key and turn it to the self-check position, then press the clutch and brake. Start the engine, ensure the gauges are normal, release the handbrake, and finally shift into gear to set off. He recalled from his past driving experiences, mentally rehearsing the steps to mitigate his anxiety. With a surge of determination, he inserted the key and turned it. The engine roared to life with a deafening rumble. I did it! Zhang Xiao exclaimed with exhilaration, though he soon found himself at a loss. Right. Slowly release the clutch and accelerate. Recalling the subsequent procedures, Zhang Xiao gradually disengaged the clutch and gently depressed the accelerator. The vehicle commenced a sedate advance, somewhat bumpy, yet functional. Indeed, this is rather intriguing. A delighted smile graced Zhang Xiao's countenance, inwardly pleased. Do not become complacent. Observe ahead. Li Dong cautioned from the side, a hint of apprehension evident in his gaze. Zhang Xiao nodded, diligently focusing his attention. Though the path ahead was uneven, his spirit was imbued with courage. After a period of experimentation, Zhang Xiao progressively grasped the nuances of driving. Despite the sluggish pace and occasional stalls, he managed to maintain a steady forward trajectory. Fortunately, the vicinity was a suburban periphery with a sparse zombie population, and the intended warehouse was situated in an even more remote location. Otherwise, the truck's clamor, combined with Zhang Xiao's nascent driving skills, would likely have proven perilous. Behold, we are nigh, Zhang Xiao exclaimed with fervor, pointing towards the horizon, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hopefully, the warehouse still contains provisions. Lin Tao silently mused, refraining from vocalizing his thoughts, yet yearning to discover sustenance, the paramount element of their strategy. As the vehicle drew nearer to the warehouse, Zhang Xiao's elation intensified. He envisioned the culinary delights that the warehouse might harbor, his mouth nearly watering. Halt! Halt! Lin Tao suddenly bellowed, disrupting Zhang Xiao's reverie. Ah! Zhang Xiao frantically applied the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a standstill at the warehouse entrance, the chassis gently rocking. We have arrived, Li Dong jubilantly declared as he alighted from the vehicle, eagerly striding towards the warehouse. Wait a moment, let us first ascertain whether there is any danger, Lin Tao cautioned, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong halted, also becoming acutely aware of the significance of safety. The trio approached the warehouse with utmost caution, their hearts brimming with anticipation and anxiety. Look, the door is ajar, Li Dong exclaimed, pointing towards the entrance, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Let us venture inside, Lin Tao suggested, silently resolving to proceed with care. The three of them entered the warehouse slowly. The dim lighting cast shadows, and the air was thick with an antiquated scent. Zhang Xiao switched on his phone's flashlight, illuminating the path ahead. Chapter 13. The Return of Li Ming. In the gloom, the shelves overflowed with an assortment of supplies, the air tinged with a blend of dust and food. Zhang Xiao swept the beam of light around, his eyes widening as he scanned every nook and cranny, fearful of overlooking any treasure. Goodness! We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. Zhang Xiao's voice quivered with excitement as he pointed to a row of shelves, neatly stacked with boxes of instant noodles, sausages, and bottled water. This could last us for ages, Li Dong exclaimed, his hands rubbing together in exhilaration, the flesh of his round face quivering with anticipation. Although Lin Tao felt a surge of excitement within, he maintained a semblance of composure. He surveyed the area and murmured, "Let us not rejoice too soon. We must first ascertain if there are any zombies present." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Xiao gasped, pointing towards a corner. "It appears there are people over there." The three approached cautiously, discovering several individuals clad in warehouse uniforms sprawled on the ground, their bodies already stiffened, clearly having succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies. However, the number of these zombies was not substantial, and they appeared to move sluggishly, likely the remnants of the warehouse staff. Only a few minor adversaries, posing little threat. Zhang Xiao eagerly rubbed his hands together, ready for action. Lin Tao nodded, stating, "Let us resolve this swiftly and discreetly." The three seized their weapons, and Lin Tao, empowered by his enhanced physique, charged forth like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, effortlessly dispatching a zombie. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong, not to be outdone, swung their repair hammers at the creature. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled thuds, tranquility returned to the warehouse. Phew, it's done. Zhang Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. "Let us hurry and move the supplies. We're short on time," Lin Tao urged. The trio descended upon the truck like ravenous wolves, frantically transporting provisions. Boxes of instant noodles, packets of ham sausages, bottles of mineral water. Witnessing the truck gradually fill, the three felt an overwhelming sense of joy. These items were the currency of the apocalypse. With these supplies, they could sustain a more comfortable existence in this harsh world. Yet, just as they reveled in their bounty, a piercing roar of an engine shattered the warehouse's serenity. Creaking to a halt, a jeep skidded to a stop at the entrance, stirring up a cloud of dust. "What is happening?" Zhang Xiao was startled, nearly dropping his load. Lin Tao's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition swirling within him. Trouble is brewing. Li Dong's voice trembled slightly. Four individuals leapt from the jeep. At the forefront stood a burly man, his arms adorned with a fierce dragon tattoo, unmistakably not one to be trifled with. Trailing behind him were two lackeys with bleached hair, swaggering about and wielding steel pipes. However, it was the individual bringing up the rear that left Lin Tao and his companions utterly astonished. "Li Ming." Li Dong gasped, his eyes widening to an almost comical extent. Indeed, this was the very person who had previously abandoned his comrades to flee alone. How could he possibly be here, mingling with such evidently unsavory characters? Upon spotting Lin Tao and the others, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Ming's face, soon replaced by an expression of bitter resentment. He swiftly approached the tattooed man, gesturing towards Lin Tao and his companions while whispering something in his ear. After listening, the tattooed man's lips curled into a cruel smile as he appraised Lin Tao and his companions with a mocking gaze. "Well, lads, it seems fortune smiles upon you for having stumbled upon such a delightful spot. However, this place now belongs to me." The tattooed man's voice was rough and gravelly, grating like sandpaper against stone. Lin Tao fixed him with a cold stare, retorting, "We found it first. By what right do you claim it?" "What right?" The tattooed man erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "In this apocalyptic world, the fist is the law. What I desire becomes mine. If you know what's good for you, you'd best skedaddle, lest you provoke my ire." Li Ming, eager to ingratiate himself, added fuel to the fire. "Brother, these fellows are armed and have even taken down a few zombies. They possess some skills. However, before you, they are but mere ants, easily crushed beneath a single finger." The tattooed man smirked with satisfaction, flexing his wrist as his knuckles cracked ominously. "Boys, I offer you one final opportunity. Retreat, or face your demise." Lin Tao met his gaze without trepidation, articulating each word with conviction. "We shall not depart. What lies here is ours to claim." "Very well. You possess spirit." A glint of menace flashed in the tattooed man's eyes. "Since you seek death, do not blame me." With a swift motion, he gestured, and two of his henchmen, sporting disheveled hair, brandished steel pipes and charged at Lin Tao and his companions. The tattooed man remained stationary, keenly observing the ensuing chaos, a smirk playing upon his lips as he reveled in the sensation of control. "Brothers, let us take him down," Zhang Xiao roared, brandishing a car repair hammer as he surged forward. Li Dong followed closely, though fear gnawed at him. He understood the imperative of standing firm. The two henchmen lunged, their steel pipes aimed menacingly at Li Dong and Zhang Xiao's heads. A surge of fury ignited within Lin Tao. The audacity of their adversaries was appalling, clearly intent on their destruction. "Perish!" One of the henchmen bellowed, swinging his pipe, toward Li Dong's head. With barely a moment to spare, Li Dong evaded the blow. Lin Tao shifted forward, grasping Li Dong firmly. He commanded with authority, "You two deal with the one on the right." Li Dong and Zhang Xiao replied as Lin Tao turned to face the blonde-haired man, his eyes ablaze with fury. He took a deep breath, instantly feeling the surge of power within him. Lin Tao moved with the ferocity of a descending tiger, swiftly closing in on his opponent. Grasping a pipe wrench in both hands, he swung it in a wide arc from right to left, aiming to strike the blonde man. "If you intend to kill us, do not blame me." Lin Tao's resolve hardened. The blonde man, taken by surprise, thought to himself, "Oh no, such speed," instinctively gripping a steel pipe in preparation to block. He realized too late that he was far too slow. With a resounding thud, the wrench struck the blonde man's chest, propelling him backward like a bolt from a crossbow. A large chunk of flesh torn away from his back, clearly indicating his demise. The two men beside him were engaged in battle with another blonde. And in a 2-on-1 scenario, defeat was inevitable. Yet, Lin Tao remained vigilant. The tattooed man's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently upon him. A sinister smile creeping across his face. "You little rascal, you possess some skill." The tattooed man's voice was low and gravelly, as if he were deep in thought. "But do you believe you can escape my grasp?" A sense of foreboding tightened in Lin Tao's chest. The tattooed man's aura suddenly intensified, causing the air around them to tremble. He slightly spread his fingers, flames dancing in his palm, as if ready to erupt at any moment. Flames. Lin Tao's heart raced. Was this the first time he had witnessed another superpower manifesting in such a peculiar manner? "I am the master of fire. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand the flames?" The tattooed man smirked coldly, his flames instantaneously intensifying, illuminating the entire warehouse. "Do you believe that by defeating a mere yellow-haired fool, you can entertain the notion of overcoming me? In this apocalyptic world, only the strong can endure. The outcome remains uncertain." Lin Tao's voice resonated with determination, igniting a fierce spirit within. He understood that the adversary before him could not be underestimated. He had to give his all. "Come now, let me witness your prowess." The tattooed man bellowed, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Lin Tao. The fire surged forth like a colossal dragon, its scorching waves distorting the air around them. Chapter 14. Counterattack, Astonishing Defense. Faced with the overwhelming inferno, Lin Tao's pupils constricted. The heat was palpable. If he were to be caught in its grasp, he would not merely suffer burns, but could face dire consequences. He could even detect the acrid scent of his own singed hair. Lin Tao had no desire to experience the agony of being roasted alive, and he swiftly retreated, propelled by an unseen force. Yet, the tattooed man's flames seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing him with an expansive reach. "Damn, this fire is ferocious." Lin Tao cursed internally. The tattooed man was akin to a human flamethrower. Retreating to a wall, Lin Tao felt the innate fear of fire, ingrained in him through years of human education, preventing him from confronting the tattooed man head-on. Meanwhile, over by Li Dong and Zhang Xiao, although they had the numerical advantage of 2 against 1, they were struggling to contain another yellow-haired adversary. After all, these 2 ordinary college students were ill-equipped to match the streetwise combatant, lacking the extraordinary abilities that Lin Tao possessed. Driven by acute anxiety, Lin Tao realized the gravity of the situation. "This tattooed man is proving to be a formidable adversary." The man exclaimed, "So, you fancy yourself elusive, do you? I shall only say this once. If you fail to reveal yourself, your 2 comrades shall be reduced to mere skewers of roasted flesh." These words galvanized Lin Tao, making him realize that failure to neutralize this threat would result in dire consequences for Li Dong and Zhang Xiao. "I shall count to 3. If you remain hidden, your friends shall become the aforementioned skewers. 1, 2. This cannot be prolonged." Lin Tao, gritting his teeth, hardened his resolve. He knew his only recourse was to confront the man head-on. "Fortune favors the bold," he thought, "and with my unique abilities, what is there to fear?" Drawing a deep breath, Lin Tao focused on the power coursing through him, his gaze hardening with determination. The tattooed man before him was undoubtedly dangerous, his fiery abilities inspiring dread. However, Lin Tao had no intention of retreating. To safeguard Li Dong and Zhang Xiao, he needed to find a way to lower the man's guard. Stepping out from behind the corner, Lin Tao discarded the pipe wrench, signaling his lack of threat. "Huh. Just as I suspected, a simpleton who relies solely on brute force." The tattooed man's eyes flashed with disdain as he observed Lin Tao's actions. He erupted with silent laughter. marveling at the abundance of fools in the world. A simpleton willing to sacrifice himself for his friends. He had incinerated several daredevils in the past, but never had he encountered one so eager to meet his demise. Does this fool fancy himself invulnerable, capable of withstanding flames? What an utter jest! A cruel smile crept across the tattooed man's lips as he gathered energy in his hands, preparing to unleash a torrent of fire. He intended to demonstrate to Lin Tao the ramifications of courting death. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Lin Tao recognized the propitious moment. His legs tensed, poised for action. The tattooed man smirked malevolently, clasping his hands before his chest as if conjuring a colossal fireball, intent on incinerating Lin Tao and acquainting him with the ultimate cremation service. Oblivious to his impending fate, the tattooed man continued to strike a pose. With a vehement thrust of his hands, he bellowed, "Partake of my infernal flames." A voluminous burst of fire erupted from his hands, akin to a volcanic eruption, surging towards Lin Tao with an all-consuming aura. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao, having just subdued the yellow-haired thug, turned to behold the spectacle, their faces paling in horror. Should the flames engulf him? It was conceivable that nothing would remain of Lin Tao, not even ashes. "Tao, my man," Li Dong vociferated, his voice cracking with desperation. He yearned to rush to his aid, but as a mere mortal, even with the celerity of Usain Bolt, he could not possibly intervene in time. It was futile. Zhang Xiao stamped his feet in distress, muttering incessantly, "It's over, it's over. He's going to be a kebab." Instantly, the flames devoured Lin Tao, engulfing the warehouse in a blaze of light and a surge of sweltering heat, causing even Li Dong and Zhang Xiao in the distance to feel a searing pain on their skin. The tattooed man erupted in a triumphant guffaw. "Ha ha. This is the consequence of opposing me. Now you know who reigns supreme." Abruptly, the tattooed man's laughter ceased as he beheld Lin Tao, ablaze, hurtling towards him like an arrow. "Perish!" With a furious roar, Lin Tao concentrated all his strength into his right fist and struck fiercely at the tattooed man's head. This punch embodied Lin Tao's entire resolve. He aimed for a decisive blow. The tattooed man, taken aback by Lin Tao's ability to move amidst the hellish flames and his astonishing speed, attempted to evade but found it too late. A resounding thud echoed as Lin Tao's fist connected solidly with the man's skull, which shattered like a watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. He barely had time to emit a cry before he met his demise. Lin Tao stood in a daze, gazing at his slightly smoking fist, struggling to comprehend the situation. I only sustained a minor injury?" he murmured to himself. He had anticipated that even if he survived, he would be severely burned, yet astonishingly, he had only suffered a trivial burn. This level of resilience was utterly remarkable. A wave of elation surged within him as he realized that his current prowess had transcended that of an ordinary person. He had become a true powerhouse. This battle had granted Lin Tao a profound understanding of his own capabilities. "Tao Ge." The voices of Li Dong and Zhang Xiao echoed in his ears. Turning around, Lin Tao saw their faces pale with terror, clearly shaken by the encounter. The lingering warmth of the flames still enveloped the warehouse, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants. "Goodness! Tao Ge, are you all right?" "You were engulfed in flames. It terrified me," Li Dong exclaimed, rushing forward to circle Lin Tao, inspecting him anxiously as if fearing he had lost some vital part. Lin Tao observed the anxious demeanor of the two, feeling a surge of warmth within. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Xiao suddenly noticed Li Ming stealthily attempting to edge away in the corner of the warehouse. "Trying to flee?" Zhang Xiao scoffed coldly, swiftly advancing and seizing the man by the collar. Li Ming, caught in Zhang Xiao's grip, trembled in fear, his pallid face and flickering gaze betraying his terror. What do you want?" he stammered. "What do I want? You brought people to ambush us, and now you wish to escape? Do you think I, Zhang Xiao, am a fool?" Zhang Xiao's voice was frigid, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. Li Ming's legs quaked, nearly buckling beneath him. In a panic, he exclaimed, "No, it wasn't me, it was that tattooed man who sent me here. I was forced." "Forced? It seems to me that you are reveling in this predicament," Lin Tao interjected, rushing forward and pointing an accusing finger at Li Ming's nose. You." Li Ming lowered his head, stammering, unable to articulate a response. Yet, the bitterness within him swelled uncontrollably, anger surging past the bounds of his reason. "You scoundrel! It is because of you that I have fallen to such depths." His voice echoed through the warehouse, a tumult of rage and resentment etched upon his face, his eyes burning with a flame of defiance. Though gripped by Zhang Xiao, he was overwhelmed with fear, yet a deeper emotion simmered, a profound hatred directed at Lin Tao. I could have lived a good life, but you, in your arrogance, chose to reject me. While I was with the others heading to the cafeteria, pursued by the zombie hounds, after finally escaping, I was then trampled underfoot by that accursed tattooed man, reduced to his lackey. Li Ming's voice escalated in pitch, his emotions spiraling out of control, as if he intended to unleash all his wrath upon Lin Tao. In a fit of madness, he withdrew a dagger from his pocket and lunged at Zhang Xiao. The proximity was too great for Zhang Xiao to evade, and he was struck in the shoulder. Zhang Xiao, Li Dong exclaimed in shock. Lin Tao, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of regret for not having dealt with that treacherous and selfish scoundrel sooner. Regaining his composure, Lin Tao delivered a powerful kick to Li Ming, sending him crashing to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 15, Astonishing. Zhang Xiao's abilities. My God, Zhang Xiao, are you alright? Li Dong's eyes widened in horror. His voice trembling, he rushed forward, supporting Zhang Xiao and frantically attempting to apply pressure to the wound. Blood oozed through Zhang Xiao's fingers, staining his clothes and creating a gruesome sight. Lin Tao's face turned ashen, his heart racing with fear. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely believed Zhang Xiao was on the brink of death. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, he was consumed by guilt. It was entirely his fault for being so careless. Had he taken action sooner to eliminate the menace that was Li Ming, Zhang Xiao would not have been injured. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth, gasping in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, he persevered through the agony, reassuring Li Dong, I'm fine. I want to die. Just as the words left his lips, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation radiating from the wound on his shoulder, as if a warm current flowed through the injury, gradually alleviating the searing pain. He instinctively reached out to touch the wound. With a gasp, Zhang Xiao froze. He distinctly felt that the wound beneath his fingers was healing at a visibly rapid pace. What is happening? Zhang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeatedly touched the area, confirming that he was not dreaming. Goodness, what is this situation? Li Dong also noticed the transformation of Zhang Xiao's wound, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Lin Tao was equally stunned. He leaned in for a closer look and confirmed that Zhang Xiao's wound was indeed healing swiftly. The once bleeding injury was now beginning to scab over. Is this a supernatural ability? A thought flashed through Lin Tao's mind. Other than supernatural abilities, he could think of no other explanation. Supernatural abilities? I have them too. Zhang Xiao's voice quivered with excitement. He felt as though he were in a dream, as happiness arrived with such unexpected fervor. Just moments ago, he feared for his life, and now, in the blink of an eye, he possessed extraordinary powers. This was more exhilarating than winning the lottery. Incredible. Zhang Xiao, you are amazing. You have awakened a self-healing ability. Li Dong's eyes turned red with envy. Ha ha ha. I too possess extraordinary powers now. Who would dare bully me from now on? Zhang Xiao raised his hands in triumph, laughing heartily. However, Li Dong sensed something amiss and abruptly interjected, Zhang Xiao, it seems you no longer possess self-healing, do you? Li Dong pointed at Zhang Xiao's shoulder, where blood continued to seep out, staining a large portion of his clothing. Something is off? Zhang Xiao looked down and realized that the wound indeed showed no signs of improvement, remaining a gruesome mass. Could it be? Furrowing his brow, Zhang Xiao reached out to touch the wound. As soon as contact was made, a miraculous event transpired. The flesh and blood at the edges of the wound began to writhe as if imbued with life, gradually converging towards the center. Indeed, Zhang Xiao's eyes sparkled with realization. It appeared that his extraordinary ability required a manual trigger. The exhilaration of surviving a calamity, coupled with the thrill of awakening his powers, left him in a euphoric state. Lin Tao observed Zhang Xiao's elation, feeling a surge of joy himself. With Zhang Xiao's newfound healing ability, their chances of survival had significantly increased. However, amidst the celebration, Lin Tao also felt a wave of trepidation. Had that knife struck just a fraction off target, hitting a vital spot, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This incident served as a stark warning. Lin Tao spoke solemnly, asserting that in this apocalyptic world, we cannot harbor even the slightest sense of complacency. Any lapse in vigilance could cost us our lives. Indeed, we must remain perpetually alert and refrain from repeating past mistakes. Li Dong also abandoned his playful demeanor, adopting a serious expression as he concurred. This confrontation has imparted valuable lessons upon us. Lin Tao continued, stating first, "We must not place our trust in anyone too readily, especially those who appear harmless. One can never tell when they might strike from behind. Second, we must not show mercy. In dealing with adversaries, we must be resolute in eradicating threats, lest we invite endless repercussions. Third, we must continuously enhance our strength. Only by doing so can we endure in this merciless world." The words of Lin Tao resonated deeply, each syllable striking a chord within Li Dong and Zhang Xiao. Both nodded in solemn agreement. This experience profoundly unveiled the harsh realities of a world on the brink of collapse. The cruelty did not stem solely from zombies and mutated beasts. The more harrowing aspect lay within the human heart. Li Dong gazed at Lin Tao and Zhang Xiao, consumed by a tumultuous mix of envy and resentment. "You both possess extraordinary abilities, while I remain devoid of any, feeling akin to a mere burden." Li Dong's voice trailed off, laden with despondency. "Do not speak like that, Li Dong," Lin Tao reassured, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Everyone possesses their own worth. You too have your merits." "What merits do I possess?" Li Dong replied with a bitter smile. "I am merely a timid, fearful individual, a glutton with no other skills." "Who says that?" Zhang Xiao interjected. "You are quite adept at repairing vehicles, are you not? Moreover, you are remarkably loyal. You have never faltered when it truly mattered." "Indeed, Li Dong, do not underestimate yourself," Lin Tao added. "In this apocalyptic world, the three of us must support one another to survive." "Yes," Li Dong nodded vigorously. Yet the melancholy in his eyes remained unmistakable. Lin Tao observed this scene, uncertain of how to provide solace. "Very well, let us first address the situation at hand." Lin Tao broke the silence, unwilling to linger on such a weighty topic. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, and Lin Tao felt an unsettling chill, an indescribable coldness surging from his lower abdomen to the crown of his head. He abruptly looked down, nearly petrified by what he saw. He realized that he was completely unclothed, his garments having been utterly consumed in the previous battle, leaving only a few charred strips of fabric precariously hanging from his waist. Lin Tao's face flushed crimson, as he had just spent an entire afternoon passionately discussing the philosophies of life with his companions while in this state of undress. This was nothing short of a social death scene. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao finally regained their composure, following Lin Tao's gaze. They were momentarily taken aback before erupting into uproarious laughter. "Ha! Lin Tao, what on earth is this look? The first person to run naked in the apocalypse?" Li Dong laughed so hard that he nearly doubled over, tears streaming down his face. "Goodness, Lin Tao, you are exceedingly liberated. I thought you had undergone a transformation. Turns out it's just..." "Ha!" Zhang Xiao was equally amused, slapping his thigh and gasping for breath. Lin Tao wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground, suppressing his embarrassment as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "What are you laughing at? Hurry and find some clothes." With that, the three sprang into action. Unbeknownst to them, they were busy until dusk. After a period of treatment, Zhang Xiao tested his healing ability on Lin Tao and discovered that it could indeed be applied to him. However, Lin Tao felt a wave of discomfort. He certainly did not wish to be subjected to such touch from his brothers. Once that matter was settled, their gaze turned to the large truck. "Let us go? We're getting in the truck and moving forward," Lin Tao declared. The trio climbed into the vehicle, with Zhang Xiao taking the wheel while Lin Tao and Zhang Xiao settled into the back. The truck slowly started up, exiting the warehouse and heading towards the Jianghai Villa area. The roar of the engine reverberated through the silent night sky, as if proclaiming their unwavering resolve. They remained oblivious to the myriad dangers that awaited them ahead. Yet, they were fully prepared to confront any challenge that lay in their path. Chapter 16. The Fitness Maniac is online. As night fell, the inky sky resembled a vast canvas enveloping the earth, causing even the stars to retreat in fear. On the highway, a solitary red truck crept into a service area like a forlorn beast. The shrill screech of brakes shattered the tranquility of the night, as Zhang Xiao brought the vehicle to a steady halt in the parking lot. At last, a moment to rest. This bumpy journey had nearly dislocated my bones. Zhang Xiao stretched languidly, fatigue etched across his face. Safety first, Lin Tao declared, though his mind wandered elsewhere. "Are we really sleeping here tonight?" Li Dong asked, huddling deeper into his clothing, his neck drawn in with apprehension. The service area felt ominous, and unease settled within him. Indeed, driving at night is perilous. "Zombies do not slumber," Lin Tao replied, as he leapt from the vehicle. The trio sought a relatively clean corner, unloading some supplies from the truck in preparation for their overnight stay. Come, Come, let us tally our spoils. Zhang Xiao rubbed his hands together with excitement. Their expedition to the Walmart warehouse had proven bountiful. Instant noodles, sausages, bottled water, biscuits, canned goods, various provisions piled into a small mountain. Goodness gracious, with this abundance of food. We are set for a feast. Li Dong's eyes widened, nearly drooling at the sight. Look at your lack of composure. Zhang Xiao curled her lips. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the food. Lin Tao said nothing, silently organizing and categorizing the items. His thoughts, however, extended far beyond the mere sustenance before him. By the way, Lin Tao, what exactly is your special ability? Zhang Xiao suddenly inquired, her curiosity piqued. It feels like you've been growing stronger all along. Indeed. Brother Tao, Li Dong chimed in. You were once vulnerable after being bitten by a zombie, yet now you emerged from a fire with only minor injuries. It's astonishing. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter himself. Ever since that fateful night of the meteor shower, he had acquired this enigmatic power. Initially, it merely enhanced his strength and slightly increased his speed. However, following his first encounter with a zombie, he experienced a modest improvement in his strength, speed, and defense the very next day. He could effortlessly break free from Zhang Xiao and Li Dong's binds, and even lift a 120 kilograms dumbbell with one hand. Subsequently, after battling a zombie dog, he distinctly felt lighter the next day. Could it be that my special ability is intrinsically linked to combat? A thought flickered through Lin Tao's mind. He recalled that each time he had grown stronger, it seemed to coincide with a battle. For instance, during his first zombie bite, driven by the instinct to survive and the psychological terror of his initial fight, he had frantically beaten the corpse, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. On another occasion, in a bid to protect Li Dong and Zhang Xiao, he wrestled with a zombie dog. At first, he found it exceedingly difficult to land a hit. Only after exhausting his stamina was he able to seize the opportunity to triumph over the creature. For the third time, just moments ago, I engaged in a life-and-death struggle against that flame-tattooed man. If this trend continues, I should become stronger by tomorrow. It seems that I shall soon have the opportunity to validate my hypothesis. Lin Tao pondered this in his mind. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao were still gazing at him expectantly, awaiting his explanation. Lin Tao regained his focus and carefully considered his words. Perhaps it was due to the battles? He spoke uncertainly, scratching his head. Don't you think that these two instances of gaining strength seem to be related to combat? Combat. Zhang Xiao stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. The first time, you were bitten by a zombie and fought it off. After which you became immensely powerful. The second time, you battled that rabid zombie dog, and then your speed increased to an almost supernatural level. And this time is even more absurd. You were not even fazed by being set ablaze. So, are you the type who grows stronger with every fight, Tao Ge? Li Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. Does that mean you'll need to seek out fights every day to become stronger? Not necessarily. Lin Tao quickly waved his hand, as he had no desire to become a bellicose individual. I merely suggested a possibility. The specifics require further observation. Further observation? How do you intend to do that? Are you planning to find someone to burn you again? Zhang Xiao jested. Get lost. Lin Tao laughed, playfully scolding him. I certainly don't wish to relive the experience of being roasted alive. If my conjecture holds true, then by tomorrow, I should be slightly stronger than I am now. Is that for real? Brother Tao, is your supernatural ability not a bit too extreme? If you were to engage in combat every day, wouldn't that be akin to soaring to the heavens? Li Dong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, mixed with a tinge of envy. Let us wait until tomorrow to see. He added, well then, it's getting late. We should retire for the night, Lin Tao suggested. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong nodded in agreement. The three of them nestled into their sleeping bags, lying on the ground, and soon succumbed to the embrace of slumber. The following morning, Lin Tao was roused by the melodious chorus of birdsong. He opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and assessed his body, bouncing lightly to test his physical condition. To his surprise, he found that it seemed unchanged from the previous day. How peculiar. Why is there no alteration? No, it appears that the transformation does not stem from battle. Lin Tao pondered, a realization dawning upon him. He recalled that each time he had grown stronger, he had engaged in some form of exercise beforehand. For instance, during the first encounter when he was bitten by a zombie, he had relentlessly beaten the corpse until he was nearly exhausted. The second time, when battling a zombie dog, he had struggled to land a hit until he ultimately vanquished it. There was only one exception, his confrontation with the tattooed man. The tale of his battle with the tattooed man was lengthy, yet in reality, Lin Tao had merely evaded initially, only striking once to eliminate his foe, resulting in minimal physical exertion. Contemplating this pivotal detail, a new thought emerged in Lin Tao's mind. He surveyed his surroundings and spotted an open space, whereupon he commenced doing push-ups. "Lin Tao, what are you up to?" Zhang Xiao, just awakened, asked with a bewildered expression, still drowsy. "I'm exercising," Lin Tao replied, without lifting his gaze. "Exercising? Right now?" Li Dong, who had kept vigil last night, was taken aback as he observed Lin Tao sitting in a daze after getting out of bed, only to suddenly embark on a fitness regimen. "Brother Tao, are you feeling all right?" he inquired. "Do not disturb me," Lin Tao replied irritably, as he was solely focused on confirming his hypothesis. 1, 2, 3. Lin Tao executed 51 handed push-ups in a single breath, feeling a slight warmth in his body, yet nothing extraordinary. Could it be that the workout was insufficient? Lin Tao pondered. He then proceeded to perform squats, high knees. An array of exercises followed in succession, leaving him breathless and drenched in sweat. "Lin Tao, are you trying to exhaust yourself to death?" Zhang Xiao exclaimed, unable to watch any longer. "Indeed, Brother Tao, perhaps you should take a break," Li Dong urged. However, Lin Tao appeared oblivious, continuing his relentless training. Suddenly, he felt a surge within him, as if his blood was coursing and his muscles were expanding. A formidable power brewing inside. This sensation, Lin Tao's heart soared with joy. He realized that his conjecture was indeed accurate. His extraordinary ability was truly enhanced through physical training. "Ha ha, I am a genius." Lin Tao could not contain his laughter. "Are you all right, Lin Tao?" Zhang Xiao and Li Dong were startled, fearing he had lost his mind from the exertion. "I am perfectly fine. In fact, I feel great," Lin Tao exclaimed with excitement. "I have uncovered the secret of my extraordinary ability." "What secret?" Zhang Xiao and Li Dong asked with curiosity. "My extraordinary ability can be strengthened through exercise," Lin Tao declared proudly. "Is that true?" Zhang Xiao and Li Dong expressed disbelief. "Behold," Lin Tao exclaimed as he approached a large boulder. Taking a deep breath, he struck it with an immense fist. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as the stone shattered into fragments. "Wow!" Zhang Xiao and Li Dong were left astounded. "This is incredible. Now do you believe me?" Lin Tao said with a triumphant smile. "We believe. Tao Gu, you are nothing short of a superhero." Li Dong marveled, completely in awe. "Haha. From now on, we shall follow Tao Gu." Zhang Xiao chimed in excitedly. Lin Tao chuckled softly, saying nothing. Deep down, he understood that although he had grown stronger, danger lurked everywhere in this apocalyptic world. He must continually enhance his abilities to safeguard both himself and his companions. Chapter 17. The Zhanghai Villa District, so close. The red heavy truck roared down the desolate highway like an untiring beast, its engine's growl seemingly heralding its return. Lin Tao sat in the passenger seat, idly scrolling through his phone, which now served merely as a sophisticated timepiece, offering little more than the hour. "Zhang Xiao, you handle this truck quite adeptly. You must have raced quite a bit before, right?" Lin Tao casually inquired, attempting to alleviate the oppressive silence. "Heh, indeed. Back in the day. My friend was the brother of the legendary Akina speed god," Zhang Xiao boasted, tossing his head back with pride, nearly straining his neck. "Come on, spare me. You're more like the Akina tofu god," Lin Tao retorted without mercy. "TCH, what do you know? That is called a strategic retreat. Once I have honed my skills, there will inevitably come a day when you shall witness what true speed and passion entail," Zhang Xiao declared defiantly. All right, we acknowledge your prowess. Now, let us proceed with the driving. We mustn't end up in a ditch," Lin Tao replied with a resigned shake of his head. "Rest assured, Brother Tao, with my expertise, I could navigate to the Zhanghai Villa District with my eyes closed," Zhang Xiao boasted, thumping his chest. "Please spare us the theatrics. Are you intending for us to meet the King of Hell prematurely?" Lin Tao retorted with an eye roll. "Oh, come on, it was merely a jest. Do not take it so seriously," Zhang Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Just then, a loud snore emanated from the back seat. Li Dong had fallen asleep. This fellow truly has a heart of steel, managing to slumber at such a time. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Let him be. He kept watch last night and deserves the rest," Lin Tao remarked. Indeed, Zhang Xiao nodded in agreement. As time ticked by, the sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, reminiscent of a grand oil painting. "We're almost there. Ahead lies the Zhanghai Villa District," Zhang Xiao suddenly exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao's spirit lifted, and he promptly sat up straight, gazing out the window. In the distance, a luxurious cluster of villas emerged, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, exuding an aura of tranquility and peace. At long last, they had arrived. A wave of exhilaration surged within Lin Tao. This place represented their new hope. The truck gradually descended from the highway, following a winding path toward the villa district. "Stop the vehicle," Lin Tao suddenly commanded. "What is it?" Zhang Xiao was taken aback and promptly slammed on the brakes. "We are too close to the villa area. We cannot drive in, as it may attract zombies, which would pose a significant problem," Lin Tao explained. "That makes sense. So what should we do?" Zhang Xiao inquired. "Let us find a concealed spot to park the vehicle, and then we shall proceed on foot," Lin Tao suggested. "Agreed," Zhang Xiao nodded. The three of them exited the vehicle and sought refuge in a nearby thicket, where they parked the truck and made some rudimentary camouflage. "Let us go see what the situation is like at the Jianghai Villa area," Lin Tao stated. The trio cautiously made their way along a narrow path towards the villa district. Suddenly, a grotesque figure loomed ahead, a decaying zombie with eyes nearly falling from its sockets. "Li Dong, this is your task. I'll support you from the side," Lin Tao declared. "All right, Tao go." Although Li Dong felt a twinge of fear, he mustered his courage, seized a car repair hammer, and charged forward. After an intense, yet uneventful struggle, Li Dong successfully dispatched the zombie. "Phew, that wasn't too bad. Zombies are not as formidable as they seem," Li Dong exhaled. "Well done, Dong brother, you've got some skills," Zhang Xiao teased. "Wait, it seems there is some commotion over there," Lin Tao suddenly exclaimed. He faintly heard a distant cry for help. "Let us check it out." Lin Tao decisively led Zhang Xiao and Li Dong as they stealthily followed the sound. After maneuvering around several villas, they arrived at an open space. The sight before them caused Lin Tao's pupils to constrict sharply. In an open area, several scantily clad men, exuding a sense of menace, were encircling a young girl of around 13 or 14, their faces contorted with malicious grins. "Little sister, don't run away. We won't harm you," one leered. "Hee hee, you're rather charming, but I wonder how you'd fare in a game. Big brother, shall we deal with her right here?" Another suggested. "Fool. If the boss finds out, we're all done for." However, a little roughhousing could be permissible. The men erupted into raucous laughter, their crude remarks growing louder as they closed in. The young girl, pale and trembling, desperately retreated until she found herself cornered against a wall, with no escape in sight. "Please, don't come any closer. Help! Somebody help me," she cried, her voice filled with terror and despair. "Go ahead, scream until your throat is raw. No one will come to your aid." One of the men jeered. "This little one has some spirit. I like that in a girl." Their laughter grew more frenzied, and one of them lunged forward, intent on seizing the girl. "Stop!" At that critical moment, a furious roar rang out. Lin Tao, unable to contain himself any longer, charged forward. "What are you doing, Tao?" Zhang Xiao exclaimed in shock, hastily following his lead. Li Dong trailed behind, his heart racing with fear, yet he pressed on. The men, taken aback by the sudden interruption, turned to face Lin Tao and his companions, initially stunned, before their faces twisted into expressions of disdain. Where did these little brats come from, daring to ruin my good fortune? "You, boy, if you know what is good for you, scram quickly, otherwise I'll deal with all of you." "Ha ha ha, these little rascals, still dreaming of being heroes to rescue the damsel?" The group of men dismissed Lin Tao and his companions with disdainful and threatening words. Lin Tao's gaze turned frigid as he cast a glance at the men, coldly commanding, "Release that girl." "Oh, quite audacious, aren't we?" The leader of the men scoffed. "Boy, are you tired of living? Do you even know who we are?" "I don't care who you are," Lin Tao retorted unceremoniously. "This matter is under my control today." Good, good. The leader, enraged yet mocking, declared. "Since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, he drew a dagger from his waist and lunged menacingly towards Lin Tao. "Protect that girl. Leave these scoundrels to me," Lin Tao instructed. "Die, you little brat." Just then, the men charged toward Lin Tao, their daggers glinting ominously as they thrust at him. Lin Tao's eyes narrowed. With a swift movement, he effortlessly evaded the assault. With such meager skills, do they dare to stir trouble? Lin Tao scoffed. Recalling a renowned martial arts master's signature move he had once seen online, he executed a rapid maneuver, his arms whipping forward like whips. With a resounding shout, he unleashed the lightning 5 whips. The men's heads were struck directly by Lin Tao's forceful attack. Without uttering a single cry, they met their untimely demise. A death most hasty. Brother Tao, have you slain them all? Zhang Xiao and Li Dong rushed over, their expressions awash with shock as they beheld the bodies strewn about. Lin Tao nodded silently, aware that in this apocalyptic world, taking a life was an inescapable reality. To show mercy to one's foes is to inflict cruelty upon oneself. Brother, thank you for saving me. A timid voice chimed in, belonging to a young girl who approached hesitantly. She appeared no older than 13 or 14. Her frail frame so slight that a mere gust of wind could carry her away. Her large eyes still bore traces of terror, with tear streaks marking her cheeks, which were smudged with a bit of dust that elicited a pang of sympathy. The grayish-white, tattered t-shirt she wore seemed to have been her companion for quite some time. Stained with remnants of blood, the origin of which remained a mystery. Below, she donned a pair of faded jeans with 2 sizable holes worn into the knees. And on her feet were dirty, dilapidated sneakers, their laces hanging loosely. Altogether, she exuded an aura of fragility, her countenance embodying the very essence of vulnerability. Lin Tao gazed at her, his heart heavy with sorrow. Indeed, survival in this world was a formidable challenge. Are you all right? He inquired gently, mindful not to startle her. What is your name? Why were those people pursuing you? I'm fine. Thank you, the girl replied, shaking her head, her voice barely above a whisper, yet brimming with gratitude. What is your name? Why were those people after you? Lin Tao continued, striving to maintain a soothing tone, hoping to ease her fears. The little girl hesitated for a moment, as if recalling some dreadful memory. Her small face turned pale, and her body began to tremble slightly. I am Lu Nanya, she said, taking a deep breath, as though summoning immense courage to continue. Those people, they are from the Jianghai Villa district. At this point, Lu Nanya's voice choked once more, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. The Jianghai Villa district? Lin Tao's heart stirred. It seemed this little girl possessed quite a wealth of knowledge about the situation. Nanya, do not be afraid, take your time. What happened in the Jianghai Villa district? Lin Tao gently reassured her. Lu Nanya sobbed a few times, striving to compose herself, and spoke in fragmented sentences. They are bad people. They killed my mom and dad. Boom. Lu Nanya's words struck Lin Tao's mind like a lightning bolt, and he instantly comprehended that the Jianghai Villa district was likely not a utopia, but rather a den of iniquity. They are a group of terrorists. They have guns. They have taken over the Villa district. Lu Nanya's emotions began to spiral out of control as she spoke incoherently. My mom and dad, they refused to submit. So they. Unable to continue, Lu Nanya buried her face in her hands and wept inconsolably. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong were equally shocked by Lu Nanya's words. They had never anticipated that the Jianghai Villa district concealed such a horrifying secret. Tao Ge, what? What should we do? Are we still going to the Villa district? Zhang Xiao asked hesitantly. Li Dong's face turned pale with fear. He had no desire to confront a group of armed terrorists. The expression on Lin Tao's face was ominously grim. He had not anticipated that the hope he had painstakingly discovered would turn out to be a colossal trap. Nevertheless, he did not waver. Instead, he clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. We shall go. Of course we must, Lin Tao declared with unshakable certainty. After all the effort we have expended to arrive here, we cannot falter at the slightest obstacle. Moreover, the Jianghai Villa district is the finest stronghold within 100 miles. Ultimately, I refuse to allow those scoundrels to live in comfort. But they have guns. Li Dong stammered, his voice trembling. Guns? Humph. I fear not even fire. Why should I be intimidated by firearms? Lin Tao scoffed, confidence radiating from his demeanor. Rest assured, I have a plan. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tao considered that with a few more training sessions to enhance his physical defenses, his strength would be immeasurably greater than before. Perhaps, the ability to withstand bullets could indeed manifest. Nanya, do not worry. We will surely avenge you, Lin Tao assured Lu Nanya, his tone resolute. We will bring those villains to justice. Lu Nanya lifted her gaze to meet Lin Tao's eyes, which were filled with a sense of righteousness. And a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. Thank you, she choked out. Now please tell us, what else do you know about the Jianghai Villa district? Lin Tao inquired. Lu Nanya nodded, beginning to recount her experiences within the Jianghai Villa district. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the Jianghai Villa district, owing to its geographical advantages, boasted formidable and towering walls. Coupled with a sparse population, it initially endured the chaos with relative ease, soon amassing a group of survivors. However, this respite was fleeting. Before long, a band of armed terrorists descended upon the area, ruthlessly eliminating the villa district's overseers and seizing control. They perpetrated heinous acts of violence, reducing the once serene enclave to a veritable hell on earth. Lunania's parents, refusing to submit, were brutally slain by these fiends. She narrowly escaped death by hiding beneath her bed, managing to slip away through a concealed path after they departed. Subsequently, she lived in constant fear, desperately seeking an exit from the villa district, only to be discovered by her pursuers. These men patrolled the area daily in search of sustenance and women. Lunania's voice trembled with terror as she recounted their nightly revelries, intoxicated and depraved, leading to unspeakable horrors. As Lin Tao listened to Lunania's harrowing tale, his fury ignited within him. These fiends were devoid of all humanity. How many were they? What arsenal did they possess? Lin Tao inquired, recognizing the necessity of gathering critical intelligence to devise a meticulous strategy. I'm not entirely sure, Lunania replied, shaking her head. I only know there are about a dozen of them, each armed with a firearm, along with grenades and other weapons. A dozen armed men. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, aware that this was not an adversary to be trifled with. Where are they based? What is the layout of the villa district? Lin Tao continued to inquire. They resided in the largest villa at the heart of the estate. Lunania explained that it was once the residence of the estate's administrator. Perched at the highest elevation, boasting the finest view and fortified for defense. The estate housed numerous villas, yet most stood vacant, with only a handful of individuals remaining hidden within, too fearful to emerge. Surrounding the estate was a crumbling wall, easily breached. Lin Tao listened intently, committing every word Lunania uttered to memory. All right, I understand, Lin Tao nodded. Nanya, rest assured, they will meet a most agonizing end. Thank you. Lunania expressed her gratitude. Now, let us first seek a safe haven, and then we shall engage in fitness. Lin Tao declared with unwavering resolve. Fitness. The trio exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with bewilderment, as if Lin Tao had uttered a phrase from another world. Yes, indeed, fitness. Lin Tao asserted firmly, his gaze as resolute as two unsheathed swords. He recognized that a fierce battle was imminent in the Jianghai Villa estate. To survive the onslaught of armed thugs and avenge Lunania, he needed to become stronger, much stronger. And at this moment, the sole path to rapid empowerment lay in fitness. Tao Gu, you can't be serious, can you? What time is it, and yet? No, brother Tao. You intend to strengthen yourself through fitness to defeat them, correct? Zhang Xiao was initially taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. It was only later that he recalled Lin Tao's extraordinary abilities. Brother Tao, I recognize your prowess, but those people are armed. Li Dong also expressed concern. After all, how could mere flesh and blood stand against bullets? Lunania appeared utterly bewildered, failing to grasp Lin Tao's words. Fitness? Wasn't he that something pursued by those with wealth and leisure in peaceful times? Now, in this apocalyptic world, where zombies roam and lives are as fragile as weeds, who would still think about fitness? Listen to me, Lin Tao inhaled deeply, organizing his thoughts to elucidate. You are aware of my extraordinary ability, which is the power gained through fitness. I once believed that combat was the only path to strength, but I later discovered that it is, in fact, intense training that allows me to transcend my limits. Engaging in battles with zombie dogs and confronting that flame-tattooed man have both served as forms of rigorous exercise. However, now we must contend with a group of armed thugs. Brute force alone will not suffice. I require greater strength, swifter speed, and more resilient defense. All of this can be achieved through fitness. Remarkably, I have only exhausted my physical capabilities during my first encounter with zombies and the second battle against the zombie dogs. Yet, after just these two instances, I have nearly conquered my fear of fire. Lin Tao spoke in one breath, feeling his thoughts becoming increasingly lucid. As long as he continuously challenged the limits of his body, he would undeniably grow stronger. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Wow, Tao Gu. Your ability is truly remarkable, isn't it? It seems tailor-made for the apocalypse. Zhang Xiao exclaimed. Indeed, Tao Gu, given sufficient time, could you not become a superhuman? Li Dong chimed in, equally exhilarated. I wouldn't dare to claim superhuman status, but certainly, I'd be far stronger than I am now. Lin Tao replied with confidence. Lunania, still somewhat bewildered, blinked her large eyes at Lin Tao and inquired, Brother, can exercising really make one stronger? And what exactly is an ability? Nanya evidently had never encountered an ability user and struggled to grasp the conversation among the three. She recognized each word, yet the collective meaning eluded her. You can think of abilities as superpowers, Zhang Xiao explained. These superpowers emerged only after the apocalypse. Li Dong eagerly interjected, Nanya, you have no idea how extraordinary Tao Ji's ability is. He was bitten by a zombie before, yet he suffered no ill effects. Instead, his strength increased tremendously. Later, he fought a zombie dog that was as wild as a mad beast, and as a result, his speed improved dramatically. Then, he was burned by a villain who could breathe fire, and he only sustained minor injuries. All of this is due to Tao Ji's ability. Exercising helps him grow stronger. Li Dong recounted Lin Tao's heroic exploits in one breath, leaving Lu Nanya in awe. Wow, brother, you are truly amazing. Lu Nanya gazed at Lin Tao with eyes brimming with admiration. It was a pure, unreserved reverence for the strong. Lin Tao, under the intense scrutiny of a little girl, felt a twinge of bashfulness. He cleared his throat and stated, Ahem, I'm not that impressive really. It's just good luck. No, brother, you are truly formidable. Lu Nanya insisted earnestly. You will surely defeat those villains and avenge my parents. Indeed, I shall. Lin Tao nodded solemnly. In that moment, he felt the weight of responsibility grow heavier upon his shoulders. He was not only fighting for himself and his brothers, but also for Lu Nanya and the countless innocent victims ravaged by the thugs. However, Tao Ge, where shall we train now? Zhang Xiao suddenly inquired. Indeed, in this desolate wilderness, there isn't even a dumbbell available. How can we possibly train? We can't have Lin Tao lifting stones, can we? That would be too lowbrow. Weighted training. Yes, weighted training. Lin Tao exclaimed suddenly, struck by inspiration. It can fully harness the body's potential and accelerate my growth. But we lack the equipment for weighted training, Li Dong replied, shrugging his shoulders in despair. I know of a place that might have what we need. Lu Nanya interjected unexpectedly. Where? Lin Tao, Zhang Xiao, and Li Dong asked in unison, turning their attention to her. There's a gym nearby. Lu Nanya pointed in a direction. My father used to take me there to play. A gym? How wonderful. Lin Tao exclaimed with joy. Truly, there is always a glimmer of hope. Without delay, let us proceed forthwith. Lin Tao resolved decisively. As twilight had not yet fully descended, they could avail themselves of the encroaching darkness as a guise to reconnoiter the gymnasium. The quartet immediately mobilized, advancing cautiously in the direction indicated by Lu Nanya. As nightfall gradually enveloped them, an all-encompassing silence descended, punctuated only by the cadence of their footsteps and the rhythm of their respiration, reverberating through the desolate expanse. An atmosphere of suppression permeated the air, yet Lin Tao's heart brimmed with anticipation. He could almost envision himself within the confines of that gymnasium, expending copious amounts of perspiration, relentlessly surpassing his limitations. He harbored an unwavering conviction that with sufficient exertion, he could metamorphose into an individual of formidable strength, capable of withstanding even the armed brutes. Expeditiously, the four individuals arrived at the threshold of a gymnasium. Remarkably, the gymnasium had been preserved in a relatively intact state, marred only by a superficial layer of dust. Through the glazed entrance, one could discern that while the various fitness apparatuses lay askew and scattered remnants of bloodstains and shattered glass adorned the floor, the overall condition remained satisfactory. This is the place, Lu Nanya whispered sotto voce. Lin Tao nodded in acknowledgement, signaling for everyone to maintain vigilance. He inhaled deeply, then thrust open the gymnasium doors. Lin Tao was cognizant that his new chapter would commence from this very location. Chapter 20, 600 kilograms. Is that all there is? The gymnasium door creaked open, releasing a musty odor redolent of bygone days, intermingled with a faint tang of sanguinity. Sunlight filtered through the fractured panes, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow upon the floor, illuminating the disarrayed fitness implements. Lin Tao surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the barbells, dumbbells, and treadmills. A peculiar sense of familiarity welling up within him. Here shall lie his new battlefield. Let us tidy up a bit. This place is still quite usable, Lin Tao declared, taking the initiative to straighten the fallen equipment and clear space. Zhang Xiao, Li Dong, and Lu Nanya joined in the effort, and together, the four of them swiftly transformed the gym into a semblance of order. Tao Ge, how do you plan to train? Zhang Xiao inquired, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Let us begin by testing the weight. Lin Tao approached a barbell rack and started adding weight plates. 1 plate, 2 plates, 3 plates. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong watched from the side. Initially, they felt no concern, but as the plates continued to accumulate, their eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, Tao Ge, are you attempting to lift weights? Zhang Xiao exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Li Dong swallowed hard, feeling his calves weaken. This weight, let alone lifting it. Even pushing it seems beyond reach. Although Lu Nanya was not particularly knowledgeable about fitness, she could discern that the weight Lin Tao was adding was far beyond what an ordinary person could bear. Her admiration for him deepened as she gazed at him. Unperturbed by their astonishment, Lin Tao continued to add weight. 10 plates, 20 plates, 30 plates. The barbell plates mounted upon the rack grew increasingly formidable, resembling a small mountain, bending the barbell itself. This must weigh several hundred pounds, right? Zhang Xiao's voice quivered slightly. Tao Ge, take it easy. Don't injure yourself, Li Dong urged, unable to suppress his concern. Yet, Lin Tao appeared oblivious to their warnings, continuing to add more weight. It was only when the barbell rack could accommodate no more weight that Lin Tao finally came to a halt. Could it be that this amounted to 600 kilograms? Zhang Xiao felt as though his worldview had been utterly shattered. 600 kilograms, a staggering 1200 jin. Was this truly a weight that a human could lift? Li Dong was left utterly speechless, as if he were witnessing a scene straight out of a science fiction film. Brother Tao, are you sure you're not filming a movie? Lu Nanya wore an expression of disbelief, although she could not fully grasp the concept of 600 kilograms. The astonished faces of Zhang Xiao and Li Dong made it clear that this was an exceedingly daunting figure. Almost there, Lin Tao remarked, rolling his shoulders before stepping towards the barbell rack. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the barbell firmly. Lift, he commanded, his voice low yet resolute, as every muscle in his body tensed, unleashing a torrent of formidable strength. The barbell groaned under the immense weight, yet Lin Tao steadily raised it. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. The barbell ascended inch by inch above his head. His body trembled slightly, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Goodness, he actually lifted it. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Was this even human? He resembled a human crane. Li Dong was quaking with excitement, his blood racing fervently. Brother Tao, you're incredible. Lu Nanya looked on in awe, feeling as if she were witnessing a superhero in action. With a sigh of relief, Lin Tao gradually lowered the barbell. Feeling a sense of lightness in his hands, Lin Tao shifted his body slightly and remarked, I feel a bit relaxed. Zhang Xiao felt as though his CPU was on the verge of overheating. Brother Tao, are you aiming for the heavens? Li Dong, in a state of utter disbelief, knelt down, convinced he could never reach Lin Tao's level in this lifetime. Brother Tao, please accept my kneeling. Lu Nanya wore a perplexed expression, completely bewildered by Lin Tao's words. Relaxed? Wasn't this weight still considerable? It is worth noting that the world record for depth only stands at a little over 500 kilograms. Well, let me try it with one hand. Lin Tao smirked, observing the astonished gazes and exaggerated expressions of his friends, his smile more difficult to suppress than an AK. He stepped aside and single-handedly grasped the 600-kilogram barbell. He recalled fitness videos he had seen online and pressed his upper arms firmly against his body, initiating a somewhat unorthodox bicep curl. As he flexed and extended his arms, his biceps rose like small mountains, veins bulging, with sweat cascading down the contours of his muscles. Glimmering under the dim light, the gym was enveloped in the dull sound of clashing weight plates and Lin Tao's heavy breaths. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong stood nearby, mouths agape, almost dropping their jaws to the floor. This is utterly absurd, Li Dong and Zhang Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Although Lu Nanya did not fully comprehend the situation, she could feel the palpable aura of strength emanating from Lin Tao, her eyes filled with admiration. After several rounds, Lin Tao gestured towards a pile of dumbbells, saying, Come, help me move these dumbbells over here. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong hurriedly rushed over to relocate the dumbbells. Lin Tao picked up one of the weights, gauged its heft, and commenced performing bicep curls. 1, 2, 3. Although Lin Tao's movements were somewhat unrefined, each curl revealed the muscles in his arms bulging like small mountains, exuding an explosive power. Zhang Xiao felt his worldview shatter entirely. Tao Ge, are you even human? Li Dong abandoned all rational thought, feeling as though he and Lin Tao were of entirely different species. Tao Ge, you are my deity. Lu Nanya gazed at him with a look of rapture, perceiving Lin Tao as a war god, radiating an aura of formidable charisma. As time ticked away, Lin Tao continued to sweat profusely in the gym, relentlessly pushing his limits. Push-ups, squats, pull-ups, bench presses. A myriad of exercises unfolded in succession, his body resembling a perpetual motion machine, tireless in its endeavor. Zhang Xiao, Li Dong, and Lu Nanya observed him from the sidelines, transitioning from initial astonishment to a state of numbness, ultimately culminating in deep admiration. They were utterly captivated by Lin Tao's tenacity and strength. Unbeknownst to them, several hours had slipped by, and nightfall enveloped the gym in darkness. "All right, let us call it a day," Lin Tao declared, exhaling deeply. "Tao Gu, are you all right?" Zhang Xiao inquired with concern, eyeing Lin Tao's legs. "I'm fine, feeling splendid," Lin Tao replied with a smile, feigning bravado. "Let us head back." Lin Tao spoke as he leaned against the wall, leading the way out of the gym. The four of them cautiously returned to the safe house they had previously discovered, enveloped in darkness. The night was tranquil, yet Lin Tao's heart brimmed with hope. He was aware that he was becoming increasingly stronger, and this was merely the beginning. Chapter 21. The calm before the storm as dawn broke. A sliver of golden light pierced through the tattered curtains. Lin Tao slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him, as if each muscle was infused with explosive energy. This sensation, invigorating, unable to contain himself, Lin Tao let out a low roar and leaped from his bed. After a brief morning routine, he stood before the mirror, gazing at his sharply defined features and the physique that had become even more robust than before, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It appeared that yesterday's rigorous workout had yielded remarkable results. Lin Tao mused to himself. He clenched his fists, feeling the immense strength coursing through him, his heart swelling with confidence. Now it was time to assess just how much my physical capabilities have improved. Excitement flickered in Lin Tao's eyes. He glanced over at Zhang Xiao, Li Dong, and Lu Nanya, who were still sound asleep, and quietly exited the room. "Where are you going, Tao Gu?" Zhang Xiao murmured, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "I'm off to the gym to test my fitness level. You all can continue sleeping," Lin Tao replied softly. "The gym? This early?" Zhang Xiao inquired, somewhat surprised, but he did not press further and turned over to resume his slumber. As Lin Tao arrived at the gym, the sight of the familiar equipment filled him with a sense of nostalgia. He approached the barbell rack and began to add weights. 1 plate, 2 plates, 3 plates. Soon, the barbell was piled high, resembling a small mountain. Yesterday, he could lift 600 kilograms with one hand. Today, he would attempt 800 kilograms. A glimmer of madness flickered in Lin Tao's eyes. He took a deep breath, grasped the barbell firmly, and exerted all his strength. The barbell groaned under the immense burden. Yet Lin Tao lifted it slowly. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. The barbell was raised above his head inch by inch, his body trembling slightly. But his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Incredible. He had actually lifted it. Lin Tao could not suppress his astonishment. He felt his strength had surged significantly since yesterday. Exhaling slowly, he lowered the barbell, releasing a breath of relief. 800 kilograms, one-handed, quite impressive, and he sensed he still had more to give. After stretching his body, he murmured to himself, "Let us try some squats." He moved to the squat rack and began adding weights once more. This time, he went straight to 1,800 kilograms. 1,800 kilograms, surely that should suffice, he mused. Taking another deep breath, he positioned himself beneath the barbell, gripping it firmly, and summoned his strength. The barbell emitted a disconcerting creak. It began to bend, teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Tao gripped it tightly, settling it onto the back of his shoulders, and at last, the barbell straightened somewhat. "Lift." Lin Tao let out a low grunt, exerting himself as he gradually rose to his feet. 1, 2, 3. Though his movements were somewhat labored, he managed to complete 10 squats. He exhaled heavily, placing the barbell down as he gasped for breath. 1,800 kilograms, 10 repetitions, not too shabby, Lin Tao murmured to himself. He felt as though his body were an insatiable abyss, capable of endlessly absorbing strength. "Let us attempt the bench press." Lin Tao approached the bench press rack and began to add weight plates. This time, he directly loaded a staggering 1,000 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms should suffice, he thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, he reclined on the bench, grasping the barbell firmly, and then exerted forceful effort. Crack, crack, crack. The barbell emitted sounds of strain under the weight, yet Lin Tao steadily pushed it upward. 1, 2, 3. Although his movements were somewhat strenuous, he managed to complete 10 bench presses. He exhaled once more, placing the barbell down, panting heavily. 1,000 kilograms, 10 repetitions. Quite an improvement over yesterday. Lin Tao mused to himself. Determined to continue his testing, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. Who could that be? Lin Tao swiftly turned his head toward the entrance, where he saw Zhang Xiao, Li Dong, and Lu Nanya entering. Tao Ge, how is it going? Have you completed the test? Zhang Xiao inquired, gazing at the scattered weight plates with a look of disbelief. Goodness, Tao Ge, what have you done? Li Dong exclaimed, pointing at the barbell. Just yesterday, it was only 600 kilograms. Today, upon closer inspection, it was evident that he had noticeably increased in size compared to yesterday. This realization prompted an exclamation of surprise. In Lu Nanya's eyes, Lin Tao's figure was reflected, filled with admiration. Well, I suppose he has improved by approximately 20% since yesterday. Lin Tao chuckled as he spoke. 20%? Zhang Xiao felt as though his worldview was about to collapse. At this rate, he'll be unbeatable. He added, Indeed, Tao Ge, you are simply extraordinary. Li Dong couldn't help but exclaim. Not necessarily. The barbell has reached its limit, Lin Tao remarked, pointing at the already strained barbell. All right, enough talk. Let's head back for a meal and resume training later tonight, Lin Tao suggested. The four of them departed from the gym and returned to their safe house. Scene shift. In the luxurious villas of the Jianghai Villa district, within a lavish residence at the heart of the area, a burly man sat on a sofa, his bare upper body exposed, gently swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. A menacing scar ran across his face, extending from the corner of his left eye to the corner of his right mouth, giving him a fearsome appearance. Boss, the men we sent yesterday to capture that girl have yet to return, a trembling subordinate reported while kneeling on the ground. Still not back? What is going on? The half-naked giant furrowed his brow and inquired. I don't know. Perhaps they encountered some unforeseen circumstances. The subordinate's voice quivered. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. The half-naked giant bellowed, his massive hand crashing down on the wooden table before him with tremendous force. Crack. The solid wood tabletop, measuring a formidable 10 centimeters in thickness, shattered like a fragile biscuit beneath the palm of his hand, as spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across its surface. In an instant, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, splintering into countless shards that flew in all directions. The splintered wood grazed the cheek of the kneeling subordinate, leaving a crimson mark. Yet, the young man dared not move, bowing his head even lower in submission. Brother, please quell your anger. We shall dispatch someone to investigate, he stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably, reminiscent of a mouse quaking under a cat's paw. Investigate? What nonsense. The half-naked giant delivered a powerful kick to the subordinate's chest, sending him crashing against the wall with a dull thud. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What use are you to me? I might as well chop you up and feed you to the dogs. The subordinate struggled to rise, disregarding the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and knelt once more, pressing his forehead against the cold floor. Brother, spare me. Please, spare me. I will uncover the truth. I will. The half-naked man slowly approached, towering over him, his gaze as frigid as that of a venomous serpent. Remember, if you fail to get to the bottom of this, you will vanish alongside those worthless fools. His voice, though light, carried an oppressive weight that was suffocating. Yes, brother, yes. The young man trembled uncontrollably, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. The half-naked giant cast a disdainful glance at him before turning to the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the sky stained crimson with blood, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. You cannot escape my grasp, he murmured to himself. With that, he strode toward a room bathed in a sinister red hue. Shortly thereafter, a stifled gasp and whimpering emanated from within the room, akin to someone desperately suppressing their agony, or perhaps the low growl of some primal beast. The sound fluctuated, echoing hauntingly within the silent villa, sending shivers down one's spine. The leader had once again commenced his macabre game. A trembling subordinate at the doorway muttered to himself. Chapter 22. A suppressed pistol? Merely a toy. The night was as tranquil as an abyss. Zhang Xiao and the others had already retreated to rest, leaving only the heavy breaths of Lin Tao resonating within the gym. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his attire, cascading along the taut lines of his muscles and splattering onto the floor in fragments. Suddenly, a crisp crack shattered the oppressive rhythm. Lin Tao abruptly halted his exertions, looking down in disbelief as the barbell had snapped. Has it truly broken? Although Lin Tao had anticipated that the equipment could not withstand such rigorous training, he was nonetheless taken aback by the speed of its demise. It seemed he would have to devise a solution tomorrow. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Tao cast aside the broken barbell. His lament was not for the bar itself, but rather the disappointment that tonight's extreme training had reached its limit. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exited the gym. The night breeze caressed him, bringing a hint of coolness that invigorated his mind. He pondered, how much more could my body improve by tomorrow? Gaze lifted towards the starry sky, his heart brimmed with anticipation. The following day, morning light streamed through the window, bathing Lin Tao's face in warmth. A most comforting sensation. Lin Tao slowly opened his eyes, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through his body, akin to a slumbering lion awakening from its deep repose. He stretched languidly, his body emitting a series of crisp sounds reminiscent of popping beans. This sensation was utterly delightful. Unable to contain himself, Lin Tao let out a low roar and leaped from his bed. As he moved about, he sensed that his strength, speed, and reflexes had improved somewhat since yesterday. Alas, the gym equipment was out of order, rendering him unable to assess the extent of his current prowess. With a hint of regret, he shook his head. At that moment, he heard the faint sound of footsteps. It seemed his hearing had sharpened a bit. Lin Tao mused to himself. He then noticed Zhang Xiao, Li Dong, and Lu Nanya standing at the doorway. Tao Gu, come and have something to eat. We've prepared some food, Zhang Xiao said. Tao Gu, how much stronger are you today? Li Dong inquired with curiosity. Not sure, I haven't tested it, Lin Tao replied, shaking his head. Haven't tested it? That won't do, Zhang Xiao exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Come on, Tao Gu, let us head to the gym and try out your skills. The gym? Perhaps we should skip that. The equipment is broken, Lin Tao gestured dismissively. Broken? How did that happen? Zhang Xiao asked, puzzled. Practiced it to death, Lin Tao said nonchalantly. You practiced it to death? Both Zhang Xiao and Li Dong felt as though their CPUs might overheat. Let's eat something first, then we can figure out how to find new gym equipment, Lin Tao suggested. The four of them returned to the vicinity of the truck, gathered some food, and began preparing their meal. Meanwhile, within a dilapidated residential building not far from them, a gaunt man wielding a silenced pistol, accompanied by two subordinates, was meticulously searching the surroundings. Boss, do you think those fools might have been taken out by that girl? One of the subordinates whispered. Ridiculous. That girl could never eliminate them. The man with the gun scoffed. They must have encountered some misfortune or been dealt with by someone else. What shall we do then? Should we continue searching? Another subordinate inquired. Of course we will search. The armed man replied fiercely. That girl is specifically wanted by the boss. If we fail to locate her, we are all doomed. Indeed, we are well aware of the boss's methods, the two subordinates hastily affirmed. As the trio continued their search, one subordinate suddenly halted, pointing at some disordered footprints on the ground. Boss, look here. There are some footprints that appear quite orderly. They do not resemble those of a zombie. The man with the gun crouched down to examine the traces closely, then gazed in the direction the footprints led, his expression sharpening. Quite likely. The footprints lead this way. Let us pursue and see. Be cautious, and do not alarm the prey. Following the footprints, the three men tread carefully and soon caught a whiff of a faint aroma of food. Boss, we have a situation. It seems someone is cooking, one subordinate whispered. Lowering his voice, the man with the gun made a gesture for silence, signaling the two to tread lightly. They stealthily approached the source of the enticing aroma, peering through a crack in a dilapidated wall, where they faintly discerned Lin Tao and his companions preparing a fire to cook. Brother, look, is that not the girl? One of the subordinates exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Lu Nanya. It seems we have stumbled upon our quarry without the slightest effort. The man with the gun replied joyfully. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, having distinctly heard faint voices nearby, and there was more than one. With his extraordinary hearing, he had already deduced the direction and proximity of the sounds. Who? Lin Tao suddenly turned, his piercing gaze striking like lightning. Locking onto the crack in the wall not far away, he observed three figures lurking suspiciously, engaged in some unknown activity. In a low voice, he demanded, Who are you? Damn it, we've been discovered. The man with the gun scowled, reluctantly stepping out from the corner. What are we? You need not concern yourselves with that. The man with the gun boasted arrogantly. You simply need to comply and come with us. Go with you? On what grounds? Lin Tao retorted disdainfully. On what grounds? By virtue of the gun in my hand. The man aimed his weapon at Lin Tao. I advise you to behave yourself, or the bullet knows no mercy. A gun? Do you really believe that a mere broken firearm can intimidate me? Lin Tao scoffed, a hint of scorn flickering in his eyes. A broken gun? Huh. You truly are a fool who knows no fear. The man with the gun burst into laughter, proclaiming that in this world, those wielding firearms are the true authority. Those without. His words were abruptly cut off as he witnessed Lin Tao, with astonishing speed, charging towards him. You. The armed man's reaction was stifled as a sharp pain shot through his wrist, and his handgun was swiftly seized by Lin Tao. How is this possible? The armed man's expression was one of utter disbelief. His two subordinates stood frozen in shock, petrified and unable to move. Now, it is my turn to inquire. Lin Tao toyed with the silenced pistol in his grasp, his voice icy as he demanded, Who are you, truly? We. The man who had previously boasted bravely stammered, utterly intimidated by Lin Tao's prowess. Not willing to speak? Then you shall face your demise. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Tao's eyes as he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! With a soft sound, one of the onlookers collapsed, a bloodied hole appearing in his forehead, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Another bystander screamed in terror, turning to flee. Think you can escape? Too late. Lin Tao sneered, firing another shot. Bang! The second bystander fell lifelessly to the ground. Please, don't kill me. The man's face contorted with fear, his voice trembling like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. His hand weakly rose before Lin Tao, attempting to stave off the imminent specter of death. I will divulge everything. The armed man exclaimed urgently, a flicker of hope for survival glimmering in his eyes. Speak. Lin Tao's tone remained unyielding, cold and merciless. We are sent by the elder brother. He instructed us to investigate why those who came to capture the girl last night have not returned. He has a secret lair in the Jiahai Villa district, where many women are held captive, all taken for his pleasure, the trembling man stammered, fearful of uttering a misstep. Continue. Lin Tao's voice remained unchanged, seemingly urging him onward. He has a group of henchmen, a band of outlaws, and they are armed with many firearms, though they are all handguns. We specialize in capturing individuals for his enjoyment, while we protect. At this juncture, the man faltered, acutely aware that the brutish figure before him was solely focused on indulgence, not safeguarding. Moreover, he possesses a supernatural ability, an indestructible physique. Nearly no one can defeat him. The armed man's voice grew increasingly frantic, as if he were desperately clinging to his life. Lin Tao's heart jolted. An indestructible physique? This indicated that he would be facing an extraordinarily formidable adversary. Yet, rather than retreating in fear, his resolve intensified. Can I trust what you are saying? Lin Tao's tone remained calm, though an inner fury began to ignite. I can take you to him. I know where he is hiding. The voice of the armed man was tinged with a hint of despair and pleading. Do you truly think I would believe you? Lin Tao replied with a cold smile, slightly raising the muzzle of his gun. I will prove it to you. The armed man's voice was laced with desperation, for he realized that there was no retreat left for him. You have no chances remaining. Without hesitation, Lin Tao pulled the trigger. Bang! With a faint sound, the armed man fell to the ground, blood staining the earth. His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if even in his final moments he could not fathom that he would perish at the hands of this young man. Lin Tao weighed the silenced pistol in his hand. The cold metallic touch intensified the fire burning within him. Click! He attempted to eject the magazine, glancing briefly before feeling around, and with a snap, the magazine was released. Inside were several gleaming golden bullets. He then searched the lifeless form of the armed man, and, lo and behold, found another fully loaded magazine. This was indeed a significant upgrade. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lin Tao's mouth as he contemplated. Tao Gu, is that it? Zhang Zhao's voice trembled, clearly still in shock from the sudden turn of events. Li Dong wore a dazed expression, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. Only Lu Nanya, though pale, now exhibited a glimmer of resolve in her gaze. Lin Tao surveyed the three of them, took a deep breath, and solemnly declared, This is merely the beginning. The true feast lies ahead. Do you remember what that guy said? In the Jiahai Villa district, a clandestine base, armed thugs, and an indestructible body. Tonight, we shall confront this big brother and make him understand the meaning of those who engage in this lifestyle will eventually pay the price. Zhang Xiao, upon hearing this, instantly perked up. Tao Gu, are you implying we strike tonight? Precisely, Lin Tao nodded. The longer we wait, the more complications may arise. Moreover, as Lu Nanya previously mentioned, Those ruffians will indulge in revelry at night, and their guard will undoubtedly be lowered, presenting us with an opportune moment. Although Li Dong felt a twinge of apprehension, the resolute gleam in Lin Tao's eyes prompted him to steel himself and declare, "Tao Gu, I will follow your lead." Lu Nanya remained silent, silently moving to Lin Tao's side and clutching the hem of his garment tightly. Sensing her anxiety, Lin Tao gently patted her hand and reassured her, "Do not worry. With me here, nothing will go awry. However, before the operation commenced, I must first test the potency of this toy." As Lin Tao spoke, he raised the silenced pistol in his hand. "Tao Ge, what are you planning to do?" Zhang Xiao exclaimed in shock, fearing Lin Tao was about to act recklessly. Without responding, Lin Tao aimed the gun at his own palm. "Tao Ge, no!" Li Dong cried out in alarm, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. Bang! A soft sound echoed as the bullet struck Lin Tao's palm. Yet, the anticipated scene of carnage failed to materialize. Instead, Lin Tao's hand bore only a shallow puncture, with minimal blood seeping forth. Holy smokes! Tao, is this the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt? Zhang Zhao's jaw nearly hit the floor in astonishment. Li Dong was equally dumbfounded, unable to believe his own eyes. Lu Nanya covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock and concern. Lin Tao felt the pain in his palm, slightly furrowing his brow before relaxing it. "It seemed that my defenses have indeed improved significantly. This silenced pistol is but a mere toy to me. This is simply outrageous." Zhang Xiao snapped back to reality, unable to suppress a curse. "Tao, you are practically a human Gundam." Li Dong echoed his amazement. Lin Tao chuckled, offering little explanation. He understood that his body was evolving at an astonishing pace, all stemming from that mysterious ability, getting stronger through exercise. "Enough standing around. Let us pack up and prepare to depart," Lin Tao declared. Zhang Xiao quickly snapped out of his shock. "Tao, your wound. May I assist in treating it?" "Certainly." Lin Tao wished to honor his brother's good intentions. Zhang Xiao extended his hand, touching the wound on Lin Tao's palm, and moments later, it healed completely. Why does it feel so strange? Is it true that playing Garen too much can actually transform one? Lin Tao felt a twinge of frustration. Zhang Xiao, however, was not concerned with such thoughts. "All right, let us get ready. Tonight, we shall show that big brother what true ruthlessness looks like." Lin Tao's expression was resolute. By evening, the four of them had gathered their belongings, armed themselves, and quietly slipped away from the dilapidated apartment building under the cover of night. Their objective, the Jiahai Villa district, a clandestine epicenter of iniquity and shadowy dealings. Under the cloak of a moonless, windswept night, an opportune moment for mayhem. They were poised to embark on a ruthless hunt. Chapter 24, Infiltration. The Covert Passage. As twilight descended, four figures traversed the periphery of the Jiahai Villa district with spectral grace. Moonlight filtered through the sparse foliage, illuminating the resolute visage of Lin Tao, reflecting the incandescent fury within his eyes. "This is the place," murmured, her voice barely audible, tinged with a subtle tremor. She gestured towards a concealed ingress obscured by overgrown weeds, her gaze a confluence of trepidation and vengeful animosity. "Are you certain this is the clandestine passage from which you absconded?" Lin Tao inquired in a hushed tone, his eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. "Indeed," affirmed with a resolute nod. "It was through here that I escaped. Those villains are oblivious to this location." Lin Tao inhaled deeply, the putrid stench of blood and decay permeating the nocturnal air, fueling the conflagration within his heart. "Very well. We shall utilize this passage to deliver an unpleasant surprise to those reprobates." His tone was frigid and unyielding. He stooped, clearing away the weeds to reveal a constricted aperture, barely sufficient for a single person to pass through. "You are to secure our rear, ensuring safety," Lin Tao instructed, turning to and, "Rest assured, Tao Ji, I've got it covered," declared, patting his chest with eager anticipation. Clutched the wrench in his grasp, his palms perspiring, yet his gaze remained steadfast. "Here, take this," Lin Tao said, handing the suppressed pistol to. Li Dong numbly accepted the pistol, the chill of the metal momentarily disorienting him. He gazed at Lin Tao, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Could it be that Brother Tao has entrusted the gun to me? Does he believe in me? A warm surge filled his heart, causing his nose to tingle with the threat of tears. Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, he had felt like a burden, unable to contribute anything beyond fear and tears. Zhang Xiao had awakened extraordinary abilities, while Brother Tao's strength was nothing short of astonishing, and yet he felt utterly insignificant. He had longed to grow stronger, to protect himself and his friends, but reality had repeatedly knocked him down. He perceived himself as worthless, devoid of any merit. Now, however, Brother Tao was placing such a crucial weapon in his hands. This was not merely trust, but hope. Gripping the pistol tightly, he felt as though he were clutching hope itself. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. He had to demonstrate to Brother Tao that he was not a waste, that he too could fight. He inhaled deeply, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. "Let us go," Lin Tao commanded softly, the first to slip into the passageway. The four of them entered in single file, cautiously navigating the narrow corridor. The darkness enveloped them, rendering their hands invisible, leaving only the sounds of their breaths and footsteps echoing in the stillness. The air was thick with a damp, moldy scent that weighed heavily on their spirits. "This wretched place smells worse than a sewer." Zhang Xiao couldn't help but mutter. "Keep your voice down. Do you want to be discovered?" Lin Tao admonished in a hushed tone. Zhang Xiao quickly covered his mouth, silencing himself. After approximately 10 minutes of careful advancement, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. "We're almost there." Lin Tao felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickened his pace. At last, they emerged from the passage, and before them unfolded a scene of clarity. It was a small garden situated at the edge of a villa district, surrounded by a myriad of flowers and trees, exuding an extraordinary tranquility under the night sky. "Hush!" Lin Tao gestured for silence, signaling everyone to remain vigilant. The moonlight bathed him, casting a slender, elongated shadow that resembled a dark specter. He strained his ears to attentively listen to the sounds around him, the rustling of leaves in the wind, the chirping of insects, and, in the distance, the faint sound of conversation and laughter. Over there, Lin Tao lowered his voice and pointed towards a nearby villa that glimmered with light. He sensed that this was the source of malevolence, his objective for the night. The others followed Lin Tao's indication. Outside the villa, a makeshift camp had been erected, where several burly men sat around a bonfire, drinking heartily and feasting on meat. These men, all of imposing stature, bore fierce expressions that clearly marked them as nefarious characters. They laughed and shouted with reckless abandon, their voices coarse and unrestrained, entirely oblivious to the encroaching danger. In the corner of the camp, a few ragged women huddled together. They appeared emaciated and dazed, like marionettes bereft of their souls. Their bodies were marred with bruises, evident signs of inhumane mistreatment. This despicable lot, Zhang Xiao, witnessing this scene, was immediately consumed by rage and could not help but utter a curse. Li Dong also clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. Lu Nanya's body trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with fear and hatred. The sight of those women evoked memories of her own past traumas, the despair and helplessness suffocating her. Lin Tao's gaze turned frostier. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within, and spoke in a low voice. "Zhang Xiao, Li Dong, you two are responsible for neutralizing the two sentinels over there. I'll handle the ones here. Nanya, stay close behind me and ensure your safety. Remember, swift actions are paramount. Deny them any chance to react. Understood?" Zhang Xiao and Li Dong nodded in unison. Lin Tao ceased further words, issuing a sharp command move. With that, he surged forward, followed closely by Zhang Xiao, whose wrench glimmered ominously in the moonlight. Li Dong trailed behind Lin Tao, his silenced pistol chambered, his finger poised on the trigger. Lu Nanya clutched the hem of Lin Tao's shirt, sprinting to keep pace. Suddenly, one of the sentinels seemed to have heard a sound. He turned his head, about to inquire, when two powerful slaps struck his cheeks, rendering his head as fragile as a shattered watermelon. His body stiffened, clearly lifeless. Concurrently, Zhang Xiao and Li Dong dispatched the remaining two sentinels. Zhang Xiao executed a surprise attack, knocking one out with a single blow and finishing him off with another, utterly demolishing the thug's skull. Though Li Dong had little experience with firearms, he effortlessly dealt with the final sentinel with a well-aimed Zhang Xiao, and Li Dong exchanged an okay gesture towards Lin Tao. Nodding slightly, Lin Tao issued a low command, "Go." Leading the three of them, they charged towards the camp. Within the camp, the men who were indulging in drink and meat remained oblivious to the impending danger. They were boisterously laughing and shouting, entirely unaware that death had silently crept upon them. Lu Nanya gently grasped the hem of Lin Tao's clothing. He turned back, tenderly brushing her small head with the back of his hand, then glanced at Zhang Xiao and Li Dong, who were gripping their weapons tightly with palpable tension. He then shifted his gaze, his eyes glinting like those of a bloodthirsty wolf. "Remember to load your weapons." Chapter 25. For your life. Lin Tao took the initiative, moving with the swiftness of lightning, and in a few strides reached the nearest man, delivering a powerful punch to his back. The man, who had been raising his drink, heard the commotion and turned, only to have a fist emerge from his chest, a surge of agony overwhelming him. He looked down in confusion, wondering why a hand had appeared before him. The next moment, darkness enveloped his world. "Who are you?" One man finally reacted, shouting as he picked up a machete from the ground and charged at Lin Tao. "I'll take your life." Lin Tao sneered, withdrawing his right hand from the man's chest and shaking off the remnants of brain matter left on his shoulder. With a sharp crack, a bullet struck the M. Li Dong laughed joyfully, and Zhang Xiao charged in, wielding a repair hammer that resembled the Grim Reaper's scythe, mercilessly reaping the lives of those men. The air was filled with anguished screams, pleas for mercy, and curses, echoing through the camp, only to swiftly fade into the night. In mere minutes, all the perpetrators within the camp were vanquished by Lin Tao and his companions. The women huddled in the corners were left in shock upon witnessing this scene, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and reverence as they gazed at Lin Tao and his friends. Who are you?" one woman asked, her voice trembling. "Just an ordinary person," Lin Tao replied, his back turned to the women, gazing up at the stars at a 45-degree angle. The women were momentarily stunned by his words, their hearts quivering as they beheld Lin Tao's imposing figure, unable to believe their ears, as if trapped in a dream. "You are free," Lin Tao declared. "Free?" The women, upon hearing his words, could not contain their tears. They wept inconsolably, their cries filled with the anguish of the suffering and indignities they had endured over the days. Suddenly, a loud crash emanated from the villa. "This is bad. They are coming out," Lin Tao said, dispelling any thoughts of bravado. He understood that the occupants of the villa had been alerted. "Nanya, take them and leave. We will handle things here." Lin Tao's voice was deep and resolute, a comforting anchor that settled firmly in Lu Nanya's heart. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she resolutely nodded. "Brother, you must be cautious." With that, she turned to assist an injured woman, leading the others as they stumbled back in the direction from which they had come. Lin Tao watched their receding figures, inhaling deeply before pivoting, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on the villa. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong were already preparing for battle. Zhang Xiao brandished a wrench with a grin, exclaiming, "Tao Gu, tonight we shall form a demolition squad and reduce this dilapidated villa to rubble." Li Dong, gripping his silenced pistol tightly, felt the sweat pooling in his palms. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "Tao Gu, I will cover you." Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the villa's door was flung open by an immense force, splintering wood flying in all directions. A towering man, muscles bulging and clad only in a pair of shorts, burst forth like an enraged beast. His torso was bare, marred with ghastly scars, a deep gash marking his face. His eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty glint. "Who the hell dares to invade my territory?" he bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating through the air and rattling eardrums. His fierce gaze landed on Lin Tao and his companions standing in the center of the camp, alongside the scattered corpses. You dare to kill my men?" The man's eyes turned crimson with fury, an overwhelming aura of rage emanating from him. "I shall tear each of you into shreds," he roared, charging towards Lin Tao and his companions like a formidable tank. Bang, bang, bang. Several thugs standing behind him raised their firearms, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Lin Tao and his friends. "Watch out," Lin Tao shouted, swiftly advancing. With a flick of his left hand, a stone soared from the ground, striking one thug squarely in the head. Splatter! The thug's skull shattered. Simultaneously, several bullets struck Lin Tao's body. However, the anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. The bullets merely left shallow wounds upon his skin. What on earth is this defense? The thugs were astonished. Their guns were genuine weapons, immensely powerful. Die! At that moment, a half-naked giant arrived, swinging a punch at Lin Tao, the air crackling with the sound of his strikes. Boom! A thunderous noise echoed as Lin Tao engaged in a fierce battle with the half-naked giant. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, their fight intensifying. The giant's fists, akin to hammers, carried a howling wind with every strike, demonstrating immense force. Yet, Lin Tao's body remained as hard as steel, impervious to the giant's relentless assaults. What kind of monster are you?" The half-naked giant grew increasingly alarmed as he realized that his fists, striking Lin Tao, felt as if they were pounding against a steel plate. unable to inflict even the slightest damage. Monster? Hey, I am but an ordinary person. Lin Tao scoffed coldly. Yet you, scum like you, are even inferior to monsters. Indestructible? Today, I shall shatter your tortoise shell. Lin Tao roared, turning his back to gather strength, his entire being seemingly radiating with golden light. He resembled that man. With a swift turn, he unleashed a punch, fueled by immense rage and power, striking the bare-chested man squarely in the chest. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. The bare-chested man's chest caved in from Lin Tao's blow. Spurt! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. The bare-chested man struggled to rise, but Lin Tao offered him no respite. In a flash, Lin Tao lunged forward, leaping into the air, with a move reminiscent of divine retribution. He brought his foot down forcefully upon the bare-chested man's chest. Crack! Crack! One by one, the man's ribs shattered, producing a chilling sound. The bare-chested man let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing violently as blood surged forth from his mouth. Aren't you indestructible? Why do you crumble so easily? Lin Tao gazed at him coldly, his eyes brimming with mockery and disdain. Fear and despair filled the bare-chested man's eyes. He wished to plead for mercy. Yet no sound escaped his throat. This punch is for the innocent lives you have destroyed. Lin Tao bellowed, delivering another devastating blow. This punch is for the women you have violated. This punch is for Lu Nanya's parents. The voice of Lin Tao elongated, filled with seething rage. It is for the sake of taking your dog-ass life. Lin Tao raised his fists above his head, arms bent. And with the force of a meteor descending, he struck down with full speed, landing his fists heavily upon the half-naked brute. The man's body was left mangled and unrecognizable from the assault. His screams grew increasingly faint, until they ultimately vanished into the depths of the night. This punch is for the sake of taking your dog-ass life. With every utterance, Lin Tao unleashed another punch, each laden with boundless fury. The half-naked man's form became a grotesque tapestry of blood and flesh, his cries dwindling into silence, lost to the shadows. Brother! A faint voice emerged from behind. Lin Tao abruptly turned around, only to find Lu Nanya and the recently departed survivors miraculously returned, standing not far away. They had evidently witnessed Lin Tao's brutal act of vengeance against the half-naked man. A tightness gripped Lin Tao's heart. Chapter 26, Crimson Romance? Lin Tao's current appearance was far from commendable. Blood from the slain half-naked man had splattered everywhere, staining him a deep crimson. His hair, face, and clothing were all smeared with the viscous remnants of blood and flesh. Under the moonlight, he resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell, exuding a nauseating stench of blood and the chilling aura of death. The once delicate visage, now marred by bloodstains, appeared grotesque and terrifying. With eyes as crimson as the deepest scarlet, seemingly poised to devour any soul in sight. Lin Tao's heart sank, gripped tightly as though by an unseen hand, rising abruptly to his throat. The very fears he harbored had materialized. In the clear depths of Lu Nanya's eyes, the grotesque scene of severed limbs and Lin Tao's horrifying countenance was mirrored back at him. This tableau would haunt not only a 13-year-old girl, but would also plague the dreams of any adult who dared to witness it. Nanya, how did you return? It's perilous here. You must leave at once. Lin Tao's voice quivered, striving to maintain composure, yet his peripheral gaze betrayed his concern for Lu Nanya. To his astonishment, she did not falter. Her youthful face, though pale, radiated an unwavering resolve. She stepped forward, clutching the hem of Lin Tao's clothing as if it were the last lifeline. Brother, I am not afraid, she whispered, her voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Lin Tao's heart trembled at her declaration. I want to fight alongside you. A survivor woman spoke with trembling conviction, her eyes glistening with tears, yet more so, filled with hatred and determination. The other women nodded in agreement. Though fearful of Lin Tao's current demeanor, the memories of the atrocities inflicted upon them rendered such trepidation trivial. Their gazes revealed a shared courage. United in their animosity towards a common foe, they had all been prisoners within this villa, enduring inhumane torment, leaving indelible scars upon both their bodies and souls. No longer willing to evade, they yearned to witness the retribution of those malevolent entities, seeking justice for themselves and their departed sisters. A myriad of emotions stirred within Lin Tao as he observed them. He recognized their resolute decision. They had transformed from delicate blossoms into phoenixes, reborn from the ashes. Very well. If combat is your desire, then we shall fight together. Lin Tao inhaled deeply, his gaze hardening with unwavering determination. Now was not the time for sentimentality. His duty was to safeguard Lu Nanya and these individuals. However, remember this. Adhere to my commands without deviation. Lin Tao's voice resonated with a profound and undeniable authority. Nanya, remain by my side, never straying far. Lin Tao turned his attention to Lu Nanya, his eyes softening with tenderness and resolve. He extended his hand, intending to caress her hair, but hesitated upon seeing the blood and gore, retracting it. Observing this, Lu Nanya's small frame trembled slightly, yet she did not falter. Instead, she approached Lin Tao with steadfast steps, encircling his blood-stained waist with her tiny arms, pressing her head firmly against his back. Lin Tao's body stiffened momentarily, sensing Lu Nanya's trembling form. Yet, the embrace radiated warmth and dependence, akin to a ray of sunshine in winter, dispelling the chill and gore that clung to him. Have no fear. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you, Lin Tao whispered softly to Lu Nanya. Lu Nanya nodded vigorously, tears finally escaping her eyes. Brother, I believe in you. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong, you are tasked with eliminating the remaining henchmen. Ensure their safety. Lin Tao turned to Zhang Xiao and Li Dong, speaking in a low, commanding voice. Rest assured, Brother Tao, we will handle it, Zhang Xiao declared, thumping his chest with assurance. The car repair hammer in his hand glinting ominously in the moonlight. Li Dong also gripped his silenced pistol tightly, his gaze resolute. I will protect them. Bang. At that moment, a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night. A bullet grazed Zhang Xiao's cheek, leaving a crimson trail. Damn it, Zhang Xiao yelped. Hastily taking cover behind a tree, cursing under his breath, he peered out, searching for the shooter. Bang, bang, bang. More gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon them. Thud. A bullet struck Zhang Xiao's shoulder, instantly staining his clothing with blood. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Zhang Xiao grimaced in pain, yet he gritted his teeth. First, I need to treat this. He used his other hand to probe the wound, watching in astonishment as it healed at a visible pace, the bullet expelling from his body. Huh, I am invincible. Zhang Xiao chuckled triumphantly, charging towards the enemy once more. Meanwhile, Li Dong remained concealed behind a rock, calmly scouting for the shooter. The silenced pistol in his hand resembled a venomous serpent, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the foe. Pow, pow, pow. Li Dong fired 3 shots, one of which struck an assailant squarely in the head. The body of the assailant convulsed violently before it slowly succumbed to the ground. Well done, Lin Tao exclaimed, continuing to shield Lu Nanya. He remained ever vigilant, attentive to the slightest movement around him, ensuring no adversaries escaped. The battle raged on, with gunfire, anguished cries, and curses reverberating through the night sky. The trio, akin to 3 ferocious tigers, relentlessly slaughtered amidst the pack of wolves. Though outnumbered, the assailants were no match for them. Before long, the clash reached its conclusion. The ground lay strewn with corpses, the earth stained crimson, while the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. The surviving women, witnessing this horrific scene, could not suppress their retching. Their bodies trembled, their hearts gripped by fear. Yet the glimmer of vengeful satisfaction in their eyes was unmistakable. Let us proceed inside. Lin Tao inhaled deeply, leading the group towards the villa. Inside, chaos reigned supreme. Various debris littered the floor, and a nauseating odor permeated the air. This is, a woman stammered, her voice quaking with terror and memories. This is the blood house. They were here. Her voice faltered, unable to continue. The other women fell silent, their eyes brimming with hatred and anguish. The blood house. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, sensing that this place concealed profound secrets. Nanya, do not look, he instructed Lu Nanya, turning to her. He wished to shield Lu Nanya from the gruesome sights, desiring to protect her pure heart from the taint of such filth. Yet, Lu Nanya shook her head resolutely, clutching tightly to Lin Tao's garment. Brother, I am not afraid. Lin Tao gazed at Lu Nanya, feeling a surge of emotion within him. Very well, let us enter together. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tao pushed open the door to the blood-soaked chamber. Creak. The heavy door creaked open slowly, resembling a slumbering beast awakening to reveal its gaping maw, ready to consume all. A suffocating stench of blood surged forth, mingling with decay and despair, engulfing Lin Tao and his companions in an overwhelming tide. The odor was exponentially more potent than that outside, tenfold, 100-fold. It was as if they had been submerged in a sea of corpses, steeped in the essence of death over countless days and nights. Lin Tao's stomach churned violently, nearly forcing him to expel the remnants of his last meal. He fought against the wave of nausea and stepped inside, only to be met with a scene that widened his eyes in horror, his pupils constricting as if witnessing the very depths of hell on earth. Blood. It was everywhere. Dark crimson, bright red, some congealed into clots while others continued to flow sluggishly. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, and even the dilapidated furniture were splattered with bloodstains. The bloodstains, some of which have dried to a dark brown, while others remain fresh, emit a pungent metallic odor. The entire room appears as though it has been soaked in blood, a sight that is truly harrowing. Even more chilling is the sight of several rudimentary beds placed in the center of the room, upon which lie a number of naked women bound in place. Their bodies are marred by an array of scars, lash marks, knife wounds, and burns. Some of the wounds have festered, oozing yellow pus and releasing a foul stench. Their eyes are hollow and numb, as if their souls have departed, leaving behind mere husks of humanity. In the corners of the room, several corpses lie piled, some in advanced stages of decay, exuding a nauseating odor. The bodies are infested with maggots, a ghastly sight that sends shivers down one's spine. Among the corpses are both men and women, young and old, each meeting a tragically gruesome end. Some have been disemboweled. Others have had their limbs severed, and some have even been skinned alive. Ugh! The women trailing behind Lin Tao could no longer contain themselves, bending over to retch. Their faces were as pale as parchment, their bodies trembling violently, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Lu Nanya clutched tightly at Lin Tao's clothing, her small face drained of color, yet she stifled her sobs, knowing she could not afford to be a burden to her brother. Lin Tao's heart felt as though it were being gripped by an unseen hand, the pain rendering him nearly breathless. He had witnessed the brutality of the apocalypse and the horror of zombies, but he had never encountered such a scene of utter despair. This place was nothing short of a hell on earth. Those scoundrels, they are not human. They are demons. Beasts. This pack of beasts. Zhang Zhao's eyes instantly turned blood red as he gripped the wrench in his hands tightly, trembling with rage, longing to rush out and not only save those beasts, but also desecrate their remains. Li Dong held onto the silenced pistol with a sweaty palm. His face was pale, his lips quivering, and within his small heart loomed a great shadow. Li Dong, go find some clothes for them to wear. Zhang Xiao, wait for an opportunity to heal them. Lin Tao's voice was deep and hoarse as he struggled to maintain his composure, yet the fury within him simmered like a volcano, threatening to erupt at any moment. Li Dong nodded, turning to dash outside, while Zhang Xiao lowered his head, also nodding in agreement. Who are you? A woman bound to the bed slowly opened her eyes. Despite the torment she had endured, her astonishing beauty still shone through. Her eyelashes fluttered like trembling butterfly wings in the wind, revealing eyes that once sparkled like stars, now dimmed and devoid of light. Her voice was weak and hoarse, akin to a dry leaf shivering in the cold wind, as if it could wither away at any moment. Her gaze was hollow and numb. Yet when she saw Lin Tao and the others, a flicker of faint light sparked in her eyes. That glimmer was hope, the last vestige of hope amidst despair. We are here to rescue you, Lin Tao said softly as he approached the woman. At that moment, Li Dong returned with clothes in hand and handed them to Lin Tao, who gently draped the garments over her. His movements were gentle and soft, as if he feared startling her. Are you here to save us? A flicker of doubt crossed the woman's eyes. She seemed unable to trust her own ears. Indeed, we have come to rescue you, Lin Tao reiterated, his voice resolute and powerful, imbued with an undeniable strength. Tears began to well up in the woman's eyes, her cracked lips quivering slightly, as if she wished to articulate something but found herself unable to do so. Lin Tao gazed at her, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. He understood that this woman, along with those bound to the bed, had endured inhumane torment. Their bodies and minds had suffered immense trauma. Thank you, thank you. A glimmer of vitality emerged in her dim eyes as she looked at Lin Tao, filled with gratitude and hope. Do not fear, now that we are here. All will be well. The previously rescued women stepped forward, their eyes brimming with sympathy and compassion. Let us leave first. Lin Tao lowered his head, leading the three out of the blood-stained room. The surviving women untied those who were bound, gently embracing them, offering comfort and encouragement. We are finally saved. Oh, we can finally leave this dreadful place. Thank you, They could no longer contain themselves and burst into tears, their sobs heart-wrenching, as if they were releasing all the grievances and suffering they had endured in recent days. The sound of crying echoed through the blood-stained room, shattering hearts. After a while, Li Dong returned with some clean clothes he had found, gently knocking on the door and placing them at its threshold. Although these garments might not fit well and appeared somewhat tattered, for them, it was the most precious gift imaginable. After a long pause, the survivors emerged from the grim chamber. One woman stepped forward, her once lustrous black hair now haphazardly shorn, resembling the aftermath of a dog's gnawing, with remnants of dried blood at the roots. Her face was marred with dirt and streaks of tears, yet faint traces of her delicate features remained visible. In her eyes flickered a mixture of fear and a profound resolve. She wore an oversized men's shirt that hung loosely, exposing bruises on her collarbone and shoulders. She spoke up, her voice trembling yet remarkably resolute. We wish to follow you." Her words were punctuated by the urgent desperation of the others, their gazes brimming with longing and hope as they looked at Lin Tao, as if he were their savior. We just want to live like human beings." Lin Tao gazed at them, his heart a tumult of emotions. He perceived the terror and despair in their eyes, yet he also discerned their determination and yearning. But was it truly wise to take them along? Lin Tao's inner turmoil raged fiercely. He is no saint. He harbors his own selfish desires. His sole intent is to safeguard Lu Nanya and to survive alongside his brothers in this merciless apocalypse. Bringing these women along would undoubtedly burden them further and diminish their chances of survival. He instinctively glanced at Lu Nanya, who was tightly clutching his waist. Seemingly sensing his hesitation, her petite form trembling slightly, Lin Tao's heart constricted painfully, as if pierced by an unseen force. Memories of Lu Nanya's parents' tragic demise flooded his mind, along with the terror and helplessness reflected in the girl's eyes. He understood that if he were to reject these women, their fate would be nothing short of death. "Brother," Lu Nanya softly called, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it struck Lin Tao's heart like a bolt of lightning. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong also turned their gaze toward him, awaiting his decision. They were acutely aware that Lin Tao's choice would determine not only the fate of these women but also the path they would tread in the future. With a deep breath, Lin Tao slowly closed his eyes. He envisioned the innocent lives lost, the women subjected to indignities, and the despair etched in the eyes of Lu Nanya's parents. His fist gradually clenched, nails digging deep into his flesh, blood trickling down to the ground. "All right." Lin Tao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze resolute and unwavering. "I promise you. However, I cannot guarantee your safety." Our current situa, the women spoke in unison, their gazes resolute and unwavering. "Very well, since you have made your decision, let us fight together." Lin Tao's eyes hardened with newfound determination. He understood that the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders had intensified. Not only must he safeguard Lu Nanya, but he also had to protect these women. "Can we truly do this?" Zhang Xiao inquired with a hint of apprehension as he looked at Lin Tao. He recognized Lin Tao's formidable strength, yet he harbored doubts about whether he could shield so many. "We can," Lin Tao replied firmly, meeting Zhang Xiao's gaze with conviction. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Tao led the group out of the villa, their silhouettes appearing remarkably grand beneath the radiant sunlight. Chapter 28. Rebuilding the homeland and inventory of supplies. As the morning sun filtered through the curtain seams, it cast a warm glow upon Lin Tao's face. He slowly opened his eyes to find Lu Nanya peacefully nestled against his arm, deep in slumber. The delicate flutter of her eyelashes resembled a tranquil kitten, evoking a sense of tenderness that made him reluctant to disturb her. With gentle care, Lin Tao extricated his arm and tucked the blanket around her securely before rising from the bed. Approaching the window, he drew back the curtains, and sunlight flooded the room, illuminating every corner. Outside, the Zhanghai Villa district was devoid of its usual tranquility, replaced by a scene of bustling activity. The women were diligently clearing debris and transporting supplies. Although their forms bore signs of fatigue, their eyes sparkled with hope. "Lin Ge, you're awake." Wang Zhao's voice echoed from outside the door, interrupting Lin Tao's contemplations. Lin Tao turned around and saw Wang Zhao standing at the doorway. The fear and despair that had marred her face the previous day had vanished, replaced by a resolute determination. "Ah, you are awake?" Lin Tao nodded and inquired. "Is there something you need?" "Brother Tao, everyone has nearly finished clearing the villa area. How do you wish to proceed?" Wang Zhao responded, her tone imbued with respect and anticipation. Lin Tao regarded her. She was the first to step forward 2 days ago, voicing the collective desire of all survivors to follow him. Her bravery and decisiveness left a profound impression on him. Very well. Let us do this. Have everyone gather the usable supplies from the villa area, and then we shall discuss how to rebuild this place. Lin Tao contemplated for a moment before speaking. Understood. I will make the arrangements. Wang Xiao nodded and turned to leave. As Lin Tao watched her departing figure, a myriad of emotions surged within him. Just 2 days prior, this place had resembled a hell on earth, yet now it brimmed with the promise of life. All of this had come at an arduous cost. Time, like a fleeting shadow, had swiftly passed, and a day had elapsed. Throughout this day, Lin Tao, accompanied by the others, had meticulously cleared the Jianhai Villa area. The rooms once stained with blood had been scrubbed spotless. The dreaded blood-soaked chambers in the central villa had been reduced to ashes. The Jianhai Villa area was gradually reviving with vitality. Everything unfolded in an orderly fashion. Brother Tao, come help. Zhang Zhao's voice echoed from a distance, jolting Lin Tao from his reverie. Lin Tao turned his gaze towards the sound and saw Zhang Zhao standing beside a truck, waving at him. This truck was the very one they had previously used to transport supplies. You've arrived, Lin Tao responded, hastening his steps towards Zhang Zhao. Brother Tao, look at what I brought back. Zhang Zhao exclaimed with pride, gesturing towards the truck. As Lin Tao approached, he beheld the truck bed brimming with an assortment of supplies, cases of bottled water, bags of rice, barrels of cooking oil, as well as various canned goods, instant noodles, and biscuits, precisely the items they had spent the entire afternoon moving from the Walmart warehouse. Excellent, as long as you returned, Lin Tao said with a smile, patting Zhang Xiao on the shoulder. Of course. Do you even need to ask who I am? Zhang Xiao replied with a smirk, lifting his chin confidently. Come on. Let us help move these items into the warehouse. All right. Lin Tao agreed, and together with Zhang Xiao, they began transferring the supplies. Li Dong and Lu Nanya also joined in the effort. The four worked in unison, swiftly moving the goods into a warehouse converted from a villa. Ugh. I'm exhausted. Zhang Xiao plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily. With your physique, it's high time you engaged in some exercise, Lin Tao chuckled. This is what you call pseudo-obesity. Do you understand? Zhang Xiao rolled his eyes in response. Enough of the banter. Let us tally up what we have and see how many supplies we currently possess, Lin Tao proposed. The four of them commenced counting the items within the warehouse. Bottled water, 126 cases, each containing 24 bottles. Rice, 53 bags, each weighing 25 kilograms. Edible oil, 27 barrels, each containing 5 liters. Canned meat, 32 boxes, each with 24 cans. Canned vegetables, 18 boxes, each holding 24 cans. Canned fruits, 15 boxes, each comprising 24 cans. Instant noodles, 46 boxes, each containing 24 packets. Biscuits, 23 boxes, each with 30 packets. Additionally, there are the food supplies previously discovered in the villa area, along with some bulk seasonings and gas canisters. We currently number 22 individuals. If we ration these provisions wisely, they should sustain us for approximately 2 months. Lin Tao remarked, swiftly calculating the consumption rate in his mind. 2 months. The time feels rather tight. Zhang Xiao furrowed his brow, aware that securing a stable food source within 2 months would be a formidable challenge. 2 months, not excessively long. Yet not particularly short either. Should any unforeseen complications arise during this period, we might indeed face hunger. Zhang Xiao scratched his head, his expression resembling one afflicted by prolonged constipation. Therefore, we must devise a strategy to secure a long-term food supply, Lin Tao declared, slapping his thigh, his eyes glimmering with the light of ingenuity, as if he had glimpsed a beacon of hope in the future. A long-term food supply? Brother Tao, you're not suggesting raising pigs, are you? Li Dong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had heard the most absurd of tales. Raising pigs? Why not suggest raising mythical creatures instead? In this apocalyptic world, where would one procure feed? Moreover, even if we managed to find pigs, they might very well be mutated beasts. A single charge from one of those meat missiles could spell our doom. Zhang Xiao mercilessly mocked, casting a significant eye roll at Li Dong. Ahem, when I referred to a long-term meal ticket, I certainly did not mean rearing pigs. Lin Tao cleared his throat twice, attempting to salvage his precarious image. Just then, Wang Xiao approached, a faint scent of perspiration lingering about her, clearly indicating she had just finished an arduous task. Her steps were light yet resolute, each footfall seemingly echoing with the rhythm of hope. Lin Ge, I have an idea, though I am uncertain of its feasibility. Wang Zhao's voice was crisp and melodious, reminiscent of a mountain spring, infusing a refreshing breeze into the stifling atmosphere. Oh, do tell. Lin Tao raised an eyebrow, encouraging her to elaborate. We could scour the nearby supermarkets, convenience stores, and the warehouses of those restaurants and hotels. We would surely uncover a wealth of food. Then, we can procure some seeds, vegetables, fruits, grains, anything that can flourish. Let us plant it all. The Jianghai Villa area is spacious, with ample open land, perfect for cultivation. In due time, we could grow our own food and sustain ourselves. Wouldn't that be splendid? As Wang Xiao spoke with growing enthusiasm, her eyes sparkled with the light of hope, as if envisioning a bountiful harvest. Wow, Wang Xiao, your idea is remarkable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was nothing short of a post-apocalyptic farming plan. Post-apocalyptic farm? That title. It sounds rather intriguing, Lin Tao mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Wang Zhao's proposition was indeed quite constructive. In this apocalyptic world, the scarcity of food poses the greatest challenge. Achieving self-sufficiency would undoubtedly resolve a monumental issue. Lin Ge, I believe this is feasible. Li Dong nodded in agreement, despite his usual timidity. He remained clear-headed regarding matters of survival. Lin Tao surveyed the group, his mind deep in contemplation. Wang Zhao's proposal indeed held considerable allure. Yet its execution would encounter numerous obstacles. Firstly, scavenging for supplies is no trivial task. Small supermarkets and convenience stores have likely been stripped bare by other survivors. Even if there are remnants, their quantity is uncertain. Furthermore, with the rampant presence of zombies outside, venturing out to gather resources entails immense risk. Secondly, procuring seeds is also a daunting endeavor. In this apocalyptic era, acquiring them is not as simple as stepping out to shop. Lastly, even if seeds are secured, farming is far from an effortless undertaking. Watering, fertilizing, weeding, and pest control, each aspect is essential. Not to mention the need to guard against both zombies and the incursions of other survivors. This proves far more challenging than cultivating crops in a game. Wang Xiao, your idea is commendable, but the challenges of implementation are substantial, Lin Tao said thoughtfully after a moment's hesitation. He did not outright dismiss Wang Zhao's suggestion but rather expressed his concerns. Lin Ge, I recognize the difficulty, yet we must at least make the attempt. Wang Zhao's gaze was resolute and unwavering. She did not falter in the face of Lin Tao's apprehensions. How can we know it won't work unless we try? What if we succeed? Moreover, with so many of us here, alongside you, Zhang Xiao, and Li Dong, we are surely capable. Wang Zhao's voice, though soft, resonated with strength. Her words acted as a potent stimulant, invigorating the hearts of all present. Brother Lin, I too believe we should give it a try, Li Dong concurred. Though timid by nature, he yearned to contribute to the team's efforts. Lin Tao surveyed the assembly, feeling a swell of emotion. He realized that each individual harbored a profound trust in him and was willing to embark on this perilous journey together. All right, since everyone feels this way, let us proceed. Lin Tao inhaled deeply, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering resolve. However, we must first devise a plan. We cannot act blindly. First, we need to ascertain which nearby locations may harbor resources and which might yield seeds. Second, we must create a comprehensive scavenging strategy, ensuring safety remains our priority. Lastly, we need to organize our manpower, dividing tasks to enhance efficiency. What does everyone think? Lin Tao looked around, seeking their input. Absolutely. We're with you. Let us do this. The group enthusiastically expressed their agreement, each person eager and ready for action. Excellent. Let us commence our endeavor now. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lin Tao led the group out of the warehouse, marking the inception of a grand and audacious post-apocalyptic farming initiative. Chapter 29. The eerie calm. All right, brothers and sisters, it is time to showcase our true skills. Lin Tao stood before an immense map of Jianghai City, his fingers tapping rhythmically upon it, reminiscent of a military strategist delineating his grand plans. On the map, several large supermarkets and gas stations were circled in red ink, akin to tantalizing cakes awaiting their eager indulgence. Let us first visit this Jijifa supermarket. It is the nearest and the largest, undoubtedly brimming with supplies, Lin Tao declared. Pointing to a red circle on the map, his voice tinged with excitement, as if he could already envision mountains of food piled high. Afterward, we shall proceed to the nearby gas station to fill our tank. In these times, fuel is more precious than gold. With it, we can venture farther and scour more resources. He then continued, lastly, we must raid this Lega supermarket and leave it utterly bare. We shall strive for the three-light policy: consume all, drink all, and take all. With a grand gesture, Lin Tao proclaimed with bravado, Brother Tao, your plan. It sounds akin to robbing a bank. Zhang Xiao remarked in astonishment from the side, believing Lin Tao was increasingly embodying the qualities of a post-apocalyptic leader. What nonsense about robbing a bank? We are merely optimizing resource utilization. Lin Tao shot Zhang Xiao a glare, his tone sharp. Hey, I was just joking, Zhang Xiao replied with a cheeky grin. But I must say, Brother Tao, I quite like your plan. It's exhilarating. Exhilarating it may be, but safety must be our foremost priority, Lin Tao retorted, his smile fading as he spoke solemnly. The streets outside are teeming with zombies. We must tread carefully and remain vigilant at every step. Brother. Lu Nanya gently tugged at Lin Tao's sleeve, her small face etched with a hint of apprehension. Though unspoken, Lin Tao discerned the young girl's fear of his venturing out. Lin Tao knelt, caressing Lu Nanya's head, and said softly, Be good, Nanya. Brother is merely stepping out to procure some sustenance. I shall return swiftly. Await us at home with Sister Wang Xiao, all right? Lu Nanya nodded obediently. Yet her small hand remained firmly clasped to Lin Tao's sleeve, reluctant to release him. Lin Tao turned towards Wang Xiao, entrusting, Wang Xiao, Nanya is in your care. Kindly look after her. The three of us shall be back presently. Wang Xiao nodded, approaching Lu Nanya and reassuringly saying, Fear not, Nanya. I shall keep you company. Only then did Lu Nanya gradually release Lin Tao's sleeve, gazing at him with lingering reluctance. Rest assured, Brother Tao, with you around. What have we to fear? Li Dong declared, thumping his chest, brimming with confidence in Lin Tao. Li Dong, the way you speak, one would think I am Superman. Lin Tao retorted with a helpless smile. I am no Superman. I am but an ordinary man, albeit one possessing a modicum of special abilities. Brother Tao, spare us the modesty. Your special abilities are not a mere modicum, but rather, exceedingly formidable. Zhang Xiao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Enough with the jesting. Let us hasten our departure. Lin Tao urged, unwilling to squander time on frivolous debate. He caressed Lu Nanya's head once more, promising, Be a good girl, Nanya, and await my return. A chorus of nods echoed as the crowd followed Lin Tao out of the warehouse. Leading the charge, Lin Tao strode ahead while Zhang Xiao drove the truck, ferrying everyone towards their first destination, the Jiajiafu supermarket. The truck thundered down the desolate streets, its roar resonating through the air. On either side, chaos reigned. Wrecked cars lay scattered, refuse cluttered the ground, and some decaying bodies were visible. A putrid stench lingered in the atmosphere. Strangely, where had all the zombies gone? Lin Tao pondered, his mind swirling with confusion. Is this still the Jianghai city I once knew? Li Dong gazed out the window, murmuring to himself in disbelief. The once thriving metropolis had transformed into a wasteland. This is the apocalypse. Lin Tao sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. The end of the world. Truly a dreadful affair. Zhang Xiao couldn't help but curse. He felt that this apocalypse was far more brutal than any doomsday game he had ever played. Soon, the truck arrived near the Jiajiafu supermarket. However, Lin Tao was taken aback by the eerie silence surrounding the supermarket. There were no zombie growls, nor the cries of survivors echoing in the air. Only the whisper of the wind through the leaves and the rumble of the truck's engine filled the void. What is happening here? Lin Tao furrowed his brow, a wave of intense unease washing over him. He sensed that beneath this tranquility lay an immense peril. Tao Ge. I can't shake the feeling that something is off, Zhang Xiao cautiously inquired, having also sensed the anomaly. Indeed, it is exceedingly quiet. A stillness that sends chills down one's spine, Li Dong concurred. Have you noticed that recently, it seems we have encountered scarcely any zombies? Lin Tao suddenly remarked. Truly, when we first ventured out, we could still see quite a number of zombies, but now, not a single one in sight. Zhang Xiao realized with sudden clarity. Could it be the eerie calm before the storm? Li Dong's voice trembled slightly as he recalled the unsettling scenarios from horror films, where an unsettling silence precedes the emergence of the formidable antagonist. Regardless, let us face whatever comes our way. Lin Tao inhaled deeply, his gaze solidifying with resolve. Come, let us venture inside. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lin Tao led the group towards the supermarket. They cautiously pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside. The supermarket was enveloped in darkness, devoid of light and sound. Only a pervasive stench of decay assaulted their senses. Ugh! Li Dong could not suppress a gag. He found the odor more repugnant than a month-old pair of unwashed socks. Everyone, tread carefully and stay close to me, Lin Tao whispered, illuminating the path ahead with his flashlight. The beam of light flickered in the darkness, akin to a solitary firefly. The group followed closely behind Lin Tao, advancing step by step. Their footsteps echoed in the vast emptiness of the supermarket, resonating with unsettling clarity. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from behind the shelves. "Who's there?" Lin Tao spun around abruptly, directing his flashlight toward the source of the noise. However, the place was utterly deserted, with only rows of empty shelves. "Tao, please don't frighten me." Li Dong's voice quivered as he clutched Lin Tao's arm, fearing that something might snatch him away. "It's nothing. Perhaps something just fell." Lin Tao reassured him, though his own heart raced with heightened vigilance. They pressed on and soon arrived at the supermarket storeroom. The door to the storeroom stood ajar. Lin Tao pushed it open and stepped inside. Chapter 30. Mushroom cloud. Sparse supplies were scattered across the shelves, the majority of which lay vacant, while the floor was littered with discarded packaging and empty cans. "Damn it, someone got here first," Zhang Xiao exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. Yet his eyes sparkled as he scanned the shelves. But there are still plenty of items left. Our trip wasn't in vain. He noticed a few cases of bottled water, several bags of rice, and some scattered cans and instant noodles in a corner. Although the quantity was limited, it was enough to bring them joy. "Stop dawdling. Let's quickly gather what we can find," Lin Tao urged, beginning to collect the supplies. At that moment, something suddenly fell from Lin Tao's pocket with a crisp clatter. He glanced down to discover a green crystal core, the very one he had extracted from the head of a zombie dog. "What dropped?" Zhang Xiao inquired with curiosity. "It's the crystal core from before," Lin Tao replied, picking it up from the ground. "I've been so busy these past few days that I'd completely forgotten about this." He recalled that in the apocalyptic novels he had previously perused, the crystal core was a coveted treasure. The protagonist relied on this object to level up and conquer formidable foes, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of their existence. Some stories claimed that the crystal core could directly enhance one's physical capabilities. Others suggested it should be consumed in water, while yet others posited that it needed to be combined with rare herbs and materials to concoct elixirs for utilization. However, those notions were merely the fabrications of imaginative authors. In reality, the application of the crystal core remained a mystery. Lin Tao pondered that since the core was extracted from the brain of a zombie dog, it was likely connected to the source of the undead's power. Perhaps this object could indeed augment his strength, enabling him to grow more formidable. He resolved that upon returning, he would diligently investigate this crystal core. First, he would attempt to absorb it directly. If successful, it would certainly simplify matters considerably. If direct absorption proved unfeasible, he would explore alternative methods, infusing it in water, simmering it in broth, or grinding it into powder. Regardless, he was determined to find a way to harness its potential. "Shall we be on our way?" he suggested, sensing an unsettling atmosphere in the vicinity. Zhang Xiao rubbed his arms, urging him onward. He had an incessant feeling that within the supermarket, beyond their presence, something else lurked. "Indeed, it seems we've gathered most of what we can. Let us depart," Lin Tao replied, nodding as he led the group out of the warehouse. They loaded the provisions they had discovered onto the truck and set off towards their next destination, the gas station. The truck sped along the desolate streets, the engine emitting a deep, resonant roar. As the sun dipped below the horizon, it painted the sky in a vivid crimson hue, seemingly heralding ominous events to come. "Look, there are numerous footprints on the ground," Li Dong exclaimed, pointing to the pavement in astonishment. Lin Tao followed the direction indicated by Li Dong's finger and gazed at the ground, which was densely covered with an array of footprints, some human, some belonging to zombies, and others of peculiar shapes, as if left by some large creature. All these footprints extended in the same direction, seemingly guiding them towards something. Zhang Xiao squinted, observing intently. Could it be that the zombies are all heading there? Li Dong's voice trembled slightly. "Never mind that. Let us fill up and leave without causing any trouble," Lin Tao replied. Though he feigned nonchalance, a twinge of unease flickered within him. The truck soon arrived at the gas station. Inside, chaos reigned. Fuel nozzles lay strewn across the ground, and the fuel tank cover stood ajar, clearly having been ransacked. "Damn, we're late again." Zhang Xiao couldn't help but curse. "It's all right. We still have some fuel. Let us fill up first," Lin Tao said, picking up a fuel nozzle and commencing to refuel the truck. "Brother Tao, this gas station has been emptied as well. Where shall we go now?" Zhang Xiao inquired, somewhat disheartened after traveling such a distance for only a little fuel. "Let us try the supermarket. Perhaps luck will be on our side," Lin Tao suggested, pointing to the map. Although the hope was faint, they had to give it a shot. The truck roared back to life and headed toward the supermarket. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that it too had been completely looted. The shelves stood bare, littered with various debris. "Damn, these bastards are too quick," Zhang Xiao fumed. stamping his feet in frustration, feeling as though he were a scavenger, always a step behind. Forget it. No more complaints. Finding anything at all is a stroke of fortune. Although Lin Tao felt a twinge of disappointment, he maintained a calm demeanor. He led the group in a meticulous search through the supermarket, hoping to uncover any overlooked supplies. Ultimately, they stumbled upon a few boxes of instant noodles and some sausages tucked away in a corner. The quantity was meager, yet it was better than nothing. Sighing, Lin Tao remarked, "It seems this is all we can manage for today. Let's head back." "Such a paltry haul. It hardly fills the gaps," Zhang Xiao murmured, but still climbed aboard the truck alongside Lin Tao. The vehicle rumbled to life once more, making its way towards the Jianghai Villa district. As night fell, the sanguine hues of the sky faded, giving way to a profound darkness. Upon returning to the Villa district, Li Dong exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Zhang Xiao parked the truck at the warehouse entrance, and together with the others, they began unloading the supplies. "Brother Lin today." "Thank you all," Wang Xiao said softly as she approached Lin Tao. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet it resonated with gratitude. "It's nothing." Lin Tao replied with a warm smile. "Brother, you're back," Lunanya exclaimed as she raced out of her room and leaped into Lin Tao's embrace. "Nanya, be good. Your brother has returned," he said gently, stroking her head. "Brother Lin, was it very dangerous outside today?" Wang Xiao inquired, observing a hint of seriousness in Lin Tao's expression. "Dangerous it may not be, yet today outside is peculiarly eerie, an unsettling silence enveloping the atmosphere. Lin Tao's complexion appears somewhat unwell. As we ventured out today, we discovered the zombies seem to have vanished." Lin Tao continued, "Indeed, we also observed numerous footprints, all leading in the same direction." Li Dong added, sensing that this matter is undoubtedly intricate. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted, unannounced, from the horizon, illuminating the previously shrouded night sky as if it were day. The brilliance was so intense that it was nearly unbearable to behold, akin to the sun descending upon the earth. "What is that?" Wang Xiao exclaimed, attempting to look but was momentarily blinded by the glare. In response to the abrupt luminosity, Lunanya clung tightly to Lin Tao's arm, her face ashen and her body trembling slightly. "Brother, what is that light?" Her voice quivered with uncertainty. Lin Tao, equally taken aback by the spectacle, squinted in an effort to discern the source of the light, yet its radiance proved too overwhelming. After several moments, the group finally regained their composure. What is that?" Li Dong asked, his eyes wide with terror. "It's a mushroom cloud," Lin Tao murmured, gazing at the colossal formation with a chilling sensation in his heart. He understood. This was the aftermath of a nuclear explosion. A nuclear bomb. How could this be? Zhang Zhao's voice trembled, almost incredulous. The detonation of a nuclear bomb signifies what? It indicates that human civilization may be teetering on the brink of perilous times. The group fell into a profound silence. Approximately 4 minutes elapsed before Lin Tao perceived a subtle tremor in the ground, followed by an earth-shattering sound. The reverberations were not merely a cacophony, but a profound dread that emanated from the depths of one's being. For minutes, as Lin Tao gazed at the mushroom cloud gradually ascending, a numerical value flashed through his mind. A solitary imperative echoed within him. Become stronger. He must become stronger. He turned his gaze to observe Lu Nanya's apprehensive eyes, Wang Zhao's clenched jaw, Li Dong's pallid countenance, and Zhang Zhao's tightly gripped fists. For he sensed, with a growing certainty, that the true peril had only just commenced. Chapter 31. The enigma of the crystalline core. The aftershocks of the explosion seemed to linger in the air, a haunting resonance that made one's heart palpitate. Lin Tao abruptly sat up in bed, his brow beaded with perspiration, his heart pounding as if to escape its confines. He gasped for breath, his eyes still reflecting a trace of lingering trepidation. The colossal mushroom cloud from the previous night persisted in his mind, an inescapable specter. Throwing back the covers, he approached the window and drew back the drapes. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow upon him, yet Lin Tao's heart remained frigid. Outside, the Jiahai Villa district had begun to exhibit a semblance of revitalization. Under Wang Zhao's guidance, the women were engaged in clearing debris, transporting supplies, their industrious figures adding a touch of vibrancy to this desolate landscape. "Brother Lin, you're awake?" Zhang Zhao's voice emanated from beyond the doorway, interrupting Lin Tao's reflections. Lin Tao turned around and beheld Zhang Xiao and Li Dong standing at the doorway, their faces etched with fatigue and gravitas. "Ah, you're awake," he remarked, nodding slightly. "Did you both not sleep well last night?" "Sleep? What nonsense! With all that commotion, who could possibly rest?" Zhang Xiao scoffed. rolling her eyes in frustration. I spent the entire night plagued by nightmares, dreaming that I was incinerated by a nuclear bomb. Li Dong's voice quivered, revealing the psychological scars left by last night's explosion. Enough of that. Don't dwell on it too much. If the sky were to fall, there is still someone tall enough to hold it up, Lin Tao consoled, patting Li Dong on the shoulder. Our foremost priority now is to seize the moment and enhance our strength to confront the impending crisis. Indeed, Lin Gu is right. We must hasten our growth. Otherwise, should another nuclear bomb strike, we would surely meet our demise. Zhang Xiao concurred. The nuclear explosion yesterday likely cleared this area of zombies, so for the time being, it should be relatively safe, Lin Tao analyzed, his tone a blend of relief and concern. Thus, we should capitalize on this safe period to scour the vicinity for resources. He cast his gaze upon the green crystal core nestled in his pocket. Moreover, we should also ascertain the purpose of this object. Tao Gu, you can't possibly be thinking of swallowing it directly, are you? Zhang Zhao's eyes widened in alarm. That thing was extracted from a zombie's head. What if it's toxic? What are you even imagining? Certainly, we must not act with such haste. Let us first seek out a solitary zombie for experimentation. Lin Tao remarked with a hint of irritation. Let us feed the crystal core to the zombie and observe the results. Indeed, let us begin with that, Zhang Xiao replied. After a brief discussion regarding the affairs within the villa area and reassuring Lunanya, they departed in a large truck, setting out to scavenge for supplies nearby. The truck thundered down the desolate streets, creating a cacophony of noise. On either side, chaos reigned. Mangled vehicles lay strewn about, litter cluttered the ground, and several corpses had succumbed to decay. After a bumpy journey, they arrived at Jianhai City, where they drove around the urban landscape, soon discovering that most supermarkets and shops had been thoroughly looted, leaving behind only scraps of little value. After searching for a while longer, they finally stumbled upon a small supermarket's corner, where they found some overlooked supplies, a few boxes of instant noodles, several packets of biscuits, and a selection of canned goods. Though meager, it was better than nothing. Lin Tao instructed Zhang Xiao and Li Dong to load the supplies onto the truck. Next, we must locate a solitary zombie to test the efficacy of the crystal core, Lin Tao declared. Shortly thereafter, they uncovered a lone zombie wandering aimlessly within a confined room, emitting low, guttural growls. Lin Tao pointed at the creature and announced, "This fellow shall serve as our specimen. I shall take charge." Zhang Xiao, with fervent determination, charged forward, wielding a repair hammer, and struck mercilessly at the joints of the zombie's legs. A sharp crack echoed as the creature's bones shattered, causing it to stagger and lose its balance, collapsing onto the floor while still struggling to rise. Goodness, that was rather brutal, don't you think? You've rendered it incapacitated, Li Dong remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. Well, if we don't incapacitate it, shall we wait for it to bite us? Zhang Xiao retorted with an eye roll. Isn't Brother Tao planning to use it for experiments? Just leave it breathing. Enough of the banter, Lin Tao interjected, stepping forward alongside Zhang Xiao to securely bind the zombie with ropes, ensuring it could not move. He then placed a crystal core into the creature's mouth. Now, let us observe its fate. Lin Tao stepped back a few paces, joining Zhang Xiao and Li Dong as they anxiously watched the zombie. Seconds ticked by. Yet the creature remained unresponsive. Oh no, could it be ineffective? Zhang Xiao expressed his disappointment. Patience, Lin Tao urged, confident that the crystal core would prove effective. At that moment, the zombie's body began to tremble violently. It's moving, Li Dong exclaimed, pointing at the creature. Before their eyes, the zombie's once decayed body began to transform at a visible rate, its skin cracking like parched earth, oozing dark green pus from the fissures, as if something within were striving to break free. The zombie's body convulsed violently, emitting a garbled roar from its throat, as if enduring immense agony, causing Lin Tao and his companions to feel a chilling dread. Suddenly, its muscular tissue seemed to be infused with newfound vitality, beginning to writhe and proliferate at an astonishing rate. The gaping wounds began to heal rapidly, revealing vibrant red flesh beneath. Subsequently, the color of its skin deepened, transforming from a pallid gray to a dark crimson, with a sheen reminiscent of a keratin layer, appearing remarkably resilient. The contours of its muscles became increasingly pronounced, swelling with explosive power. The once withered physique expanded as if inflated, growing tall and robust. Its nails sharpened into lethal points, glinting ominously like a collection of daggers. The murkiness in its eyes gradually faded, replaced by a bloodthirsty crimson hue that sparkled with a frenzied light. This transformation lasted for over 2 minutes. When the metamorphosis ceased, The zombie had undergone a complete and startling transformation. What in the world has it evolved? This resembles something straight out of a retro FC game I used to play. Zhang Xiao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Fall back, Lin Tao shouted, pulling Zhang Xiao and Li Dong to retreat. The zombie broke free from its restraints and slowly rose, its gaze fixated solely on the desire to feast. Chapter 32. The Unfathomable Nature of Humanity. Roar. The zombie let out a furious roar and lunged menacingly toward Lin Tao. However, Lin Tao had long been prepared. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the zombie's lunge. Calm and collected, he moved with the swiftness of thunder, taking a decisive step forward. Bang! His foot connected forcefully with the zombie's back, sending it flying. The creature staggered, landing face first upon the ground, struggling to rise. Lin Tao, refusing to grant it any opportunity, dashed forward and firmly planted his foot upon the zombie's back. The zombie attempted to retaliate, pushing itself up with its hands, leaving deep gouges in the earth. Yet, Lin Tao's foot remained steadfast as a mountain, unyielding in its position. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong watched in astonishment, hardly able to believe their eyes. This crystal core. Truly, it proved to be invaluable. A wave of excitement surged within Lin Tao. He realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. This crystal core was indeed as described in apocalyptic novels, capable of enhancing biological strength. It seemed he would need to acquire more of these cores in the future. Nonetheless, the appearance of this evolved zombie was rather grotesque. Regardless, this crystal core was a remarkable asset that warranted careful utilization. With this device, his confidence in confronting zombies had significantly increased. Die, Lin Tao declared, no longer holding back, as he crushed the zombie's skull beneath his foot. With a resounding crack, the mutated zombie's head burst open, convulsing a few times before falling still. Indeed, it seems that the energy within has been somewhat depleted, Lin Tao mused, nodding in contemplation. So, this crystal core is truly a treasure. Zhang Xiao exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. Brother Lin, if this crystal core can enable zombies to evolve, might it also facilitate human evolution? Li Dong inquired suddenly. It is highly probable. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao exchanged a glance, both reflecting the astonishment and anticipation in each other's eyes. However, to ascertain this, we must find a living subject for experimentation, Lin Tao pondered, after a moment of reflection. Find a living person? Where would we even look? Zhang Xiao scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. Perhaps I could volunteer to try? Li Dong suggested hesitantly. His voice was soft, yet there was a glimmer of determination in his gaze. He stared at the pale green crystal core, his heart a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he yearned for strength, aspiring to possess formidable power like Lin Tao, to protect himself, his friends, and the innocent. He no longer wished to be a burden, merely cowering behind others in fear. On the other hand, he was apprehensive, fearful of the potential unknown side effects of the crystal core, worried that he might transform into a grotesque monster like the zombie they had encountered, or worse yet, lose his sanity and become a mindless beast driven solely by bloodlust. Yet, if he did not take the risk, how could he ever know the outcome? He was tired of being governed by fear. He longed for change, even if it was but a flicker of hope. No. Lin Tao immediately interjected, without a moment's pause. The effects of this crystal core remain uncertain. What would you do if there are adverse repercussions? However, Li Dong yearned to articulate something further, only to be interrupted by Lin Tao. He opened his mouth, wishing to declare his fearlessness, to express his willingness to embrace risk, to proclaim his desire to become a person of value. Yet ultimately, he swallowed these words. He recognized that Lin Tao had his best interests at heart. He should not be so selfish as to burden Lin Tao with his worries. There is no room for debate on this matter, Lin Tao asserted with unwavering resolve. Let us contemplate alternative strategies. If all else fails, we shall resort to hunting. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Tao's eyes. The hunting he referred to was not the pursuit of zombies, but rather the tracking of those who perpetrate wrongdoing. In this apocalyptic world, human nature is inscrutable. Some individuals are far more terrifying than the undead. It seems we have no other choice, Zhang Xiao sighed. The trio fell into a contemplative silence as they began their journey back. By the way, Tao Gu, let us procure some fitness equipment on our way back. Zhang Xiao suddenly suggested. Isn't your ability enhanced through exercise? If we gather some equipment, you could train whenever you wish. Indeed, that was my thought as well. Lin Tao nodded in agreement. His ability was his greatest asset in this desolate world. Upon returning to the vicinity of the truck, they noticed something amiss ahead. What is that? Li Dong exclaimed, pointing in surprise at the side of the truck. Lin Tao and Zhang Xiao followed his gaze, and beheld several shadowy figures lurking near the truck. These individuals were encircling the vehicle, their shifty eyes greedily assessing it, occasionally reaching out to touch the exterior with avaricious intent. Lin Tao possessed exceptional hearing, allowing him to discern their conversation with remarkable clarity. He overheard them murmuring, "Brother, look at this vehicle. It's absolutely exhilarating. It's far superior to the dilapidated vans we previously seized," exclaimed a gangly fellow with a sharp face, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Indeed, if we managed to acquire this car, we could traverse Jianghai City with unparalleled audacity." Another man, bearing a scarred visage, concurred, his tone laced with pride. "Haha, with this vehicle at our disposal, our hunts will become significantly more convenient. Those young ladies won't stand a chance," proclaimed a leader, a burly bald man, a sinister grin illuminating his face, his eyes glinting with lewd intent. "What you say is true. If it weren't for that girl's swiftness last time, we would have captured her and enjoyed her company thoroughly," the sharp-faced man said, licking his lips with a lewd expression. "Damn it, don't even mention it. Just thinking about that girl infuriates me. She was incredibly stunning." "What a pity," the scarred man spat vehemently, cursing under his breath. "Fear not. With this vehicle, we can seize anyone we desire and indulge ourselves as we please," the bald giant boasted, patting the truck's door triumphantly. "This world is our dominion." "Brother, look, there's a plethora of supplies here," remarked a shifty-eyed individual, opening the truck's container and pointing at the heaps of goods, his eyes widening, breath quickening with anticipation. "Holy crap, these bastards aren't planning to target our truck, are they?" Zhang Xiao exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in anger. "Let us go and take a look," Lin Tao said, his expression darkening. The three hastily made their way over. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiao shouted loudly. The group turned in surprise. We were just looking," one of the yellow-haired individuals stammered, his gaze evasive. Chapter 33. The cowardly bald brother. "Look at your grandmother's leg." Zhang Zhao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This bunch dared to covet their truck in broad daylight, or rather, in the midst of an apocalypse. They truly overestimated their own importance. "You lot must be tired of living." Lin Tao's voice was as frigid as ice shards, and he advanced step by step, each footfall pressing upon the very hearts of those present. The group trembled under Lin Tao's imposing presence, their legs beginning to cramp with fear. "Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." The yellow-haired one forced out a smile that was more grotesque than tears, bowing and scraping. "We were just passing by, just passing by. We had no other intentions. Passing by, and yet your hands reach into another's truck?" Li Dong was incensed. He despised thieves with a passion. Moreover, these were no ordinary petty thieves. They intended to rob both person and vehicle. "Big brother, we truly did not mean to. We were just curious. Yes, curious." The sharp-featured fellow's eyes darted about desperately, seeking any excuse. "Curious, my foot." Zhang Xiao was not swayed by such flimsy justifications. He lunged forward and delivered a resounding slap across the monkey-faced man's face. Smack. With a resounding slap, the man with a sharp face was sent spinning in place. "Ouch! How dare you hit me?" he exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. "Hit you? I was contemplating your demise," Zhang Xiao retorted, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, his tone ferocious. "Why, you better not act recklessly. We are not to be trifled with," the scarred man shouted, his voice laced with bravado, yet his body betrayed him as he instinctively stepped back. "Whether we are to be trifled with or not, we shall see," Lin Tao scoffed, revealing his resolute demeanor. Dealing with such scum necessitated extraordinary measures. "Brothers, let us engage them." The bald, burly man sensed the gravity of the situation today. He had encountered formidable opposition. With a mighty roar, he lunged at Lin Tao, prompting his companions to seize their weapons and charge at the trio. Some wielded wrenches, others steel pipes, and a few brandished bricks, each exuding a menacing aura, eager to devour Lin Tao and his friends whole. "Come on." Lin Tao advanced defiantly, meeting the bald man's charge head-on. He deftly sidestepped the man's punch and delivered a fierce kick to his calf. A sharp crack echoed as Lin Tao's strike shattered the bald man's leg. "Aya!" The man howled in agony, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Clutching his leg, he writhed in pain, lamenting his devastating fate. "Brother!" Witnessing the scene, the others were struck with terror, halting in their tracks, too frightened to advance further. "Is this all?" Lin Tao scoffed, disdain evident in his expression. These individuals were nothing more than a disorganized rabble, utterly feeble. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong were not idle either. While they may not possess Lin Tao's ferocity, they were more than capable of handling these petty henchmen. Zhang Xiao brandished a repair hammer, swinging it left and right, sending the ruffians scurrying in panic, their cries echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Li Dong, armed with a silenced pistol, aimed at their legs, firing several precise shots. Each bullet struck its mark, causing the thugs to collapse, writhing in agony. "Stop. Please, we surrender?" The yellow-haired leader, sensing the tide turning against them, was the first to kneel, raising his hands in a desperate plea. The others quickly followed suit, dropping to their knees, bowing their heads fervently. "Please, spare us. We will never dare again. It was a moment of foolishness. We implore you, let us go. We have elderly parents and young children relying on us. We cannot die." This group, who just moments ago had exuded menace, transformed instantaneously into a quivering mass, wailing for mercy as if their lives depended on it. An astonishingly swift metamorphosis. "Now you seek to plead for mercy? Where was this sentiment earlier?" Zhang Xiao kicked one of the yellow-haired thugs squarely in the face, sending him sprawling. "Bah! A pack of cowards!" Li Dong spat on the ground, his face a mask of contempt. "Bind them all," Lin Tao commanded coldly. He would not easily let these miscreants escape. He intended to make them pay dearly. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong retrieved ropes from the truck, binding each of the ruffians tightly, resembling rice dumplings. "Now, speak. Who are you? Why did you target our truck?" Lin Tao demanded, towering over the bald, muscular man before him. The man grimaced in pain, yet stubbornly replied, We were just passing by. We never intended to bother your truck. Is it true that one must see the coffin before shedding tears?" Lin Tao scoffed, pressing his foot down harshly on the man's broken leg. "Ah!" The bald man cried out in agony, nearly losing consciousness. "Will you speak?" Lin Tao intensified the pressure of his foot. I'll tell you. The man finally capitulated, trembling as he divulged their origins and intentions. It turned out that this group was a petty gang from Jia High City, surviving through petty theft and robbery. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, they had escalated their nefarious activities, burning, killing, and plundering without remorse. They had set their sights on Lin Tao's truck, hoping to seize it as their war vehicle. "You truly are incorrigible." Lin Tao's eyes gleamed with a hint of murderous intent upon hearing the bald man's confession. Such scum only brought disaster. It would be better to send them on their way. "Big brother, spare us. We shall never dare again." The bald man, sensing Lin Tao's murderous resolve, was terrified and hastily bowed in supplication. "Spare you? Did you ever consider sparing others when you committed your atrocities?" Lin Tao spoke coldly. We. The bald, muscular man stuttered, unable to articulate his thoughts. "In the next life, remember to be a good person." With that, Lin Tao hesitated no longer and crushed the man's skull underfoot. "I've committed murder. Spare me. Please, big brother, spare me." The group of yellow-haired individuals, witnessing this horrific scene, completely shattered. They screamed, losing control of themselves, kneeling on the ground and fervently bowing their heads in supplication. "We will never dare again. We implore you to let us go. We were blinded by greed. We deserve to die. Big brother, we were wrong. Just consider me a mere trifle and let me go." The echoes of their anguished wails reverberated through the desolate street, a sound particularly jarring to the ears. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong were also taken aback by Lin Tao's ruthless methods. They had not anticipated such decisiveness in his actions. As Lin Tao gazed upon the weeping figures before him, his heart held not a shred of compassion. In this apocalyptic world, human life was as expendable as weeds. Mercy towards foes equated to cruelty towards oneself. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, recalling his previous experiment of feeding zombies with crystal cores. Perhaps he could spare their lives? He turned to the trembling individuals before him and said coldly, "Do you wish to live?" Yes, we want to live." The yellow-haired men clung to this lifeline, nodding vigorously as if they had grasped a straw for survival. "Desiring life is one thing, but you must heed my commands." Lin Tao's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. "We will listen. We will certainly listen. You command us, and we shall obey." The young man with golden hair hastily expressed his loyalty. "Excellent." Lin Tao nodded and instructed, "First, bind them and take them back." He gestured towards the group of car thieves. "Tao Gu, what's the point of keeping them? Are we to use them as laborers to move things?" "We have no shortage of manpower," Zhang Xiao remarked, scratching his head, clearly reluctant to associate with such scoundrels. "I have my reasons," Lin Tao replied enigmatically, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he pointed at the trembling rascals. "Take them back. I have an experiment that requires their cooperation." "Experiment?" Zhang Xiao and Li Dong exchanged glances, a sudden understanding dawning upon them, and Zhang Zhao's mouth fell open in astonishment. Tao Ge, you can't possibly mean to use them for testing the crystal core? Li Dong also caught on. Lin Tao neither confirmed nor denied their conjecture, merely acquiescing to their assumptions. The nearby young men with golden hair trembled at the ominous words of their seniors. Chapter 34. Human Experiments. Woo woo woo. Big brother, we were wrong. We truly were. Please, spare us. Indeed, big brother, we were momentarily blinded. We deserve punishment. We will never dare again. Big brother, you are magnanimous. Consider us as nothing and let us go. The group of young men, tightly bound, were tossed into the back of a truck, wailing for mercy as they soiled themselves in despair. They could never have imagined that their simple desire to steal a car would lead them to such a dire fate. Had I known this would transpire, I would never have dared to provoke Lin Tao, the harbinger of death. Brother Tao, are we truly going to use them for crystal core experiments? Zhang Xiao gazed at the wretched individuals before him, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Though these miscreants were hardly virtuous, the thought of utilizing them as subjects for experimentation unsettled him. But what other choice do we have? Should we simply let them linger until the new year? Lin Tao cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiao and replied coolly. Yet, what if something goes awry? Li Dong's hesitance was palpable. What could possibly go wrong? If worst comes to worst, they simply perish. Lin Tao shrugged nonchalantly and stated, in this apocalyptic world, human life is as trivial as grass. If they can offer themselves for the advancement of science, it could be deemed a noble end. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong exchanged glances at a loss for words. Furthermore, these individuals were clearly not of good character. Keeping them around could spell disaster. Lin Tao added, rather than allowing them to wreak havoc on others, it would be better to let them serve a purpose. Very well. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong resigned themselves to this harsh reality. After all, Lin Tao's perspective held merit. These individuals were evidently no saints, and their continued existence might lead to further atrocities. It would be far more prudent to have them contribute to the evolution of humanity. Let us proceed to acquire some fitness equipment, Lin Tao declared. His unique ability allowed him to grow stronger through physical training. With these new subjects at his disposal, he was determined to seize the opportunity to enhance his power. All right. Zhang Xiao responded eagerly, starting the truck and steering it toward the nearest gym. Throughout the journey, the lamentations of several individuals with yellow hair persisted incessantly. The more they contemplated their predicament, the greater their trepidation and despair grew. They understood that this time, they were likely facing an insurmountable calamity. Soon, the truck arrived at the entrance of a gymnasium. This establishment was not insignificant in size and boasted lavish decor. However, despite having endured the trials of an apocalyptic event, it was fortunate that most of the equipment remained intact. It appeared that it had yet to be ransacked. Li Dong surveyed his surroundings and expressed his excitement. Of course, who in their right mind would bother to move gym equipment during an apocalypse? Zhang Xiao glanced at Li Dong, then suddenly realized something. Stealing a furtive glance at Lin Tao, he awkwardly explained, of course, aside from you, Brother Tao, your special abilities require this. Lin Tao observed Zhang Zhao's cautious demeanor and found it somewhat amusing. The three entered the gymnasium. Although dimly lit, the interior was adorned with a plethora of fitness equipment, all neatly arranged. Goodness, so many splendid items. We're in luck, Zhang Xiao exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of rows of pristine barbells. Let us get to work. Don't just stand there, Lin Tao urged. The trio began to transport the equipment: dumbbells, barbells, treadmills, spin bikes. Anything usable was swiftly loaded onto the truck. Load all of this onto the vehicle, Lin Tao instructed. They commenced their labor. Oh my goodness, these dumbbells are exceedingly heavy, Zhang Xiao gasped, struggling with one. You think that's light? My treadmill is the real heavyweight here. With considerable exertion, Li Dong hauled the treadmill, his back on the verge of buckling. Enough with the complaints, let's get this moved, Lin Tao remarked casually, hoisting a 600 kilograms dumbbell in his left hand and a treadmill in his right. Easy for you to say, Tao. At your strength, you could fell 10 oxen with a single blow, Zhang Xiao exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. It's nothing extraordinary, just passable, Lin Tao replied, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Inwardly, he marveled at the potency of his fitness-derived ability. Despite the nascent stage of the apocalypse, his strength had increased exponentially. He pondered the heights he could reach with further training. The trio transferred the fitness equipment onto the truck, subsequently scouring nearby gyms to salvage any usable apparatus. All right, that should suffice. Let's head back, Lin Tao declared. Roger that, Zhang Xiao responded. igniting the truck's engine and steering towards the Jiahai Villa district. Upon their return, Lin Tao instructed Zhang Xiao and Li Dong to deposit the fitness equipment in the warehouse. Subsequently, he escorted the car thieves to an unoccupied chamber. Which of you wishes to volunteer first? Lin Tao inquired, his tone frigid as he surveyed the trembling figures. I. The delinquents exchanged furtive glances, each hesitant to speak. What's this? No volunteers? Lin Tao's voice intensified with arctic menace. I will. A blonde-haired youth stammered, raising his hand tremulously. He preferred a swift end to the torment. Excellent, your prudence is noted, Lin Tao acknowledged. Consume this. He produced a pale green crystal core and handed it to the yellow-haired boy. What is this? The boy stammered, gazing at the crystal. Enough chatter. Consume it. Lin Tao replied impatiently. Observing the boy's trembling form, he added, if you finish it without incident, I assure you, your future will be bright. Reluctantly, the yellow-haired boy accepted the crystal and swallowed it in one gulp. Now, it is up to fate, Lin Tao said as he stepped back a few paces, anxiously watching alongside Zhang Xiao and Li Dong. As seconds ticked by, the boy's body began to transform. His skin grew coarse, darkening from its original yellow to a deep crimson. His muscles swelled, bulging with explosive power. His nails elongated and sharpened, glimmering with a chilling light. His eyes became bloodshot, turning a fierce red filled with a predatory gleam. Goodness, this resembles the transformation of that previous zombie, Zhang Xiao exclaimed wide-eyed. Indeed, it bears a striking similarity, Li Dong couldn't help but add. However, something seems off, Lin Tao remarked, furrowing his brow. He noted that while the yellow-haired boy's transformation mirrored that of the earlier zombie, there were subtle differences. For instance, although his skin had also turned dark red, it lacked the keratin layer. His muscles, while swollen, did not exhibit the same exaggerated growth as the previous zombie. His nails, though elongated, were not particularly sharp. His eyes, while bloodshot, did not possess an intense crimson hue. Just then, the blonde-haired youth let out a piercing scream. His body began to convulse violently, skin splitting like parched earth, with dark green pus seeping from the fissures, as if something was striving to break free from within. What is happening? Zhang Xiao and Li Dong were both horrified. Uncertain, Lin Tao was equally bewildered, never anticipating such an occurrence. Suddenly, with a deafening bang, the blonde youth's body erupted, flesh and blood scattering, bones flying in every direction. Holy hell! Goodness! Zhang Xiao and Li Dong recoiled in terror, nearly losing their stomachs. Lin Tao was also taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Gazing at the gruesome heap of mangled remains on the ground, a chill coursed through him. This is just too horrific, Zhang Xiao remarked, shaken. Indeed, this manner of death is utterly. Li Dong could not find the words. It seems, this crystal core is not something one can merely consume at will. Lin Tao sighed, realizing how foolish it was for protagonists in apocalyptic novels to recklessly devour crystal cores. This affair is no trifling matter. Tao Ge, what should we do with the remaining few? Zhang Xiao pointed at the others, who were paralyzed with fear, their bodily functions having betrayed them. Let us confine them for now, Lin Tao replied, lacking the inclination to deal with them at this moment. He must contemplate carefully on what to do next. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong nodded, confining those individuals into another room. It appears necessary to search nearby for zombies akin to the zombie dogs from before, in hopes of extracting some crystal cores. Lin Tao mused to himself. Chapter 35, Li Dong's Determination. Lin Tao gazed at the pile of putrid flesh on the ground, deep in thought. These crystal cores are undoubtedly valuable. However, consuming them directly poses significant risks. It's akin to drawing cards. If luck is not on one's side, one might end up losing everything. It is imperative to seek out higher-level zombies to obtain some crystal cores and then assess their efficacy. Yet, the sky had already darkened, rendering the outside world perilously dim. Venturing out to find zombies would be excessively hazardous. Although Lin Tao was skilled and audacious, he was not foolish. There is no need for haste. This matter requires careful deliberation. Brother Tao, what shall we do now? Li Dong inquired cautiously, his respect for Lin Tao mingling with trepidation. His admiration stemmed from Lin Tao's prowess, while his fear arose from Lin Tao's ruthless nature. Let us rest for now and address it in the morning. Lin Tao waved his hand, feeling fatigued and in need of a proper respite. Oh, Li Dong replied, and along with Zhang Xiao, he exited the room. Lin Tao reclined on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to reflect on the day's experimental procedures. He couldn't shake the feeling that the secrets of these crystal cores were far more profound than they appeared. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Lin Tao's face. He stretched languidly and rose from the bed. Approaching the window, he drew back the curtains and inhaled deeply. The morning air carried a briskness that invigorated him. After a brief morning routine, Lin Tao engaged in some physical activity, feeling invigorated and as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was still early, prompting him to head to the warehouse for his daily fitness regimen. Inside the warehouse, an array of fitness equipment awaited him: dumbbells, barbells, treadmills, and more, all at his disposal. Approaching a barbell rack, Lin Tao commenced with a series of warm-up exercises, stretching each joint of his body. He then began to add weights to the barbell, silently calculating the total load in his mind. 600 kilograms, too light, indeed. As he lifted the dumbbells, they felt almost weightless, lacking any challenge. He set them aside and turned to the barbell again. 800 kilograms, still too light, akin to lifting a mere stick. Unsatisfied, Lin Tao pressed on with the barbell, yearning for a greater challenge. Regrettably, this was the maximum weight he could add. 100, 200, 300. He executed 300 curls and bench presses in one breath, feeling a gentle warmth radiate through his body. Just then, a sharp crack echoed in the air. Lin Tao looked down, and to his dismay, the barbell had deformed significantly, with cracks forming in its middle, clearly on the verge of breaking. This is exceedingly flimsy. Feeling somewhat speechless, he moved to the treadmill, setting it to maximum speed and began to run. However, before long, a plume of white smoke erupted from the machine, accompanied by an acrid burnt smell, and it abruptly came to a halt. Goodness, the quality is utterly disappointing. Lin Tao was left utterly speechless. He gazed at the warped gym equipment within the warehouse, a wave of despondency washing over him. It became evident that he must discover a sustainable path forward. Surely, he could not be burdened with the task of moving equipment every time he wished to exercise. Moreover, as his strength continued to burgeon, the stimuli offered by this equipment would inevitably diminish. Engaging in bodyweight exercises, even performing push-ups for a continuous 24 hours, yielded no sensation whatsoever, proving utterly ineffective. Now, he faced a choice: either enlist the help of others to craft specialized fitness apparatus or explore whether the devouring crystal cores could enhance his abilities. Alternatively, how splendid it would be if someone possessed abilities akin to gravity. Lin Tao sighed. His current strength was excessively immense, rendering the ordinary gym equipment incapable of withstanding it. Nevertheless, prior to that, he resolved to seek out some advanced zombies to extract crystal cores. Recalling the experiment from the previous day, a sense of eagerness stirred within him. He decided to venture nearby in search of advanced zombies. Zhang Xiao, Li Dong, Lin Tao called out as he exited the warehouse. Brother Tao, what is the matter? Zhang Xiao and Li Dong hurried over upon hearing his voice. Zhang Xiao, come with me, Lin Tao stated, standing at the threshold of the warehouse. Sunlight illuminating his chiseled features, rendering him particularly vibrant. Where are we off to, Brother Tao? Zhang Xiao inquired, puzzled. We are hunting advanced zombies to extract crystal cores. Lin Tao replied succinctly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. But yesterday, when we ventured into the city, there were hardly any zombies. Zhang Xiao remarked, somewhat perplexed. How can one ascertain the existence of something without attempting it? Circumstances vary with time, and if it proves futile, we shall address it then. Lin Tao returned, all right. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao instantly perked up, eager to take action. Li Dong, you shall remain at home. This time we are venturing to hunt high-level zombies, and I am concerned for your safety. Moreover, the house requires a guardian. I feel reassured with you there, Lin Tao stated, turning to Li Dong. Li Dong hesitated, his mouth slightly agape, struggling to articulate a response. Stay at home and protect Lunanya, Lin Tao added, patting Li Dong's shoulder, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Li Dong lowered his head, conceding with a subdued tone that betrayed a hint of disappointment. Lin Tao and Zhang Xiao departed the villa district, driving a large truck towards the city. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Xiao hummed a cheerful tune while steering, his spirits evidently high. Tao Ge, what do you think we might uncover this time? Zhang Xiao inquired, glancing at Lin Tao as he maneuvered the steering wheel. Who knows? Let us leave it to chance, Lin Tao replied, reclining in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, seeking rest. Hee. If we could stumble upon a divine artifact or something, that would be extraordinary. Zhang Xiao grinned widely, revealing his bright white teeth. What are you dreaming about? A divine artifact? Do you think this is a game? Lin Tao opened his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiao with a hint of annoyance. Hee. I'm just indulging in a daydream. Zhang Xiao scratched his head sheepishly, smiling awkwardly. Lin Tao chose not to engage further and returned to his moment of repose. In his heart, he was secretly contemplating whether he could discover some crystal cores during this outing. Alone in the room within the villa district, Li Dong sat in solitude. His emotions a tumultuous blend. He gazed out the window, his eyes filled with confusion and despondency. Why did Brother Tao not take me along? Li Dong murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a hint of choking sorrow. Is it because I am too weak? Is it because I am of no use? Is it because I would only hinder their progress? The more he pondered, the deeper his discomfort grew, and the more his self-esteem plummeted. He felt like a waste, a burden, an inconsequential existence. He yearned to grow stronger, to possess formidable power like Lin Tao, to protect himself, his friends, and those innocent souls. Yet, he was at a loss as to how to achieve this, lacking extraordinary abilities, talent, or a supportive background. And having been abandoned by his girlfriend, he felt stripped of everything. He resembled an orphan forsaken by the world, lonely, helpless, and engulfed in despair. Could it be that this is all I am destined for? Li Dong clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, blood oozing between his fingers, yet he felt no pain. His heart ached far more. He loathed himself, despised his incompetence, his cowardice, his worthlessness. He longed for change, for strength, for the ability to be of value. However, he was uncertain of the path to take. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Tao and Zhang Xiao departed, while he remained behind, akin to a useless being, awaiting their return. No, I cannot simply surrender like this. Li Dong suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. I cannot simply concede defeat. I refuse to be vanquished by fate. I must grow stronger. I am determined to become stronger. Even if there exists but a glimmer of hope, I shall seize it. No matter the cost I must endure, I shall not hesitate. Li Dong took a deep breath, rising to his feet as he made his way towards the warehouse. He gazed upon the pristine fitness equipment within, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes, envy, longing, and a hint of unwillingness. Approaching a bench press, he reached out to touch the cold barbell, feeling its rough texture as though drawing strength from it. I, too, cannot afford to lose to Brother Tao. He murmured softly, yet with unwavering conviction. He removed his jacket, warmed up his body, and then slowly reclined on the bench press, grasping the barbell with both hands. He inhaled deeply and then exerted himself to push it upwards. Though no additional weight was added, his movements were imbued with utmost seriousness and effort. Sweat soon drenched his attire, yet he harbored no intentions of pausing. Clenching his teeth, he persevered. 1 repetition, 2, 3. His motions grew increasingly slow and laborious. Yet he never surrendered. He understood he possessed no extraordinary abilities, no innate talents, but he bore a tenacious spirit. He aimed to chase after Lin Tao's footsteps through sheer determination, even if it meant only a slight advancement. Chapter 36 especially, My Brother. A massive truck thundered into the city, the roar of its engine resonating through the desolate streets. Abandoned vehicles litter the streets, a haunting reminder of a world long forsaken. Occasionally, one might glimpse a few wandering zombies aimlessly meandering through the thoroughfare. At the sound of a truck's rumble, they raise their decayed faces, emitting guttural growls as they sluggishly pursue the vehicle. Lin Tao peers through the window, observing the bleak scene outside. Brother Tao, look, that zombie, Zhang Xiao suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead at an unusual sight. Following Zhang Xiao's gesture, Lin Tao's gaze fell upon a zombie adorned with a roadblock on its head, staggering unsteadily by the roadside. What a comical zombie, Zhang Xiao jested. Lin Tao, however, dismissed Zhang Xiao's banter, scrutinizing the creature intently. This zombie bore no distinction from the ordinary ones they had encountered before. Brother Tao, should we go down and eliminate it? Zhang Xiao inquired. No need. Such common zombies hold little value, Lin Tao replied, shaking his head. His current focus was solely on locating advanced zombies to harvest their precious crystal cores. The truck pressed onward, and the streets remained sparsely populated with the same ordinary undead. Brother Tao, look over there. It seems there's a large shopping mall, Zhang Xiao suddenly announced. Lin Tao glanced up to see a sizable shopping center not far ahead, its entrance swarming with a multitude of zombies, at least a dozen. Let us go take a look, Lin Tao suggested. Zhang Xiao slammed the accelerator, and the truck barreled toward the shopping center. Bang, bang, bang. The truck plowed through several zombies obstructing its path and came to a halt right at the entrance of the mall. A few trivial zombies are easily dealt with. Zhang Xiao surveyed the group of a dozen zombies with a nonchalant demeanor. Get out of the car and get to work, Lin Tao exclaimed as he swung open the door and leaped down. Zhang Xiao followed suit, promptly descending from the vehicle. The moment they alighted, they found themselves encircled by the horde of undead. With a growl, the zombies emitted a series of low moans, lunging toward the two. "Bring it on," Lin Tao shouted, charging headlong into the throng of zombies. He struck with decisive blows, delivering a punch to one and a kick to another, causing the creatures to explode into a grotesque shower of flesh and limbs. Zhang Xiao was equally undeterred, wielding a car repair hammer with vigor, striking left and right, shattering the skulls of the zombies and splattering their brains. The pair exhibited remarkable synergy, swiftly clearing the horde. "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted," Zhang Xiao exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. "This is just the beginning. Get up quickly. We need to continue searching for the advanced zombies," Lin Tao urged. "Tao Gu, do you think there are advanced zombies in this mall?" Zhang Xiao inquired. "We won't know unless we venture inside," Lin Tao replied, leading the way into the shopping center. Inside the mall, chaos reigned. Merchandise lay strewn across the floor, and a putrid stench permeated the air. After a thorough exploration, the two discovered only a few ordinary zombies, with no sign of the advanced ones. "Damn it, what a wasted trip," Zhang Xiao lamented. "Don't be hasty. Let's keep searching," Lin Tao encouraged. They meticulously combed through the mall once more, yet still found no advanced zombies. "Forget it. Let us move on and explore elsewhere," Lin Tao suggested. They departed from the mall, driving their truck deeper into the city in search of advanced zombies. However, they roamed through much of the city yet failed to encounter a single high-level zombie. It was perplexing. Where could all the high-level zombies have vanished? Zhang Xiao pondered, unable to comprehend the situation. Logically, there should be numerous high-level zombies within the urban area. Zhang Xiao felt a twinge of confusion. "Let us return for now. We can search again tomorrow," Lin Tao suggested. The two drove their truck back to the villa district, the sky gradually darkening as they arrived. "Tao Gu, you're back," Li Dong exclaimed, rushing out upon hearing the roar of the truck. "Yes, we returned," Lin Tao nodded. "So, did you find any high-level zombies?" Li Dong inquired eagerly. "No, not a single one," Lin Tao shook his head. "What? How is that possible?" Li Dong asked, astonished. "I don't know. Perhaps something has drawn them away," Lin Tao replied. "What should we do now?" Li Dong pressed. "First, let us have dinner. We can discuss it afterward," Lin Tao decided. The three entered the villa, where Lunanya had already prepared dinner. "You're back. Wash your hands and come eat," she called. "Sure," Zhang Xiao responded, heading to wash his hands, followed by Lin Tao and Li Dong. The four gathered around the dining table to begin their meal. "Why is it so quiet today?" Lin Tao observed, glancing at Li Dong. Usually, Li Dong would chatter incessantly during meals, yet today he remained unusually silent. "And nothing," Li Dong mumbled, eyes cast down as he pushed the rice around in his bowl. "Is there something on your mind?" Lin Tao inquired. "And no, nothing at all," Li Dong insisted, still avoiding Lin Tao's gaze. "What troubles you today? You seem different from your usual self." Zhang Xiao observed that something was amiss with Li Dong and playfully nudged him with her elbow. "I'm fine," Li Dong replied, his voice barely audible. "Is it because you didn't join us today that you feel downcast?" Lin Tao set down his chopsticks and looked at Li Dong, his tone seemingly neutral, yet imbued with perceptive insight. "No, not at all." Li Dong hastily shook his head, though his gaze flickered uncertainly, clearly concealing something. Lin Tao chose not to press further, silently continuing his meal, yet his mind was as clear as a mirror. This lad, Li Dong, had his thoughts written all over his face. Was it not merely a sense of inadequacy, feeling unable to contribute? After finishing his meal, Lin Tao excused himself to check on the equipment in the warehouse, but instead, he ventured near Li Dong's room. Indeed, he overheard a series of heavy breaths accompanied by Li Dong's labored panting. A slight smile crept upon Lin Tao's lips. He realized that Li Dong was finally beginning to confront his inner self and taking that crucial step forward. He refrained from intruding upon Li Dong, quietly departing with a sense of relief. "That's how it should be," Lin Tao mused. "A man must not easily concede defeat, especially my brother." Chapter 37, The Nuclear Blast Zone. Let us go. Lin Tao stealthily exited Li Dong's room, the inky night enveloping his figure entirely. The following day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Lin Tao's sharply defined features. He rolled out of bed and stretched languidly, the sound of his bones cracking reminiscent of a mighty lion awakening from slumber. Another day brimming with hope, Lin Tao murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future, particularly for the crystal core. Exiting his room, he found Zhang Xiao already awaiting him in the hall. "Good morning, Tao Gu." Zhang Xiao yawned widely, appearing still ensnared in the remnants of sleep. "Good morning. After breakfast, we shall continue our expedition," Lin Tao said, patting Zhang Zhao's shoulder, his tone infused with excitement. The two hastily consumed their breakfast before embarking once more on their quest to locate advanced zombies. Yet, reality dealt them a staggering blow. They scoured nearly the entire urban area, and to their dismay, not only were advanced zombies absent, but even ordinary zombies were alarmingly scarce. Only a handful remained, scattered and forlorn. "What the hell? Where have all the zombies gone?" Zhang Xiao exclaimed, pounding the steering wheel with a fist, producing a dull thud that reverberated through the truck. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. As he recalled the information he had previously gathered, a bold hypothesis suddenly took shape in his mind. Could it be that they have all congregated at the nuclear explosion center? Lin Tao's voice was low, tinged with uncertainty. "The nuclear explosion center? Are you suggesting that those zombies have been drawn there by the explosion?" Zhang Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's quite possible," Lin Tao nodded. "This would explain the complete absence of advanced zombies in the urban area. What shall we do then? Head to the nuclear explosion center?" Zhang Zhao's tone was laced with hesitation. After all, it was the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. A thought that sent chills down the spine. The terrifying specter of nuclear radiation was no trivial matter. "What if we don't go? Shall we simply await our doom?" Lin Tao retorted, emphasizing that the crystalline core of an advanced zombie was our hope for empowerment. He paused momentarily before continuing. "My current strength is beyond the capacity of ordinary exercise equipment. To further enhance my abilities, I must either procure specialized materials to construct new apparatus or place my hopes upon the crystalline core. What if it truly awakens some latent power within me? And what if someone else happens to awaken a power that could assist me? Furthermore, on the journey to the nuclear explosion site, we might encounter survivors who could potentially aid us." Lin Tao's voice was resolute, his eyes gleaming with determination. He had firmly resolved that come what may, he would venture into the heart of the nuclear explosion. The two traveled in silence, the truck speeding through the desolate streets until they soon arrived back at the villa district. At noon, the atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat tense. Lin Tao surveyed the room. Li Dong sat with his head bowed, silently pushing the rice around in his bowl, while Lu Nanya looked at him with a face full of concern. Clearing his throat, Lin Tao broke the silence. "I have something to discuss with you all." "What is it, Brother Tao?" Zhang Xiao raised his head, his mouth full of food, asking in a muffled voice. "I plan to go to the nuclear explosion site." Lin Tao's voice was soft yet resonated like a bombshell, shattering the silence at the table. "What?" Lu Nanya gasped, her chopsticks clattering onto the table. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face pale as a sheet. "No, absolutely not." Tears brimmed in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. "Brother, are you out of your mind? That's the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. People will die?" Her voice trembled, laced with a hint of desperation as she clutched Lin Tao's arm tightly, fearing that if she let go, he would vanish. Li Dong abruptly lifted his head, his expression filled with shock and concern. "Tao Ge, please don't scare me." His voice quivered as well. "I am aware of the dangers, but this is our only hope." Lin Tao spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his gaze was resolute, akin to an unyielding rock that withstands the fiercest storms without wavering. He looked at Lu Nanya, a flicker of compassion in his eyes, yet he understood the necessity of his resolve. Only by venturing into the nuclear blast zone could they encounter advanced zombies, extract crystal cores, and ultimately, empower themselves. Lin Tao's voice resonated with gravity, each word seemingly forced from his very chest, imbued with undeniable determination. But, Lu Nanya attempted to voice her concerns, only to be interrupted by Lin Tao. "There are no buts." His tone rose slightly, his eyes glinting with an irrefutable light. "I have made my decision, and no one can alter it. Furthermore, my current strength renders conventional fitness equipment utterly ineffective. To continue growing stronger, I must seek an unconventional path. On the road to the nuclear explosion center, we might encounter some survivors. Perhaps they could be of assistance to us, even if they cannot help. What if the crystal core awakens some useful, extraordinary abilities?" Lin Tao endeavored to keep his tone light, attempting to alleviate the somber atmosphere. "What about the nuclear radiation?" Zhang Xiao suddenly posed a crucial question, clearly not wishing to become a roasted delicacy. Lin Tao smiled faintly, as if already prepared. "We can search nearby hospitals. We should be able to find lead aprons. Those can shield against radiation. Although their utility may be somewhat limited, procuring several lead aprons should not pose a problem. Furthermore, Given my current physical condition, I may not even be susceptible to nuclear radiation. The most pressing concern, however, was the unsettling feeling that lingered within him. Nuclear weapons are a means employed by humanity only in dire circumstances of survival. Lin Tao inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming profound. With the apocalypse less than a month away and nuclear weapons already deployed, I believe the situation over there is far from optimistic. I cannot shake the feeling that an even greater crisis awaits us. Lin Tao's voice grew somber, as if he were recounting a terrifying prophecy. Lu Nanya's complexion had become so pale it was beyond description. Her small hands clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain. Her lips trembled. Yet no sound emerged. Only tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. She wished to dissuade Lin Tao, but deep down, she knew that once he had made a decision, no one could alter it. Li Dong's body trembled slightly as he bit his lip tightly to suppress any sound. His eyes were filled with a myriad of emotions, fear, concern, and a flicker of excitement. He yearned for strength, desiring to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Tao. Yet he was more terrified of losing him. Zhang Xiao wore an expression of deep conflict. He glanced at Lin Tao, then at Lu Nanya. Before ultimately settling his gaze on Li Dong, he wished to voice something, yet the words eluded him. He was acutely aware of Lin Tao's temperament and the gravity of the nuclear explosion center. He longed to dissuade Lin Tao, but he also understood that Lin Tao's decision was made for their sake, for everyone's well-being. Tao Ge, Zhang Zhao's voice was hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Have you truly thought this through? It's the nuclear explosion center. His voice dwindled to a whisper. I've thought it through. Lin Tao's response was simple and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Lu Nanya could no longer contain herself. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Tao's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Brother, I beg you, don't go. You are all I have left. I cannot bear to lose you. Her cries were heart-wrenching, piercing the hearts of everyone present. Lin Tao gently patted Lu Nanya's back, his gaze imbued with tenderness and compassion. He understood her fear, her dread of losing him, reminiscent of the anguish she felt when she lost her parents. Chapter 38, Undercurrents Rising. Lin Tao held the sobbing Lu Nanya, his heart aching as if scratched by the claws of a cat. He gently patted her back, softly comforting her. Be good, Nanya, don't cry. I promise I will return safely. Lu Nanya's sobs gradually subsided, yet her body continued to shudder as she clung tightly to Lin Tao's waist, fearful that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish. Brother, you must promise me, you will come back. Lu Nanya's voice trembled, thick with nasal tones. Yes, I promise you, Lin Tao replied, nodding firmly. His gaze imbued with a tenderness that could melt hearts. He understood that this little girl had come to see him as her sole refuge. He could not let her down, nor could he allow her to endure the anguish of losing a loved one again. Having reassured Lu Nanya, Lin Tao turned his attention to Li Dong and Zhang Xiao, his expression growing serious. What are your thoughts, you two? Lin Tao inquired. Zhang Xiao scratched his head. A look of conflict etched on his face. Tao Ge, of course, I want to accompany you, but regarding Nanya. He glanced at the still sniffling Lu Nanya, leaving his thoughts unvoiced. Li Dong kept his head lowered, silent, his fingers tightly gripping the hem of his clothing, knuckles turning white. Li Dong, what about you? Lin Tao asked, his tone calm. Li Dong raised his head, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. I wish to go with you, but I fear I might hold you back. His voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with insecurity and self-doubt. Lin Tao regarded Li Dong with a sigh, recognizing the boy's lack of confidence. I understand your feelings, but this venture to the nuclear blast center is exceedingly perilous. Lin Tao stated, his tone serious and unequivocal. I shall embark on this journey alone, as a solitary figure. My reduced profile will afford me greater agility and facilitate a swifter escape should peril arise. Your duty lies here, in safeguarding Nanya and our abode. The epicenter of the nuclear detonation remains shrouded in uncertainty. Prudence dictates that we not consolidate all our hopes into a single, precarious venture. Should misfortune befall me, a contingency I dare not dwell upon, your survival would ensure Nanya's continued care. Lin Tao's voice, somber and resonant, conveyed the gravity of his words. He recognized the harshness of his proposition, yet it represented the most pragmatic course of action. But Zhang Xiao began, only to be interrupted by Lin Tao. There are no buts to be entertained. This decision is final. Lin Tao asserted with unwavering resolve. Your presence here serves a purpose of paramount importance. Firstly, we must procure additional armaments and ammunition from the local constabulary. Though we possess firearms, our munitions are finite. In the event of a large-scale zombie incursion, a single weapon would prove woefully inadequate. Secondly, we shall fortify the defenses of our sanctuary. While the urban undead population has diminished, the threat remains palpable. We must ensure the inviolability of our dwelling against any stragglers. Lastly, and of utmost criticality, we must seek out lead-line protective garments at the hospital. Nuclear radiation is a force to be reckoned with. To confront it without adequate shielding would be tantamount to a suicidal endeavor. Lin Tao concluded his directives in a single breath, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. He had steeled himself to venture into the heart of the nuclear blast zone. Come what may. Rest assured, Brother Tao, we will certainly protect Nanya and safeguard our home. Zhang Xiao vowed, patting his chest. Indeed, I have faith in you all. Lin Tao replied, nodding with a gaze full of trust. So, when do we depart? Li Dong inquired. Early the day after tomorrow, Lin Tao stated. Today, you should rest well and conserve your energy. Tomorrow, we will act together. First, we shall procure firearms, then seek bulletproof vests. The group convened their plans before dispersing. Lin Tao, however, ventured alone to the warehouse. He surveyed the myriad of fitness equipment strewn across the floor, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. These machines had become utterly futile to him. He had entertained the notion of lifting cars or pushing houses for exercise. Yet the weight of a car felt no different than lifting a dumbbell. As for pushing a house, he had attempted it, but with a mere exertion. The structure crumbled, unable to withstand his immense strength. Before his muscles could fully engage, the edifice had already collapsed, rendering any semblance of workout ineffective. He could only place his hopes on the nuclear blast zone, yearning for the mutated zombies that lurked there. The scene shifted to the nuclear blast zone. Over 70 kilometers away, once a bustling metropolis, it had now devolved into a desolate wasteland. Skyscrapers lay in ruins, streets were riddled with fissures, and the air was thick with a pungent odor of charred remains. Debris and shattered walls were scattered everywhere, painting a picture of utter devastation, akin to a hell on earth. Scattered zombies roamed the ruins, their bodies grotesquely disfigured, some missing arms, others legs, and some with only half of their heads remaining. Their skin exhibited an eerie shade of green, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Their eyes, no longer the murky gray of the past, had transformed into a blood-red hue, glinting with a predatory gleam. These zombies were evidently far more formidable and perilous than ordinary ones. They moved with greater swiftness and possessed enhanced strength. Moreover, they had acquired certain peculiar abilities. These mutated zombies rendered the desolate landscape even more terrifying. In the heart of the nuclear explosion zone, a scene stood out as particularly extraordinary. There lay a vast chasm, measuring several hundred meters in diameter and unfathomably deep. The edges of the pit were composed of molten rock and metal, encircling a ring of black, crystalline formations. The air was thick with a dense aura of radiation, inducing sharp pangs of discomfort. At the center of this abyss, a massive shadow writhed slowly. Surrounding the shadow was a halo of green luminescence, a testament to the potent radiation energy. This shadow was voraciously absorbing the surrounding radiation, causing its form to expand continuously. A terrifying aura emanated from this shadow, instilling a profound fear in the nearby zombies, who dared not approach, opting instead to observe from a distance. This shadow was none other than the mutated zombie king, birthed from the aftermath of the nuclear detonation. It possessed immense strength, formidable defenses, and an insatiable desire to consume all. Chapter 39. Fully armed, preparations before departure. After a night of silence, Lin Tao rose early the next morning. Unlike his usual routine of working out, he stood before the window, gazing into the distance with a profound expression. Zhang Xiao emerged from his room, stifling a yawn and rubbing his bleary eyes. Upon noticing Lin Tao standing by the window, he couldn't help but tease, "Oh, Brother Tao, are you pondering the meaning of life? Or perhaps preparing mentally for the impending nuclear explosion journey?" Lin Tao turned around, casting him a disdainful glance. "Get lost, you brat. I'm merely surveying the terrain to identify any potential dangers. Come on, Brother Tao. We've practically turned this villa community upside down. What danger could possibly remain? Are zombies going to emerge from the ground?" Zhang Xiao retorted with a look of skepticism. Lin Tao chose to ignore Zhang Xiao's jibe and made his way directly to the dining room. Li Dong and Lu Nanya were already seated at the table, where a modest breakfast lay spread out before them. Upon seeing Lin Tao, a flicker of concern crossed Lu Nanya's eyes, yet she said nothing, merely bowing her head in silence. Li Dong, on the other hand, wore a serious expression, resolute in his decision to accompany Lin Tao to the nuclear blast center. After breakfast, we should first inspect the base's defenses, Lin Tao remarked as he took his seat. The group ate their breakfast in silence, the atmosphere tinged with a sense of heaviness. Once the meal was finished, Lin Tao led the others to examine the villa's defensive structures. They first approached the perimeter wall, where Lin Tao meticulously inspected every section. He discovered several areas where the bricks had loosened, posing an imminent risk of collapse. This spot, this one. And here as well, all require reinforcement, Lin Tao pointed out, indicating the unstable sections. Next, he arrived at the villa's main entrance, where he noticed the lock had begun to rust, and the door itself was somewhat damaged. This door needs replacing, Lin Tao said, his brow furrowed in concern. Xiao Wang, I leave these matters to you. Zhang Xiao and I will head to the police station to see if we can uncover some weapons and ammunition, Lin Tao remarked. Mr. Lin, you can rest assured, Wang Xiao replied with a serious expression. The group drove their truck to the nearby police station. The entrance stood ajar, revealing a scene of chaos within. Documents and office supplies lay strewn across the floor. Cautiously, they stepped inside, noticing that the zombies had been cleared out. Yet the armory door remained firmly shut. Tao Ge, how do we open this door? Zhang Xiao inquired, gazing at the closed armory entrance. Lin Tao approached the door. Scrutinizing it closely, he observed that the lock had been damaged, but the bolt was still secured. Taking a deep breath, he struck the bolt with a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the bolt snapped. Lin Tao pushed open the armory door, and a scent of metal and rust-proof oil assaulted their senses. As they entered, they found the weapon racks eerily empty, with only a few scattered bullets and several handguns remaining. Blasted! Someone has taken all these guns, Zhang Xiao exclaimed in frustration. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, surveying the room until his gaze fell upon a safe in the corner. Approaching it, he noted that the combination lock had been compromised. Yet the door remained shut. Taking another deep breath, he grasped the safe's handle and exerted all his strength. With a sharp crack, the safe's door was forcibly wrenched open. Inside, they discovered a few handguns and some walkie-talkies. Better than nothing, I suppose, Lin Tao sighed, collecting the handguns and walkie-talkies. With the addition of the firearm left by the formidable man, they barely had enough. The group departed from the police station and made their way to several nearby hospitals. The hospitals were in disarray, strewn with scattered medical instruments and pharmaceuticals. They split up to search for lead vests. Tao Ge, come quickly. I found something, Zhang Xiao exclaimed eagerly. Lin Tao rushed over, discovering that Zhang Xiao held a thick lead vest in her hands. Excellent, continue the search, Lin Tao urged. After a thorough search of the hospital, they managed to find more than a dozen lead vests. This should suffice, Lin Tao remarked as they returned to the villa with their haul. Wang Xiao was in the living room, mending clothing when she saw Lin Tao and the others return. She quickly stood up. Lin Tao nodded and handed her the lead vests. Wang Xiao, dismantle these vests, extract the lead, and then sew a custom garment. Remember to wear gloves. Lead is toxic. Understood, Lin Ge, Wang Xiao replied, deftly beginning her task. Having studied fashion design, she had opened a small studio after graduation, specializing in custom garments. Her sewing skills were undoubtedly proficient, and little did she anticipate that her talent would be of great utility in this apocalyptic scenario. Observing Wang Xiao at work, Lin Tao proceeded to the warehouse. He surveyed the scattered fitness equipment, a fleeting look of helplessness crossing his face. By evening, Wang Xiao presented Lin Tao with the completed custom garment. As he donned the specially crafted attire, he felt its weight upon him. Yet it imparted an inexplicable sense of security. Lin Ge, this outfit is made from multiple layers of lead fabric. It should protect against most radiation, Wang Xiao informed him. Lin Tao nodded in gratitude. During dinner, the group gathered around the table, deliberating on their departure plans for the following day. Brother Tao, I shall drive you close to the nuclear blast zone, approximately 40 kilometers away, so you can conserve some energy, Zhang Xiao suggested. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Tao acquiesced to Zhang Xiao's proposal. Very well, it is settled then, Lin Tao affirmed. We shall set forth early tomorrow morning. Lunanya bowed her head, silently consuming her meal, not uttering a word. The next day, as dawn broke, a gentle golden light enveloped the villa area, casting a delicate veil over this desolate post-apocalyptic realm. Clad in a black tactical outfit, Lin Tao bore a massive backpack brimming with various supplies. A walkie-talkie was clipped to his waist, and he donned a heavy lead suit, resembling a fully armed soldier of the apocalypse. Zhang Xiao stood beside the truck, holding the keys, a cigarette dangling unlit from his lips, exuding a carefree demeanor yet betraying a glimmer of concern in his eyes. Li Dong stood nearby, gripping a silenced handgun tightly. Lunanya lingered at the villa's entrance, clutching a red safety knot, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, akin to a frightened little rabbit. Brother, you must return safely. Lunanya's voice quivered with emotion as she hurried to Lin Tao, rising onto her toes. Trembling hands fastening the safety knot around his neck. The red cord, snug against Lin Tao's skin, seemed to carry Lunanya's warmth, embodying all her hopes and blessings. A small sun that warmed Lin Tao's heart. A wave of warmth enveloped Lin Tao as he gently cradled Lunanya's face, his thumb tenderly brushing away the tears at the corners of her eyes. In a soothing voice, he reassured her, "Do not worry, little one. Your brother is as indestructible as a cockroach. A mere nuclear explosion center cannot bring me down. I shall wear this peace charm always, and it will safeguard my return, just as Nanya has always been by my side." Zhang Xiao, standing nearby, smirked and quipped, "Tao Ge, you might be inflating your bravado a bit too much. Indestructible, like a cockroach? Why not claim to be a golden gourd warrior instead?" Lin Tao shot him an annoyed glance. "Shut it, you clueless fool. This is merely a strategic underestimation of the enemy, while tactically acknowledging their strength." "All right, Tao Ge, you're just putting on a brave front," Zhang Xiao chuckled. Opening the car door. "Get in, my great hero. Allow me to escort you." Lin Tao chose not to respond further and turned to take his seat in the passenger side of the truck, while Li Dong quietly settled into the back. The truck roared to life, its engine emitting a deep rumble as it slowly rolled out of the villa. Lunanya stood at the doorway, watching as the truck faded into the distance, only withdrawing her gaze once it had completely vanished from sight. Chapter 40. Stepping alone into danger, each step a peril. The truck, akin to a weary old ox, trudged over the gravel-strewn road, kicking up a cloud of dust behind it, leaving a long trail of earth in its wake. The engine's roar resonated in the desolate emptiness of the post-apocalyptic road, sounding particularly monotonous and oppressive, akin to an unending requiem. Zhang Xiao gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze occasionally flickering to Lin Tao in the passenger seat, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of concern in his eyes. Lin Tao closed his eyes, his body swaying gently with the jolts of the truck, resembling a silent statue or a beast gathering its strength. "Tao Ge, we have just 5 kilometers to our designated spot." Zhang Xiao's voice, deep and resonant, shattered the oppressive silence of the cabin, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Lin Tao slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his profound gaze as he turned his attention outside. The once lush trees now appeared sparse, akin to a plucked vulture, revealing vast patches of scorched earth, reminiscent of an unsightly scar upon the land. A faint burnt odor mingled with a metallic tang pervaded the air, stealthily infiltrating his nostrils, heralding ominous tidings ahead. The truck gradually came to a halt, and Zhang Xiao deftly turned off the engine, the remnants of its throaty rumble still resonating. "Tao Ge, I will leave you here," he said, unbuckling his seatbelt, his tone heavy as if laden with lead, each word seemingly forced from his chest. Lin Tao offered no reply, merely pushing open the door and leaping down. The weight of his heavy attire caused him to momentarily falter, producing a dull thud as he steadied himself on the ground, akin to an ancient tree deeply rooted. "Head back. I'll entrust the matter with Nanya to you." Lin Tao turned back, patting Zhang Xiao's shoulder, his voice low yet powerful, imbued with undeniable trust. Zhang Xiao forced a smile, tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Rest assured, Tao Ge, I will handle things at home. Nothing will go awry." He paused, determination igniting in his gaze as his voice rose a notch. "You must return alive. I'm looking forward to sharing a drink and boasting with you." Acknowledging the situation with a nod, Lin Tao refrained from further comment and instead, with resolute determination, commenced his stride towards the depths of the nuclear blast zone. His silhouette projected an image of unwavering resolve. Zhang Xiao watched Lin Tao recede into the distance until his figure, clad in dark, fitted attire, vanished completely from view. Only then did he reluctantly avert his gaze, ignite the engine of his truck, and initiate a U-turn. Lin Tao advanced with purposeful strides, his footfalls crunching audibly over the scattered debris and withered branches, creating a stark contrast against the surrounding silence. His pace quickened, propelling him across the desolate terrain with the velocity of an arrow released from its bow, generating gusts of wind in his wake. The rush of wind reverberated in his ears, while the surrounding landscape blurred into a distorted panorama, akin to a fast-forwarded film sequence. Lin Tao sensed his blood gradually heating, reaching a fever pitch, as if every cell within him had been ignited, clamoring for the heat of battle. The cumbersome lead suit, rather than hindering him, now served as an aid, lending stability and power to each step, as if roots had sprouted beneath his feet. The trees lining the roadside became increasingly sparse, while the scorched earth sprawled across the ground, a grim testament to the devastation wrought by an invisible behemoth. The acrid stench of burnt matter intensified, rendering breathing difficult, as if one were engulfed in the heart of a raging inferno. Lin Tao retrieved a gas mask from his backpack and donned it, instantly dimming his vision as if cloaked in a veil. Undeterred, he pressed forward with unwavering resolve, driven by an unseen force beckoning him onward. After an indeterminate span of time, Lin Tao's gaze fell upon a solitary corpse sprawled by the roadside. He was a soldier, his uniform tattered beyond recognition. The original hue obscured, his body a grotesque tableau of flesh and blood, as if ravaged by wild beasts. Clutched tightly in his hand was a rifle, its barrel twisted and contorted, resembling a lump of dough mercilessly kneaded. Lin Tao did not linger, nor did he spare a glance, resolutely pressing forward, his steps unwavering. As he ventured deeper, the number of corpses multiplied, strewn haphazardly across the ground, a sight both harrowing and heart-wrenching. There were soldiers, civilians, and even the undead. Each met with a ghastly fate, their demise a horrific spectacle. Some were charred, resembling charcoals, while others lay in tatters, dismembered limbs scattered like forgotten remnants. And some were crushed, akin to fragile sheets of paper. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood and decay, nauseating. As if one had descended into a hellish purgatory, Lin Tao steeled himself against the discomfort churning in his stomach, forging ahead with unwavering determination. Devoid of any inclination to retreat, he beheld the remnants of tanks, their massive tracks shattered, cannon barrels warped, akin to dismembered leviathans. The heavy armor bore scars and dents, as if struck by some formidable force, silently narrating the brutality of the apocalypse. He also encountered the wreckage of helicopters, their rotors shattered, fuselage in disarray. Resembling a giant bird with broken wings, collapsed upon the earth. Inside the cockpit, the pilot's corpse had fused with the seat, reduced to a charred mass, indistinguishable from one another. These remnants spoke volumes of the fierce battles that had transpired here, each detail suffocating in its intensity. A wave of oppressive emotion surged within Lin Tao, an ineffable feeling compelling him to quicken his pace in a bid to escape this realm of death as swiftly as possible. The closer he drew to the nuclear blast zone, the more fissures marred the ground, resembling grotesque wounds upon the earth. From these cracks, a faint crimson glow emanated, reminiscent of molten lava, akin to the very fires of hell ablaze. The temperature in the air escalated, waves of heat crashing over him as if attempting to scorch him to ash. The hot winds carried a suffocating stench, assaulting him with such ferocity that it nearly toppled Lin Tao to the ground. His stomach churned tumultuously, yet he forcibly suppressed the wave of nausea, inhaling deeply to regulate his breathing. Suddenly, Lin Tao halted abruptly, akin to a statue frozen in time, muscles taut and gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Ahead, at the edge of his vision, he beheld a horde of zombies, numbers ranging from 20 to 30, aimlessly wandering like phantoms amidst the ruins. However, these zombies starkly contrasted with those Lin Tao had previously encountered. Their skin was no longer the decayed pallor of rot, but rather an eerie shade of deep green, glistening under the sun with a metallic sheen, as if clad in a suit of biological metal armor. Their eyes, blood-red and fierce, no longer reflected the murky stillness of death, but rather a bloodthirsty madness and cruelty, resembling two flickering will-o'-the-wisps that sent chills down his spine. These zombies moved with alarming agility, forsaking the staggered, rigid gait of their predecessors for a coordinated and explosive ferocity, each step seemingly charged with latent energy, poised to pounce upon their prey. Were these the mutated zombies? Lin Tao whispered to himself, his voice tinged with solemnity and an undeniable excitement that he struggled to contain. He could distinctly sense that these zombies were far more formidable than the ordinary ones. Chapter 41. The Mystery of the Nuclear Abyss. Lin Tao's nerves tightened, his muscles coiling like springs, his body slightly leaning forward beneath the weight of his leaden armor. He assumed a combat stance, his gaze fixed intently on the horde of dark green zombies. "Come forth, my esteemed advanced zombies," Lin Tao growled, his voice hoarse, brimming with uncontainable exhilaration. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath his feet. Like a cannonball, he charged into the fray, stirring up a tempestuous wind. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tao had plunged into the midst of the zombies. He swung his fist, imbued with tremendous force, striking the head of the nearest zombie. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the zombie's cranium shattered like a watermelon, dark green ichor splattering forth. The viscous fluid splashed onto Lin Tao's arm, eliciting a sharp sting. As he glanced down, he noticed a small hole corroded into his lead armor, accompanied by a hissing sound and wisps of smoke rising. Hiss! Lin Tao frowned. This sensation resembled that of diluted sulfuric acid splashed upon him. He looked back at the ground, where the area tainted by zombie fluid crackled and emitted white smoke. The earth was visibly a dark green liquid splattered everywhere, corroding the ground into numerous pits. The surrounding air was thick with a pungent, acrid odor. Moments later, the battle ceased. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of zombies, dismembered limbs creating a gruesome sight. Lin Tao stood amidst the corpses, breathing heavily. His lead suit was stained with the viscous green liquid, which dripped slowly, having corroded several charred holes into the fabric, still sizzling and emitting wisps of smoke. Damn, the lead suit I just acquired seems to be on the verge of ruin. Lin Tao felt a twinge of frustration, though he currently experienced little discomfort. He surveyed the area to ensure nothing was overlooked and approached one of the corpses. Crouching down, he fought against the wave of nausea and reached into the shattered skull of the zombie. Nothing. His brow furrowed as he moved to another body. Still empty. What is going on? Lin Tao pondered, probing several corpses in succession, all yielding nothing. These zombies were devoid of crystal cores. Could it be that they are not advanced zombies? A thought flickered through Lin Tao's mind. No. The strength and speed displayed were clearly far superior to that of ordinary zombies. Recalling the battle, he noted that these zombies, in terms of both power and reaction time, eclipsed their standard counterparts. Yet, if they were not advanced zombies, why did they lack crystal cores? Lin Tao found himself at a loss. As far as he knew, only the zombie dogs had ever crystallized cores. Could it be that these zombies were a unique mutation? Radiation. Lin Tao suddenly recalled that this was a nuclear blast zone. Glancing down at the dark green liquid, a hypothesis began to form in his mind. Could it be that these zombies have mutated due to nuclear radiation? The radiation has undoubtedly enhanced their capabilities, yet it has not produced any crystal cores. The more Lin Tao contemplated this possibility, the more plausible it seemed. After all, nuclear radiation is an enigmatic phenomenon, capable of inciting all manner of mutations. It appears that the prospect of finding crystal cores here is rather bleak. With a sigh of disappointment, Lin Tao reflected on his initial hopes of achieving great feats and amassing numerous crystal cores in this location. It seems he must now devise alternative strategies. Just as Lin Tao prepared to depart, a rustling sound reached his ears. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the source of the noise. Not far away, another horde of zombies emerged, their numbers exceeding those he had encountered previously, numbering around 40 to 50. Moreover, these zombies differed significantly from the previous ones. Their skin was a deep green, adorned with intricate black patterns. These markings coalesced around the vicinity of their mouths, flowing languidly like molten lava and emitting a faint crimson glow. Their eyes, no longer the vibrant red of before, now exhibited a peculiar shade of purple. An even more dangerous aura emanated from their beings. Another wave? Lin Tao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes, overshadowed by an eagerness akin to that of confronting a series of fitness apparatus awaiting disassembly rather than a horde of monstrous beings. Surely, this time there must be crystal cores among them, lest he toil in vain once more. He clenched his fists, inhaled deeply, and with the swiftness of a cheetah, propelled himself forward, stirring a gust of wind as he charged once more. This time, Lin Tao refrained from launching a direct punch and opted instead for a probing maneuver. He sidestepped a lunging zombie, delivering a kick to its knee. A sickening crack echoed, and the creature lost its balance, toppling to the side. Just as Lin Tao prepared to deliver a follow-up strike, the zombie suddenly opened its gaping maw, emitting a raspy growl from deep within its throat. To his astonishment, a beam of purple light erupted from its mouth. The purple light traveled with astonishing speed, exuding a searing heat, hurtling directly towards Lin Tao's face. His pupils dilated in shock. This method of attack was entirely unexpected. Instinctively, he leaned back, narrowly evading the onslaught of the violet beam. Sizzle! The purple light struck the ground, instantly corroding a charred pit, releasing acrid white smoke into the air. What on earth is this monstrosity? Lin Tao's heart raced with fear. If he were to be hit, it would be utterly devastating. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Although the purple beam was intimidating, its corrosive properties appeared to be akin to the earlier dark green liquid. He dared not grow complacent, swiftly adjusting his stance and scanning the surrounding zombies. Indeed, their mouths were slightly agape, faint glimmers of purple light flickering in their throats, resembling cannons poised to unleash their fury. More toxic attacks? This radiation is utterly absurd. Lin Tao cursed inwardly. He summoned his strength, weaving through the throng of zombies with an almost ghostly grace, evading the onslaught of purple beams. Thanks to his extraordinary speed and reflexes, the violet projectiles could hardly touch him. The violet light, cascading onto the ground, the walls, and even upon the other zombies, inflicted corrosive damage. In an instant, the battlefield was littered with pockmarked craters and charred remnants, while the air was thick with acrid fumes. Lin Tao, deftly evading danger, sought opportunities to strike back. He discerned that although these zombies could emit toxins, their physical prowess appeared not to surpass that of the previous dark green zombies. It seemed that the toxins were their lethal weapon. With a newfound determination, Lin Tao resolved to conclude the encounter swiftly. He surged forward, capitalizing on his superior speed, weaving through the horde like a wraith, each fleeting movement heralding the demise of a zombie. Employing both fists and feet, every strike landed with precision upon the zombie's vital points, mercilessly executed. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding impacts reverberated as zombie after zombie crumpled to the ground, purple venom mingling with dark green ichor splattering everywhere. Yet none touched the hem of Lin Tao's attire. Minutes later, the skirmish drew to a close once more. The ground was strewn with a fresh array of corpses, severed limbs and dismembered appendages creating a gruesome tableau. Lin Tao stood amidst the carnage, breathing heavily, his leaden attire stained with some venom. Though the corrosive effects were not dire. Gazing at the heap of bodies, he mused, surely, this time I must have obtained something. He crouched. These zombies, like those encountered before, lack crystalline cores. A sense of bewilderment envelopes him, leaving him utterly perplexed. Chapter 42, The Great Famine, Cannibalism. None? Or still none? Lin Tao's brow furrows in deep contemplation. He crouches down, probing the skulls of the zombies. A viscous substance coats his hands, and an unbearable stench assaults his senses. His stomach churns violently, yet he suppresses the urge to retch. After examining over a dozen corpses, he finds nothing of value. These mutated zombies possess hollow craniums, devoid of any trace of crystalline cores. Could it be that nuclear radiation has truly altered the evolutionary trajectory of the undead? Lin Tao muses aloud, his tone tinged with frustration. Rising to his feet, he surveys the desolation surrounding him. The ground is littered with debris, and the scene is one of utter devastation. The air is thick with the stench of decay and toxic fumes. This place resembles a hellscape. Crystalline course, it seems he must seek alternative methods. Lin Tao sighs, a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. He turns, preparing to venture further into this realm of death. A faint rustling sound emerges from the distance. In the stillness, it resonates with alarming clarity. Lin Tao halts, straining to listen. Rustle, rustle. The sound grows nearer and more distinct, as if something is dragging across the ground. More zombies? A wave of uncertainty washes over Lin Tao as he pivots to locate the source of the noise. Yet, the surroundings remain eerily silent, offering no clues. Only the wind howls ominously in his ears. Rustle. The sound reverberates once more, this time closer. It feels as though it is right beside him, yet remains elusive. Lin Tao's senses heighten, and he scans the area meticulously. His gaze sweeps over every corner, unwilling to underestimate the danger. This is a nuclear blast zone. Anything could transpire here. The sound of rustling abruptly ceased, and the surroundings returned to a profound silence. Was it an illusion? Lin Tao furrowed his brow, feeling uncertain. He waited for several moments, yet no further sounds emerged. Perhaps the wind had stirred something. He reassured himself and prepared to continue his journey. As dusk descended and nightfall enveloped the landscape, the nuclear blast zone became increasingly perilous. It was imperative to find a place to rest swiftly. Lin Tao quickened his pace, navigating through the ruins. As he walked, he observed his surroundings, searching for a secure location to spend the night. Suddenly, Lin Tao came to a halt, his gaze fixed on a distant site. There, shrouded in shadows, was a darkened entrance. The opening was obscured by weeds and debris, making it difficult to discern without careful scrutiny. An air raid shelter? A thought flickered in Lin Tao's mind as he approached rapidly. He brushed aside the foliage and examined the entrance closely. It was small, barely accommodating a single person. Inside, an inky darkness loomed, obscuring any view of what lay within. This could be a viable refuge for the night. Lin Tao contemplated, recognizing the shelter's relative safety, capable of warding off the night's chill and potential zombie attacks. He took a deep breath, bent down, and crawled inside. A wave of cold, damp air greeted him, mingled with a faint musty odor and a metallic scent of blood. Lin Tao's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of alertness arising within him. The scent of blood was faint yet fresh. Unlike that of a zombie, it resembled Human blood. Was someone here? A fleeting thought crossed Lin Tao's mind. He tread softly, advancing cautiously along the narrow, elongated passage. After several minutes, he encountered a closed iron door. The door was locked, the rusted lock still sturdy. Was there someone inside? Lin Tao felt increasingly certain that there were survivors within the air raid shelter. He leaned in, straining to listen, and faintly discerned sounds emanating from beyond the door. They were soft and chaotic, rendering their specific nature indecipherable. Is anyone there? Lin Tao knocked gently on the door, his voice low and resonant. Immediately, the sound ceased, plunging the space into a profound silence. Is anyone there? He repeated, his tone rising slightly. Who? A trembling voice responded from behind the door, laced with fear. I'm just passing by, seeking a place to rest for the night. Lin Tao replied, consciously striving for a calm demeanor. After a few moments of silence, there was no reply. Open the door, I mean no harm. Growing impatient, Lin Tao's tone turned assertive. You should leave. You are not welcome here. The voice quivered once more from behind the door. Open the door, Lin Tao bellowed, his voice tinged with anger. He was now convinced that something was amiss within. With a swift motion, he kicked the door lock, unleashing a surge of strength. The rusted lock shattered instantly, and the iron door swung open with a resounding crash. A suffocating wave of metallic scent surged into Lin Tao's nostrils, overwhelming his senses and setting every nerve ablaze. His stomach churned violently, as if an unseen hand were recklessly stirring it. The scene before him caused Lin Tao's pupils to constrict sharply, akin to a pinprick. Inside the shelter, dim yellow lights flickered unsteadily, resembling will-o'-the-wisps, barely illuminating the cramped space. On the floor lay several mangled corpses, sprawled haphazardly, their forms grotesquely disfigured and bloodied, akin to ragged dolls torn asunder by wild beasts, an utterly harrowing sight. Thick, dark blood spread across the ground, coalescing into pools of a shocking crimson hue, reminiscent of sinister blossoms flourishing in the depths of hell. Nearby, several ragged figures huddled together like startled beasts, trembling uncontrollably. Their faces were ashen, devoid of color, smeared with dark crimson stains, resembling malevolent specters risen from the inferno. Their eyes, wide with terror, appeared hollow and devoid of spirit, akin to marionettes bereft of their souls. Clutching objects in their hands, they mechanically stuffed them into their mouths, producing a chilling sound of gnawing. You, Lin Tao began, his voice raspy as if ground down by sandpaper, each word laced with an undeniable tremor. Upon hearing his voice, the figures jerked their heads up as if struck by lightning, their bodies shaking violently. Their faces, marred by blood and mingled with tears and filth, resembled grotesque masks. Their expressions were filled with terror, despair, and a hint of numbness. Don't come any closer, one man shrieked, his voice hoarse and grating like a broken gong, tinged with a madness teetering on the brink of collapse. In his hand, he clutched a bloody piece of flesh, still warm to the touch, exuding a nauseating stench. What are you eating? Lin Tao demanded, his fist clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms. Yet he felt no sensation. His voice was frigid, each syllable squeezed out between clenched teeth, brimming with suppressed fury. He had already surmised what these wretches were consuming. Yet he yearned to hear their admission. No, not. The man spoke incoherently, his body trembling violently, akin to chaff in the wind. As the morsel he held fell to the ground with a dull thud. In that moment, Lin Tao recalled a haunting phrase. In times of great famine, men resort to cannibalism, the dead exceed half, and the starving stretch for miles. A chilling sense of dread coursed through him, mingled with an unmistakable revulsion. Within his chest, fury raged like a tempest, threatening to consume his very being. We are hungry. Another voice emerged, laden with a whimper, reminiscent of a wounded beast's lament, fraught with despair and helplessness. Hungry? Is hunger justification for devouring one another? Lin Tao could no longer restrain the fury that surged within him. He erupted into a thunderous roar that echoed through the air raid shelter, reverberating and making the eardrums thrum. His eyes blazed crimson, bloodshot and wild, reminiscent of an enraged creature. We have no choice, the man cried out, his voice hoarse and steeped in desperation, akin to the final, anguished wail of a cornered beast. Lin Tao gazed upon them, his expression a tumultuous storm of emotions. Rage, disgust, and a trace of pity intertwined chaotically, leaving him in turmoil. He loathed these individuals, detesting their loss of humanity and the abhorrent actions they had committed. Yet, concurrently, a sense of sorrow enveloped him. In this apocalyptic world, where lay the threshold of human dignity in the struggle for survival, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the blaze of his indignation, striving to render his voice more tranquil. Tell me what transpired here. We are trapped here. Outside. There are only zombies and radiation. A woman spoke, her voice feeble. The food has run out. And then, she choked on her words, unable to continue. At that moment, a frail yet resolute voice emerged from the corner. Do not speak further. Chapter 43. Dignity. The voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable determination. Lin Tao turned towards the sound. In the corner of the air raid shelter, a man sat against the wall. His military uniform was tattered and stained. His complexion was pale, lips cracked, and eye sockets deeply sunken. What once should have been vibrant eyes were now mere hollow voids. The skin around the edges bore an unnatural charred appearance, a permanent scar left by the blinding light of the nuclear explosion. Though the man was emaciated, he remained upright, like a resilient bamboo in the wind, refusing to bend. He clenched his teeth, and even as his lips bled from the strain, he would never succumb to that repulsive food. They had already lost their sanity. His voice rasped, tinged with exhaustion, and more so with sorrow for the grim reality before him. I cannot stop it. The man fell silent for a moment, slowly bowing his head, his hands gripping the edges of his empty eye sockets with such force that his knuckles turned white, his body trembling slightly. I lack the strength. His voice was barely above a whisper, filled with helplessness and profound self-reproach for his inability to peer. He could sense that the man was not lying. The few individuals beside him trembled even more violently upon hearing the man's words. Their eyes were vacant, and they emitted involuntary whimpers akin to wounded beasts lamenting in low tones. Among them, one woman tightly clasped her head with both hands, curling into a ball, repeatedly murmuring, "Not me, not me." Another man fixated his gaze on the ground, his expression vacant, lips moving as if he were whispering to himself, though his words were indistinct. Meanwhile, I clung desperately to the last vestiges of my dignity. The man slowly raised his hand, gripping a grenade. They dared not approach me. A note of melancholy laced his voice. And you? What brings you here? He lifted his gaze to Lin Tao, his eyes searching. I'm here for the crystal core. Lin Tao replied, offering no concealment. Crystal core? The man's eyes flickered. Are you from the military? He turned his head slightly, a hint of excitement evident. No. The man in military garb lowered his gaze again. Lin Tao shook his head. I merely need the crystal core. The crystal core. Are you referring to those green and yellow crystalline forms? The man inquired, uncertainty evident in his tone. Yellow? Lin Tao questioned, slightly puzzled but unwilling to dwell on it. Have you seen them? Before I lost my sight. I did see them, the man nodded. Those objects, the military has been collecting them. Do you know where they are? Lin Tao asked eagerly. I do. The man's voice was deep, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Those crystalline cores were originally stored in the underground vaults of a nearby military base. Following the onset of the apocalypse, certain individuals discovered that some peculiar zombies possessed these cores within their brains. The military, becoming aware of this phenomenon, began to collect and test the crystalline cores. But it was too late. The military base? The tests? Lin Tao felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, it was situated near the epicenter of the nuclear explosion. The man replied with certainty. That location had once been a significant military base. He paused momentarily before continuing his narrative. After the apocalypse commenced, the military plunged into chaos. Many high-ranking officials succumbed to infection. Eventually, the military reorganized. They discovered that a meteor had fallen nearby. This meteor, in truth, contained a highly concentrated virus. It was the very source of the apocalypse. The man's voice grew somber as he spoke of the meteor's descent near the military base, which consequently gave rise to a multitude of formidable zombies. Among them was an intelligent zombie that rallied a horde to assault the base. The facility was utterly defenseless against such overwhelming power. Some of these advanced zombies towered several stories high, while others resembled the Hulk. Tanks and aircraft proved ineffective against them. In desperation, the military had no choice but to detonate a nuclear bomb, perishing alongside the horde. As fate would have it, I managed to survive, albeit barely, a little over 20 kilometers from the epicenter of the explosion. But the eyes. The man's voice was calm yet tinged with a hint of tragic gravity. Lin Tao was profoundly shaken upon hearing this. He had not anticipated such hidden circumstances lurking here. Those crystal cores, were they truly stored in the underground warehouse? Lin Tao sought confirmation once more. Indeed, the man nodded. There should be many weapons stored there as well. However, it is exceedingly perilous now. Nuclear radiation and mutated zombies abound. Do you wish to go? The man regarded Lin Tao, concern flickering in his gaze. Yes. Lin Tao replied without a moment's hesitation. The soldier's muscles twitched, and his vacant eye sockets seemed to bore into Lin Tao's soul. After a long pause, he said, "This is for you." He slowly raised his hand and presented a dark object. The cold metallic feel was accompanied by a sense of weightiness. Lin Tao accepted it. It was a grenade, chilling to the touch. "It represents my final dignity." The soldier's voice was low, imbued with resoluteness. "I hope it aids you." He hesitated and added a final note. Lin Tao tightened his grip on the grenade, feeling the heavy trust it symbolized. "Thank you," he uttered, his voice slightly hoarse. Nearby, the shadows of several huddled figures stirred. "Kill me." A man lifted his head, his face smeared with blood and tears. His eyes were hollow, and he uttered a desperate plea. "Please, kill me." His voice was rasping, laden with boundless agony. "We no longer wish to live." Another woman raised her head, her voice trembling. "It hurts too much." She clutched her head, her body quaking violently. "Every day, we exist in a hellish realm. We can no longer endure." Their gazes are vacant, their faces etched with despair. The shackles of morality render their lives worse than death. They yearn for liberation, yet lack the courage to end their own suffering. Lin Tao observed them, his eyes devoid of warmth. There was no sympathy, only disdain. These individuals no longer deserve to be called human. "As you wish." Lin Tao spoke, his voice icy. He withdrew the pin from a grenade and hurled it towards the group. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky. Flesh and blood scattered. Severed limbs flew in every direction. The air within the air raid shelter was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The contorted figures vanished completely. Lin Tao turned and faced the soldier. "You keep these." He retrieved some food and water from his backpack and placed them beside the soldier. Lin Tao uttered these words before exiting the shelter. As he reached the doorway, he glanced back and inquired, "What is your name?" Behind him, within the shelter, the soldier sat silently, clutching the provisions Lin Tao had left. Upon hearing the question, he lifted his gaze to Lin Tao. "Li Guoqiang." "Li Guoqiang." A fine name. Upon hearing this, Li Guoqiang seemed to tremble slightly, yet he remained silent. "Wait for my return." Li Guoqiang still said nothing, merely gripping the food Lin Tao had provided tightly. His hollow eyes appeared to gaze into the distance. Chapter 44. The ant colony. Lin Tao opened his eyes to find himself staring at the ceiling of a modest dwelling. The previous night, he had sought refuge in an intact house near the air raid shelter, spending the night there. In the absence of the zombies' howls and the mournful cries of companions, only the faint sound of his own breathing lingered. As for why he chose not to spend the night in the air raid shelter, Lin Tao had no desire to slumber among the dead. He turned over and sat up, retrieving compressed biscuits and water from his backpack, swiftly resolving his breakfast. After finishing, Lin Tao organized his backpack and cast a resolute gaze toward the entrance of the shelter. A military base, weapons, and the coveted crystal cores. Most importantly, the military's experimental data on the crystal cores. The words spoken by Li Guoqiang the previous day echoed vividly in his mind. Lin Tao murmured softly, his voice laced with anticipation. He understood that the military would not gather crystal cores without reason. They must hold significant value. He needed the crystal cores. Only then could he navigate this apocalyptic world with greater assurance. He bent down and exited the dilapidated house, greeted by a dim sunlight and a gray, overcast sky. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the mournful whispers of the wind as it swept through the ruins. Taking a deep breath, he set forth, advancing toward the military base. Along the way, Lin Tao encountered numerous radiation zombies. Their skin bore a dark green hue, some even spewing forth purple venom. However, these zombies posed no threat to him. He dispatched them effortlessly with his fists and feet. Yet, Lin Tao felt a twinge of frustration as these zombies still yielded no crystal cores. Could it be that radiation had indeed mutated the zombies, rendering them incapable of producing crystal cores? Doubt gnawed at him, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It seemed he could only place his hopes on that military base. He quickened his pace and pressed on. The rustling sound, the rustling sound. Suddenly, a familiar noise reached his ears. Lin Tao abruptly halted, straining to listen. The sound of rustling grew increasingly distinct and intense, as if countless entities were scraping against the ground. Could it be returning? Lin Tao furrowed his brow, a sense of alertness washing over him. He had heard this sound the previous night, yet at that time, he had noticed nothing amiss. However, this time, the noise was unmistakably clear and densely layered. There was no mistaking it. Lin Tao surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across every corner. What lay around him were dilapidated structures, collapsed walls, and a landscape strewn with debris and rubble. The ground was riddled with fissures, resembling a vast spider's web. The air was thick with a faint scent of charred remnants and decay. A gentle breeze stirred, raising a cloud of dust. Everything appeared desolate, shrouded in an eerie silence. Yet, within the stillness lurked an unknown peril. The rustling grew closer, louder, as if it were just beneath his feet. Lin Tao tensed, his muscles coiling. He assumed a defensive stance, his eyes fixed on the ground. Suddenly, from a crack in the earth, something emerged. It was the size of a thumb, possessing 6 legs and 2 enormous pincers. An ant, a mutated ant. Soon after, a second, then a third. An ever-growing swarm of ants crawled forth from the crevice. Their skin was a deep, dark green, glistening with a metallic sheen. Their eyes glowed a sinister crimson, gleaming with a thirst for blood. These were irradiated ants. Goodness, so many. Lin Tao's pupils constricted sharply, a chill racing down his spine. The sheer number of these ants was overwhelming, surging forth like a relentless tide. They wielded their pincers, producing a chilling crackling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The radiation was utterly absurd. Even the ants had mutated. Lin Tao cursed inwardly, yet his movements were swift. He forcefully brought his foot down, obliterating several ants into a gruesome paste. Dark green fluid splattered onto the ground, hissing audibly. It was evident that the ants possessed venom. A large hole had burned through Lin Tao's shoe, exposing the sole of his foot. They crawled up his shoe, ascending along his pant leg. Damn it, Lin Tao growled, swinging his fist to swat away the encroaching ants. However, more continued to swarm in, utterly unfazed. The sheer number of ants was overwhelming. He could not eradicate them fast enough. They charged forward fearlessly, undeterred by death. Lin Tao understood that, although individually weak, their numbers were staggering. Should they cover his entire body, the consequences would be dire. They would infiltrate through vulnerable openings such as his mouth and nose, devouring his innards. A strategy must be devised. As he continued to dispatch the ants, he pondered his options. His gaze scanned the surroundings, searching for something useful. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Not far away stood a few fallen utility poles. Though fractured, they remained largely intact. Eureka! A surge of joy coursed through Lin Tao as his leg muscles tensed, propelling him into the air with great speed. Upon landing, his feet left 2 deep impressions in the ground, and a jolt coursed through him, causing most of the ants clinging to him to fall away. Without pausing to think, he swiftly swatted at his body, dislodging several more ants. In a swift motion, he bent down, hoisted a utility pole, and brandished it. His hands clasped the rough pole. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into his arms. His waist exerted force abruptly, like a tightened spring, propelling his entire body into rotation. The utility pole, in his grip, transformed into a roaring black whirlwind, carrying immense power, and slammed fiercely into the swarming ant colony. Witnessed the havoc of the celestial realm. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled impacts, like resounding war drums, echoed across the desolate landscape. Wherever the utility pole struck, a flurry of blood and gore erupted. The mutated ants, their hardened exoskeletons proving as fragile as paper against the immense force, were instantly crushed. Splatters of dark green fluid scattered in all directions, like grotesque blossoms blooming in the air. One mutated ant was directly hit by the utility pole, its body instantly exploding into a mass of green paste. Several nearby ants, splattered with the fluid, immediately emitted sizzling sounds, accompanied by wisps of green smoke. Writhing in agony before falling still, Lin Tao pressed on relentlessly, wielding the utility pole, advancing step by step. Beneath his feet, a thick layer of ant corpses had accumulated, resembling a verdant carpet. The air reeked with an intense, nauseating stench, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed solely on the frenziedly surging ants. He roared, his voice hoarse, like a wild beast. Each strike was delivered with utmost force, without mercy. The utility pole, now coated in dark green fluid and ant remains, had become viscous and heavy. Yet, he fought with increasing vigor, seemingly tireless. Lin Tao wielded the heavy utility pole with remarkable ease, as if it were but a mere toothpick in his hand. His relentless assault, akin to a tempest, rendered wave after wave of advancing ants into mere pulp. Dark green fluid splattered everywhere, coalescing on the ground into small streams. Though the ants charged forth with reckless abandon, they appeared utterly fragile in the face of overwhelming power. They surged like moths drawn to a flame, only to be annihilated time and again. Lin Tao's expression remained serene, his breathing steady, betraying no sign of fatigue. To him, this encounter resembled a one-sided massacre. After a prolonged struggle, the ground became blanketed with a thick layer of ant carcasses, resembling a green carpet exuding a pungent, fishy odor. At last, the ant horde retreated, seemingly realizing that this human was an insurmountable force. Standing atop a rise, Lin Tao gazed down at the receding tide of ants and exhaled softly. He shifted his shoulders. Feeling a slight ache, he wondered whether these ants possessed any cores. Chapter 45. Screaming Zombies and Sadako. Lin Tao casually discarded the utility pole, which crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, sending up a cloud of dust. He bent down to sift through the pile of ant corpses. Nothing, still nothing. Goodness, could these ants also be the castrated version of radiation mutants? Lin Tao found himself at a loss for words. He had assumed that with so many ants, at least a few would harbor cores within their heads. Yet, not a single one. It seemed that nuclear radiation truly served as an effective advocate for population control. Lin Tao could not help but express his discontent, shaking his head in disappointment. He rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, preparing to continue his journey. It seemed that hope must once again rest upon the military base. A flicker of anticipation sparkled in Lin Tao's eyes as he set forth in the direction of the military establishment. After approximately an hour of travel, he estimated that he was still about 10 kilometers away from the base. Suddenly, he halted, his brow furrowing slightly. Not far ahead, a figure stood silently. It was a zombie. Yet, this particular zombie was peculiar. It stood rigidly in place, motionless, resembling a wooden post. Unlike other zombies that roamed aimlessly, this one remained disturbingly still. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, interrupted only by the mournful whispers of the wind sweeping through the ruins. This zombie's abrupt presence exuded an unsettling aura. Was there something amiss? Engaging in some form of performance art? Lin Tao pondered, curiosity piqued. He treaded lightly, gradually approaching. Could it be contemplating the essence of undead existence? Lin Tao jested inwardly as he slowly circled behind the zombie, eager to uncover its strange intentions. 1 step, 2 steps. Lin Tao drew ever closer to the zombie. The air around him seemed to thicken, the atmosphere growing oppressive. Suddenly, the zombie whipped its head around. Good heavens! Lin Tao was startled, nearly leaping from his skin. The speed at which the zombie turned was alarmingly swift, surpassing even the fright of Sadako. He beheld the zombie's ghastly visage, its skin a mottled grayish-green, marred with cracks reminiscent of parched earth. Its eyes were a vivid crimson, devoid of pupils, only reflecting boundless madness and a thirst for blood. Most bizarrely, the zombie's mouth gaped wide, nearly reaching its earlobes. Yet within, it was utterly empty, lacking teeth. Only a dark, gaping throat remained, resembling an unfathomable abyss, devouring everything in its vicinity. What on earth is this abomination? Lin Tao was taken aback, a shiver coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. This zombie was grotesquely hideous. It was, without a doubt, the antithesis of beauty in the realm of the undead. Just then, the creature suddenly widened its mouth even further, emitting a piercing shriek. The sound was deafening, akin to a clap of thunder, resonating in Lin Tao's ears. He felt a wave of dizziness engulf him, as if his eardrums were on the brink of rupture. His mind buzzed as though 1,000 flies were swirling about. Good grief! Lin Tao was startled, instinctively covering his ears. In that instant, he comprehended the truth. This zombie was certainly not an ordinary one. That sound was clearly intended to summon its companions. Damn it! It must be eliminated. Lin Tao cursed internally, fighting against the dizziness as he swung his fist. Bang! His punch landed squarely on the creature's head, with explosive force. The zombie's skull shattered instantly. Dark green liquid splattered everywhere. A green crystal rolled out from the broken cranium. A crystal core. Lin Tao's eyes brightened as he bent down to pick up the core. It felt cold to the touch, smooth in texture. Why is there a crystal core? Surely, radiation would cause the cores to vanish? Elated, Lin Tao had no time to ponder, swiftly pocketing the crystal core and bolting away. Loath to be encircled by the undead. A cacophony of guttural roars echoed from all directions, growing closer and more intense. Lin Tao knew he had been discovered. He dared not linger, running with the urgency of a man sprinting for his life. Damn it! Why are there so many zombies? He cursed inwardly, glancing back. A dense, dark mass of zombies surged after him, waving their arms and baring their teeth. Crap! Have I stumbled upon a nest of the undead? His scalp prickled with dread, and his pace quickened. Like a cheetah, he darted through the ruins, evading the relentless pursuit with superhuman speed and reflexes. Suddenly, a broken wall loomed ahead. Without hesitation, Lin Tao charged forward. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered, sending debris flying. Lin Tao burst through the remnants, ignoring the stinging fragments, and continued his frantic flight. Just then, A deep, guttural growl erupted beside him. A hunched zombie lunged from the side, its bloodshot eyes and sparse long hair resembling a ghastly figure from a horror film. Its fingertips gleamed with a chilling sharpness, and its mottled greenish skin crawled with ominous, writhing black veins that radiated an unsettling light. The zombie exuded an aura of danger far surpassing that of all previous undead. A palpable sense of oppression that struck like a physical force. Goodness, this truly is an unrelenting specter. Is this an enhanced version of Sadako? Lin Tao cursed inwardly, yet dared not pause for a moment. He abruptly sidestepped, narrowly evading the zombie's lunge. Bang! With a swift motion, Lin Tao delivered a powerful punch, infused with a fierce wind, crashing into the zombie's back. However, this blow, capable of shattering stone, merely sent the creature sprawling a few meters away. The enhanced Sadako merely shook her head and turned to face Lin Tao. So resilient? Lin Tao was taken aback, realizing that the zombie's defensive capabilities far exceeded his expectations. The zombie let out a deafening roar and lunged once more, its speed eclipsing that of the previously encountered venomous zombies. Lin Tao dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he propelled himself with agility, evading like a wraith. Bang, bang, bang. In a flurry, Lin Tao threw several punches, striking the zombie's joints and chest. Yet each hit only caused it to stagger slightly, seemingly failing to inflict any significant damage. What is this creature? So resistant to blows? Lin Tao silently lamented, recognizing that the zombie's physical resilience had reached an astonishing level. This approach would not suffice. He needed a strategy. While evading, Lin Tao scrutinized the zombie's movements. He discovered that although the creature possessed remarkable defense, each attack left it momentarily vulnerable. Eureka! Lin Tao recalled the zombie dogs he had previously dispatched, realizing that this creature shared a similar, exploitable weakness. Chapter 46. The Hierarchy of Zombies. Lin Tao's gaze was fixed intensely, his leg muscles taut as if anticipating an imminent event. Meanwhile, Sadako was evidently unable to restrain herself, launching a sudden attack. Lin Tao evaded by sidestepping, immediately pursuing her from behind. Seizing the moment of her landing, he delivered a powerful kick to her back, then swiftly locked his hands around her head in a naked chokehold, exerting tremendous force. Explode for me, Lin Tao roared, every muscle in his body tensing as his strength erupted like a volcano. His arms tightened relentlessly, the immense power causing the zombie's head to emit a series of cracking sounds. The creature thrashed wildly, yet it was utterly incapable of breaking free from Lin Tao's grip. His physical prowess had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. This hold was as unyielding as forged steel. Explode! 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 Lin Tao bellowed once more, with a resounding thud, akin to a watermelon bursting. The zombie's head was crushed under Lin Tao's colossal strength. Dark green liquid mingled with gray brain matter splattered everywhere, creating an extraordinarily gruesome scene. A green crystal core fell out. Another crystal core. Lin Tao quickly scooped it up, aware that he had no time to examine it closely. He needed to escape from the horde of zombies behind him without delay. Otherwise, if they caught up, the consequences would be dire. Utilizing his speed advantage, Lin Tao maneuvered through the ruins, darting left and right, leaping up and down. As he glanced back, he noticed several zombies in the crowd that were significantly larger than the others, appearing particularly formidable. Although these zombies were powerful, their speed paled in comparison to Lin Tao's. Gradually, he created a distance between himself and the pursuing horde. Panting heavily, Lin Tao swiftly surveyed his surroundings. He was in dire need of a refuge, a sanctuary where he could evade the relentless zombies and catch his breath. His gaze fell upon a partially collapsed structure, once a 3-story building, now reduced to a semblance of its former self. The first floor remained somewhat intact, while the second and third floors had crumbled, creating a sloping descent. Beneath this slope, a dimly lit entrance beckoned. That's it. A spark of determination ignited within Lin Tao as he altered his course and sprinted towards the edifice. He swiftly ascended the incline and approached the entrance. The opening was narrow, barely allowing passage for a single individual, shrouded in darkness that obscured any visibility. Without hesitation, Lin Tao crouched and squeezed himself through. A gust of dust and the fetid stench of decay assaulted his senses, prompting a series of involuntary coughs. Cautiously, he advanced a few steps, confirming the absence of immediate danger before collapsing onto the ground, leaning against the wall as he gasped for air. Damn this apocalypse. It grows increasingly terrifying. Lin Tao cursed inwardly, feeling as though he were entangled in a real-life zombie siege. This place should suffice for a brief respite. He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse. With utmost care, Lin Tao cradled the 2 crystal cores in his palms, scrutinizing them under the faint light filtering through the entrance. These 2 green, glimmering orbs resembled rare treasures, radiating an alluring luminescence, akin to seeds brimming with hope, taking root and blossoming in Lin Tao's heart. At last, they were in his possession. It had not come easily. Lin Tao let out a long sigh of relief, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling into a faint smile, reminiscent of a child who has just received their cherished toy. Was it difficult? More than merely difficult. It was akin to enduring an arduous journey fraught with countless trials. First, he nearly succumbed to a heart attack from the terror instilled by that group of man-eating lunatics. Then he was relentlessly pursued and bitten by a horde of mutated ants, and finally, he had an unsettling encounter with a zombie version of Sister Sadako. The thrilling escapades along this path were more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. Lin Tao delicately stored away the crystal cores, as if they were 2 priceless luminous pearls. He couldn't help but reflect on his previous encounters, his brow furrowing slightly as he sank into contemplation. Something was amiss. Why had the zombies he encountered earlier not possessed any crystal cores? Could it be that radiation truly caused the cores to vanish? No, that seemed implausible. Lin Tao swiftly dismissed this hypothesis. He recalled the words of Li Guoqiang, who had mentioned that the military had been collecting crystal cores, indicating that these cores had existed since the onset of the apocalypse. Moreover, the screaming zombie from earlier clearly had a crystal core within its head. So, where lay the problem? Lin Tao stroked his chin, his mind racing through the characteristics of the zombies he had previously encountered. Those zombies had dark green skin, some even capable of spraying purple venom. Wait a moment. Lin Tao's eyes lit up as realization dawned upon him. Goodness. So that was it. The venom-spewing zombies were not advanced at all. They were merely ordinary zombies that had mutated due to radiation, granting them the ability to spray venom. Thus, it is quite normal that they lack a crystal core in their minds. I had taken it for granted and mistakenly classified them as advanced zombies. Lin Tao slapped his thigh, suddenly enlightened. He felt like a fool, ensnared by his own ingrained perceptions. It appears that zombies indeed come in various tiers. Lin Tao chuckled at his own folly, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. Since it was not radiation that caused the disappearance of the crystal cores, the ones in the military base should still be intact. With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited in Lin Tao's heart once more. However, it seems he would need to make another trip to the military base, where crucial research materials on the crystal cores are located. I certainly do not wish to meet my demise due to ignorance of how to utilize the crystal cores. He then turned his attention to the 2 crystal cores in his hand. One belonged to a screamer zombie, while the other belonged to a Sadako type. Both of these zombies were evidently far stronger than ordinary ones. The screamer zombie emits a piercing cry to attract its companions, while the Sadako possesses remarkable defensive capabilities and astonishing speed. They should be classified as rather exceptional types of zombies. Lin Tao stroked his chin, deep in thought. In that case, let us bestow upon them some nicknames. The screamer zombie shall be called the Wailer. Yes, that name is quite fitting. As for the Sadako, Lin Tao pondered for a moment, a mischievous smile creeping across his lips. Let us call it the Bloodhound. Lin Tao felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his naming prowess. He resolved that henceforth, he would refer to similar zombies by these 2 nicknames. The next step was to categorize these zombies. Lin Tao contemplated privately. The ordinary zombies in the villa area constituted the first tier. Those afflicted by radiation, though their strength had somewhat increased, remained fundamentally ordinary zombies. Therefore, he decided to append an additional 0.5 to their original classification. The Wailing Ones and Bloodhounds were classified as second tier. As it stands, it appeared that only second-tier zombies could produce crystal cores. However, what was the situation with the previous zombie dog? No, these 2 zombies had been irradiated. The Bloodhound was evidently far superior to the zombie dog. Thus, the zombie dog must be a second tier. The Bloodhound tentatively classified as, perhaps 2.5 tier, as that number seemed auspicious. The Wailing One would also be set at 2.5. With this, everything became much clearer. Lin Tao nodded, feeling immensely satisfied with his classification system. He believed himself to be a genius. Not only could he combat zombies, but he could also categorize them, truly excelling in both martial and intellectual pursuits. Chapter 47. The visitor from beyond the walls. Lin Tao carefully tucked the 2 crystal cores close to himself. They were treasures, and losing them would be a considerable misfortune. He approached the entrance and cautiously peered outside. The scene beyond remained one of desolation, with shattered buildings standing like silent giants under the dim light, quietly looming in the stillness. In the distant street, desolate and devoid of life, a few zombies aimlessly wandered, emitting low, guttural groans. Lin Tao carefully surveyed the surroundings, ensuring that none of the undead had noticed his presence, before letting out a sigh of relief. It appeared that the zombies had not pursued him. Here, it seemed, was relatively safe. Lin Tao murmured to himself, a hint of gratitude lacing his tone. He turned back to the cramped space, plopping down on the ground and leaning against the wall, exhaling deeply. The continuous battles and relentless running had left him fatigued. He needed rest, a chance to recuperate. Tonight, I shall stay here, Lin Tao resolved quietly to himself. He was reluctant to take further risks in search of shelter. Encountering any additional danger would be an unwise endeavor. Although this place was rudimentary, it at least afforded him protection from the elements, far superior to sleeping on the streets. With his eyes closed, he began to restore his energy, aware that tomorrow would present even more formidable challenges. He needed to reach the military base swiftly to locate the crystal cores and research materials. Only then could he hope to navigate this apocalyptic world more effectively. Time slipped by second, as nightfall quietly descended. The scene shifted to the Jiahai Villa district. In the spacious dining room, Zhang Xiao, Li Dong, and Lu Nanya were gathered around the dining table. A few platters of simple dishes adorned the table, compressed biscuits, canned vegetables, and some jerky, items they had previously scavenged from the outside. Though modest, in this post-apocalyptic era, it was a rare delicacy. Yet, at this moment, none of the three felt particularly hungry. They ate in silence, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. It had been several days. One wondered how Tao was faring. Zhang Xiao was the first to shatter the stillness, his voice tinged with concern. Would he encounter danger while alone? Li Dong spoke up, his tone somewhat somber. Brother is exceptionally capable. He will surely be fine. Lu Nanya murmured softly, as if comforting others, yet also seeking solace for herself. She lowered her gaze, gently prodding her food with a fork, her eyes dimmed with melancholy. Alas, it is all my fault. If only I were as capable as Brother Tao. Perhaps I could assist him, Zhang Xiao sighed, his visage marred by self-reproach. Upon hearing this, Li Dong clenched his fists tighter. Remembering the relentless hours spent training on exercise equipment, his mind found some semblance of calm. Yet, discussing this now was futile. We must trust Brother. We must believe he will return safely. Lu Nanya lifted her head, her gaze resolutely fixed on the two. Indeed, we must have faith in him. Zhang Xiao and Li Dong nodded, their eyes rekindled with a glimmer of hope. By the way, when do you think those vegetables will sprout? Zhang Xiao suddenly shifted the topic. These seeds were scavenged from our previous outings. I'm not sure, but they should be sprouting soon, I hope, replied Li Dong with uncertainty. Let us hope so. Otherwise, our food supply will dwindle before long, Zhang Xiao remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. Indeed, there's apprehension regarding whether the provisions within the villa district will suffice until the initial harvest. Li Dong concurred, his countenance reflecting concern. Should the vegetables fail to mature, foraging beyond our confines will become imperative. However, the perils lurking outside are considerable, and the vicinity has already been largely depleted of sustenance. Lu Nanya's words trailed off, yet her gaze conveyed the gravity of the situation. Silence descended upon the trio once more. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks reverberated, accompanied by Wan Zhao's anxious call, Xiaoge, Dongge. Intruders. There are individuals outside the villa district. The three were taken aback, their heads snapping up towards the entrance. Let's investigate, Zhang Xiao declared, his expression hardening as he strode towards the door. Li Dong and Lu Nanya followed closely, their eyes filled with apprehension and unease. They surmised that the arrival of these individuals at this juncture boded ill. The group hastened out of the dwelling, making their way to the perimeter wall of the villa district. A number of individuals, comprising the women who had previously survived, were stationed atop the wall, some armed with handguns, their gazes fixed warily on a group outside. As the trio approached the wall, Zhang Xiao inquired of one of the women, "What's the situation?" They claimed to be from a nearby settlement, seeking water. Zhang Xiao, Li Dong, and Lu Nanya exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting suspicion and unease. These individuals. I sense their intentions are not benign, Li Dong murmured, his brow furrowed. Seeking water, are they? I perceive the weasel is paying a New Year's visit to the chickens. Harboring ill intentions. Zhang Xiao uttered a cold snort. I shall speak with them and urge their immediate departure, declared Lu Nanya, rising with unwavering resolve. Though her voice remained soft, Her gaze was resolutely firm. Yet, Zhang Xiao extended a hand to halt her, saying, "Nanya, do not go. I shall handle this." He paused momentarily before adding, "These individuals may not be so easily dismissed. Exercise caution." Li Dong cautioned, his eyes filled with concern. "Rest assured, I am well aware." Zhang Xiao nodded, withdrawing a handgun from his pocket, turning towards the door, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon reaching the edge of the wall, he peered down to observe a scattered group of about 10 individuals outside, with one evidently leading, positioned at the forefront. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor as he inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" "We are from a nearby base, passing through, and we seek merely a drink of water," replied the leader, a bald man adorned with tattoos covering his face. As he grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, his smile did not reach his eyes. "Seeking water?" Zhang Xiao scoffed inwardly, though his expression remained impassive. "We do not have any surplus water here. You would be better off seeking it elsewhere." The grin on the tattooed man's face faltered slightly, but quickly regained its composure. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhang Xiao and the armed women behind him, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. "Brother, do not be so unkind. Having traveled a considerable distance, we are indeed parched. Shall we consider this an opportunity to forge a friendship?" "Friendship?" Zhang Xiao silently scoffed, recognizing that these individuals were not of good character. "My apologies, but our water supply is limited. This establishment is modest, and I must kindly ask you to leave." The expression on the bald, tattooed man's face darkened gradually, yet he seemed to be restraining himself. He cast a penetrating glance at Zhang Xiao before surveying the walls and structures of the villa area, seemingly intent on committing the layout to memory. "Come now, my friend, let us not speak so definitively," the bald man said with a forced smile that did not reach his eyes. "Our leader has stated that more friends lead to more opportunities. Who knows? We may find a chance for collaboration in the future." Collaboration? Zhang Zhao's internal alarm bells rang loudly. These individuals were indeed harboring ulterior motives. "We are self-sufficient here and have no need for cooperation with anyone." At last, the smile vanished from the bald man's face, and he fixed Zhang Xiao with a steely gaze. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, "In that case, we shall not impose any further." Turning away, the bald man's countenance darkened ominously as he addressed his dozen or so companions. "Let us depart. They do not appear to welcome us." With that, he turned and led his subordinates out of the villa area. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Zhao's expression was a tumult of unease. Chapter 48. The Behemoth. The following day, Lin Tao awoke, emerging from the partially collapsed building where he had spent the night. Though the conditions were far from ideal, he was grateful not to have been devoured by zombies in his slumber. He brushed off the dust from his clothing and stretched lazily, the sound of his bones cracking echoing in the stillness. "Phew, I slept reasonably well, though this bed is rather hard," Lin Tao mused to himself. He cautiously peered out from his hiding place, surveying the situation outside. The morning sun cast a dim, gray light, imbued with a unique sense of oppression reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world. In the distance, a few zombies wandered aimlessly, their skin a murky green, some adorned with strange, festering sores, unmistakably enhanced by radiation. These creatures, Lin Tao pondered, I wonder if they possess crystal nuclei. His desire for crystal nuclei was palpable. Well, I suppose I shall proceed as planned. After ensuring that there were no significant dangers nearby, Lin Tao emerged from his refuge. He stretched his limbs, feeling reasonably fit. Onward. The goal is the military base. Clenching his fists for motivation, he set forth in the direction of the military base. He was now quite close to his destination. At the pace he maintained yesterday, he should arrive in just over an hour. Throughout his journey, Lin Tao remained exceedingly cautious, deliberately avoiding the wandering zombies. When evasion proved impossible, he swiftly dealt with them. The number of zombies in the vicinity was noticeably greater than before. As he walked, Lin Tao keenly observed his surroundings. He noted that the closer he drew to the military base, the more numerous the zombies became. Moreover, their varieties grew increasingly bizarre. In addition to the toxic spitting zombies he had previously encountered, he now saw some covered in sharp spikes, as well as those of enormous size. Near the military base, there truly lies a hidden world of danger. Lin Tao remained cautiously vigilant. After traversing for over an hour, he finally beheld the silhouette of the military installation. It was an expansive complex, encircled by towering walls. The perimeter was adorned with barbed wire and watchtowers, presenting an appearance of formidable defense. Yet, at this moment, These protective measures seemed to be mere FA-aids. Numerous sections of the wall had crumbled, the barbed wire lay in tatters, and the watchtowers stood deserted, save for a few aimless zombies wandering about. Is this the military base? It appears even more dilapidated than I had envisioned. Lin Tao positioned himself at a distance. Scrutinizing the condition of the base, he discerned that the entire area was shrouded in an eerie silence. No signs of life could be detected. Only the echoes of the zombies' growls resonated within the vast expanse. Where might the underground warehouse be? Lin Tao furrowed his brow, contemplating how to infiltrate the base and locate the subterranean storage. He recalled that Li Guoqiang had mentioned the underground warehouse as one of the most vital facilities within the military installation. It housed not only a plethora of weapons and ammunition, but also the military's research on crystal cores. These were all essential items that Lin Tao urgently required. First, he decided to circle the base, searching for any potential entrance. Lin Tao resolved to conduct reconnaissance on the installation. He advanced cautiously along the walls, striving to evade the zombies and avoid any direct confrontations. Not long into his exploration, Lin Tao stumbled upon a section of the wall that had collapsed, creating a sizable breach. The gap was filled with rubble and debris, appearing as though it had been forcefully breached by some unknown entity. Here, there seemed to be an opportunity to enter. Lin Tao felt a surge of determination and promptly approached the opening. He climbed over the pile of stones and ventured into the depths of the military base. Inside, the desolation was even more pronounced than outside. The remnants of collapsed structures, damaged vehicles, and scattered papers littered the ground. The air was thick with a pungent stench of decay and the acrid scent of gunpowder, evoking a visceral urge to retch. Forever lost my love, gazing upon ruin. Lin Tao covered his nose, recalling a line from a champion in League of Legends. Although the sentiment was misaligned, the feeling of desolation was strikingly similar. He navigated cautiously through the wreckage, seeking clues to the underground warehouse. Suddenly, he halted and strained to listen. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled footsteps echoed from afar. The sound was heavy and rhythmic, akin to a massive object striking the ground. Could it be zombies? A jolt of alarm coursed through Lin Tao, prompting him to conceal himself behind a broken wall. Peeking out, he gazed toward the source of the noise. In the distance, two colossal figures were ambling to and fro. These were indeed zombies, yet they towered far above the ordinary variety. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, they boasted a robust physique, their bellies bulging as if they were bearing 10 offspring. Their skin retained a dark green hue, marked by intricate black patterns, and exhibited a rugged texture that rendered them exceedingly grotesque. Goodness, how enormous! Lin Tao's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing with disbelief. The three zombies before him felt akin to three moving hills, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure merely through their presence. Their formidable size and bulging bellies evoked the image of a zombie version of the Hulk. The colossal zombies he had encountered in the pursuing horde yesterday seemed to resemble these creatures. From a distance, their immense stature had not registered, but now, up close, he truly felt the weight of their presence. Lin Tao gazed at the hulking figures, a hypothesis forming in his mind. They appeared significantly stronger than the blood dogs. He pondered whether he could possibly overpower them. Strength assessment? Perhaps they could be classified as third-tier zombies. A bitter smile crossed his face as he reflected on his abysmal luck. First, he encountered a swarm of mutated ants, then faced the screamers and blood dogs. Now, two colossal beings had appeared. He decided to dub them giant beasts, as they reminded him of a zombie from a game he had previously played. He wondered about their true strength. The blood dogs' defenses were already challenging to breach with mere fists, and the giant beasts seemed to possess an even more formidable physique. To vanquish such zombies, he would undoubtedly require an appropriate weapon. Relying solely on his fists, utterly futile. Damn it, he had no weapon at his disposal. Should he attempt to circumvent them? Lin Tao's mind raced with strategies. He recognized that with his current capabilities, he was uncertain whether he could confront these two giant beasts head-on. Yet, if he chose to evade them, he could not predict how much time he would squander in the process. Moreover, these two behemoths seemed to linger near the entrance of the underground warehouse, resembling formidable sentinels obstructing Lin Tao's path. Damn it, could it be that these creatures have caught the scent of the crystal cores? Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon Lin Tao. They were likely drawn here by the alluring fragrance of the crystal cores. No, he could not simply concede. Clenching his teeth, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He understood that retreat was not an option. Should he fail to penetrate the underground warehouse and uncover those crystal cores and research materials, he would inevitably fall victim to the increasingly potent zombies. It was a gamble. Prosperity favors the bold. Lin Tao took a deep breath and made his resolution. He resolved to take the risk. He would exploit his speed advantage to divert these two titans, seizing the opportunity to enter the underground warehouse. Chapter 49. A confrontation on a narrow path. Lin Tao inhaled deeply, surveying his surroundings. He needed to find something to provoke the behemoths. Eureka! His eyes lit up as he spotted a derelict car not far away. The vehicle was severely mangled, with shattered windows and a body covered in rust. Yet it remained relatively intact. This would do. With a surge of determination, Lin Tao dashed towards the abandoned car. He grasped the chassis with both hands, inhaled deeply, and tensed every muscle in his body. Lifted. With a fierce roar, Lin Tao's arms bulged with strain, resembling a coiling dragon. Creak. Creak. The car emitted distressing sounds as it was raised from the ground by Lin Tao. He hoisted the vehicle above his head, aiming it at the nearest behemoth. The colossal creature, with its heavy gait, advanced towards the entrance of the underground warehouse, its back turned to Lin Tao, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Hey, over here. You giant. Lin Tao bellowed, hurling a small car with all his might. Whoosh. The vehicle arced through the air, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, and struck the giant with a resounding crash. Thud. The car hit the massive creature squarely on its back, causing it to stagger momentarily, nearly toppling over as it took 2 faltering steps forward. Gradually, it turned, its crimson eyes fixated on Lin Tao. A deafening roar erupted from the giant, filled with rage and ferocity. Success. A surge of joy filled Lin Tao as he realized he had successfully captured the attention of the behemoth. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, another roar echoed in the distance. Thud, thud, thud. The second giant, also moving with a heavy tread, charged towards Lin Tao. It was evident that the commotion had drawn it closer. A slight smile crept onto Lin Tao's lips as he thought to himself, got it. Both giants are hooked. Without hesitation, Lin Tao spun on his heels and fled. He had no desire to be cornered by these two behemoths. Otherwise, no matter how strong he might be, his fate would be sealed. Lin Tao sprinted away, his speed far surpassing that of an ordinary person, while the two giants, despite their immense size, could not match his swiftness. They advanced with heavy steps, exerting all their strength to follow closely behind Lin Tao, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly. Thud, thud, thud. The muted sound of their footsteps resonated ominously behind him, akin to a death knell. Lin Tao deliberately maintained his pace, ensuring he did not outdistance the behemoths, yet keeping them at bay. Nearby, the zombies, drawn by the thunderous footsteps and furious roars of the behemoths, began to converge. Another wave of corpses. Over there. Lin Tao's eyes brightened as he spotted a patch of ruins ahead. The rubble was strewn with various construction debris, presenting a complex terrain ideally suited for evading the relentless pursuit of the behemoths and the horde. Without hesitation, Lin Tao plunged into the ruins. He skillfully maneuvered, darting left and right amidst the debris, constantly altering his direction. Although the two behemoths were not as agile as Lin Tao, they employed their brute force to relentlessly chase him. Upon encountering a wall, they would launch themselves against it with tremendous impact. Any obstructing walls were shattered into fragments, and when faced with a small car, they would mercilessly swat it aside with a powerful blow. Yet, despite their formidable strength, the behemoths found themselves at an impasse, unable to catch Lin Tao. After leading the behemoths and the horde for a while, Lin Tao caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, noting that the two behemoths had strayed sufficiently far from the entrance of the military base. Estimating the distance in his mind, he felt it was time to act. If he delayed any further, nightfall would descend, complicating matters significantly. With a sudden burst of speed, he channeled all his strength into his legs and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Choosing a longer route, he sped towards another direction leading to the military base. Before long, the dilapidated walls of the military base loomed ever closer in Lin Tao's eyes. He took a deep breath, steadied his breathing, and prepared to charge in with unwavering determination. I am coming to the underground warehouse. A flicker of anticipation sparkled in Lin Tao's eyes as he quickened his pace. He vaulted over the crumbled wall and surged into the heart of the military base. However, in the next moment, Lin Tao abruptly halted. His pupils constricted sharply, and a look of sheer horror spread across his face. By heavens! Lin Tao couldn't help but utter a curse, his voice trembling with disbelief. Before him, not far away, in the shadow of a wall, lay a colossal figure, quietly resting. It was a behemoth. Its corpulent body nearly occupied the entirety of the ground, resembling a mountain of flesh. Its dark green skin glistened with a greasy sheen under the dim light, evoking a wave of nausea. What was even more perilous was that this giant was facing Lin Tao directly. Its small, crimson eyes were fixed on him, unwavering, as if to say, at last, "You have arrived, little one." Lin Tao felt as though he had stumbled into a land of giants, confronting a slumbering titan. Is that a thunderous monkey? 1,000 wild thoughts raced through his mind. He felt as if he had won the lottery, but this was a prize he would rather forego. The behemoth seemed to sense Lin Tao's gaze. A flicker of confusion passed through its scarlet eyes, soon replaced by an overwhelming savagery. Roar! The colossal beast abruptly rose from the ground, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the base, causing Lin Tao's eardrums to thrum with intensity. Was this a manifestation of morning grumpiness? Lin Tao lamented inwardly, yet he dared not pause for even a fleeting moment. He had initially contemplated employing the same tactic to lure the behemoth away once more. However, upon reflection, he realized the peril of doing so. Twilight was fast approaching, and another diversion could prove exceedingly hazardous. At that juncture, the prospect of locating the underground warehouse would be eclipsed by the more pressing concern of his survival. It appeared that he had no choice but to press on with unwavering resolve. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Tao's eyes, for he understood that retreat was no longer an option. He faced a binary fate: vanquish the giant or be vanquished by it. Unfazed by Lin Tao's internal musings, the colossal creature roared once again and charged forward with heavy strides, each step causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had erupted. Thud, 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 thud. The beast accelerated, reaching its utmost speed. "Come forth, you magnificent brute. Let me witness the extent of your might." Lin Tao bellowed, every muscle in his body tensing with anticipation. He recognized that this confrontation would be a formidable one, a battle demanding his utmost effort. Chapter 50. The Brave Prevail. With a resounding roar, the giant surged forward, its rotund form crashing ahead in a savage charge. The ground shook with each thunderous step, debris scattering in its wake. Lin Tao's pupils constricted as he planted his toes against the ground and swiftly maneuvered to the side. The massive creature brushed past him, narrowly missing the hem of his garment. A thunderous crash resounded as the behemoth crashed through a wall. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, the colossal figure remained undeterred, its massive right arm sweeping through the air with a whistling sound, aiming directly at Lin Tao's back. The whip-like punch. A surge of alarm coursed through Lin Tao. The behemoth's reaction speed surpassed his expectations. With no time to turn, he bent his legs and crouched low. The wind from the punch grazed his scalp, leaving a stinging sensation in its wake. Lin Tao dared not linger. He exerted force through his legs, pivoting to deliver a punch to the behemoth's lower back. A dull thud echoed. The impact rippled through the behemoth's ample flesh, dissipating much of the force. Useless. A wave of despair washed over Lin Tao. The behemoth's defenses were nothing short of extraordinary. The behemoth, feeling the pain, swiftly turned, raising its hands high to bring them crashing down upon Lin Tao. Boom. The ground shattered, sending fragments flying. Lin Tao executed a swift roll to the side, narrowly evading the behemoth's onslaught. He wasted no time, springing to his feet to deliver another punch aimed at the behemoth's waist. Thud. Once again, a heavy sound reverberated. The behemoth's flesh absorbed the impact like a sponge. Anxiety gnawed at Lin Tao. This approach was futile. The behemoth's defenses were too formidable, rendering his punches ineffective. A solution was imperative. As he continued to dodge, Lin Tao observed carefully. After several exchanges, he maneuvered around the behemoth. Due to its towering stature, striking its head proved challenging for Lin Tao. While a jump could reach it, being caught mid-air would spell disaster, leaving him with no chance of survival. Lin Tao attacked every available target on the behemoth's body, until Lin Tao struck the knee of the colossus, causing the giant to stagger unsteadily. The joints. A spark of realization ignited in Lin Tao's eyes as he discerned the relative weakness in the colossus's joint defenses. There, the thick layer of fat offered no protection. Lin Tao swiftly altered his strategy, abandoning attacks on the giant's torso and instead targeting its joints. With a sudden burst of speed, He dashed to the side of the Colossus and executed a whip-like kick aimed forcefully at its knee. The Colossus let out a pained roar and retaliated with a sweeping punch. Caught off guard, Lin Tao was struck by the giant's arm, sending him hurtling against a wall. Gasping, he expelled a mouthful of blood, a sharp pain seizing his chest. Struggling to rise, his arms trembled uncontrollably. Such immense strength. But seizing the moment, the Colossus charged again, preparing to unleash a brutal series of 3 strikes. With scarcely a moment to catch his breath, Lin Tao rolled aside, forcing down the rising blood. He surged forward, taking advantage of the Colossus's momentary fatigue to deliver another sweeping kick. Yet, before he could land several more blows, the Colossus had regained its footing, leaving Lin Tao with no choice but to leap out of range. After being struck once, he was cautious, ensuring each attack was a hit and run. After several exchanges, a sharp crack echoed. The Colossus's knee bent at an unnatural angle. With a painful roar, the giant's massive form crack. Crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed incessantly. Bang. The colossal figure of the behemoth fell to the ground with a resounding thud. One of its legs was shattered, rendering it immobile and unable to utilize its savage charge. It struggled to rise, but the broken leg could not bear any weight. It was incapable of supporting its immense bulk. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tao timed his attack perfectly, executing a sprint followed by an elbow strike that landed forcefully on the behemoth's head. Thud! A dull sound reverberated. The behemoth's head jolted violently. A pained roar erupted from its throat. Arg! The behemoth, thrashing its arms wildly, expressed its agony. Lin Tao felt a surge of triumph. It was effective. Enduring his own pain, he deftly evaded the behemoth's retaliatory strikes while relentlessly targeting its head with repeated elbow blows. Watch me crush you with my elbow. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled impacts continued to resonate. The behemoth's head began to distort, dark green fluid oozing forth. Arg! The behemoth's roars grew increasingly feeble. Die, you monster! Lin Tao shouted in fury, unleashing his ultimate move, the honeybee elbow, which struck the behemoth's temple with tremendous force. Bang! It was akin to the explosion of a watermelon. The behemoth's head erupted completely, dark green fluid mingling with gray matter splattering everywhere. A deep green crystal core rolled out from the remnants of the behemoth's brain. Lin Tao exhaled deeply, the pent-up tension in his chest swirling momentarily before he released it slowly. He sank to the ground, his back pressed against the cold wall, as if he had shed an immense burden. Finally, it is done. Lin Tao's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of relief as if he had narrowly escaped death. He lowered his gaze to his slightly trembling hands, letting out a bitter laugh. Damn, I almost met my end here. He closed his eyes, resting for a moment, feeling his strength gradually returning. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, his gaze falling upon the dark green crystal core not far away. The crystal core lay quietly on the ground, emitting a faint glow, resembling an enticing candy, yet also akin to a lethal poison. Lin Tao bent down to pick up the crystal core, gently wiping away the dirt with his fingers. It felt icy to the touch, smooth like exquisite jade. He raised the crystal core to his eyes, scrutinizing it closely. This crystal core possessed a deeper hue than the 2 he had acquired earlier. Within the dark green, there was a faint hint of yellow, reminiscent of leaves turning brown, or jade shifting in color. This color, why is it different? Lin Tao furrowed his brow, filled with curiosity. He took out the 2 previous crystal cores, placing them side by side for comparison. 3 crystal cores, 3 distinct colors. The cores from the Screamer and Bloodhound were a pure, translucent green, while the core from the Behemoth bore a murky green with yellow undertones. Could it be that the color of the crystal core is related to the rank of the zombie? Lin Tao stroked his chin, lost in thought. The higher the rank, the deeper the color of the crystal core. Yet, this change in color is rather peculiar. The green has turned yellow. What on earth is this? Lin Tao found himself in a state of utter confusion, feeling as though he were navigating a game devoid of instructions, relying solely on his own intuition. He decided to set aside his frustrations, reasoning that all these treasures were worth securing first. With a shake of his head, he carefully stowed away the 3 crystal cores against his person. He gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, struggling to rise to his feet. A sharp agony radiated from his chest, prompting an involuntary gasp. Goodness, this behemoth possesses tremendous strength. Lin Tao grimaced, feeling as though his ribs were on the verge of breaking. Leaning against the wall, he made his way step by step toward the entrance of the underground warehouse. Chapter 51. A bountiful harvest. With each painstaking step, Lin Tao approached the entrance of the underground warehouse. Before him loomed a heavy metal door. He extended his hand, feeling around the surface of the door. His fingertips grazed the cold metal, producing a faint sound of friction. Lin Tao's brow furrowed slightly. After several moments of exploration, he had yet to uncover anything of particular significance. Could it be that I have misjudged? Lin Tao muttered to himself, growing increasingly agitated. Having never visited a military base, he was uncertain of how to open the door, and he had forgotten to inquire with Li Guiqiang at the time. Reluctantly, he began to search for any buttons or mechanisms that might assist him. He was in considerable pain and exhaustion, eager to locate the crystal cores and research materials. Suddenly, Lin Tao's fingers inadvertently brushed against a protrusion, cleverly concealed within the patterns of the metal door, so subtle that it would have escaped notice without careful inspection. A soft click resonated from the door. Is this an emergency release button? Lin Tao felt a surge of joy and immediately pressed the protruding button. With a rumble, the door swung open, releasing a strong scent of gunpowder, mingled with a hint of rust and machine oil. He took a step back, his brow furrowed. This odor reminded him of the firecrackers set off during the Lunar New Year in his childhood, and it bore a resemblance to the smell at the shooting range during military training. In short, it was rather unpleasant. Once the dust settled, Lin Tao ventured through the entrance. Beyond the door lay a vast subterranean space. The lighting was dim, yet he could discern numerous boxes arranged within. These boxes varied in size, some wooden and others metallic, all neatly lined up. Is this an underground warehouse? Yet, this doesn't even seem underground. Lin Tao surveyed the surroundings, feeling somewhat awestruck. The scale of this warehouse exceeded his expectations. He approached one of the boxes and reached out to open it. Inside, it was filled with an array of weapons, rifles, machine guns, and grenades. All were well maintained and appeared operational. These items hold little value for me, Lin Tao thought, shaking his head before opening another box. This one contained artillery shells, meticulously stacked in various calibers. These are even more useless. A wave of disappointment washed over him. What he sought were crystal cores and research materials. He continued to search, prying open several more boxes. Yet they all contained weapons and ammunition. Could it be that there are no crystal cores here? Anxious thoughts raced through Lin Tao's mind as he quickened his pace, weaving through the warehouse. Suddenly, his gaze was captivated by an enormous elevator situated in the heart of the warehouse. It exuded a futuristic aura, starkly contrasting with its surroundings. Where could this elevator lead? A surge of curiosity compelled Lin Tao to stride towards it. He pressed the elevator button, yet it yielded no response. Is it broken? Lin Tao furrowed his brow and pressed several times more, but still, the elevator remained unresponsive. It appeared that the elevator was indeed malfunctioning. With a sense of resignation, he glanced up at the ventilation shaft. It seemed this was the only means of ascent. Lin Tao thought to himself, reluctant to concede defeat. He leapt lightly and shattered the ventilation cover with a punch, grasping the edges firmly and propelling himself upward. He tumbled into the elevator shaft, which was enveloped in darkness. Relying solely on instinct, he began to leap from side to side, resembling a gecko scaling the walls of the shaft. The descent was quite profound. As he climbed, Lin Tao muttered to himself, repeatedly leaping horizontally for what felt like an eternity, yet he had not yet reached the bottom. Suddenly, a dull thud resounded as his feet finally met solid ground. At last, he had arrived. Lin Tao exhaled in relief and leaped out of the elevator shaft. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in an expansive laboratory, cluttered with various instruments and equipment, all strewn haphazardly across the floor. Could this be the laboratory that Li Guiqiang had mentioned? This must be the true underground warehouse, Lin Tao mused, recalling Li Guiqiang's words. In the laboratory, military research materials regarding crystal cores were stored. He began his search within the confines of the lab, navigating through the toppled furniture and the shattered instruments. Lin Tao's gaze swept across every corner, unwilling to overlook any potential repository of information. At last, his attention was drawn to a door slightly ajar, marked with a sign that read Supply Storage Room. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. This was the place. He approached briskly, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, yet Lin Tao could discern an array of boxes neatly stacked like miniature mountains. These boxes were smaller than those he had previously encountered. He moved towards one of the boxes, inhaling deeply, sensing that the treasures he sought lay within. As he opened the box, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was brimming with crystal cores. Each core shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow, reminiscent of precious gems or delightful confections. So many! His voice trembled with excitement, as he had never witnessed such a multitude of crystal cores before. He reached out to grasp one. It was cool to the touch and smooth in texture. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this particular core was a pristine green, indicative of a second-tier zombie's essence. A wave of exhilaration surged within him. He proceeded to open several more boxes, discovering an array of cores, some green, others a deeper shade of green. In one diminutive box, he found 3 yellow cores. This was a windfall, a true stroke of fortune. Lin Tao, exhilarated, waved his fists in the air, feeling as though he had just won the lottery. He estimated that there were at least 100 boxes filled to the brim with crystal cores. The sheer quantity was astonishing. Suddenly, he recalled something important and began searching the room. At last, he discovered a file cabinet tucked away in a corner. Within it lay a thick tome, its cover emblazoned with the title Zombie Crystal Core Experiment Data Manual. This was it. Lin Tao picked up the manual and opened to the first page. The contents unfolded before him. Chapter 52, The Secrets of the Crystal Core. As he perused the Zombie Crystal Core Experiment Data Manual, a few bold characters on the title page emanated an air of grim finality. Lin Tao's gaze landed on the first page, where the manual commenced with an explanation of the tiers of crystal cores. Green denoted the second tier. Dark green with yellow indicated the third tier, and yellow represented the fourth tier. This aligned perfectly with Lin Tao's earlier conjectures, and a faint smile graced his lips, filling him with a sense of clarity and elation. He picked up 3 yellow crystal cores from the box, his heart brimming with joy. These 3 were indeed treasures. Fourth-tier zombies. How remarkable! Lin Tao continued to read. The manual elucidated that each type of crystal core had its corresponding flawed variants. Light green corresponded to the second-tier flawed cores, light green with yellow to the third-tier flawed cores, and light yellow to the fourth-tier flawed cores. These defective crystal cores, tested by the military, proved utterly useless to humanity. Ingesting them could result in becoming a zombie at best, or exploding in death at worst. Lin Tao furrowed his brows, recalling the earlier incident where Huang Mao met a tragic end. It was no wonder. He turned the page and continued to read. The manual stated that on the first day of the apocalypse, those who had not awakened their abilities could directly consume crystal cores to awaken their powers. Upon reading this, Lin Tao felt a jolt in his heart, his breath quickening. He thought of Li Dong and Lu Nanya. They could be saved. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Tao continued his perusal. Experimental data indicated that individuals without abilities who consumed a substantial amount of crystal cores could awaken formidable powers. However, the mortality rate was exceedingly high. The manual listed several experimental control groups. In one such group, a batch of individuals attempted to consume 99 crystal cores at once. And without exception, all perished. The more crystal cores consumed, the higher the mortality rate. Yet the awakened abilities grew increasingly potent. Lin Tao's brow tightened. He understood this was a gamble, a high-stakes wager with life as the currency. As he continued to read, he discovered a crucial piece of information. Those who awakened their abilities on the first day of the apocalypse generally possessed higher quality powers. This was because these individuals exhibited heightened sensitivity to the virus, which significantly stimulated their latent potential. Conversely, those who did not awaken immediately had a lower sensitivity to the virus. A realization dawned upon Lin Tao. He recalled his own abilities and Zhang Zhao's healing powers. Zhang Zhao's abilities were undoubtedly extraordinary. A faint conjecture began to form in Lin Tao's mind as he continued to read, confirming his suspicions. The manual stated that abilities could be advanced through the consumption of crystal cores of the same tier. Abilities are classified into 4 tiers, corresponding to second, third, and fourth-tier crystal cores, while the first tier represents the initial state. When the quantity consumed exceeds 10, a qualitative transformation of the ability occurs. However, the process of consuming crystal cores is excruciating, as the muscles throughout the body continuously reorganize. Without medical intervention, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Lin Tao inhaled sharply, recalling Zhang Zhao. Perhaps Zhang Zhao's healing abilities were the key. He continued to peruse the manual. The latter part of the manual discussed the allure of crystal cores to zombies. The essence of the crystal cores is akin to a delectable feast for the undead, compelling them to flock towards it, as the cores enhance their prowess. Oh, that explains why that zombie became stronger. Could it be the primal form of the bloodhound? Lin Tao thought back to the experimental zombie. Zombies require the consumption of crystal cores or proximity to the source of the virus, namely the meteor shower, to augment their strength. The reason they have not been hunting their kind for crystal cores is that they currently possess only instinct and have yet to evolve sufficient intelligence. A shiver ran down Lin Tao's spine as he realized the imperative for heightened caution in the future. These crystal cores are treasures, yet they also serve as death warrants. The manual concluded with a classification of awakened abilities associated with crystal cores, delineating 6 tiers: SSS, SS, S, A, B, and C. The C-tier ability entails a simple mutation, where parts of the body undergo aberration, granting certain unique capabilities, such as the growth of claws. B-level abilities typically involve a comprehensive evolution of the body, further enhancing one specific physical capability based on C-level abilities. For instance, there may be a significant increase in strength or a substantial enhancement in speed. A-level abilities enhance overall physical attributes and endow individuals with unique powers such as the ability to unleash flames, command lightning, possess remarkably tough skin, or manipulate earth. It appears that the fiery individual encountered earlier and the burly man from the Villa district both belong to this category of abilities. S-level abilities exhibit further amplification, becoming exceedingly pronounced in one particular aspect, although initial capabilities may be relatively weak, displaying an exponential growth curve over time. For example, experimental data indicates that an individual who has just begun to awaken hand mutations, with no evident changes to their physique, can suddenly gain telekinetic control during their second advancement, enabling them to compress or manipulate objects with immense strength. Unfortunately, this individual met their demise during the third advancement. As for SS and SSS level abilities, there is currently no data available. Could it be that both Zhang Xiao and I possess S-level abilities? No, my growth trajectory is distinctly different from Zhang Xiao's. With consistent training, my development accelerates rapidly. Could it be that I possess an SS-level ability? Lin Tao closed the Zombie Crystal Core Experiment Data Manual. He exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had just deciphered an ancient tome. This manual contained a wealth of information that revolutionized his understanding of the apocalyptic world. Lin Tao began to summarize the contents of the manual. Crystal cores are categorized into tiers. Flawed crystal cores are ineffective, while consuming a crystal core can awaken abilities, albeit with a high mortality rate. The first batch of awakeners possesses formidable powers, and abilities can progress, though the process is fraught with suffering. Crystal cores attract zombies, and abilities are classified into levels. Lin Tao meticulously reviewed the information in his mind, replaying it over and over. He withdrew his gaze, no longer lost in the shock induced by the manual. Surveying his surroundings, his eyes fell upon the boxes brimming with crystal cores, precious treasures indeed. Lin Tao procured an empty box and delicately placed the 3 exquisite 4th-tier crystal cores within. He also selected a collection of 3rd-tier crystal cores, setting them aside for Zhang Xiao and Li Dong. As for the remainder, Lin Tao was unreserved. He fetched a large backpack and began to gather with fervor. 1 core, 2 cores, 3. The backpack gradually filled with crystal cores, green, dark green with yellow hues. Each core collided within the backpack, producing a crisp sound. Lin Tao's movements quickened, feeling akin to a greedy treasure hunter, eager to clear out every last crystal core from this location. It was not until the backpack could hold no more that he finally paused. Weighing the backpack in his hands, a broad smile spread across his face. This weight must easily be several dozen pounds. Struck it rich. Indeed, this time he had struck a substantial fortune. Satisfied, Lin Tao patted the backpack and slung it over his shoulders. The considerable weight resting upon him brought a profound sense of security. This was true reassurance. Lin Tao circled the laboratory once more to ensure nothing was overlooked. He also stuffed the Zombie Crystal Core Experiment Data Manual into his backpack. This manual was invaluable. It not only unveiled the secrets of the crystal cores, but also illuminated the path for Lin Tao's future. Exiting the supply room, he returned to the laboratory, reflecting on the chaotic scene before him with a sense of nostalgia. Once, this place should have been ablaze with light and filled with the vibrant sounds of human activity. Countless researchers toiled here day and night, striving to unravel the mysteries of the zombie virus. Now, however, it has transformed into a desolate ruin, with only Lin Tao, a solitary scavenger, remaining. All he desires is to depart from this place and return to Zhang Xiao, to the home that once belonged to them. Shaking his head, Lin Tao cast aside these chaotic thoughts, choosing instead to spend the night here for the time being. After finishing his meal, he leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. He did not succumb to sleep immediately. Instead, he recalled the events of the day in his mind, the fierce battle against the colossal creature, the narrow escape from death, acquiring the crystal core, discovering the manual. It all felt like a dream. A faint smile graced Lin Tao's lips, for he knew that this dream had not yet concluded. Chapter 53. The haunting returned as the first light of dawn broke. The laboratory remained shrouded in darkness. Lin Tao slowly opened his eyes. A night of rest had restored some of his strength, yet the aches and pains still lingered. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking like a rusted machine springing back to life. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. The dilapidated instruments and scattered documents all bore witness to the desolation of this place. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs in preparation to leave. The weighty backpack pressed down on his shoulders, imparting a sense of fulfillment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tao set forth, making his way toward the elevator shaft. Climbing the shaft was no daunting task for him now. With hands and feet working in unison, he deftly ascended. Minutes later, Lin Tao found himself back on solid ground. Sunlight streamed through the broken window, casting a gentle warmth into the room. Lin Tao squinted, adjusting to the light. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Before him lay the colossal beast from the previous day, still and motionless, resembling a mountain of flesh. Approaching the giant, Lin Tao gazed at the creature that had nearly claimed his life. Its dark green skin glistened with an oily sheen, and its massive head was shattered, oozing a viscous green fluid. Lin Tao raised his foot and gently kicked the carcass of the giant. "Hey, big fella, you don't seem so tough after all," he remarked with a smirk. The giant's body remained unresponsive. What a pity, such a large creature, yet so easily vanquished, Lin Tao mused, shaking his head as he turned to leave. "Don't hold it against me, big guy. If blame is to be assigned, it should be for blocking my path." With a casual shrug, he set off towards the exit of the military base. Lin Tao chose not to retrace his steps. He recalled encountering two giants on his way in, although he had successfully lured them away. However, he preferred to avoid further risks and opted for an alternate route. From a distance, this path appeared to be more secluded, with fewer zombies in sight. Lin Tao navigated through the ruins with a light step. After a considerable time, aside from a few small creatures at the beginning, he encountered no further danger. How strange, it's so quiet, he thought, furrowing his brow in confusion. He paused to survey his surroundings. A profound silence enveloped the area, broken only by the sound of the wind whistling through the debris. A sense of unease welled up within Lin Tao. There is always something amiss when circumstances deviate from the norm. He slowed his pace, continuing forward for a while longer. The surroundings remained enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, Lin Tao came to a halt. He observed an area ahead that was remarkably unusual. The ground there was charred black, and nearby lay some hard, dark substances that bore a striking resemblance to glass. The air was thick with an acrid odor, reminiscent of sulfur and the stench of burnt plastic. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes, sensing that he had stumbled upon the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to investigate further. Cautiously, he approached the area. The closer he drew, the more potent the noxious scent became, covering his mouth and nose. He pressed on until he reached the edge of the peculiar expanse. The sight before him elicited a sharp intake of breath, his pupils dilating in shock. Before him lay a vast expanse of scorched earth, an immeasurable pit that resembled a desiccated riverbed. The once solid ground had transformed into a glassy, charred substance, reflecting an eerie glow in the light of dawn. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, recalling that this material appeared to be a result of the vitrification phenomenon caused by extreme temperatures during a nuclear detonation. Ashes from the smoldering remnants floated through the air, and even the wind had ceased to stir, leaving behind a stifling silence. At the center of the scorched land lay a colossal figure, quietly sprawled out. It was a zombie, its size dwarfing that of a Big Mac by several folds. Its skin exhibited a bizarre, dark green hue. Above, a dense array of intricate patterns adorned the surface, reminiscent of the trails left by flowing lava. An almost imperceptible aura of terror emanated from its form. Lin Tao felt as though he were standing before a volcano on the brink of eruption. His heart seized abruptly, and he sensed that even breathing had become a laborious task. This zombie was undeniably beyond his current capacity to confront. However, In a disconcerting turn of events, the zombie slowly rotated its head, its crimson eyes fixed intently upon Lin Tao, exuding a chilling, savage, and bloodthirsty glare. Lin Tao felt as if he were the prey of a primordial beast. A wave of icy dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. His body became rigid, immobilized by fear. Tremors coursed through him, a sensation more terrifying than a mere mortal bending before 10 muscle-bound giants. He understood that he could no longer remain in this place. Suppressing his terror, he resolved to flee. Yet, he soon realized that the zombie did not pursue him. It lay there, utterly motionless. A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Tao's mind. Could it be that it was incapable of movement? He speculated that the zombie might be in a peculiar state, unable to mobilize, perhaps engaged in some unknown process. Lin Tao dared not dwell on such thoughts, nor did he linger. He could not afford to gamble. His sole desire was to distance himself from that horrifying creature as swiftly as possible. Although Lin Tao had never encountered a fourth-tier zombie, he could ascertain from its menacing presence that it likely surpassed the fourth tier by a considerable margin, perhaps even reaching the fifth tier. If it were to become mobile, he feared he would have no opportunity to escape. Lin Tao's footsteps echoed through the desolate ruins, each step resonating with the tremors of survival. He was unaware of how long he had been running, until he had finally distanced himself from that realm of death. Looking back, the scorched earth had vanished from his sight, yet the terror within his heart lingered obstinately. Overwhelmed, Lin Tao collapsed onto the ground, his back pressed against the frigid wall. He gasped for breath, cold sweat pouring down like rain, saturating his garments. The exhaustion of his body and the extreme tension of his mind made him feel as though he had traversed the gates of the underworld. What in the world was that monstrosity? Could it have been born of a nuclear explosion? With a lingering fear, Lin Tao muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and trembling. Fortunately, it seemed unable to move. Otherwise, he dared not dwell further on the thought, for the sensation of being scrutinized by death sent shivers through his very soul. After a moment, Lin Tao regained his composure, his gaze gradually steeling. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles whitening with the force of his grip. No matter what kind of creature you are, one day, I shall personally slay you. His voice, though low, brimmed with an undeniable resolve, akin to a declaration of war against the unknown beast, or perhaps a vow to himself. Just wait. One day, he took a deep breath, suppressing his fear and fatigue, as a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Chapter 54. The arrival of Li Guoqiang. Lin Tao steadied his breath and rose from the ground. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, his gaze regaining its clarity. He remembered that someone was waiting for him. Li Guoqiang, the soldier who would rather starve than resort to cannibalism, remained in the air raid shelter, waiting. Lin Tao tightened his grip on his backpack and turned towards the shelter. On either side of the road lay collapsed buildings, twisted rebar, and shattered bricks. Was this once a construction site? Lin Tao navigated through the debris. After a short while, he paused. He heard a sound, a cacophony of frantic, jarring roars that sent shivers down his spine. Zombies. Lin Tao's expression shifted dramatically. Following the noise, he beheld a dark mass not far ahead, teeming with the undead, an overwhelming number, enough to instill despair. Most of these zombies were of the first tier, moving sluggishly yet fearlessly. Among them were a few second-tier zombies, bloodhounds. These creatures darted swiftly on all fours, weaving through the throng like leopards, occasionally knocking over a few zombies before resuming their chaotic dance. As Lin Tao gazed at the horde, it seemed they sensed something. They slowly turned their heads in his direction, their crimson eyes fixated on Lin Tao's backpack, emitting low, guttural growls. In that instant, Lin Tao realized that the zombies were likely attracted by the crystal core within his pack. The aura of the core possessed a fatal allure to the undead. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists, a rush of exhilaration coursing through him. This was fortuitous. Having just escaped from that terrifying place, Lin Tao was filled with pent-up fury, and this horde of zombies was unwittingly charging into the line of fire. It was time to fight. Lin Tao surveyed his surroundings. Seeking advantageous terrain, he discovered that he was indeed amidst a construction site. On the construction site, a plethora of building materials lay scattered: steel bars, cement, bricks, and more. Nearby, a crane stood tall, its arm poised ominously. Beneath this arm, a broken lifting hook caught Lin Tao's attention, igniting a spark of inspiration within him. With swift determination, he dashed toward the crane and seized the hook. At that moment, a horde of zombies surged forward. The hook, towering nearly to his waist and forged entirely of iron, was incredibly heavy. Gripping it firmly with both hands, Lin Tao swung it with great force. The hook sliced through the air with a deafening whoosh, crashing down upon the throng of undead. With a resounding bang, several low-tier zombies were obliterated, their flesh and blood splattering in every direction, limbs and torsos flying about chaotically. Undeterred, Lin Tao continued to wield the hook, transforming it into a deadly flail. Each swing was imbued with immense strength. Bang, bang, bang. The low-tier zombies crumbled like fragile tofu before the might of the hook, their bodies reduced to a gruesome mess, littering the ground in a macabre display. The blood dogs, witnessing the carnage, erupted in furious howls, launching themselves at Lin Tao with ferocious intent. Yet he stood his ground, meeting their charge head-on with the swinging hook. Bang! One blood dog met its end as the hook struck, its body crumpling inward before it was flung aside, collapsing on the ground and thrashing helplessly. Blood dogs? Merely a nuisance. Bang! 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 One by one, the zombies fell before him. Lin Tao, now drenched in the gruesome remnants of his foes, was consumed by a fervor for battle. His gaze was singularly fixated on the undead. His mind echoed with one relentless thought: kill, annihilate these abominations. Finally, the last zombie crumpled at his feet. Amidst a macabre tableau of corpses, Lin Tao discarded his grappling hook and sank to the ground, utterly spent. He retrieved a water bottle from his pack, imbibing deeply. The frigid liquid coursed through his parched throat, bestowing a modicum of relief and dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. Lin Tao felt revitalized, as if resurrected. After a brief respite, Lin Tao roused himself and resumed his trek towards the air raid shelter, which lay within close proximity. With leaden steps, he trudged forward until he finally reached its entrance. He heaved open the iron door and stepped inside. Within the shelter, scattered remnants of deceased bodies remained undisturbed, mirroring the scene he had left behind. Li Guoqiang reclined against a wall, his complexion marginally improved. The sound of measured footsteps prompted him to turn his head slightly, his vacant eye sockets fixed upon the source of the noise. "You have returned," Li Guoqiang stated with placid intonation, as if commenting on a mundane occurrence. Yet, a subtle note of anticipation permeated his raspy voice. "Indeed," Lin Tao affirmed with a nod. He approached Li Guoqiang and settled down beside him, depositing his cumbersome pack on the ground. From within the pack, Lin Tao extracted sustenance and water, offering them to Li Guoqiang with the words, "Partake in this repast." Li Guoqiang accepted the offering and consumed it in silence. Lin Tao, too, availed himself of the provisions, devouring them with gusto. Neither man spoke, their mastication echoing through the cavernous shelter, lending an air of stark clarity to the ambience. Having finished his meal, Lin Tao wiped his mouth and announced, "I have procured the crystalline cores." A tremor ran through Li Guoqiang's frame, and his previously lowered head slowly ascended. "A plethora of them," Lin Tao added, his voice tinged with an unmistakable excitement. That those crystal cores could awaken latent abilities and enhance the powers of those who had already manifested them. Li Guoqiang remained silent, quietly absorbing every detail of Lin Tao's words with his hollow gaze, as if striving to capture their essence. "I am preparing to leave this place," Lin Tao continued, his tone growing solemn. "There is a villa district back in Shanghai City where I possess a base. It is relatively safe." He paused, turning to Li Guoqiang. "Will you accompany me? It is safer there, and it could ensure your survival." Li Guoqiang fell into a moment of silence, his cracked lips trembling slightly in hesitation. Finally, he spoke, his voice hoarse and deep. "Before I enlisted, I was a welder, and I was quite skilled. However, now that I am blind, I fear I may be of little assistance and may even become a burden." Lin Tao shook his head resolutely. "That is not true. Within our base, there resides an individual whose ability is healing. Perhaps he could restore your sight." Upon hearing this, a flicker of light seemed to momentarily illuminate Li Guoqiang's vacant eyes, though it quickly dimmed again. He did not display much astonishment, but simply nodded gently. "I understand. The ability users, the military, has conducted research on those crystal cores." After a brief silence, he spoke again, his voice now imbued with determination. "Very well, I shall accompany you. From now on, whether it be traversing perilous paths or facing fiery trials, I will do whatever is required of me." Lin Tao regarded Li Guoqiang with a gaze that was intricate and profound. He understood what this decision meant for Li Guoqiang. "Very well." Lin Tao nodded heavily. Chapter 55, The Wolf's Tooth Watch. Outside the seaside villa area, several kilometers away, lay the Wolf's Tooth base. Within a dilapidated room transformed from an old warehouse. A dim yellow bulb flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced across several rudimentary maps on the walls. On the maps, red circles marked various regions, akin to the markings of a beast. Zhao Ping, the bald tattooed man, stood at the table, where several pieces of hard bread and a jug of murky water lay. He was the leader who had previously sought water outside the villa area. At this moment, he seized a piece of bread and bit into it fiercely, the act contorting his facial muscles, as if the tattoos were coming to life. "Brother, there is indeed something noteworthy about the Jianghai villa area," Zhao Ping rasped, his voice grating. Opposite him sat a tall man, Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang toyed with a sharp dagger, its blade glinting under the light, his gaze indifferent. "Oh?" Zhao Gang asked in a low tone, a hint of amusement lacing his voice. "Do tell, don't disappoint me. There are a group of women living in the villa area, perhaps around 20. Some of them are armed and appear to possess considerable firepower." Zhao Ping set down the bread, licking his cracked lips, his eyes glimmering with greed. "Moreover, it seems they have cultivated vegetables. I caught a glimpse through the gaps in the walls, a lush expanse of green that is truly tantalizing." Zhao Gang paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his expression. "Vegetables? In this day and age, is it still possible to cultivate vegetables? Indeed, I can attest to it with my own eyes." There is no room for doubt. A glimmer of greed and envy sparkled in Zhao Ping's gaze. "Moreover, you cannot imagine how those women appeared, delicate and thriving in their lives. Clearly, these women have managed to survive on vegetables, and they are living quite well." He. Zhao Gang slowly lowered his dagger, his body slightly leaning forward, his eyes sharp. "Aside from this, have you made any further discoveries? Do not overlook any detail." Zhao Gang's voice was deep and imposing. There was a man who seemed to be their leader. Zhao Ping strained to recall the scene from that day. He wielded a hammer, and while he appeared competent, his true strength was difficult to ascertain. Zhao Gang scoffed, as if he had heard a jest. "A hammer? Such a fellow can be a leader?" He shook his head, displaying disdain. There was also a stout man, clearly a useless individual. However, the girl beside him was rather impressive. "Have you ascertained their extraordinary abilities?" Zhao Gang inquired, his tone even. "Not yet, but their physiques are rather ordinary, lacking in muscular development, and they seem to possess no formidable powers. With these characters, I could easily crush them with a single hand." Zhao Ping continued to reminisce, striving to extract details from his memory. In any case, caution is the mother of safety. Yet one wielding a hammer and a stout man. Zhao Gang's expression darkened. What waves could they possibly stir up? He rose to his feet and approached the wall, fixating on the circled area on the map, Jianghai Villa District. Jianghai Villa District. This succulent piece of land. We shall undoubtedly devour it whole. Zhao Gang's voice was icy, imbued with dominance and determination. At that time, we shall capture them all. The men will be executed, while the women shall remain, for my extraordinary abilities will ascend to new heights. In a few days, when the search team brings back the newly apprehended, he. Zhao Gang's chilling laughter echoed like an owl's cry in the night, sending shivers down one's spine. Their demise is imminent. Those women, those resources, all will belong to us. Zhao Ping sensed the murderous intent and avarice emanating from Zhao Gang, his heart racing with excitement as he nodded fervently, his eyes shimmering with zeal. "Brother, rest assured, I shall heed your every command. I will personally lead the team, ensuring their utter annihilation and reclaiming everything." In the corner of the room, a dozen individuals stood like statues, their faces devoid of expression, resembling marionettes, utterly numb, unresponsive to their surroundings. Within the air raid shelter, Lin Tao removed the tattered lead suit from his body and handed it to Li Guiqiang. "Put this on." The lead suit was smeared with various viscous substances, riddled with holes, and bore a significant dent. Li Guiqiang accepted the lead suit and donned it silently. He ran his fingers over the suit. "What is this? Why does it feel so worn?" Lin Tao, a bit embarrassed, waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just wear it. It's for radiation protection." The lead vest was heavy, pressing down on him, further burdening his already weakened body. As the two emerged from the air raid shelter, sunlight cascaded upon them, bringing a touch of warmth. Lin Tao took a deep breath, discerning the direction. "We shall proceed this way." He removed the heavy backpack and handed it to Li Guiqiang. "You carry this for now." Li Guiqiang accepted the pack, struggling slightly as he slung it over his back. Lin Tao bent down and said to him, "Climb on." After a moment's hesitation, Li Guoqiang settled onto Lin Tao's back. With steadfast determination, Lin Tao lifted him and took long strides forward. "Hold on tight," Lin Tao instructed. Although Li Guoqiang could not see, he sensed Lin Tao's movements and gripped his shoulders firmly, surrendering himself to Lin Tao's support. Together, they traversed a dilapidated street towards the Jianghai Villa district. On either side, collapsed buildings, twisted rebar, and shattered bricks painted a scene of desolation. Lin Tao moved with urgency, keenly observing his surroundings, aware that zombies could emerge at any moment. Li Guoqiang clung closely to Lin Tao's back, and they advanced in this manner, the sound of Lin Tao's footsteps echoing in the emptiness of the street. The wind whistled through the ruins, producing a mournful sound. Ahead lay the path home. Chapter 56. The wolf Fang assault. The blazing sun scorched the earth, warping the air above the pavement. Lin Tao, bearing Li Guoqiang, advanced step by step along the road back to the Jianghai Villa district. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, falling to the ground where it evaporated almost instantly. Li Guoqiang remained silent, resting on Lin Tao's back. "Old Li, do you think that Zhang Zhao's healing powers can truly restore your eyesight?" Lin Tao's voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with fatigue. Li Guoqiang fell silent for a moment, his hollow eye sockets shifting slightly. "I don't know, but it is, after all, a glimmer of hope." Lin Tao flashed a grin. "Once we return, we shall put it to the test. If it works, you must express your gratitude to that lad, Zhang Xiao. When the time comes, make him treat you to drinks for 3 days and nights." A faint, bittersweet smile crept across Li Guoqiang's lips. "Very well." Lin Tao sensed a slight relaxation in Li Guoqiang's demeanor. He quickened his pace, heading towards the Jianghai Villa district. Outside the Jianghai Villa district, Zhang Xiao stood at the entrance, his brow furrowed, his expression grave. Before him stood a group of individuals, with Zhao Ping at the forefront. Zhao Ping's bald head bore twisted tattoos, his gaze cold, and a sinister smirk danced upon his lips. "This brother, last time we were in the wrong. We should not have acted so impulsively. After all, anyone who sees my face would feel a twinge of fear, which is quite natural. Moreover, look, this time we have come unarmed, bringing only goodwill." Zhao Ping's voice was raspy, laced with a disingenuous apology. The dozen or so individuals behind him had their belts cinched tightly, as if fearing their trousers might fall. They all faced Zhang Xiao, their expressions vacant, merely standing there in a daze. "However, we have come to propose a transaction." Zhang Xiao regarded Zhao Ping with a cold stare, remaining silent. He gripped the car repair hammer tightly, his palm already glistening with sweat. He understood that although Zhao Ping's words appeared innocuous, it was likely that their intentions were far from benevolent. Noticing Zhang Zhao's silence, Zhao Ping continued, "At our base, we possess certain supplies and wish to exchange them for some vegetables. Your produce looks truly splendid. It has piqued our interest. If you are willing to negotiate, we assure you that henceforth, we shall be friends, looking out for one another." Zhao Ping's voice carried a hint of seduction, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Xiao as if searching for any sign of weakness. After a brief inspection, he shifted his focus towards the area behind Zhang Xiao, seemingly looking for something. Zhang Xiao thought to himself, "These individuals left in disgrace last time. Their return surely harbors ill intentions. They are numerous and formidable. I must tread carefully. I cannot allow them to enter. Once Lin Tao returns, everything will be more manageable." Meanwhile, Zhao Ping was also growing increasingly anxious. Recalling the task assigned by his elder brother, he incessantly pondered how to prolong the encounter a little longer. Zhang Xiao maintained his silence, merely casting a cold stare at Zhao Ping. His lack of response only heightened Zhao Ping's impatience, fearing that he might reveal something. "Brother, why are you not speaking?" Zhao Ping's tone grew somewhat irritable. "Do you think we lack sincerity? How about this? We step inside for a moment to take a look, and then discuss the trade. What do you say?" Bang! Zhang Xiao abruptly swung the repair hammer in his hand, striking the entrance of the villa community. "No, we do not require a transaction." His voice was cold and resolute. "You are not welcome here." Zhao Ping's expression instantly darkened. He had not anticipated such an ungrateful response from Zhang Xiao. "Kid, do not push your luck." Zhao Ping's tone grew sinister. "Our boss considers your vegetables a blessing for you. If you are wise, open the door obediently. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite." As Zhao Ping spoke, the crowd behind him began to stir restlessly. Zhang Zhao's countenance grew more solemn. He understood the necessity of maintaining control over the situation. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm himself. "If you desire the vegetables, that is acceptable." Zhang Xiao spoke slowly, his voice steady. However, you must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Otherwise, the discussion is over. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flickered in Zhao Ping's eyes. For he believed Zhang Xiao had finally relented. Very well, Zhao Ping hastily replied. We possess ample supplies. As long as you are willing to negotiate, anything is open to discussion. Yet inwardly, Zhao Ping sneered. Foolish boy, do you truly believe I am here to barter? Huh. Just wait for my brother to launch a surprise attack, and soon your contemptuous face will be trampled underfoot. Let's see how arrogant you remain. Zhao Ping continued to parry with Zhang Xiao. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang, accompanied by a group, stealthily maneuvered to the opposite side of the villa community. Like phantoms, they moved through the shadows, gradually approaching the villa enclave. Zhao Gang's gaze was icy and merciless. He had already beheld the scene within the villa district, the lush green vegetables, the orderly and pristine houses, and the well-dressed women. A cruel smile crept across Zhao Gang's lips. With a wave of his hand, the crowd behind him immediately dispersed. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping calculated the time. Feeling it was nearly right, his elder brother must have succeeded in the flank. He ceased his pretense. The false smile vanished from his face, replaced by a sinister grimace. A transaction? Zhao Ping's tone shifted. A transaction, my foot. He abruptly gestured with his hand. Act now. The dozen or so individuals behind him sprang into action, straightening their spines as one hand moved to their backs, drawing forth multiple daggers from behind their waists. The blades glinted in the sunlight, reflecting blinding rays. They were no longer puppets, but pounced upon the villa's entrance like famished wolves. Be careful, Lu Nanya exclaimed in alarm, her complexion paling. The women immediately raised their weapons, aiming at the rushing figures. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted as bullets whizzed through the air, yet their aim was woefully inaccurate. The bullets missed, merely stirring up clouds of dust upon impact with the ground. Zhao Ping was on the move. His supernatural abilities surged forth in an instant. His leg muscles tensed powerfully, propelling his body like an arrow released from a bow. In mere moments, he dashed toward the villa's entrance. With fierce kicks, he struck the heavy iron door. Bang, bang. The door was forcefully kicked open, producing a deafening clang. The lock shattered, and the iron door swung wide. The throng of individuals outside surged in like a tidal wave into the villa district. Zhang Zhao's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Zhao Ping possessed supernatural powers. Open fire. Li Dong's complexion turned pale as he let out a furious roar, seizing his firearm and firing it repeatedly. The women, too, pulled their triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the advancing adversaries. The air was filled with agonized cries as some fell to the ground, struck by bullets, yet many others remained unscathed, fearlessly charging forward. Zhao Ping had already reached Zhang Xiao, his dagger gleaming ominously as it lunged towards Zhang Xiao's chest. Zhang Xiao swung a wrench to block the attack. The clash of metal rang out sharply, sparks flying. Zhang Xiao felt a numbing sensation in his arm, his palm cracking from the impact, and the wrench nearly slipped from his grasp. Zhao Ping's speed was unparalleled, and his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary man. Zhang Xiao, possessing only a healing ability, found himself utterly outmatched, forced to fend off the relentless onslaught while retreating step by step. Die! Zhao Ping bellowed, his dagger striking with the precision of a venomous serpent, repeatedly aiming for Zhang Zhao's vital points. Zhang Xiao faced peril at every turn, sustaining multiple injuries, his clothes stained with blood, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. His right hand continued to wield the wrench, striving to create some distance, while his left hand incessantly tended to his wounds, his healing ability activated continuously. Although the wounds healed at an astonishing rate, fighting while healing proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Zhao Ping's relentless assault surged like a tide, leaving Zhang Xiao exhausted and struggling to cope. At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the rear of the villa district. Kill! The earth shook with the fervor of the shout. Zhao Gang, with a cruel glint in his eyes, charged forth with his men from behind, encircling them. Damn it! It's a trap. Zhang Zhao's face turned ashen, engulfed in utter despair. Chapter 57, A Desperate Situation. Zhao Gang advanced with swift determination, leaping gracefully to close in on the surrounding walls. Approaching the battlefield with rapid strides, he beheld the women in disarray, their weapons flailing aimlessly, devoid of any strategy. With a predatory grin, Zhao Gang lunged forward with the lithe agility of a cheetah. Wang Xiao whirled around, pulling the trigger, the bullet narrowly missing Zhao Gang's scalp. Unfazed, Zhao Gang lashed out, his hand connecting with the woman's face in a brutal slap. Wang Xiao cried out in agony, propelled backward to collide forcefully against the wall. The firearm slipping from her grasp, Zhao Gang pressed his advantage, planting a foot squarely on Wang Xiao's chest. She writhed beneath him, her face streaked with blood and tears, her eyes reflecting utter despair. Bending down, Zhao Gang's fingers clamped onto Wang Xiao's chin, forcing her gaze upward. Such a delicate flower, he sneered, summoning her resolve. Wang Xiao spoke with a trembling voice. You fiend. When Brother Lin returns, you will all die? Dismissing her threat with contempt, Zhao Gang retorted, I care not for your Brother Lin or any other brother. Should he dare to cross my path, I shall ensure you witness him groveling at my feet. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Wang Xiao's face. Memories of those harrowing days, those torturous experiences, flooded her mind. She had believed she had escaped that abyss, only to find herself on the precipice of another hell. Zhao Gang licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with wicked intent. The other women watched in terror, but their survival instincts compelled them to grip their weapons tightly, aiming them, albeit with trembling hands, at Zhao Gang. Gunshots erupted once more, but in their panic, most of the bullets missed their mark, with only a few grazing Zhao Gang's body, leaving mere tears in his clothing. Zhao Gang cast a sidelong glance, noting that several of his henchmen were already advancing, swiftly closing in on the women. A man brandished a dagger as he charged towards the nearest woman, snatching the firearm from her grasp. With swift ferocity, he struck her violently on the head with the butt of the gun. The woman let out a chilling scream before collapsing to the ground, her blood swiftly staining the earth beneath her. The other women, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, shrieked in terror. Some attempted to fire their weapons, but Zhao Gang's subordinates had already surged forward, brandishing their daggers and ruthlessly stabbing at the women. They screamed and dodged, yet ultimately, their numbers proved insufficient, and they were soon subdued, their firearms clattering to the ground. Zhao Gang rose to his feet, kicking Wang Xiao aside, while several of his underlings stepped forward to restrain him. At that moment, a bullet whizzed through the air, striking Zhao Gang squarely in the shoulder. The impact caused his body to sway slightly, but the bullet merely left a shallow wound, failing to penetrate deeply into the muscle. Grimacing in pain, Zhao Gang scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing upon Li Dong. Li Dong stood resolute, his gun aimed steadfastly at Zhao Gang. His complexion was pallid, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Witnessing the women being overpowered and Wang Xiao being bullied ignited a fire of rage within him that could no longer be contained. Bang! Li Dong squeezed the trigger once more, the bullet hurtling towards Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang's body shifted slightly, the projectile grazing past him and leaving a charred hole in his clothing. He turned to face Li Dong, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. You seek death, boy? Zhao Gang bellowed, his body lunging towards Li Dong with the speed of lightning. Li Dong fired repeatedly, yet Zhao Gang deftly evaded each shot. In an instant, he closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to Li Dong's abdomen. Li Dong let out a piercing scream as his body was hurled backward, crashing heavily against the wall. The firearm he held slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Zhao Gang approached with a menacing stride, pressing his foot firmly onto Li Dong's chest. Li Dong writhed in desperation, attempting to rise, yet Zhao Gang's weight held him down with unyielding force. You worthless fool, how could you possibly injure me? Zhao Gang sneered, gazing down at Li Dong with contempt. Li Dong's face flushed a deep crimson. He exerted every ounce of strength within him, but he could not break free from Zhao Gang's oppressive hold. With a sudden motion, Zhao Gang delivered a brutal kick to Li Dong's chest. Thud! Li Dong was sent sprawling several meters away, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Zhao Gang's expression morphed into a cruel smile as he surveyed Li Dong's pitiful state. He relished this sensation, the thrill of dominating his prey beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping's confrontation with Zhang Xiao was nearing its conclusion. Although Zhang Xiao possessed formidable healing abilities, he found himself outmatched by Zhao Ping's swift prowess. Zhao Ping's speed was blinding, his attacks relentless, leaving Zhang Xiao struggling to keep pace. His body bore numerous wounds, blood staining his garments, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. His breath more labored. Zhao Ping had long since discerned the nature of Zhang Xiao's abilities. Healing powers? Intriguing. Yet, alas, you have encountered me. Seizing an opportunity, Zhao Ping exploited his speed advantage, executing a sudden and powerful kick that struck Zhang Xiao squarely in the back. Zhang Xiao emitted a cry of anguish as he was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He fought to rise, but Zhao Ping's foot came down upon him once more, targeting Zhang Xiao's right hand, which lay helplessly on the ground. He found that even his left hand could only graze his wounds to no avail. Zhang Xiao found himself constrained, his ability to heal rendered useless. You boast of your prowess, don't you? Zhao Ping sneered, towering over him. Not long ago, you were quite audacious, weren't you? And now, reduced to a pitiful state. Like a lifeless dog? Zhang Xiao's face pressed against the ground, his teeth clenched in silence. Zhao Ping crouched down, his hand reaching out to stroke Zhang Xiao's face. TSK, such a handsome visage. What a pity it is destined to become a mass of flesh. With that, Zhao Ping unsheathed a dagger from his waist, menacingly tracing it across Zhang Xiao's features. Tell me, should I slice off your nose first, or gouge out your eyes? Oh, perhaps it would be more entertaining to puncture your face instead. Zhang Xiao summoned all his strength, attempting to rise, yet the disparity was insurmountable. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized he was likely facing his demise today. Zhao Ping's face twisted into a cruel grin as he lunged at Zhang Xiao's cheek. The blade plunged in with a sickening sound, eliciting an agonizing scream from Zhang Xiao. Nearby, Lu Nanya was forcefully pinned to the ground by a member of the Wolf Fang base. She struggled desperately, her pale face betraying her terror, yet no sound escaped her lips. Biting her lip fiercely, she fought against the tears threatening to spill forth. It was not only Zhang Xiao who was in peril, the others in the villa district were likely in grave danger as well. You are all courting death. Chapter 58, The Return. A thunderous roar reverberated through the villa district, imbued with boundless fury and murderous intent. Zhao Gang froze momentarily, his actions halted. The wound on his shoulder continued to bleed, a grim reminder of the bullet fired by Li Dong in his moment of despair. Zhao Gang abruptly turned his head. He beheld a figure, behind which another person was being carried. The individual moved with a heavy gait, each step resonating like a heartbeat. His gaze was piercing, fixated intently on Zhao Ping, his entire being emanating an unsettling aura of fresh bloodshed. Zhang Xiao lay prone on the ground, his face a gruesome mask of blood and flesh. Upon hearing that familiar voice, his body shuddered violently. Tears, no longer restrained, streamed down his cheeks. Tao, brother Tao. Zhang Xiao's voice emerged, hoarse and feeble, laced with a sobbing timbre. Li Dong lay amidst a pool of blood, his chest rising and falling with great difficulty. He struggled to open his eyes, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. There, he recognized the familiar silhouette, a warm surge flooding his heart. Brother Tao. Li Dong's voice was weak and tremulous, yet tinged with a hint of solace. Lu Nanya was pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. Upon hearing that voice, her body trembled. She abruptly lifted her head to gaze at Lin Tao, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes. Brother. Lu Nanya's voice quivered, imbued with emotion. Wang Xiao, restrained by Zhao Gang's subordinates, found herself powerless to move. Upon hearing that voice, she shivered slightly, a complex array of emotions flashing in her eyes. It was hope, liberation, and also gratitude. Lin, brother. The women in the villa district, who had succumbed to despair, had been subdued by Zhao Gang's men, their firearms seized. Their eyes were filled with terror and hopelessness. Yet at this moment, upon hearing that voice, their bodies jolted with renewed vigor. Hope flickered back to life in their eyes, an exuberant joy of survival, an excitement of miraculous escape. Lin Tao's attire, once pristine, was now in tatters. His attire appeared ravaged by some feral creature, or perhaps sullied from a desperate struggle through mire. His garments were besmirched with a melange of grime, sanguine stains, earthy residue, and particulate matter, coalescing into an offensive miasma. Bearing Li Guiqiang upon his back, he advanced with measured steps, each stride augmenting the palpable aura of lethal intent that emanated from him. The wind billowed his tattered raiment as his gaze, unwavering, fixated upon Zhao Ping. His eyes, windows to a soul seemingly returned from the infernal depths, burned with vengeful fire. Zhao Gang, observing Lin Tao, betrayed a fleeting moment of astonishment. He had not anticipated an interloper audacious enough to court demise. So, you are the Lin brother of whom they speak? Zhao Gang's tone was frigid, laced with derision. Indeed, a solitary figure dares to play the hero? How utterly presumptuous. With a dismissive gesture, he commanded, engage. Eliminate him. Zhao Ping, heeding Zhao Gang's directive, revealed a visage of cruel delight. Relinquishing his hold on Zhang Xiao, he pivoted and lunged toward Lin Tao. Foolish youth, you reject the path to salvation and instead barge through the gates of damnation. Zhao Ping's voice was guttural, verging on mania. Verily, this day shall mark your passage to the afterlife. A dozen or so members of the Wolf Fang base, spurred by Zhao Gang's command, brandished their armaments. These weapons, once the property of the women within the villa district, now served as instruments of aggression against Lin Tao. Grins of savage anticipation adorned their faces as they surged toward him. Yet, in the ensuing instant, Lin Tao's form dissolved from its position. Thud. Lin Tao's right foot pulverized the earth beneath, scattering fragments of stone with the force of artillery fire. His figure dematerialized, only to rematerialize before a member of the Wolf Fang contingent. Before the individual could engage the trigger, Lin Tao's fist descended with cataclysmic force. A dull thud echoed as the man, along with his head and body, was forcefully driven into the earth by Lin Tao's punch. A myriad of colors, red, white, and yellow, splattered across the ground. The corpse, resembling a compressed biscuit, convulsed a few times before falling utterly still. Li Guiqiang, carried on Lin Tao's back, strained to discern the unfolding scene, but his vision was obscured. All he could hear was the piercing shriek of bullets slicing through the air. It was the women of the villa district wielding their firearms, now aimed at Lin Tao. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets whizzed through the night. Yet they could not capture Lin Tao's elusive form. He darted and weaved, moving so swiftly that he seemed to leave behind phantom traces. Another member of the Wolf Fang suddenly felt a blinding flash before a side kick struck him with lightning speed, infused with tremendous force, landing squarely on his chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated, crisp and jarring, sending chills down the spine. His chest visibly caved in, creating a horrifying depression. His body was as though struck by a speeding train, instantly curling into a shrimp-like shape before being flung backwards, crashing violently against the hard wall. Thud! Another muffled sound erupted as the wall bore a spiderweb-like fracture. His body slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, slowly sliding down the wall, leaving a shocking trail of blood, presenting an eerie posture, lifeless beyond measure. Lin Tao did not pause. He charged towards his next target. A member of the Wolf Fang brandished a cleaver, aiming a downward strike at Lin Tao. The blade glinted coldly in the moonlight. Without a glance, Lin Tao reached out and seized the blade. The man froze, attempting to withdraw the cleaver with all his might, but found it utterly immovable. Lin Tao's palm exerted its force. Crack, crack, crack. The blade shattered inch by inch, fragments scattering across the ground. Lin Tao unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The man was obliterated, head and chest reduced to nothingness. In that moment, a faintly pulsating heart could be seen amidst the ruins of his chest. Zhao Ping, witnessing this horrifying scene, felt a shiver run down his spine. He suppressed his terror and bellowed, charging at Lin Tao. He intended to employ his swift abilities to vanquish Lin Tao. Die! Zhao Ping roared, brandishing his dagger and lunging towards Lin Tao. Lin Tao sidestepped, evading Zhao Ping's assault. He lifted his leg, delivering a kick to Zhao Ping's knee. Crack! The sound of shattered bone echoed. Zhao Ping's knee bent unnaturally, contorting at a grotesque angle. He let out a blood-curdling scream, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Lin Tao approached, placing a foot upon Zhao Ping's chest. Ah! Zhao Ping shrieked, his voice hoarse. He felt as though his ribcage was on the verge of being crushed. You beasts. Lin Tao's voice was deep and gravelly, laced with suppressed fury. You all deserve to die? He gazed down at Zhao Ping. A large stain formed in Zhao Ping's trousers, the smell of urine permeating the air. Lin Tao lifted his foot, adopting a kicking stance aimed at Zhao Ping's head. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Zhao Ping's head burst apart, and his body convulsed a few times, lifeless beyond measure. Chapter 59. Killing you would soil my shoes. As Zhao Ping's head shattered, red and white matter splattered everywhere. Zhao Gang's eyelids twitched violently, his pupils constricting. Mere seconds ago, Zhao Ping had been standing there. Now, he was nothing more than a headless corpse. Zhao Gang's gaze, once scornful toward Lin Tao, now hardened with gravity. A worthless wretch, his demise is well deserved. Zhao Gang's voice was somber, laced with a subtle tremor. Nevertheless, for the slaying of my brother, I shall ensure your existence becomes an unbearable torment. Slowly, Zhao Gang raised his hands, his eyes closing as he muttered an incantation. From scattered sands, A tower shall rise. The cadence of Zhao Gang's voice was raspy and deep, imbued with an unsettling rhythm. Behind him, the members of the Wolf Fong base, previously numb, began to convulse violently, their faces contorted in excruciating pain. Their bodies withered visibly, their skin losing its luster, becoming arid like bark drained of moisture. Their eyes sank deeply into their sockets, the eyeballs bulging as if to escape their confines. Heart-rending screams erupted from their throats, filled with utter agony. Their bodies rapidly atrophied, transforming into desiccated husks. Streams of crimson energy, like flowing sands, poured incessantly into Zhao Gang. Thump, thump, thump. The mummified corpses collapsed, shattering upon impact. Zhao Gang's eyes snapped open, now a blood-red abyss, laced with a web of twisted veins, radiating madness and bloodlust. His physique swelled visibly, expanding to an immense size, his once slender frame now resembling that of a titan. Muscles coiled and bulged, veins throbbing as if forged from steel, each fiber brimming with explosive force. His skin flushed crimson, as though scorched by intense flames, radiating a palpable heat. A powerful and suffocating aura erupted from him, spreading outward like tangible waves. Surrounding Zhao Gang's body was a faint blood-red vortex, enveloping him and rendering him even more terrifying and formidable. Akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, Zhao Gang cackled madly, glancing down at his bulging muscles, his eyes brimming with insanity. This is power. Lin Tao, weren't you quite the fighter? Come on, show me if you can withstand this punch. With a sinister grin, Zhao Gang raised his arm and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth shattered instantly, rocks flying and dust swirling, as if a bomb had detonated beneath. Lu Nanya's face turned pale, her body trembling in fear at the sight before her. She clutched the hem of the person's clothing beside her, her knuckles turning white. At that moment, Zhang Xiao had just drawn the dagger from his face and was preparing to rush to Li Dong for treatment. Witnessing Zhao Gang's transformation, a flicker of despair crossed his eyes. It's over. Zhang Xiao's voice was hoarse and weak. Brother Tao, I'm afraid he is no match for him. Li Dong lay in a pool of blood, his eyes shut tight, barely clinging to life. The women in the villa community were ghastly pale, their bodies trembling. Lin Tao, without a backward glance, gently laid Li Guoqiang down on the ground and slowly turned to face Zhao Gang. Observing Zhao Gang's transformation, his expression remained devoid of emotion. Is this your? Upon hearing Lin Tao's words, Zhao Gang's face contorted into a sinister grin. Trash? His voice was coarse and raspy. In a moment, you shall discover who the real trash is. With a sudden stomp, the ground beneath him cracked. Boom! Zhao Gang propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, his fists swinging menacingly toward Lin Tao. The air whistled around his punch, radiating an imposing force. Lin Tao merely scoffed, effortlessly sidestepping as Zhao Gang's seemingly formidable blow grazed the edge of his clothing, missing its mark entirely. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Tao's eyes. In an instant, he unleashed a surge of power, his right leg striking out like a steel whip aimed directly at Zhao Gang's midsection. Though Zhao Gang's peculiar ability to gather strength granted him formidable power and defense, speed was not his forte. He instinctively raised his arm to block. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated clearly. Lin Tao's kick, infused with his terrifying strength, shattered Zhao Gang's arm with brutal efficiency. The massive form of Zhao Gang flew backward like a marionette severed from its strings, crashing heavily against the boundary wall of the villa district. Boom! The sturdy wall yielded, creating a gaping breach, bricks flying and dust swirling in the aftermath. As Zhao Gang spun twice in the air before landing on the ground, he struggled to rise. Yet the excruciating pain rendered him motionless. His arm hung at a grotesque angle, blood oozing freely, while his chest was deeply concaved. A clear indication that he had failed to fully withstand Lin Tao's whip-like kick. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Gang's voice trembled with disbelief and terror. Lin Tao approached Zhao Gang slowly, each step akin to treading upon Zhao Gang's very heart, leaving him breathless. The power he once took pride in was rendered utterly feeble before Lin Tao. I have told you, your ability is nothing but trash. Lin Tao's voice was icy and devoid of mercy. He stood before Zhao Gang, towering over him with a condescending gaze. In Zhao Gang's eyes, the previous arrogance and cruelty had evaporated, replaced by profound fear. His voice was hoarse and trembling. How could you possibly be so strong? Lin Tao remained composed, observing Zhao Gang with a hint of derision. Is this all you are capable of? His tone was calm and indifferent. Truly, too weak. Zhao Gang looked up at Lin Tao, dread filling his eyes. He yearned to flee but found himself utterly immobilized. Lin Tao loomed over him, a menacing presence. Don't come any closer. Zhao Gang's voice quivered with terror, his body cowering against the wall. Without uttering a word, Lin Tao raised his right leg sharply, executing a flawless side kick with all his might. Like lightning, it struck. Begone, beast. The thud of impact resonated like thunder. Zhao Gang's head exploded as if struck by a cannonball, fragments scattering backward, his brain matter splattering against the wall behind him. The sound echoed ominously, rumbling. Lin Tao's kick not only shattered Zhao Gang's skull, but also left the wall behind him in ruins, debris strewn across the ground. Zhao Gang's immense frame succumbed, collapsing backward until it lay prostrate amidst the rubble, a headless cadaver, the sole testament to his demise. From the severed juncture of his neck, crimson lifeblood gushed forth in torrents, staining the surrounding earth. Lin Tao disengaged his foot, casting a gaze upon Zhao Gang's lifeless form, his countenance devoid of emotion. To have extinguished you, he mused, is an act I deem sullied my very footwear. This spectacle resonated profoundly within the hearts of all who bore witness. Lunanya. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her lips parted in astonishment, involuntarily uttered, "Brother." Zhang Xiao stood agape, his jaw nearly dislodged. He was cognizant of Lin Tao's strength, yet he had not fathomed its extent. Lying prostrate upon the ground, Li Dong beheld the scene, a renewed glimmer igniting within his once-dimmed eyes. Wang Xiao and the other women remained transfixed, their eyes reflecting a kaleidoscope of emotions, astonishment, gratitude, and a hint of trepidation. Above all, they harbored a nascent hope for the future, knowing that their deliverance had arrived. Though sightless, Li Guoqiang sensed the shift in the surrounding atmosphere, intuiting Lin Tao's triumph. Silently, he intoned, "Victorious, victorious." Chapter 60, Li Dong's Death Throes. Within the confines of the villa district, amidst shattered remnants and desolation, the aftermath of carnage lay strewn. Emaciated corpses lay scattered, fragments of mortality strewn about. Ruined ramparts, collapsed dwellings, and the flickering dance of flames bore silent witness to the ferocity of the preceding conflict. The air, thick with the stench of blood, induced nausea. The women, their spirits shaken and faces pallid, trembled in the wake of the ordeal. They either sat or stood, their gazes vacant, as if their souls had departed. The lifeless bodies of Zhao Ping and Zhao Gang lay quietly on the ground, a tragic sight indeed. Zhang Zhao's face was a gruesome mess, his clothes stained crimson with blood. He knelt beside Li Dong, his hands trembling as he desperately employed his abilities to heal him. Li Dong lay in a pool of blood, his chest heaving violently, teetering on the brink of death. His complexion was ashen, lips tinged with a shade of purple, the essence of life gradually ebbing away. Lunanya stood nearby, tears streaming down her face, her small frame shaking incessantly. She clutched the hem of Lin Tao's shirt tightly, as if grasping onto the last thread of hope. Wang Xiao and several other women stood at a distance, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. They looked at Lin Tao, their eyes reflecting both gratitude and fear. Lin Tao turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He beheld Zhang Zhao's injuries, Li Dong's dire condition, and the women's terror. A heavy sensation gripped his heart. An indescribable emotion surged within him, anger, guilt, and heartache. "I have returned." Lin Tao's voice was deep and hoarse, yet imbued with undeniable strength. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Zhao's body jolted. He lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes meeting Lin Tao's. "Tao Gu." Zhang Zhao's voice trembled, choked with emotion. Li Dong, with great difficulty, opened his eyes to look at Lin Tao. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint, fragile smile. "Tao Gu." Li Dong's voice was weak and intermittent, yet carried a hint of solace. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lunanya threw herself into Lin Tao's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Brother." Woo-woo. Lunanya's voice was heart-wrenching, filled with fear and grievance. Wang Xiao and several other women gathered around, their eyes brimming with gratitude and hope as they looked at Lin Tao. Brother Lin, you have finally returned." Their voices trembled and choked, infused with the joy of having survived a calamity. Lin Tao extended his arms, gently embracing Lunanya. He patted her back softly, offering soothing words. It's all right, I am back." His voice was tender yet resolute, like a warm current dispelling the fear that had taken root in Lunanya's heart. Every face bore the elation and excitement of having survived a harrowing ordeal. In that moment, they seemed to have found their anchor, their source of support. All fear, unease, and despair dissipated the instant they laid eyes on Lin Tao. Feeling Lu Nanya's trembling body in his embrace and her small hand clutching tightly to the hem of his garment, a wave of warmth surged through him, mingled with a pang of heartache. He gently caressed her hair, fully aware that this little girl had endured far too much during their time apart. "Brother, I thought I would never see you again." Lu Nanya's voice was thick with emotion, her words fragmented, yet they struck Lin Tao's heart with a sharp pain. Taking a deep breath to suppress the bitterness rising within him, he continued to pat her back, striving for a steady tone, though it betrayed a hint of barely perceptible tremor. "Silly girl, what are you saying? Am I not here now? From now on, I will ensure that you never face danger again." He paused for a moment, attempting to adopt a more casual tone. "You see, I have brought you a companion. Old Li, although he is currently, well, in any case, with me here, there is no need to fear." After a brief interval, Lin Tao regained his composure. He gently pushed through the crowd, his gaze settling on Li Dong. "Zhang Xiao, how is Li Dong?" Lin Tao's voice was urgent and resolute. Zhang Xiao, in a state of anxiety, replied, "It's no good." "Tao Ge." He knelt beside Li Dong, his hands continuing to caress the wounds. The external injuries on Li Dong were visibly healing at an alarming rate. However, his complexion grew increasingly ashen, and his breathing became ever more shallow. Beads of sweat formed on Zhang Xiao's forehead, and his hands trembled more violently. "His organs are too severely damaged. I can only touch the wounds to initiate healing." Zhang Xiao's voice quivered with sorrow. It was laden with despair and self-reproach. He loathed his own impotence, resenting his inability to save Li Dong. The spirits of those present plummeted to the depths of despair. An ominous foreboding enveloped each heart. Li Dong's life hung precariously in the balance. Lin Tao's inner turmoil was akin to a raging inferno, yet he forced himself to remain composed. He recalled the zombie crystal core experiment data manual he had discovered in the nuclear explosion zone laboratory. At the conclusion of the manual, abilities were classified from SSS to C grade. The description of S-grade abilities left a profound impression on him. Initially, during the early days of the apocalypse, S-grade abilities might not manifest prominently and could even appear rather weak. However, with the consumption of the same tier crystal nucleus, S-level abilities exhibit potential that far surpasses those of other tiers, with each advancement representing a qualitative leap. In the initial stages, Zhang Zhao's healing ability could merely treat external injuries and required direct contact with the wound. This closely mirrors the descriptions found in the manual regarding S-level abilities. Furthermore, Zhang Xiao awakened his powers from the very beginning, much like himself. The manual states that individuals who first awaken their abilities are particularly sensitive to viruses and generally possess higher quality powers. Lin Tao had his suspicions before, and now he is even more convinced that Zhang Xiao's abilities are very likely S-level. He approached Li Dong, crouched beside him, and grasped his hand tightly. "Li Dong, hold on, I will definitely save you." Lin Tao's voice resonated with determination and strength, albeit laced with a hint of tremor. He understood that Li Dong's condition was dire, with severe internal injuries. Even if Zhang Zhao's abilities were indeed S-level, given the current circumstances, there was little hope. Nevertheless, he could not give up. He had to find a way to save Li Dong. Suddenly, Lin Tao recalled the manual's contents. Abilities could be advanced through the consumption of the same tier crystal nucleus, and consuming over 10 would induce a qualitative change. However, the user would also endure immense suffering, with muscles throughout the body undergoing continuous reorganization. Survival without medical intervention would be exceedingly difficult. At this moment, the only solution lay in having Zhang Xiao immediately consume 10 crystal nuclei. Only then would Zhang Zhao's abilities potentially advance to a level sufficient to save Li Dong. Yet, this process was exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could cost Zhang Xiao his life. This was a harrowing decision, but Lin Tao had no time to hesitate. He turned his head and addressed Wang Xiao. "Wang Xiao, take those uninjured and go to clear the battlefield." As Lin Tao spoke, he approached Li Guoqiang and picked up the backpack filled with crystal cores. "Old Li, stay with Wang Xiao and the others. I will join you shortly." Li Guoqiang nodded, and Wang Xiao stepped forward, leading Li Guoqiang and several women away in silence. Lin Tao then turned to Zhang Xiao and Lu Nanya, saying, "Zhang Xiao, Nanya, let us go and take Li Dong inside." Lin Tao carefully lifted Li Dong and, accompanied by Zhang Xiao and Lu Nanya, made his way toward a relatively intact room. Chapter 61. Together we live, together we die. Inside, the light was dim, shrouded as if by a vast black cloth, suffocating in its weight. Lin Tao gently laid Li Dong on the bed, his movements tender, afraid of causing him pain. Zhang Xiao knelt by the bed, his hands incessantly searching for any wounds on Li Dong's body, activating his powers. A pale green glow poured from his palms, seeping into Li Dong's form. The wounds on Li Dong began to heal at an observable rate, yet his complexion grew increasingly pale, as white as a sheet of paper, as if it might be whisked away by the wind at any moment. Cough, cough, cough. Li Dong coughed violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, staining the sheets crimson. Beads of sweat trickled down Zhang Xiao's forehead, each drop crashing to the floor like shattering glass. His hands trembled incessantly, akin to dry leaves swaying in the wind. No Tao Gu, I cannot save him. Zhang Xiao's voice was hoarse and dry, laced with a profound sorrow, each word forced from his throat as if it carried the weight of blood. He lifted his gaze to look at Lin Tao. His eyes, inflamed and streaked with crimson, resembled a pair of engorged marbles. It had not even occurred to him to tend to his own wounds. His face was a bloodied, indiscernible mess. A macabre tableau of gore and tears commingled, akin to an abstract painting. His internal organs were too severely lacerated. I can only initiate healing by making contact with the wounds. Zhang Xiao's voice diminished, growing fainter, as if all vitality were being sapped from her. Lu Nanya stood beside her, her complexion ashen, her delicate hands clenched at the hem of her garment, knuckles bleached white, as if on the verge of tearing the fabric asunder. Her eyes were wide with apprehension, tears welling but refusing to fall. Her mouth agape, she sought to articulate something. Yet no sound escaped her lips. She was gripped by dread, fearful of witnessing Li Dong succumb, never to awaken again. Lin Tao turned his gaze upon Zhang Xiao, his voice somber, tinged with trepidation. There is still a recourse that could revive Li Dong. Zhang Xiao's head snapped up, her gaze ignited with a spark of hope. Lu Nanya's body also shuddered. She turned towards Lin Tao, her eyes brimming with anticipation, like a drowning soul grasping at a final lifeline. Lin Tao inhaled deeply, suppressing the unease that gnawed at his core. He fixed his gaze upon Zhang Xiao, articulating each word with deliberate care. I once, in a laboratory within the nuclear fallout zone, discovered a manual. The manual stipulated that abilities could be augmented through the consumption of same-tier crystal cores. Ingesting more than 10 would induce a qualitative alteration in one's abilities. Lin Tao's voice was deep and gravelly. Each syllable rested forth as if from between clenched teeth. He paused for a moment, then continued. However, the process of consuming the crystal cores will be excruciating. The muscles throughout the body will undergo continuous reorganization. Without medical assistance, survival is highly improbable. Lin Tao's voice grew increasingly subdued and heavy, as if burdened by an immense weight. Upon concluding his statement, the room was enveloped in a profound silence. Only Li Dong's labored breathing echoed, resonating like a worn-out bellows, tugging at the nerves of everyone present. Lin Tao fixed his gaze upon Zhang Xiao, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Zhang Xiao, your extraordinary ability is likely of S rank. The manual states that S rank abilities may not manifest prominently in the early stages, appearing somewhat weak. Yet, once they progress, a qualitative transformation occurs, surpassing the capabilities of other ranks. Each advancement represents a significant leap. He continued, you awakened your ability from the very beginning, alongside me. Those who awaken their powers early are particularly sensitive to the virus, and the quality of their abilities tends to be higher. Lin Tao's words reverberated in the dimly lit room, each syllable striking Zhang Xiao's heart like a hammer. Zhang Xiao's body trembled slightly. Suddenly, he raised his head, meeting Lin Tao's gaze. He understood. Lin Tao's implication was crystal clear. The only way to save Li Dong was through this singular method, facilitating the advancement of his ability to consume 10 crystal cores at once. Yet this, Zhang Xiao's breath quickened. 10 crystal cores, a transformation of abilities. The body's muscles, in relentless reorganization. This process would be agonizing. Without medical intervention, survival seemed unattainable. But now, what medical assistance was available? The only remedy lies in the healing powers that reside within oneself. Yet, the notion of complete bodily reconstruction. Can such a limited ability truly be effective? Zhang Xiao, do you fear? Lin Tao's voice resonated coldly, akin to a thunderclap, striking deep into Zhang Zhao's heart. A tremor coursed through Zhang Xiao as he raised his gaze to Lin Tao. "I." Zhang Xiao parted his lips, yet no sound emerged. Lin Tao regarded him, his voice striking like a heavy hammer upon Zhang Zhao's very soul. "Now, you face two choices. First, consume it, grow stronger, and then revive Li Dong. Second, dig a grave for Li Dong right this moment." Upon uttering these words, the air within the room seemed to solidify. Lu Nanya stared at Lin Tao in horror, feeling as though he had transformed into a stranger, cold and unfeeling. Zhang Zhao's mind erupted in chaos, a blank void engulfing his thoughts. Dig a grave? He stared vacantly at Li Dong, his fingers quivering slightly, as images of Li Dong's lifeless body lying cold in the earth flooded his mind. His heart constricted violently, nails digging into his palm, blood oozing forth. Zhang Zhao's gaze fell upon Li Dong, whose complexion was alarmingly pale, almost translucent, reminiscent of paper that could flutter away at any moment. His chest rose and fell feebly, each breath seemingly exhausting every ounce of his strength. Zhang Zhao's heart convulsed in agony, a pain akin to countless needles piercing through it, each barbed and tearing, inflicting a heart-wrenching torment with the slightest movement. He reminisced about the time spent skipping classes with Li Dong, engaging in gaming marathons, and shouting sweet nothings beneath the girls' dormitory. Those moments, once perceived as juvenile and laughable, now pierced his heart like a myriad of sharp blades. He recalled Li Dong, battered and bruised, standing up for him in a fight, his face a canvas of pain. He remembered the envy and despondency that clouded Li Dong's expression upon learning of his awakened powers. The emotions he had long overlooked surged forth now, overwhelming him like a torrential flood, drowning him in regret. Regret coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, tightening its grip and rendering him breathless. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Xiao contemplated a multitude of thoughts, his gaze solidified with determination, no, with resoluteness. He abruptly lifted his head to face Lin Tao, his voice hoarse yet unwaveringly assertive. "Tao Ge, give it to me. I will consume it. I would do anything to save Li Dong." He repeated those words as if etching them into his very bones. Each syllable erupted from his chest, infused with blood, tears, and an indomitable courage. Lu Nanya trembled more violently, her eyes fixed on Zhang Xiao, brimming not only with hope, but also profound concern. She feared that if Zhang Xiao faltered, both he and Li Dong would slip away from her grasp. She wished to intervene, yet she understood this was their sole beacon of hope. Lin Tao retrieved 10 crystalline cores from his backpack. The green crystals emanated a faint glow in the dimly lit room, resembling tiny stars that flickered with both promise and peril. Lin Tao extended the crystals to Zhang Xiao. "Zhang Xiao, remember, hold on. You are dead. And so is Li Dong." Lin Tao's voice pierced Zhang Zhao's heart like a sharp sword. Zhang Zhao's hands trembled slightly. Chapter 62. Time intertwined. Zhang Xiao fixed his gaze on Lin Tao, his eyes bloodshot. He abruptly seized the crystal cores, swallowing them one by one as though they were burning coals, their jagged edges scraping against his throat, inflicting a searing pain as they descended into his stomach. Boom! A tempestuous energy erupted within Zhang Zhao's being. His body stiffened abruptly, resembling a piece of wood frozen in place. Beneath his skin, his veins throbbed violently, akin to writhing earthworms beneath the flesh. Bulging veins resembled gnarled tree roots, grotesque and fearsome. A low, guttural growl escaped Zhang Zhao's throat, reminiscent of a beast's whimper. His body began to tremble violently, shaking uncontrollably. His skin began to crack, like parched earth splitting open, revealing horrifying fissures. Muscles twisted within these crevices, as portions of tissue began to disintegrate, peeling away from his form and exposing blood-soaked muscle fibers. Blood seeped out, staining his clothes and dripping onto the ground. Yet, in the next moment, something bizarre occurred. The severed flesh and the falling blood, seemingly manipulated by an invisible hand, began to flow back into Zhang Zhao's body as if time were reversing. The wounds healed at an observable pace, returning to their original state. Around Zhang Xiao, a strange, unseen force field twisted enigmatically. The force field resembled the shimmering asphalt of a scorching summer noon, where the air wavered, light refracted, and everything blurred into indistinctness. It was akin to peering through a thick sheet of frosted glass, the view hazy and shadowy, obscuring what lay within. Only a vague silhouette could be discerned, quivering intensely. Like a flame trapped in an invisible cage, struggling desperately, yet unable to break free from its confines. However, this was merely the genesis. Healed muscles disintegrated anew, and ruptured flesh reconstituted itself repeatedly in an unending cycle. Zhang Zhao's body was like a clay figure kneaded incessantly, constantly deforming and contorting. The flesh on his face would vanish, revealing the skull beneath, only to regenerate and return to its original state. His arms alternated between muscular destruction and fleshy fullness. His body teetered between life and death, struggling amidst collapse and reconstruction, as if enduring a protracted and agonizing samsara. Ah! Zhang Zhao roared skyward, his voice a harrowing lamentation echoing from the depths of hell. His eyes, bloodshot and crimson, resembled two bleeding agates. His teeth clenched tightly, grinding and grating as if about to shatter. His body trembled violently, the amplitude increasing as if bearing immense suffering. Lu Nanya, witnessing Zhang Zhao's ordeal, could no longer restrain her tears, which streamed down her face. She covered her mouth, stifling any sound, fearing to disturb him. Her body trembled incessantly, like a leaf in the wind, on the verge of being swept away. Lin Tao stood nearby, his fists clenched, his heart wrung with anguish as he watched Zhang Zhao. Yet he understood that there was nothing he could do. Time passed, second by second, each moment stretching endlessly, becoming unbearably prolonged. Zhang Zhao's cries gradually weakened, and the tremors of his body diminished. Suddenly, Zhang Zhao's body convulsed violently. All anomalies vanished in an instant. He ceased his cries, his shaking halted. His body returned to its original form, unscathed. Not even a trace of blood marred the ground. Only the marks of anguish and remnants of struggle bore witness to his ordeal. He gasped for breath, as if a drowning man revived. His chest heaved violently, reminiscent of an old bellows, emitting a wheezing sound. His body swayed precariously, as if on the brink of collapse. Yet, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Bright, dazzling, akin to two resplendent stars. The clock on the wall ticked frantically. Tick, tock, the second hand retreated, second by second. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At that moment, time seemed to flow backward. He realized that his extraordinary ability was not, in fact, the so-called healing. Rather, it was time itself. Scenes flashed through Zhang Zhao's mind. He and Li Dong skipping class, caught by the teacher and made to stand in punishment. He and Li Dong gaming together, indulging through the night with unyielding enthusiasm. He and Li Dong shouting beneath the girls' dormitory, declaring their love, pursued by security. Those bygone days, those echoes of laughter, those moments of youth surged forth in his heart at this instant. Zhang Zhao's lips curled upward ever so slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. He had succeeded. At long last, he had harnessed the power of time. Struggling, Zhang Zhao rose from the ground. His body felt weak and feeble. Each step resembled treading upon cotton, soft and lacking in strength. Yet he did not falter, advancing step by step towards Li Dong. His pace was slow, yet resolute. His gaze was unwavering, filled with determination. At last, he reached Li Dong's bedside. Zhang Zhao extended his trembling hand, placing it upon Li Dong's chest. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Time flowed backward. Zhang Zhao's voice was hoarse and faint, yet imbued with an immense force. An invisible energy surged from his palm, permeating Li Dong's body. Li Dong's form jolted abruptly. The color of his face began to flush with an observable vibrancy. His breathing gradually steadied. His heartbeat resumed. Time was reversing for Li Dong. His shattered insides began to mend. The fleeting essence of life commenced its return. Everything was progressing toward a favorable outcome. Zhang Zhao's body swayed more violently. His complexion had turned as pale as parchment, as though it could be swept away by the slightest breeze. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead, each one crashing to the ground, shattering upon impact. His body had reached its limits. Yet he persevered, gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of strength. For he understood that he could not succumb. If he fell, Li Dong would surely perish. At last, Li Dong's body ceased to tremble. His breathing became steady and strong. His complexion was vibrant and healthy. He had returned to life. With a resounding thud, Zhang Zhao could no longer bear the weight of exhaustion. His body crumpled to the ground. Fatigue surged over him like an overwhelming tide, engulfing him in an instant. His eyelids, heavy as lead, refused to part, and his consciousness became a haze, gradually succumbing to darkness. He was weary, profoundly weary. Chapter 63. The shadow of darkness in the depths of the cosmos. An unfathomable darkness reigned. Stars twinkled faintly, scattered like diamonds across the vast abyss of space. A colossal planet loomed into view, its surface marred by countless craters of varying sizes. Upon this planet, flames raged, as if the entire world were aflame. Behind the planet, an even larger shadow emerged, obscuring light and stretching infinitely, resembling a continent adrift in the cosmos, suspended in tranquil stillness. Within this shadow, distorted outlines were faintly discernible, like mountain ranges, like ravines, and perhaps resembling the limbs of some enigmatic creature. Deep within the shadow, an ineffable entity seemed to utter something. Its voice was deep and hoarse, akin to two massive boulders grinding against one another, or the roar of a colossal beast. This sound appeared to encompass the entirety of the vocalizations that any creature could produce. The sequence of syllables reverberated within the shadow, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. This tremor did not arise from fear, but rather, excitement. It resembled the exhilaration of a person who has played the lottery for years, finally winning the grand prize. Before it stood another indescribable being, its back turned, standing in quietude. In the darkness, flickering points of light were barely visible, resembling eyes or perhaps stars. The indescribable entity spoke, its voice deep and authoritative, resonating through the shadowy expanse like rumbling thunder. The previous presence responded, its voice trembling with a hint of reverence. The indescribable being emitted a low, unsettling laugh, seemingly elated as if it had received some monumental news. That laughter was utterly chilling. The unfathomable creature appeared to convey some instructions, then turned its gaze towards the burning planet and pressed a button. An invisible wave surged forth from the shadows, striking the blazing planet instantaneously. From the surface of the celestial body, numerous dense objects erupted, transforming into countless unknown entities that soared into the vast shadow. Following this, a blinding white light enveloped the entire planet. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no scattering debris. The planet resembled an egg gripped by an unseen giant hand, quaking violently as spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its surface. Those fissures rapidly widened, spreading deep into the core. The whole planet began to disintegrate silently, layer by layer, fragmenting into fine dust. The flames, the molten rock, the trees, the dust, everything was crushed, obliterated, and rendered void under this invisible force. Ultimately, the colossal planet vanished completely. Only an expansive void of the cosmos remained, as if nothing had ever existed there. Creaking softly, Zhang Xiao gradually opened his eyes, the sunlight piercingly bright. He shifted his body, feeling a wave of soreness. "You're awake?" came Lin Tao's voice, resonating in his ears. Zhang Xiao turned his head to see Lin Tao, Lu Nanya, and Li Dong encircling him. "Tao Ge." Zhang Xiao's voice was hoarse and dry. He propped himself up on the bed and sat up. "How long have I been asleep?" "A day," Lin Tao replied. "How do you feel?" "Not bad." Zhang Xiao moved his body slightly. "Just a bit hungry." He rubbed his belly, which then growled audibly. Li Dong chuckled, his joy reminiscent of a child weighing 300 pounds. "I knew you'd be hungry once you woke up." He retrieved a bowl from nearby. "Come on, open wide." Li Dong scooped a spoonful of congee and brought it to Zhang Xiao's lips. Zhang Xiao opened his mouth and took a sip. The warm congee flowed down his throat, bringing a sense of comfort. "Drink slowly, there's plenty more," Li Dong said with a grin. Zhang Xiao continued to sip. And soon enough, the bowl was empty. "I want more." Zhang Xiao handed the bowl back to Li Dong. Li Dong filled another bowl and handed it back to Zhang Xiao, who resumed drinking. Lin Tao watched Zhang Xiao intently and then spoke. "While you were unconscious, I examined your body. Your physical condition has significantly improved. Congratulations, Zhang Xiao. You have ascended to a second-tier awakener." Zhang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He set down the bowl and gazed at Lin Tao. Lin Tao continued, "Your extraordinary ability seems to allow you to manipulate the flow of time, even enabling it to reverse. This embodies the power of time." Zhang Xiao's eyes widened. He had already begun to grasp this concept yesterday when he saved Li Dong. Memories flooded back from before his unconsciousness, those disintegrating flesh and the blood that flowed backward. He understood. He truly had control over time. A smile graced Zhang Xiao's face. "Haha, I, Zhang Xiao, am indeed the chosen one." He laughed triumphantly. "Tao Ge, from now on, I will protect you." Li Dong, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. "Sure, let us see when you can actually stop time." Zhang Xiao shot him a glare. "You fat fool, what do you know? This is what I call limitless potential. Once I master time, I shall be a god. At that moment, I'll make you call me father every day." Li Dong was unyielding. Right? Let us see you become a god first. By then, I'll be calling you grandson every day. The two resumed their playful banter. Lin Anya watched them, unable to suppress her laughter. Lin Tao chuckled as well, eyeing Zhang Xiao. All right, enough of this. Once you recover, there is much to be done. Zhang Xiao nodded. Yes, I understand. He turned to Li Dong. Fatty, once I'm back to full strength, let us go slay some zombies. I want to enhance my abilities. Li Dong perked up. Absolutely. Together, we'll annihilate every last one of those zombies. Three individuals continued their conversation for a while. Brother Tao, shall we go for a meal? Li Dong suggested. Certainly. Lin Tao replied. Now, let me share with you the events surrounding my recent journey to the nuclear explosion zone. The trio made their way to the kitchen, where Wang Xiao and a few women were preparing the meal. Upon seeing Lin Tao and his companions, Wang Xiao hurried over. Brother Lin, you've arrived. The food will be ready shortly. Lin Tao nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your hard work. The group gathered around the table, and soon, the dishes were served. Though the fare was simple, each person relished the meal, for in this post-apocalyptic world, having a full stomach was a luxury. After the meal, Lin Tao turned his gaze towards Li Dong and Zhang Xiao. During my absence, many occurrences transpired. Chapter 64, Li Dong's Dilemma. Lin Tao began recounting his experiences in the nuclear zone. He first encountered Li Guoqiang, followed by a swarm of ants. Next came the bloodhounds and the wailing beasts, culminating in a fierce battle against the colossal behemoth and the terrifying radiated zombie king. Lin Tao's narration was brief, yet it filled Li Dong and Zhang Xiao with trepidation. They could hardly fathom the perils Lin Tao had faced. Brother Tao, are you all right? Li Dong inquired with concern. I'm fine. Lin Tao shook his head. Rubbing his temples, he continued. The radiated zombie king exuded an aura of sheer terror. I was no match for it. Lin Tao's voice turned somber, his brow furrowed, and his eyes reflected profound anxiety. He paused momentarily before continuing. If it hadn't been preoccupied with absorbing something at that moment, rendering it immobile, I might have perished. What troubles me most is that once that zombie king completes its absorption and regains mobility, with us being so close to the nuclear explosion zone, the Zhanghai Villa area may be. At this point, Lin Tao refrained from elaborating further, yet his apprehension was palpable. He clenched his fist, the knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. His concerns extended beyond his own safety. He was equally anxious for Lu Nanya, Li Dong, Zhang Xiao, and the well-being of others in the villa area. The threat posed by the fifth-tier zombie king loomed over them like a Damoclean sword, ready to descend at any moment. Li Dong and Zhang Xiao remained silent, fully aware that Lin Tao was speaking the truth. The fifth-tier zombie king was terrifying beyond their current capabilities to confront. Tao Gu, what should we do now? Zhang Xiao inquired. This brings me to a significant discovery I made at the military base. Lin Tao strode over to the corner of the room, where a bulging olive-green backpack rested, his spoils from the military base. He gestured towards it, saying, our means of rapidly increasing our strength lies within these. Lin Tao placed the backpack on the table, unzipped it, revealing an abundance of crystal cores. They shimmered in shades of green and deep green with yellow undertones, casting an alluring glow under the light. These crystal cores were categorized by tiers. Lin Tao picked up a green crystal core, identifying it as second tier. He then grasped another core, deep green with yellow, recognizing it as third tier. Lin Tao set down the crystal core and took out the zombie's crystal core experiment data manual. Within its pages lay the secrets of the crystal core. He opened the manual and pointed to a specific page. On the first day of the apocalypse, individuals who had not awakened their abilities could directly ingest the crystal core to awaken. However, the mortality rate was exceedingly high. Zhang Xiao recalled Lin Tao's words from the previous day. He remembered Lin Tao mentioning that while the crystal core could enhance one's strength, it also posed significant dangers. The more crystal cores one consumed, the higher the mortality rate, and the awakened abilities became increasingly formidable. Lin Tao's voice was grave. This is a gamble. Zhang Xiao nodded, comprehending Lin Tao's implication. It was a perilous wager with one's life at stake. Victory promised immense power, while defeat led only to death. Lin Tao closed the book. Abilities could be advanced by consuming crystal cores of the same tier. When the number consumed reached 10, a qualitative transformation of abilities would occur. He paused for emphasis. Yet, the process of consuming crystal cores would be excruciating. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao could not help but shudder, as the heart-wrenching pain from the previous day surged back to his mind. He instinctively touched his body, as if he could still feel the horrific cycle of muscles tearing apart and bizarrely regenerating. The sensation was akin to 1,000 ants crawling through the crevices of his bones, or countless small knives slicing through his insides. Even more so like being thrown into a meat grinder, repeatedly crushed and pulverized, only to be forcibly reassembled. He harbored no doubt that, were it not for his extraordinary ability to reverse time, he would have perished 100 times over. His muscles continually reconfigured, making survival exceedingly challenging without medical intervention. Lin Tao shifted his tone, gazing intently at Zhang Xiao. However, these side effects pose no concern for us. After all, Zhang Xiao, your power is the manipulation of time itself. Zhang Xiao momentarily froze, his eyes widening slightly as his pupils constricted, as if he had just grasped something utterly astonishing. He blinked in bewilderment, seemingly struggling to fully comprehend Lin Tao's words. Soon after, a flicker of realization lit up his gaze, and vivid images raced through his mind, the terrifying scenes of his body collapsing and reconstituting after consuming the crystal nucleus, and the moment when Li Dong teetered on the brink of death, only for him to activate his ability and pull him back from the verge of oblivion. Indeed, my ability is the reversal of time. Zhang Xiao suddenly grasped the significance, his mind clearing. I propose that we all enhance our strength by consuming the crystal nucleus. Zhang Xiao, Lu Nanya, and Li Dong all turned their attention to Lin Tao. With Zhang Xiao possessing this power, we need not fear death from muscle reconfiguration. Lin Tao's voice brimmed with excitement. With Zhang Xiao as our guardian, if we endure the agonizing phase, we shall evolve. Though consuming the crystal nucleus is fraught with pain, perseverance will lead to rebirth. We will gain formidable strength. The three of them understood Lin Tao's intention completely. Li Dong's eyes widened. The scara tinged with crimson and veined like two bloodshot glass orbs on the verge of shattering. He fixated intently on the crystal core before him, his breath heavy and labored, his chest heaving violently akin to a dilapidated bellows emitting a rasping sound. Memories of that fateful night flooded his mind, his girlfriend's abrupt departure leaving him to drown his sorrows alone on the rooftop, feeling like a forsaken dog. He recalled Lin Tao's initial encounter with the undead, paralyzed by fear as he fumbled and dropped his screwdriver onto the floor. Later, in the warehouse, facing the scoundrel Li Ming, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as Zhang Xiao was stabbed, teetering on the brink of death. Had it not been for the misaligned barrel and Zhang Xiao awakening her powers, the outcome would have been dire. And in the Villa District, confronted by Zhao Gang and his men, he had been utterly powerless to resist, a mere spectator as Wang Xiao and Nanya were bullied, suffering a grievous injury himself from a brutal kick. If Lin Tao had not returned just in time, the repercussions would have been unthinkable. He could no longer endure this existence. He refused to remain a helpless pawn hiding behind others. He yearned for strength. He aspired to become a formidable force, one capable of safeguarding himself, shielding his friends, and protecting all that he held dear, no matter the cost. With a sudden surge of determination, Li Dong rose abruptly, his body trembling with fervor, like a leaf swaying in a tempest, poised to be torn asunder at any moment. The chair he had been seated upon toppled, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. His body quaked with fervent emotion. He pointed decisively at the crystal core, his voice hoarse with resolve. I will go first. He strode purposefully towards the table, seizing the crystal core. I must grow stronger. Chapter 65, to be a coward or to take a chance. Li Dong grasped a handful of crystal cores, ready to ingest one. Lin Tao firmly grasped Li Dong's wrist. Hold on, he said, fixing a sharp gaze upon Li Dong. We need to ascertain the extent of Zhang Zhao's extraordinary abilities. Li Dong was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his reddened eyes. He glanced at the crystal core in his hand, then at Lin Tao. Brother Tao, do you mean? Lin Tao nodded, turning his attention to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, your power allows you to reverse time. However, we do not yet understand the limits of this ability or the range it can affect. We must conduct a test. Zhang Xiao swallowed hard, comprehending Lin Tao's implication. All right, how do we test it? Lin Tao retrieved a kitchen knife and handed it to Zhang Xiao. Use this to make a cut on yourself. Zhang Xiao accepted the knife, its blade glinting coldly, adorned with remnants of vegetables. He looked at Lin Tao and nodded. Okay, no problem. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiao rolled up his sleeves, raised the knife, and brought it down sharply against his left forearm. The blade sliced through skin with a sharp sound. Blood gushed forth, dripping onto the ground. Zhang Xiao furrowed his brow in concentration. Li Dong and Lu Nanya watched anxiously. Li Dong's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles pale. Lin Tao's gaze was fixed intensely on Zhang Xiao's wound. Zhang Xiao, now, use your ability to heal the wound. Zhang Xiao nodded, extending his right hand to cover the injury. He concentrated his mind, channeling his extraordinary abilities. Time began to reverse. The flowing blood returned to the wound. Torn skin reknit itself, restoring to its original state. Moments later, Zhang Xiao's left arm was unscathed, devoid of even a scar. Releasing his grip, he gazed at his arm, astonishment filling his eyes. Truly, it was utterly incredible. Li Dong and Lu Nanya also exhaled in relief. Lin Tao nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Excellent. It appears your powers can indeed mend wounds. However, Lin Tao's tone shifted, his expression turning grave. With his left hand splayed, he suddenly struck his left hand's 4 fingers with a swift punch. The sound of bones fracturing resonated clearly. Lin Tao's 4 fingers bent at a bizarre angle, blood seeping through the gaps. He remained impassive. Li Dong and Lu Nanya gasped in shock. Brother Tao, Li Dong exclaimed. Lu Nanya's eyes instantly welled with tears. Enduring the pain, Lin Tao turned his gaze to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, try again and see if you can repair my fingers. Observing Lin Tao's contorted fingers, with fractured bone jutting through flesh, he inhaled deeply and extended his right hand over Lin Tao's fingers. Time flowed backward once more. The twisted fingers gradually straightened. The broken bones reconnected. The oozing blood flowed back into the veins. Moments later, Lin Tao's fingers returned to their original state. He flexed them, unblemished. Looking at Zhang Xiao, a glimmer of excellent. Zhang Xiao, your extraordinary abilities surpass my expectations. However, it remains insufficient. Lin Tao clenched his fist once more and struck his fingers with brutal force. The sound of bones fracturing echoed again, as Lin Tao's fingers contorted grotesquely. Once more, he resolved to test the limits of his resilience, determined to ascertain that no matter the severity of his injuries, he would be able to recover. Simultaneously, he sought to examine whether such abilities would exhibit any decline after prolonged usage. Zhang Xiao activated his powers again, mending Lin Tao's fingers. Once, twice, thrice. Lin Tao relentlessly shattered his own fingers, while Zhang Xiao continuously restored them. After relentless trials, they finally discerned the extent of Zhang Xiao's abilities. His power encompassed a conical region with a radius of approximately 5 meters in front of his palms. The temporal span appeared to be around 1 hour in both directions. Within this domain, he could manipulate time, either reversing it or accelerating its flow. After numerous experiments, Zhang Xiao began to feel a slight dizziness. Concurrently, Lin Tao and his companions discovered that these abilities could extend beyond mere wounds to encompass other objects. For instance, Zhang Xiao attempted to accelerate the time of a pot of water on the stove, observing that the water boiled with remarkable swiftness. When the pot was removed and time was reversed, the water temperature returned to a state of equilibrium. Li Dong stood nearby, watching Lin Tao and Zhang Xiao with a complex expression. He felt both joy for Zhang Xiao's extraordinary powers and a yearning for an equally formidable ability of his own. Lin Tao retrieved a manual from his backpack and turned to the page concerning the awakening of crystal cores. He handed the manual to Li Dong, lightly tapping the text with his finger. Those who did not awaken on the first day of the apocalypse are impervious to the virus. Yet they may still attain abilities by consuming crystal cores. However, the quality of the awakened abilities correlates with the quantity of cores ingested. While a single crystal core can indeed trigger an awakening, the resulting power will be feeble. Lin Tao paused, locking his gaze with Li Dong's. To awaken formidable powers, one must consume a substantial number of crystal cores in one go. The more one consumes, the higher the mortality rate. Yet the strength of the awakened abilities will also increase. Li Dong fixated on the words of the manual, his throat tightening. He comprehended that this was a game of chance. Lin Tao observed Li Dong and spoke gravely. Even with Zhang Xiao nearby, reversing time to save you, there is no guarantee you will survive. The body may collapse, be reconstituted, only to collapse again, and this cycle will repeat numerous times. Each iteration brings greater agony than the last. Even with Zhang Xiao's powers, you could succumb to the endless torment, leading to a mental breakdown and death. Lin Tao's voice was low, each word striking Li Dong's heart like a heavy hammer. Li Dong's complexion turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Memories of his former cowardice and helplessness flooded back to him. Those moments of despair when faced with danger. He yearned for strength, a desire to become formidable, even if it was merely a glimmer of hope. Li Dong raised his head, gazing at Lin Tao, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Brother Tao, I have made my decision. I shall attempt it. I intend to awaken the strongest powers using the most crystal cores. His voice was hoarse and tremulous, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. Lu Nanya's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grasped Li Dong's hand. Brother Dong, please don't. She dreaded the thought of him taking risks, terrified of losing him. Zhang Xiao frowned, casting a concerned look at Li Dong. You better think this through, you fatso. This is no trivial matter. If things go awry, you might truly perish. Li Dong turned to face Lu Nanya and Zhang Xiao, a faint smile gracing his features. Nanya, Xiao, do you know? I have always envied you both. Envious of Lin Tao, his strength enabling him to protect you. Envious of Zhang Xiao, for awakening such formidable powers. His voice quivered with emotion. What about me? I feel like nothing. Merely a burden, a waste. I refuse to continue living like this. If I die, at least I will have tried. If I survive, a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. I can protect you, safeguard all that I hold dear. Tears streamed down Lu Nanya's cheeks as she embraced Li Dong tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhang Zhao's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. He turned his head away, unable to meet Li Dong's gaze. Lin Tao regarded Li Dong with a hint of admiration, patting him on the shoulder. Very well, I stand by your side. Lin Tao retrieved 99 green crystal cores from his backpack and placed them upon the table. Li Dong, I have faith in you. You can do it. Li Dong grasped a handful of the crystal cores, their weight pressing heavily in his palm. He inhaled deeply, casting his gaze upon Lin Tao, Lu Nanya, and Zhang Xiao. A resolute smile graced his face. I will succeed. Chapter 66. The Awakening of Li Dong. Li Dong seized a handful of crystal cores and stuffed them into his mouth. Mixed with saliva, he swallowed them down. A surge of warmth ascended from his abdomen, rapidly spreading throughout his limbs and body. Li Dong felt as though he had swallowed a piece of glowing coal. Within him, it seemed as if a furnace was ablaze. He grabbed another handful of crystal cores and shoved them into his mouth. 1, 2, 3. His actions grew increasingly swift and frenzied. His eyes became bloodshot, veins protruding from his forehead. His body began to tremble. With a sharp crack, a sound echoed from within Li Dong, resembling the breaking of bones. His left arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the skin rupturing and blood gushing forth. Ah! Li Dong cried out in agony, his body convulsing violently. He felt the very essence of his bones, muscles, blood vessels, and nerves disintegrating, shattering within him. The excruciating pain engulfed him like a tidal wave. Fatty! Zhang Xiao shouted. Rushing to Li Dong's side, he extended his right hand, placing it over Li Dong's contorted left arm. Time revved, the contorted bones gradually realigned themselves. Moments later, Li Dong's left arm was fully restored. But in the subsequent instant, a sharp crack echoed as Li Dong's right leg fractured abruptly. Zhang Xiao hastily placed his hand over Li Dong's right leg, reversing time to mend it. Immediately following this, Li Dong's chest suddenly caved in. Zhang Xiao frantically attempted to repair Li Dong's chest, only for it to mend and then rupture again in a relentless cycle. Li Dong's body underwent this process repeatedly. He was akin to a damaged doll, subjected to the ravages of unseen forces that tore, kneaded, and destroyed him. Ugh! Ah! Li Dong emitted a tormented roar, his voice hoarse and shrill. His body trembled violently, drenched in perspiration. He clenched his teeth so tightly that they nearly shattered, desperately stuffing crystal cores into his mouth. 1, 2, 3. A handful, 2 handfuls, 3 handfuls, until all 99 crystal cores were consumed. A surge of potent energy erupted from within Li Dong, causing his body to inflate rapidly like a balloon, his skin tearing and flesh flying. Fatty! Zhang Xiao howled, incessantly channeling his power to mend Li Dong's body. However, the rate of repair was far outstripped by the rate of disintegration. Li Dong's body was like a punctured balloon, constantly collapsing and being forcibly restored by Zhang Xiao. This ordeal was agonizing, protracted, and filled with despair. Li Dong's consciousness began to fade. He felt himself nearing death, a prospect he bitterly resented. Suddenly, the disintegration of Li Dong's body ceased. A peculiar undulation emanated from within him, and his left hand vanished without a trace. Moments later, his left hand appeared several meters away. His body, resembling a shattered puzzle, lay fragmented across the room. Yet, These scattered limbs exhibited no signs of blood. They quivered slightly, as if some unseen force tethered them together. Zhang Xiao was momentarily paralyzed, gazing at the bizarre scene before him, his mind a blank slate. Lu Nanya covered her mouth, witnessing Li Dong's agonizing ordeal in this surreal tableau. Lin Tao narrowed his eyes, observing the dismembered parts of Li Dong's body. He seemed to sense something amiss, though he remained silent, inwardly noting the anomaly. In the next heartbeat, these fragments abruptly vanished, and when they reappeared, Li Dong's body was instantaneously restored, as if the preceding torment had never transpired. His form returned to its original state. Yet, in the following instant, another wave of disintegration ensued. His left arm twisted grotesquely, his right leg fractured, and his chest caved in. Li Dong's body resembled a clay figure being relentlessly kneaded, perpetually destroyed and then mended by Zhang Zhao's extraordinary abilities. Zhang Zhao's complexion turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably, struggling to maintain his footing. Darkness began to cloud his vision, and a buzzing filled his ears. Li Dong's face was pallid, his lips tinged with purple. He was on the brink of collapse. Li Dong's screams grew fainter, his consciousness fragmenting. He felt himself plummeting into an endless abyss, darkness, coldness, despair. Lin Tao furrowed his brow, realizing that Li Dong was nearing his limit. Li Dong! Lin Tao bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Remember your dreams. Recall the wishes we made together. Do you not wish to grow stronger? Do you not desire to protect Nanya, to safeguard us all? Is it truly acceptable for you to surrender now? Lin Tao's voice echoed in Li Dong's mind. The scattered fragments of Li Dong's consciousness were roused by Lin Tao's words. He recalled the myriad of past events, being abandoned by his girlfriend, pursued by the zombie hounds, struck by Zhao Gang. He remembered that fateful night when he and Lin Tao sat atop the rooftop, a meteor streaking across the night sky. He had made a wish, a vow that lingered in his heart. That wish was his promise. He could not abandon it. I must survive. The flames of determination reignited in Li Dong's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he endured the excruciating pain. His body began to unravel once more. Time and again, he faced the agony, each time clawing his way back from the precipice of death. At last, after countless cycles of disintegration and reformation, Li Dong's form stabilized. A surge of potent energy erupted from within him. His body ceased its collapse. Huff, huff. Li Dong gasped for breath, feeling as though he had traversed the very depths of hell. Exhausted, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Nanya rushed to Li Dong's side, cradling his head in her arms, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her heart ached for the torment Li Dong had just endured, such agony and suffering. She gazed at his face, twisted in extreme pain. And her heart was a tumult of emotions. Brother Dong, did you? Lin Tao approached Li Dong, crouching down to examine him closely. His face had thinned considerably, and the excess fat on his stomach had diminished. Unable to resist, Lin Tao poked at it. Remarkably, this lad had developed abs. A smile crept onto Lin Tao's face. He realized that Li Dong had succeeded. He had awakened a formidable supernatural ability. All right, everyone is quite exhausted today. Rest well, everyone. Tomorrow, there are important matters to arrange. Chapter 67, New Beginnings. In the early morning, sunlight poured into the room. Li Dong abruptly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. He looked down at his hands, which were now fair and slender, devoid of their previous plumpness. Clenching his fists, he sensed the surging power within him. An unprecedented sensation coursed through his entire being. Li Dong leaped out of bed and dashed into the living room. I did it, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Zhang Xiao, yawning, emerged from his room. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he gazed at the exuberant Li Dong. You noisy glutton, what are you shouting about so early? It's deafening. Lu Nanya also stepped out of her room, clad in an oversized t-shirt that revealed her fair, slender calves. She looked at Li Dong, a sweet smile gracing her face. Brother Dong, you're awake. At that moment, Lin Tao sat on the sofa, deep in thought. Hearing the commotion, he lifted his head to look at Li Dong and nodded. How do you feel? Li Dong ran to Lin Tao, grasping his hand, and excitedly declared, Tao Go, I feel amazing. I've never felt this good before. I feel that with a single punch, I could fell a cow. Zhang Xiao rolled her eyes. Oh please, as if you could really do that. Why don't you try hitting me first? Li Dong chuckled, releasing Lin Tao's hand and turning to Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, you'd better not regret this. Zhang Xiao smirked, exuding disdain. Come on, who is afraid of whom? Taking a deep breath, Li Dong swung a fist toward Zhang Xiao. Startled, Zhang Xiao leaned back. Li Dong's fist grazed the tip of his nose, the force of the punch causing a stinging sensation on his cheek. "Damn it, are you serious, you fatso?" Zhang Xiao exclaimed, raising his hands to block. Bang! Their fists collided with a muffled thud, and Zhang Xiao stumbled back, his arms tingling. How does it feel? Are you scared now?" Li Dong proclaimed triumphantly, striking a pose. The two engaged in a playful scuffle, trading blows. Lin Tao observed them, finally speaking up. "Enough, you two. Stop fooling around." He turned to Li Dong, recalling the scene from the previous night when Li Dong awakened. His body had scattered across the room like broken blocks, devoid of blood, yet eerily trembling before vanishing and reassembling. This phenomenon was utterly beyond reason. Coupled with Li Dong's consumption of numerous crystal cores and the descriptions of abilities in the manual, Lin Tao formed a bold hypothesis. He paused briefly, carefully organizing his thoughts to express himself as clearly and concisely as possible. "Let us first test your abilities. When you awakened last night, your body flickered in and out of existence. I suspect your powers may be related to space." Lin Tao's tone was resolute, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation, as he hoped that his conjecture would prove accurate. After all, spatial abilities were undoubtedly among the most formidable forces in a post-apocalyptic world. Spatial powers? He could scarcely believe it. The kind of ability that only existed in novels and films had somehow manifested within him. Li Dong took a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilarated heart. "Brother Tao, what should I do?" he inquired. Lin Tao gestured toward an apple resting on the table. "Try to concentrate and envision the can disappearing." Li Dong nodded, fixing his gaze on the can, endeavoring to focus his mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The can remained utterly unmoved. Anxiety began to creep in, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "You fat idiot, if you can't do it, just admit it." Zhang Xiao teased from the side. "Shut up." Li Dong shot a glare at Zhang Xiao. He concentrated once more, his eyes locked on the can. A single glance could last a millennium. It felt as though a crow flew overhead, yet still, nothing happened. Could it be that he was employing the method incorrectly? Li Dong held his breath, his heartbeat quickening, his fingertips trembling slightly. He sensed a peculiar energy swirling at his fingertips, as if the entire world had shifted. Suddenly, a black vortex materialized out of thin air. The vortex spun, resembling an unfathomable black hole. Zhang Xiao and Lu Nanya stared wide-eyed. What is this?" Zhang Xiao's voice trembled. Li Dong gazed at the swirling darkness before him, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. "Is this my ability?" He reached out, yearning to touch the vortex. But Lin Tao halted him. "Be cautious, do not touch it just yet. We are still uncertain of its purpose." Li Dong nodded, retracting his hand. He focused intently, attempting to control the vortex. The whirlpool gradually expanded, transforming into a spiral with a diameter of 0.5 meter. I can control it." Li Dong's voice was laced with excitement. "I can open this door anywhere." He gestured towards the vortex, then proceeded to connect them. Lin Tao observed the swirling phenomenon, deep in thought. "Connect them? Are you suggesting that this door can lead anywhere?" Li Dong nodded. "That seems to be the case. However, at present, I can only open 2 doors, and they cannot be too far apart." Lin Tao approached Li Dong, pointing to the corner of the room. "Try opening another door there." Li Dong nodded, directing his gaze towards the corner. With a focused thought, the air in that corner began to distort, and another black vortex emerged. Lin Tao gazed at the 2 whirlpools, his eyes gleaming. "Li Dong, throw something into that vortex." Upon hearing this, Li Dong picked up a nearby can and tossed it into the vortex before him. The can vanished into the whirlpool in an instant. Moments later, from the black vortex in the corner, a can tumbled out with a thud, rolling across the ground for several revolutions. "Incredible. Spatial transmission," Li Dong exclaimed with uncontained enthusiasm. Zhang Xiao and Lu Nanya stood in stunned silence. This is simply astonishing." Zhang Xiao's voice trembled with awe. Lin Tao nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his face. "Indeed, it is the power of space. Li Dong, your abilities are remarkably potent. However, we must conduct further tests to ascertain any limitations of your powers." In the ensuing moments, Li Dong engaged in continuous experimentation. He endeavored to open spatial doors at greater distances, attempting to maintain multiple portals simultaneously, or to wield the spatial doors as instruments of combat. After a series of tests, they gained a profound understanding of Li Dong's abilities. Presently, Li Dong can designate a radius of 15 meters from his physical center to open up to 2 spatial doors, each with a radius of 0.5 meters. The 2 portals can interconnect, For instance, he experimented by firing a bullet into a vortex, which emerged from the other end and struck an object in a different room. He can utilize the spatial doors, yet he cannot create one amidst an object. Moreover, with grenades in hand, he can conjure an instant explosion, tossing it through a spatial door to detonate 15 meters away, catching his enemies off guard. Alas, I still wish to delve into the grand cutting technique. Li Dong, exhilarated, was not yet satiated. Following the conclusion of the tests, Zhang Xiao approached Lin Tao. Tao Gu, you mentioned last night that there were important matters to discuss. What is it? Lin Tao nodded in response. I have brought someone back. He has spent the last 2 days with Wang Xiao, and I haven't had the chance to introduce him to you. Chapter 68. Lin Tao's plan. Li Guoqiang sat in the corner. His military uniform was tattered and stained, his complexion pale, and his cracked lips framed his hollow, dark eye sockets, their edges charred. His figure was emaciated, yet he stood upright. He cradled a can, savoring its contents with deliberate bites, the rice mingling with the aroma of meat, eating slowly and thoughtfully. Lin Tao approached with Li Dong, Zhang Xiao, and Lu Nanya. Li Guoqiang paused, straining to listen. He set down the can and rose slowly. You are here, he rasped, his voice laced with fatigue. Lin Tao stepped forward. This is Li Guoqiang, whom we encountered in the air raid shelter. He is a soldier, possessing extensive knowledge regarding the crystal cores and military bases, he briefly explained. Li Dong, Zhang Xiao, and Lu Nanya scrutinized Li Guoqiang. This is Li Dong, this is Zhang Xiao, and this is Lu Nanya, and this is Wang Xiao. Lin Tao continued with the introductions. Li Guoqiang nodded slightly. Greetings, he stated, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. I apologize, Li Guoqiang, Lin Tao began, his voice tinged with regret. Zhang Xiao's ability can only reverse time by an hour. Your eyes have been blind for a long time. He cannot heal them. Li Guoqiang fell silent, slowly lowering his head, hands covering his vacant eye sockets. I understand, he murmured softly, a hint of resignation in his voice. I have grown accustomed to it. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Tao turned to Li Guoqiang. Li Guoqiang, do you wish to awaken your abilities? Li Guoqiang was taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet Lin Tao's with his hollow eye sockets. Awaken my abilities? He inquired, a note of skepticism in his voice. Indeed, Lin Tao affirmed with a nod. Ingesting crystalline cores can potentially awaken latent abilities. Would you be willing to undertake this endeavor? Li Guoqiang remained taciturn, his gaze lowered in contemplative silence. After a moment, he lifted his head, a resolute expression etched upon his face. If awakening an ability can be of assistance to you, then I am willing to attempt it. I am profoundly indebted to you. His voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Lin Tao regarded Li Guoqiang intently. At present, we possess a certain number of crystalline cores. He paused, meticulously enumerating the available resources. 323 verdant cores, 73 deep green cores, and 4 amber cores. This should suffice, Lin Tao declared, turning his attention towards Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, make the necessary preparations. He then faced Li Guoqiang. Li Guoqiang, you too should prepare yourself. Turning to Wang Xiao, who had been standing silently nearby, Lin Tao inquired, Wang Xiao, do you also aspire to awaken an ability? Upon hearing these words, Wang Xiao's frame quivered imperceptibly. Her head rose, a flicker of yearning igniting within her eyes. Am I permitted to? Her voice trembled, tinged with uncertainty. Lin Tao fixed her with a resolute gaze. If it is your desire, then it is within your reach. He proceeded to elucidate the arcane secrets of the crystalline cores. 99 cores serve as a gateway to formidable abilities, yet they also represent a perilous gamble with one's very existence. Zhang Zhao's healing prowess serves as the sole safeguard in this precarious undertaking. Li Guoqiang was the first to speak, his tone resolute and unwavering. I shall proceed. My life is a gift bestowed upon me by you. 99 cores, he added, his voice raspy with determination. If I survive, I shall be better equipped to assist you. Wang Zhao's body trembled subtly as she raised her head, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. The indignities of her past surged forth like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf her. She too yearned for power. Lin, brother Lin, she spoke, her voice soft yet imbued with a hint of resolve. I also desire 99 awakened cores. Lin Tao nodded, offering no objections, for he understood that this was their own choice. He retrieved the crystalline cores from his backpack, counting out 2 portions, each containing 99 pieces. The green cores shimmered under the light, resembling seeds of hope. In the depths of the backpack, 125 green cores lay quietly. Li Guoqiang, you may go first, Lin Tao stated, his voice steady. Zhang Xiao, prepare yourself. Wang Xiao, return tomorrow, he added. Zhang Xiao's powers required time to recuperate. Li Guoqiang sat cross-legged as Lin Tao continuously handed him the cores, which he swiftly consumed. A surge of warmth rose from his lower abdomen, spreading throughout his body, as though he had swallowed a flame. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bones fracturing. His left arm twisted grotesquely, skin tearing apart, blood gushing forth. Ah! Li Guoqiang howled in agony, the pain crashing over him like a tsunami. Zhang Xiao rushed forward, placing his right hand over Li Guoqiang's contorted left arm. Time reversed, the arm restored, but in an instant, the right leg fractured and the chest caved in. Repair, shatter, and repeat. He gritted his teeth, continuing to consume the crystalline cores until all 99 were devoured. With a thunderous roar, immense energy erupted. His body swelled, all nearby metallic objects levitated into the air, only to swiftly descend, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters. Remarkably, his eyes, through the process of evolution, regained their former clarity. He was once again bathed in light. I can see. My eyesight has returned. Li Guoqiang's heart brimmed with elation. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, battling the overwhelming urge to succumb to unconsciousness. He turned to Lin Tao and inquired. Lin Tao met his gaze and replied, Old Li, congratulations. You have succeeded. Upon hearing these words, a wave of profound fatigue washed over Li Guoqiang, and he fell into a deep slumber. Lin Tao gestured for Wang Xiao to take Li Guoqiang to rest. Wang Xiao nodded and guided Li Guoqiang from the room. In the living room, only Lin Tao and the three others remained, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Do you remember when I mentioned the Zombie King in the nuclear explosion zone? Lin Tao broke the silence, his voice low and tinged with an air of gravity. At present, it may still be unable to move, he added, attempting to alleviate the tension. However, it will inevitably come. This was also the reason I urged Li Guoqiang and Wang Xiao to prepare for awakening. We must possess greater strength. Furthermore, my fitness endeavor must continue. Fortunately, it appears that Li Guoqiang has likely awakened a metallic affinity. Moreover, having previously been a welder, combined with the Zhao's abilities, we can create specialized fitness equipment. First, let Old Li engage in the welding process. If the metallic abilities can lend a hand, it would be most fortuitous. Even if it does not succeed, should the items crafted by Li Guoqiang falter, a Xiao, you can simply reverse time, and they shall once again be of use. Li Dong and the others recalled the moment of Li Guoqiang's awakening, when metallic objects floated in the air, their excitement mounting with each passing thought. This is splendid, Brother Tao. I firmly believe that our strength shall soon experience a significant surge. The three of them were filled with exuberance. Indeed, I shall also elevate you all to the status of second-tier awakeners, akin to Zhang Zhao's current level. The most crucial point is that if my first-tier abilities are already so formidable, I can scarcely fathom the magnitude of what will transpire upon my advancement. Chapter 69, Metal and Lightning. As the sun rose, gentle rays filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon Wang Zhao's face. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze, swiftly replaced by resolve. Last night, Lin Tao's words echoed in her mind. 99 crystal cores, a life and death gamble, and formidable abilities. She rose, quickly refreshed herself, and made her way to the living room. Lin Tao, Li Dong, Zhang Xiao, and Li Guoqiang awaited her. Brother Lin, I am prepared, Wang Xiao declared, her voice slightly hoarse yet imbued with determination. Lin Tao nodded and produced 99 green crystal cores, extending them toward Wang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, prepare. Wang Xiao accepted the crystal cores, swallowing them one by one with great haste. At last, she consumed all 99 cores. A surging warmth coursed through her, and her body began to tremble, pain crashing over her like a tidal wave. She gritted her teeth, enduring this inhumane torment. Zhang Xiao stood by, poised and ready to unleash her extraordinary abilities at any moment. As time ticked away, Wang Zhao's body began to undergo a transformation. Arcs of electricity flickered across her skin, crackling audibly, while her hair stood on end, resembling the arrival of a thunder deity. A low growl escaped her lips, a mixture of agony and power intertwining within her. Her form resembled a capacitor, incessantly accumulating energy. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from within Wang Xiao, illuminating the entire room. As the electric brilliance dissipated, she knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. In her eyes, arcs of electricity danced, radiating an intimidating glow. I have succeeded. Wang Xiao spoke weakly, a hint of joy lacing her voice. Zhang Xiao sighed in relief, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Wang Xiao, how do you feel? Lin Tao inquired. Wang Xiao slowly rose, attuned to the surging energy within her. I feel splendid, she replied, her voice gradually regaining its composure. It seems I can control lightning. Lin Tao nodded, signaling everyone to step outside. In the spacious courtyard, he pointed towards a distant dead tree. Wang Xiao, attempt to strike that tree. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xiao lifted her right hand, aiming at the tree. She focused her mind, attempting to harness the energy within her. With a sizzling sound, a dazzling bolt of lightning shot from her fingertips, instantly striking the dead tree. Crack! The tree charred and splintered, crashing to the ground. What immense power! Li Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Zhao's eyes widened, her face reflecting disbelief. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Lin Tao's eyes. Wang Xiao, your abilities are formidable, but they are likely of A-class caliber. The manual states that abilities classified above S level are relatively weak in the initial stages, yet your powers clearly exceed this threshold. Further testing is required. In the ensuing time, they conducted a comprehensive assessment of Wang Zhao's abilities, evaluating release distance, attack intensity, and energy consumption. Ultimately, they concluded that Wang Zhao's powers, provisionally designated as lightning, fall within the A-level category. It can unleash lightning strikes with a range of approximately 100 to 300 meters, exhibiting considerable strength. Following Wang Zhao's assessment, Lin Tao turned his attention to Li Guoqiang. Oldly, please demonstrate your abilities. Li Guoqiang nodded and moved to the center of the courtyard. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently, attuning himself to the metallic elements surrounding him. After a brief moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, a gleam of determination shining within. Rise, he commanded softly. The scattered metallic fragments on the ground began to levitate, wrenches, screws, iron nails, all converging in midair to form a metallic sphere. Li Guoqiang deftly maneuvered the sphere through the air. Go! With a flick of his wrist, the metallic sphere soared towards a distant wall, crashing into it with a resounding bang, leaving behind a dent. Impressive, Lin Tao remarked, nodding in approval. Oldly, your abilities possess great potential. While the power may be relatively weak, your capability to manipulate metal suggests it could be classified as S-level. Congratulations! A glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Guoqiang's eyes. Next, why not attempt to control heavier metals? Lin Tao suggested. Sure, Li Guoqiang replied enthusiastically. With that, Lin Tao turned and headed towards the warehouse where he used to train, retrieving several heavy pieces of gym equipment. Now give it a try. Lin Tao casually tossed a 600-kilogram dumbbell, stirring up dust from the ground and leaving behind a dent. Li Guoqiang took a deep breath and approached the dumbbell. He closed his eyes, concentrating his attention on the weight, attempting to summon the latent powers within him. 1 second, 2 seconds. The dumbbell remained utterly motionless, though the incessant trembling bore witness to the persistence of his abilities. Beads of sweat began to form on Li Guoqiang's forehead. He sensed an invisible force grappling with the dumbbell, yet its weight was overwhelmingly formidable. It felt as though his powers were mired in quicksand, proving challenging to wield. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, striving to amplify his abilities. A low hum resonated. At last, the dumbbell emitted a slight tremor, lifting a few millimeters from the ground, only to crash back down with a resounding thud. Li Guoqiang staggered, nearly losing his balance. He opened his eyes, a flicker of fatigue crossing them, but overshadowed by a sense of determination. He exhaled heavily, gazing at the dumbbell, realizing that controlling heavier metals was far more arduous than he had anticipated. Subsequent tests revealed that Li Guoqiang could manipulate the fusion of metals, albeit with less than ideal results. He believed that advancing to the next tier would bring significant improvements. Once the test concluded, everyone returned indoors. A smile spread across Lin Tao's face. Now, we possess greater strength. Li Guoqiang, with your powers, you can assist me in crafting fitness equipment. If the metal can be shaped into dumbbells, I will be able to continue my training. Li Guoqiang readily agreed. No problem, leave it to me. Eagerly, he was keen to commence the task immediately. Lin Tao gazed at the crowd, his heart brimming with confidence. Henceforth, we must seize the moment and grow stronger. Within the nuclear blast zone lurks a 5th-tier zombie king. It is only a matter of time before it arrives, and we must be adequately prepared. Lin Tao succinctly elucidated the existence of the nuclear blast zone and the zombie king to Wang Xiao. Presently, we possess several crystal cores, 125 green cores, 73 deep green cores, and 4 yellow cores. You may utilize the deep green cores to advance to the second tier. Lin Tao retrieved 10 deep green cores from his backpack and handed them to Li Dong, Li Guiqiang, and Wang Xiao. Meanwhile, Lunanya appeared as if she were invisible. Observing this scene, while glancing at the 125 green cores. These are yours. Zhang Xiao, you should rest first, soon. It will be my turn to advance to the second tier, Awaken One. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone held their breath. Lin Tao was already formidable. What would he become if he were to progress further? Chapter 70. The Mystery of Inability to Advance? Are you ready? Zhang Xiao exclaimed. Just keep your worries to yourself. Tao Gu. He patted his chest. All right, I shall begin. The crowd nervously turned their attention to Lin Tao. After he spoke, he directly swallowed the 10 deep green cores. As the cores entered his stomach, Lin Tao sensed a fleeting surge of energy, but it vanished almost immediately. A minute passed, and the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only Zhang Xiao occasionally broke the stillness with his tisk-tisk sounds, disrupting the frozen atmosphere. Why is there no reaction? Lin Tao furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He moved his body, leaping and throwing punches. Yet he felt no signs of increased strength. Tao Gu, don't be anxious. It may require time, Li Dong reassured him. Li Guiqiang and Wang Xiao watched Lin Tao with bated breath, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Tao shook his head. He could sense that after the crystal core entered his body, it sank like a stone into the sea, stirring not a single ripple. Could it be that the quantity is insufficient? Lin Tao muttered to himself, grasping another handful of crystal cores. He swallowed 10 more, and this time, he distinctly felt the cores melting within his stomach. A warm current surged from his lower abdomen, only to dissipate once more, yielding no tangible change. Meanwhile, a viscous liquid began to seep from the surface of Lin Tao's skin, deep green in hue, exuding a faint fishy odor. What is this? Wang Xiao was the first to notice this phenomenon. Lin Tao gazed at the slime on his arm, his brow furrowed. He felt no discomfort. Rather, his body felt somewhat lighter, as if it had expelled some impurities. Could it be that I cannot advance through the crystal core? A thought flashed through Lin Tao's mind. He suddenly recalled that on the first day of the apocalypse, upon awakening, he also bore a similar layer of slime. At that time, he had assumed it was sweat and paid it no mind. In hindsight, it was likely his body rejecting the substances within the crystal core. Lin Tao felt a twinge of disappointment. Tao Gu, don't lose heart, Li Dong said, patting Lin Tao on the shoulder. Perhaps your abilities are rather unique. At worst, we will protect you, Zhang Xiao consoled. Indeed, Lin Gu, your abilities are inherently formidable, Wang Xiao chimed in. Lin Tao took a deep breath, suppressing the disappointment that welled within him. Please give it a try, he indicated towards the crystalline cores on the table. I will contemplate a strategy. Li Dong, Li Guiqiang, and Wang Xiao exchanged glances before stepping forward in succession. Li Dong, you go first, followed by Li Guiqiang, and finally Wang Xiao. A Xiao, stand by and protect them. We rely on you. Rest assured, Brother Tao, Zhang Xiao replied with a relaxed demeanor. Li Dong grasped 10 deep green crystalline cores, consuming them one by one. He once again endured the protracted ordeal of muscle reconfiguration and torment. At long last, the air around Li Dong began to warp, revealing faint black fissures. Subsequently, Li Guiqiang and Wang Xiao commenced their transformations in turn. A metallic sheen glimmered upon Li Guiqiang's surface, as if he were cloaked in a suit of metallic armor. Around Wang Xiao, arcs of electricity crackled and danced, his hair standing on end. I can feel my strength surging, and it seems my perception of space has intensified. Li Dong exclaimed with exhilaration. So do I. My skin has become somewhat more resilient. Li Guiqiang tightened his fists. My lightning has grown more potent. Wang Xiao raised his hand, with arcs of electricity flickering at his fingertips. Li Dong's spatial portals expanded in both range and quantity. Now capable of opening 4 simultaneously, Li Guiqiang could manipulate heavier metals, even lifting a small car. Wang Xiao's lightning could strike from a greater distance with enhanced force, effortlessly penetrating a concrete wall. Excellent, Zhang Xiao cheered. Our strength has significantly escalated. Li Dong, Li Guiqiang, and Wang Xiao were expressions of joy, fully aware that their progress was entirely attributable to Lin Tao. Thank you, Brother Tao, Li Dong expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lin, Wang Xiao spoke up, expressing his gratitude. Thanks, Li Guiqiang succinctly added. Lin Tao waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such formalities. He gazed at them, feeling a mixture of comfort and complexity within. He was aware that his abilities were extraordinary and believed that they were far more intricate than they appeared. The group congregated, engaging in discussion for a while. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its afterglow poured into the room, casting a golden-red hue over everything. Lin Tao sat by the window, staring into the distance at the ruins, lost in contemplation. The inability to enhance his strength through the crystal core left him with a tinge of frustration, yet a greater sense of unwillingness lingered. Fitness. Lin Tao murmured to himself. Oldly, he suddenly called out. Li Guiqiang hurried over. Lin Tao, what is it? Could you assist me in crafting some fitness equipment? Lin Tao gestured towards the dumbbell rack. The heavier, the better. Ideally, it should weigh several tons. Li Guiqiang was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Lin Tao's intentions. No problem, leave it to me. However, such heavy equipment will require some time. That's all right. I can wait. Lin Tao nodded in agreement. By the way, a Xiao. Lin Tao turned his attention to Zhang Xiao. Can your abilities help accelerate my recovery? After exercising, my muscles tend to ache, and I need to recuperate swiftly to continue training. Zhang Xiao scratched his head, pondering. Well, I'll give it a try. Rest assured, Brother Tao. It's merely about accelerating recovery. It's a piece of cake. Even if I mess it up, I can simply rewind time and start over. Do your best. Lin Tao encouraged, patting Zhang Xiao on the shoulder. I have faith in you. In the days that ensued, the entire base metamorphosed into a bustling, makeshift manufactory. Li Guiqiang, seemingly indefatigable, immersed himself entirely in the fabrication of fitness apparatus. His eyes, once lackluster, now gleamed with renewed brilliance, further ignited by the creative fervor of his awakened metal manipulation ability. Discarded rebars, ponderous iron blocks, and even rusted metallic components levitated under Li Guiqiang's command. As if imbued with life, the somber clamor of metal grinding against metal echoed, reminiscent of a subdued dragon's roar. Melting, shaping, remelting, reshaping. Colossal metallic conglomerates gradually materialized under Li Guiqiang's manipulation. Zhang Xiao remained in close attendance, ever vigilant. Should any flaw mar Li Guiqiang's creations, he stood ready to invoke his temporal anomaly, reverting time to effect repairs. Lin Tao, observing the base's gradual return to normalcy, remained cognizant that this was merely a facade. The impending peril of the Tier 5 Zombie King loomed like a Damoclean sword, poised to descend at any moment. Chapter 71. Novel equipment time elapsed with remarkable celerity, and several days had since passed. Sunlight streamed through the warehouse's dilapidated roof, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. The sound of labored respirations reverberated through the air, punctuated by the rhythmic clang of colliding metal. Beads of perspiration dotted Li Guiqiang's brow, yet his gaze remained intensely focused. He guided the levitating metal block, drawing it closer with deliberate precision. Clack! The final piece fit flawlessly into place. A colossal entity stood complete before the assembled group. A barbell, nearly 10 centimeters in diameter and approximately 6 meters in length, immediately captured their attention. The surface of the barbell was covered in a multitude of indentations, varying in depth and size. These were not imperfections, but rather a deliberately crafted design. They provided significant friction during grip, preventing slippage. Adjacent to the barbell, an assortment of dumbbell plates was piled high, resembling a small mountain, each piece radiating a metallic sheen. Lin Tao, Zhang Xiao, Li Dong, and Lu Nanyu stood encircling the equipment, each displaying an expression of profound astonishment. Oldly, how much does this bar weigh? Lin Tao inquired, his voice tinged with barely restrained excitement. Li Guiqiang wiped the sweat from his brow and responded with a subtle smile. The empty bar alone should be over 300 kilograms. This, and it's just the empty bar? Li Dong exclaimed in disbelief. He stepped forward, attempting to lift the barbell. Ugh! Li Dong's face flushed crimson, veins bulging, yet the barbell remained steadfastly immobile. Fatty, if you can't manage it, don't force yourself. Are you trying to defecate here? Zhang Xiao quipped, arms crossed, a provoking smirk playing on his lips. Li Dong glared at him, took a deep breath, and retorted through gritted teeth, get lost. I'm not fat anymore, all right? I'm a fitness model now, all right? Li Dong struck a bodybuilding pose as he spoke. Oh, a fitness model? I think you're more like Xing Tian, a headless brute. Zhang Xiao continued his caustic assault. You. Li Dong sputtered, incensed but unable to retort, and resumed his struggle with the barbell. All right, Xiao, say less. Lin Tao interrupted the two with a smile, placing a reassuring hand on Li Dong's shoulder, who was still struggling with the barbell, suggesting he take a moment to rest. Stepping forward, Lin Tao approached the barbell, Inhaling deeply, he grasped the bar, feeling its rough texture beneath his hands. "Lift," he commanded, gripping the barbell with resolve. With a soft thud, the barbell was effortlessly raised from the ground, as if it were a mere feather. Without breaking a sweat, Lin Tao hoisted the barbell above his head, executing several presses with ease. Exhaling, he casually set the barbell down, which landed with a dull thud, reverberating through the entire warehouse. "The grip feels excellent," Lin Tao remarked, his eyes glimmering as if he had discovered a rare treasure. "Brother Tao, you remain as formidable as ever," Li Dong exclaimed, having personally felt the weight of the barbell. Despite his utmost effort, it had not budged, whereas Lin Tao seemed to handle it with playful ease. "Indeed, that's over 300 kilograms. And you haven't even added the weight plates yet," Zhang Xiao added in astonishment. "Tell me, Brother Tao, are you truly human? Your abilities are remarkably powerful, surpassing even those of us who are second-tier awakened. Such is only the beginning. This is merely the empty bar. I can easily lift significantly heavier weights than this in the gym," Lin Tao replied nonchalantly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. His gaze shifted to the towering stack of weight plates, brimming with eagerness. "Come, let us add some plates," he called out, prompting Li Dong and Zhang Xiao to begin loading the barbell. 1 plate, 2 plates, 3 plates. The weights on either end of the barbell continue to rise higher. The unmistakable sound of metal clashing resonates incessantly. At last, the 6-meter-long barbell is filled to capacity with weights. The entire apparatus resembles a colossal serpent of steel, coiled and poised. Lin Tao strides once more to the barbell. Drawing a deep breath, he grips the bar firmly, steadying his breath. "Lift!" Lin Tao bellows, his muscles taut with exertion. The barbell begins to tremble, slowly lifting from the ground. Lin Tao's face flushes crimson, veins pulsing with effort. Sweat cascades down his cheeks, splattering onto the floor. Clenching his teeth, he summons every ounce of strength. With a thunderous effort, the barbell is hoisted above his head. His body quivers slightly, yet he remains resolute. Breathing heavily, Lin Tao savors the surge of power within him. Once more, he declares, lowering the barbell, his eyes alight with determination. He knows that his limits extend far beyond this. The barbell crashes to the ground, sending tremors throughout the entire warehouse. Standing nearby, Lunanya observes silently, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "Be careful, brother," she whispers gently. Lin Tao turns to her, offering a slight smile. "Do not worry, I know my limits." "Tao Ge, you are incredible," Li Dong exclaims with genuine awe, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had personally added each weight, and the sheer heft was beyond his imagination. "This must weigh several tons." Zhang Xiao marvels as well, momentarily setting aside his usual jesting demeanor, his eyes filled with shock. Uncertain, Lin Tao shook his head slightly. Li Guiqiang stood silently beside him, his gaze revealing all that needed to be understood. He fixated intently on Lin Tao, his eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions: shock, awe, and disbelief. Once a soldier, he had witnessed a multitude of awakeners during the early days of the apocalypse at a military base. Yet, he had never encountered someone like Lin Tao, who solely relied on physical strength to lift such immense weight. He had believed his own abilities to be formidable, but at this moment, he recognized the existence of greater powers beyond mere humanity. Lin Tao turned to Li Guiqiang. "Old Li, can we add more weight?" Li Guiqiang snapped back to reality and nodded. "Yes, but we will require additional metal." "Not a problem. We will source it later," Lin Tao replied. The group lingered in the warehouse for a while longer, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Its dying rays bathed the colossal steel structure in a hue of golden red. Meanwhile, not far outside the warehouse, why is this battery so difficult to charge? Wang Xiao lamented as he squatted on the ground, struggling with the discharging battery. Chapter 72. Gloom. The following morning, the sunlight was feeble, the sky shrouded in gray, and the air was laced with a slight dust. Lin Tao and his companions were gathered indoors for breakfast when a series of urgent knocks echoed through the door. Wang Xiao burst in, her face pale. "Brother Lin, the vegetables in the yard have wilted." A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Tao's heart. He hurriedly exited the room, followed closely by Li Dong, Zhang Xiao, and Li Guiqiang. Lunanya trailed behind, tightly clutching Lin Tao's sleeve. In the courtyard, the once vibrant vegetable seedlings now appeared drained of life. Their leaves were yellowed and wilted, covered by a fine layer of dust. The dust was delicate, glimmering with an eerie sheen. Lin Tao crouched down, picking up some of the dust, feeling a chilling sensation at his fingertips. This sensation was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the nuclear blast zone. "Radioactive dust," Lin Tao murmured, his voice hoarse. "What?" Li Dong leaned in, unable to hear clearly. Lin Tao furrowed his brow. I have seen similar dust in the nuclear blast zone. This is likely radioactive dust. Zhang Zhao's complexion drastically changed. This was no trivial matter. Then, can these vegetables still be consumed? Li Dong pointed at the seedlings. Lin Tao shook his head. These vegetables are probably no longer safe to eat. How much food do we have left? Lin Tao inquired of Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao, responsible for managing supplies, was most knowledgeable about their food reserves. Approximately 2 months, he replied, his tone heavy. 2 months seemed lengthy, yet in the apocalypse it felt alarmingly brief. Initially, they had hoped these vegetables would alleviate the food crisis. Now, however, that hope had shattered, fragile as glass. Lunanya trembled slightly, appearing somewhat unwell. Her complexion was pale, her lips tinged with purple, as if deprived of oxygen. Nanya, what is wrong? Lin Tao supported her, concern etched on his face. Brother, I feel a bit unwell, Lunanya weakly replied. She was breathing rapidly, her chest heaving, as though struggling for air. It could be the effect of the radioactive dust. Li Guoqiang spoke up. Having endured nuclear exposure previously, he was conversant with such manifestations. Lin Tao's brow furrowed in contemplation, reminiscing about his time within the nuclear blast zone, where he did not exhibit analogous discomfort. Conversely, Li Guoqiang, a man who had once suffered severe nuclear irradiation, merely demonstrated familiarity with the radioactive particulates, devoid of any physical abnormalities. Li Dong, Zhang Xiao, including Wang Xiao, similarly did not present symptoms akin to those of Lunanya. An intuition flickered within Lin Tao's cognizance. Could it be that awakened individuals possess a diminished susceptibility to the ramifications of nuclear radiation? Lin Tao murmured pensively. Potentially, Li Guoqiang concurred reflectively. Having previously been subjected to nuclear exposure, it would be reasonable to anticipate heightened sensitivity to these particulates. However, presently, beyond merely perceiving their presence, I experienced no corporeal unease. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Lunanya recognized her timidity. However, at this juncture, she could no longer seek refuge behind Lin Tao. She was compelled to evolve into an awakened being. She clutched Lin Tao's garment resolutely, her knuckles exhibiting a subtle pallor due to the force exerted. Elevating her gaze, she regarded Lin Tao, her eyes betraying a modicum of trepidation, yet preponderantly, unwavering resolve. Brother, she articulated softly, her voice tinged with trepidation, yet her intonation remained remarkably resolute. I aspire to become an awakened being as well. Lin Tao inclined his head, his gaze imbued with complexity. Very well, Zhang Xiao shall accompany you anon. Following a transient interlude of taciturnity, the atmosphere persisted in its gravity. Sustenance remains a predicament, Zhang Xiao interjected, shattering the silence. In the absence of nourishment, their survival would be severely compromised. Such was the stark reality. Cultivation was infeasible, and the reserves of provisions were finite. Wherein lay the solution? In the current circumstances, cultivation is out of the question, Li Dong lamented. Is there another way? Wang Xiao asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Lin Tao pondered, various thoughts racing through his mind. Perhaps we could try fishing, he proposed, suggesting a seemingly viable plan. Fishing? Li Dong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tao Ge, have you lost your mind? Where would we find fish around here? Are you suggesting we fish in the air? The willing shall hook. Come on, fatty. Can you activate that rusty brain of yours? Stop thinking only of food. Zhang Xiao retorted mercilessly, crossing her arms with a look of disdain. Jianghai Villa District. Jianghai Villa District. Do you think that name is arbitrary? Use that pig brain of yours to think about why this place is called Jianghai. It's obviously because there's a great river and the sea nearby. Oh, I didn't realize that. Li Dong conceded, his confidence wavering. Zhang Xiao turned to Lin Tao. But Tao Ge, we don't have a boat. She raised a valid concern. Without a vessel, how could they venture out to fish? It seemed utterly impractical. We can build one. Li Guoqiang interjected suddenly, pointing to his head. I possess the ability to manipulate metal. Perhaps I could control some metal and construct a rudimentary boat. Is that even possible? Li Dong expressed his skepticism, finding the idea utterly outlandish. Let's give it a try. It's certainly better than waiting idly. Lin Tao decided firmly. In addition to fishing, we must also devise a solution for our agricultural issues. The radioactive dust cannot linger indefinitely, Zhang Xiao added. We could attempt to construct a sealed vegetable greenhouse. Lin Tao proposed, and the crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in this desperate gamble. This method might indeed sever the ties to those haunting shadows. Li Dong pondered, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. At present, the crisis of sustenance loomed paramount. We cannot remain idle. Lin Tao's gaze was piercing, his tone resolute. He turned to Li Guiqiang and instructed gravely, "Old Li, your unique ability is required. Construct a metal boat. Refrain from any unnecessary embellishments, no engines or cockpits. Just ensure it is capable of carrying people and is sufficiently sturdy." Lin Tao gestured, continuing. "You will directly navigate the metal vessel, saving both time and effort. The rest of you should not be idle. Hasten to gather supplies." Lin Tao's gaze swept over everyone. His tone firm. "Once Nanya awakens, we shall head to the seaside this afternoon to assess the situation and see if we can procure some food." Understood. The group responded in unison, their voices resonating through the space as they sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 73. The Link of Life at Noon. The sun was obscured by heavy clouds, allowing only faint rays of light to filter through. "Nanya, are you ready?" Lin Tao stood before Lunanya, his voice low and steady. Lunanya bit her lip, a blend of fear and resolve evident in her eyes. Before her lay a wooden box, neatly containing 99 green crystal nuclei. "Yes." Lunanya nodded, her voice barely above a whisper yet imbued with undeniable determination. This was her own choice, to awaken. She must summon the most potent of abilities. Lin Tao took a deep breath, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. "Let us begin. I am here with you." Zhang Xiao stood solemnly to the side, his expression grave. His extraordinary abilities represented the only hope for Lunanya. Trembling, Lunanya grasped a crystal core and slowly brought it to her lips. As she consumed the core, one after another, a surge of energy enveloped her entire being. However, this was soon followed by excruciating pain, as if her very bones were being ground to dust. A muffled groan escaped Lunanya's lips, her body beginning to convulse. Beads of blood seeping through her skin. "Steady yourself," Zhang Xiao commanded sharply, his hands continuously channeling his powers to mend Lunanya's faltering body. 1, 2, 3 until 99 cores had been consumed. Her body oscillated between destruction and rebirth, each cycle accompanied by heart-wrenching agony. Time slipped away, sweat drenched her clothing. Her complexion pale as a sheet. Brother Lunanya murmured, her voice barely audible. Lin Tao clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his heart wrenched with sorrow. He could not bear the torment on Lunanya's behalf, forced to watch her struggle helplessly. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the ground crimson. Her body resembled a shattered porcelain doll, marred with cracks. "Nanya!" Lin Tao cried out, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained by Zhang Xiao. "Do not approach. It is not over yet," Zhang Xiao shouted, his face ashen. His powers were nearly depleted, on the brink of exhaustion. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Lunanya, illuminating the room with a brilliant radiance. Lin Tao, Li Dong, Li Guiqiang, and Wan Xiao all felt a subtle connection forming between themselves and Lunanya. This connection was ethereal yet undeniably real. As the light faded, Lunanya wearily opened her eyes. "Did I succeed?" she asked feebly. "You did," Zhang Xiao replied. "How do you feel?" Lin Tao inquired with urgency. Lunanya slowly closed her eyes, meticulously sensing the unprecedented power within her. It was a warm energy, as balmy as the sun. She felt as though her body had transformed into an enormous vessel, capable of containing boundless energy. I perceive." Lunanya's voice remained somewhat feeble. "I can sense you all, as if." She endeavored to articulate the wondrous sensation, as if there exists an invisible nexus connecting us. "I can draw upon your strength." Lunanya spoke haltingly, attempting to focus her consciousness on Lin Tao, perceiving the intangible bond. In an instant, a potent and familiar force surged into her, like a tidal wave. This power, warm, substantial, and imbued with security, was indeed Lin Tao's strength. Lin Tao suddenly sensed a connection between himself and Lunanya. His own strength experienced a minuscule increment, almost negligible. He discovered that he seemed to have acquired a fraction of Lunanya's power. Albeit faint, the sensation was novel. "Is this the lifelink?" Lin Tao murmured. Lunanya nodded gently, her condition improving considerably as Lin Tao's power coursed through her. "Brother, I sense. I can seemingly draw upon your strength." Li Dong's eyes widened, rubbing them vigorously as if in disbelief. "Heavens, what divine ability is this? The power to share strength? Nanya, your extraordinary ability is truly astonishing." Zhang Xiao, having regained his composure from the initial shock, stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "This power is quite intriguing. It seems rather formidable. And I sense a slight enhancement in my own strength. Nanya, you have performed remarkably well." Zhao's face lit up with a smile as he approached Lunanya and gently embraced her. "Nanya, you are simply incredible." Li Guiqiang, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "This ability holds boundless potential." After a brief moment of celebration and awe, Lin Tao recalled the plans for the afternoon and turned to Li Guiqiang, inquiring, "Old Li, how is the boat coming along? We need to set sail this afternoon." Li Guiqiang patted his chest confidently and replied, "Fear not, Brother Tao. It's a piece of cake. It has long been prepared and is waiting just outside the warehouse, ready for departure at any moment." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao's spirits lifted, and he called out to everyone, "Come, let us take a look at old Li's masterpiece." The group made their way to the warehouse entrance, only to find rather than a boat, it resembled a gigantic metallic bathtub. The vessel was constructed from an assortment of scrap metals, its colors a chaotic mlang, and its shape utterly irregular. The hull was pockmarked, as if it had endured countless collisions. The most absurd aspect was that this contraption bore no semblance of a traditional boat. It was merely an oversized rectangular metal box, utterly devoid of any aesthetic appeal. "Is this truly the boat you were referring to?" Zhang Xiao pointed at the hunk of metal, his lips twitching in disbelief. Li Dong could not help but express his discontent. "Old Li, your craftsmanship is rather abstract, isn't it? Can this contraption truly float? Let us not end up feeding the fish." Clearing his throat, Li Guiqiang's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained, "Time is of the essence, the tasks are daunting, and the materials are limited. I had to make do. But rest assured, it is exceedingly sturdy. I have tested it, and not even a hammer can break it." Lin Tao gazed at the vessel, bemused. "Enough of the banter, let us prepare for departure." With a flourish of his hand, Lin Tao was the first to leap onto the tin boat. The others followed suit, boarding in succession. Lin Nanyu closely trailed Lin Tao. Li Guiqiang stood at the bow, closing his eyes to concentrate. Under his command, the tin boat gradually ascended from the ground, making its way toward the shoreline. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. The weight of the food crisis and radioactive dust loomed heavily on everyone's minds. "Do you think we will truly catch any fish this time?" Li Dong broke the silence, his tone laced with concern. "I do not know. We shall see," Lin Tao replied, casting his gaze toward the horizon. "Let us hope so. Otherwise we shall indeed go hungry," Zhang Xiao sighed. Under Li Guiqiang's guidance, the tin boat moved at a leisurely pace, yet it remained stable. After approximately an hour, they finally arrived at the beach. However, the sight before them made everyone gasp in horror. Chapter 74, The Transformation of the Ocean. The sea breeze, laden with a nauseating stench, struck them forcefully. The beach stretched endlessly, littered with the carcasses of fish, the odor of decay overwhelming. So many dead fish. Li Dong covered his mouth and nose, his brow furrowed in distress. Zhang Xiao glanced around, her eyes alert. This scent is truly potent. Lu Nanya clung tightly to Lin Tao, her pale face reflecting her unease. Lin Tao bent down to pick up a palm-sized dead fish. Its eyes were clouded, its scales missing, exuding a foul stench. He observed it closely, noting the absence of any apparent external injuries. It did not seem to have been bitten to death. Lin Tao murmured. Wang Xiao crouched down, prodding the fish carcass with a stick. Could it be poisoned? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Li Guiqiang replied in a low voice. At the end of their sight, a colossal figure lay sprawled across the beach. "What is that?" Li Dong exclaimed, pointing into the distance. The group's gazes converged, their hearts racing. A gigantic shark, its remains mangled and horrifying. "Let us go take a closer look," Lin Tao urged, stepping forward. As they approached, the stench intensified, nearly suffocating. The shark measured over 30 meters in length, resembling a small mountain. One side of its body was inexplicably missing. Enormous bite marks, jagged at the edges, penetrated the entire body of the fish. What could have inflicted such a bite? Zhang Xiao gasped. Li Dong swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What kind of mouth could do this? Lin Tao crouched down, scrutinizing the bite marks. The cross-section was rough, not cut by any weapon. He gestured with his hand, the width of the bite marks astonishing. The deep sea, it is likely home to colossal creatures. Lin Tao spoke gravely. In light of this situation, the fishing plan was shrouded in uncertainty. The group fell silent, the atmosphere heavy. We cannot venture out to sea, Lin Tao declared decisively. Given our current circumstances, heading out would be exceedingly reckless. If we encounter an insurmountable creature, we could all perish here. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze resolute. Hongjiang, we shall fish at Hongjiang. Hongjiang? Li Dong was taken aback. Where is that? Near the Jianghai village area, just a few kilometers away. Lin Tao explained. This is also the origin of the Jiangyin Jiahai, a great river, its waters merging into the sea. Perhaps there are fish as well. Moreover, Compared to the ocean, it should be a safer option. Let us go and see, Lin Tao beckoned. The metallic vessel ascended once more, heading towards Hongjiang. The journey was silent, each individual burdened by their thoughts. Upon reaching Hongjiang, the river stretched wide, its current swift. Scattered along the riverbank were the remnants of fish, a stark contrast to the multitude found on the beach. It appears the situation is somewhat better here, Zhang Xiao remarked. Let us hope so, Li Dong replied, his tone still laced with concern. Lin Tao scanned the vicinity, his expression keen. Lower the vessel, he commanded decisively. Li Guiqiang took control, and the metallic ship descended slowly to the water's surface. With a splash, it entered the river, sending up a spray of water. Boldly, steady the ship, Lin Tao instructed. Li Guiqiang nodded, closing his eyes as he steadied the vessel. Xiao, prepare. Lin Tao turned his gaze to Zhang Xiao. Li Dong, come here. Open the portal at the bottom of the water, with the other end adjacent to the ship, but ensure the water does not flood inside. I will act swiftly. Utilizing my speed to capture the fish that fall through the portal, Li Dong inhaled deeply, approaching the ship's edge, unable to suppress his admiration. Tao Gu is indeed remarkable. His mind works so quickly, devising such ingenious methods. Truly, it is you. He closed his eyes, focusing intently. With a flourish of his hands, the space around him rippled. Open, Li Dong intoned softly. To the side of the boat, the air warped, and a portal to another realm gradually emerged. Beneath the river's surface, another portal silently yawned open. The river water, swirling with fish and shrimp, surged forth through the opening like a cascading waterfall. Catch the fish, Lin Tao shouted. His form was as swift as lightning, his movements precise. Yet, these fish were unlike any ordinary creatures. They flailed menacingly in midair, their mouths agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth as they lunged at the group. Lin Tao seized several fish, but they struggled violently, attempting to bite at his arms. Be careful, these fish are abnormal, Lin Tao cautioned, swiftly slapping one fish to death before tossing it into the boat, all while evading the onslaught of particularly fierce fish. Li Dong, Zhang Xiao, and Wang Xiao joined the fray. Goodness, why are these fish so aggressive? Li Dong exclaimed, having just grasped one only to have it violently whip its tail against his face, leaving a red mark. Come on, fatty, are you up to the task? Even catching a fish is a struggle, Zhang Xiao teased, flailing his arms in a futile attempt to capture the darting fish, only to have one bite his finger. Ouch. Damn it, Zhang Xiao yelped, jerking his hand to fling the fish away. Lunanya closely followed Lin Tao, assisting in the collection of the fish, piling those he had tossed onto the boat into a corner. Brother, these fish seem to be infected, Lunanya observed, her voice trembling as she looked at the fish in the bucket that continued to thrash and snap their jaws wildly. All right, I will come over to observe Lin Tao, who is intensely focused on catching fish with no time to spare. The water splashes wildly as the fish struggle. Inside the boat's cabin, the catch begins to accumulate. Enough, enough. Stop, Li Guiqiang exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. The weight is approaching my limit. The others ceased their efforts, and Lin Tao approached the pile of fish. He gazed at the few that were still alive, thrashing about frantically, his brow furrowed in concern. He reached into the wooden bucket and seized a fish that was still wriggling. The creature opened its mouth, filled with sharp, minute teeth, and fiercely bit down on Lin Tao's finger. With a sharp gaze, Lin Tao exerted his strength, crushing the fish's head with a single motion. These fish are indeed peculiar. Lin Tao's voice was low as he discarded the lifeless fish back into the bucket. They resembled zombies, exhibiting aggression and possessing a terrifying vitality. Could it be that these fish, like the undead, had been infected? Can we still eat these fish? Wang Xiao queried, staring at the pile of flailing fish, his complexion turning pale. No way, right? All the effort we put into catching them, and now they might be inedible? Li Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone shifting. Does that mean our efforts were in vain? Dead fatso, can you stop thinking about food all the time? Zhang Xiao retorted sharply to Li Dong. Is now really the time to consider if we can eat them? These fish have mutated. Who knows what might happen if we consume them? What if we end up turning into zombies or some bizarre creatures ourselves? That would be disastrous. Lin Tao paused, surveying his surroundings, when a sudden idea struck him. He recalled the few yellow-haired individuals they had previously captured. One had perished during the experiments, leaving two remaining. Didn't we capture several yellow-haired ones? We could feed these fish to them and observe the effects, couldn't we? Wow, Tao Gu, you are simply a genius. Li Dong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, quickly adding a remark. Lunanya, however, clutched tightly to Lin Tao's garment, remaining silent. though her eyes betrayed a hint of compassion. Lin Tao discerned Lu Nanya's sentiments. Gently, he brushed aside her hand that clutched his clothing and spoke in a somber tone. Nanya, look at me. I know you have a tender heart and cannot bear to witness this. But remember, we are in an apocalypse, not a fairy tale. Although they were once ordinary people, they chose to commit evil and must face the consequences. Moreover, if all else fails, Zhang Xiao can reverse their transformations. Upon hearing these words, Lu Nanya bit her lip gently, understanding that in this cruel world, kindness and sympathy could sometimes become fatal weaknesses. Brother, I understand. Suddenly, the river's surface erupted violently. Water splashed skyward as towering waves surged. What is happening? Li Dong exclaimed in alarm. The boat rocked violently, nearly capsizing. Steady, Lin Tao shouted. Li Guoqiang's expression turned grave as he exerted all his strength to maneuver the metal vessel into the sky. The metal craft trembled and struggled, gradually ascending into the air. Underwater, something is lurking. Wang Xiao exclaimed in terror, pointing at the river's surface, her voice quivering. As the crowd gazed, the river surged and whirlpools spun. A colossal shadow loomed, appearing and vanishing intermittently. What could it be? Zhang Xiao was struck with terror. Li Dong's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Could it possibly be? Lin Tao's gaze sharpened, fixated on the depths below. A profound unease welled up within him. The dark figure grew larger and closer. Run, Lin Tao bellowed. Li Guoqiang exerted all his strength, maneuvering the metal vessel at breakneck speed towards the shore. Suddenly, a tremendous wave surged, water shooting skyward. A massive entity burst forth from the depths.